Chapter 1. The Rural Festival. I have stepped out, my dear. The cheerful voice of the man echoed throughout the quaint wooden cabin, eventually reaching the ears of the woman within. Come back early tonight. The response was as delicate as a whisper, yet it brought an even broader smile to the man's face. Upon his back rested a hat woven by the woman's own hands. In the 2-acre field, the man raised his hoe high time and again, striking the earth with precision. His bare torso glistened under the sun, each contraction of his back muscles visible to the eye. While others were too weary from the scorching sun to even walk, he toiled away in the fields with a smile, sweat trickling down from his brow, evaporating before it could touch the ground. He exchanged no words with others, nor did he utter complaints about the relentless sun. He worked silently, as if cultivating the entire world. The wind. At noon, by the edge of the field, a woman clad in a kimono called out gently to the man. She was not tall, yet her complexion was remarkably fair, a rarity among farmers. She seldom smiled, but her soft crimson eyes always held a hint of tenderness. Glancing up, the man rubbed his hands on his trousers and cautiously stepped across the ridge, gazing tenderly at the woman before him. Let us go back to eat. He removed the hat from his back and placed it atop the woman's head, hoping to shield her from the sun's harsh rays. The woman said nothing more, but shook her head. Reaching into the lunchbox she carried to present him with several exquisite dishes, settling down beside him on the ridge. With her delicate fingers, she grasped the chopsticks, carefully picking up a morsel and slowly bringing it to the man's lips, her other hand protectively cradling the chopsticks beneath. Thus, the man remained silent, smiling as he savored the dishes she had lovingly prepared. Delicious. These simple words flushed the woman's fair cheeks, partially concealed by her blue hair. I'm glad you like it. Her voice remained soft and melodic, as if it were the finest seasoning for the meal. At last, the sun diminished its intensity, plunging behind the hills after casting its final crimson rays. Summer nights always arrive unexpectedly in the blink of an eye. The sky donned its twinkling nightgown. In the small courtyard, the weary man lay quietly on the woman's lap, both lost in silence, drawing nearer to one another as they gazed up at the endless expanse above. You are truly beautiful. The sudden compliment brought smiles to both their faces. The woman playfully traced her finger across the man's nose, only to have it captured by his rough hand. In that moment, she found solace, extending her other delicate hand to gently caress his cheek. Habitually, the man propped himself up, closed his eyes, and slowly pressed his lips against the familiar rosy cheek, only to find it unexpectedly cool and smooth to the touch. The woman pressed her finger against his lips. In a while, her other hand rested on her slightly rounded abdomen, a look of bliss adorning her face. Cold, yet unmoving, Chu Feng murmured. As if accustomed to lounging in bed every morning, the man, perhaps in his 20s, curled up on the rough stone floor, straining to stretch his limbs, emitting a sound of discomfort. Wait a minute, this is completely wrong according to the storyline. He suddenly sat up, scanning his surroundings warily. What is Chu Feng doing here? How could this be his room? Outside the window, the meager moon was barely visible among the towering buildings. Clearly, it was midnight. Waking at this hour was indeed unusual. Chu Feng lazily threw off the covers, thinking, since he was awake, he might as well find something to eat, as he felt quite hungry. Don Quixote da Flamingo Anakin. Huh, such a crisp, childlike voice. Where did it come from? He searched the room in confusion for a couple of seconds before being drawn to the peculiar sensation on his left leg. Soft, smooth sensation that felt as if it would drip with water at the slightest touch, leaving him momentarily dazed. In that moment, Chu Feng nearly shed tears. Of course, without needing to look down, he knew that the source of such a soft and adorable voice could only be the legendary Shichibukai, the flamingo, Don Quixote da Flamingo. Wait, is there something wrong with this grand introduction? The little chef's divider line. Chef. Suddenly sitting up, the chef waved his hands in a flurry, his eyes still adjusting to the darkness of the night, forsaking the toppled cup on the nightstand. The cold water droplets scattered across the bed, only serving to rouse him further. Struggling against the pillow, the pain from colliding with the wooden bed frame did not deter him as his trembling fingers hastily pressed the switch for the bedside lamp. Chef, Releasing a heavy breath, the chef closed his eyes once more, resting quietly for a couple of seconds, a bitter smile finally surfacing on his pale cheeks. The chef realized he had been dreaming. He shook his head, perhaps from staying up too late these past few days. He had conjured such an illusion. Gazing at the large water stains splattered across the sheets, the chef felt a headache coming on. What on earth had caused such an intriguing mess? Outside, the sun had yet to rise. It was 3 or 4 in the morning, the darkest hour of the night. The chef might as well use the restroom. As he had done countless times before, he skillfully threw off the covers, but the humid warmth invading from the air conditioning blanket did not dissipate. The man, Anakin, the tall figure curled up there, the short scar on his face only added to the eeriness, not to mention the long iron rod gripped in his other hand. However, none of these were the reasons for the terror that gripped him. The chef trembled, his throat emitting only vague sounds, his Adam's apple bobbing violently, as if he were on the brink of screaming. Why is he drooling all over my leg? Chef! Huff, huff, huff. It was unclear how long it took, but the passerby finally calmed down. The bed was empty. The blankets, pillows, and clothes, nothing remained except for him. Finally, he felt at ease. What was the chef doing? How could it be Master Sia? He pouted, clearly dissatisfied with what had just transpired, cold sweat still trickling down his forehead. But at this moment, he had no time to care. Outside, the long night finally came to an end, and some blinding sunlight struggled to break into his small abode, dazzling to the eye. It was all just a dream. Thinking thus, he could only helplessly lament his nightmare in his heart before preparing to begin a new day. The chef should take a shower first. With a swift turn, he rolled out of bed. The window he had forgotten to close last night allowed a gust of cold wind to rush in, causing him to shiver involuntarily as he cursed under his breath while walking toward the door. Chef! Underfoot lay the blanket he had kicked off the bed, but upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a summer air conditioning blanket, yet it was inexplicably bulging into a small mound. Of course, more importantly, was the peculiar sensation emanating from beneath his feet. Don Quixote da Flamingo Anakin, that hurts. A small head poked out from the blanket, and, judging by the exposed collarbone, it too was likely in a state of undress. Looking up, the owner of that sweet, adorable voice gazed at the passerby with wide, watery eyes. Chapter 2. Have you ever seen a shooting star? Hey, have you heard the Navy's ship has arrived? What? The Navy's ship? Indeed, it has been anchored by the seaside since dawn, yet there are no Navy soldiers to be seen anywhere on the island. It's like a ghost ship. Stop talking nonsense. Seated in the living room, Chu Feng calmly sipped the freshly brewed floral tea. Outside, the entire Ohara seemed to sense something amiss. Even the sunlight had lost its usual brilliance. Whispers filled the air, suggesting that people were plotting something. Little Robin had gone to the seaside early. The giant Saron was a carefree and cheerful fellow. Though they had only known each other for 2 or 3 days, Robin had already enjoyed his company immensely. In the doctor's small cabin, only Chu Feng remained. He quietly locked the laboratory door, knowing that everything inside had been destroyed, leaving no trace behind. His existence must pose a significant threat to the world, after all. As usual, he donned a rather unrestricted suit, his broad smile illuminating the room as he pushed open the exquisite wooden door for the last time, glancing back at the place he had called home for a while. It was time for Chu Feng. He brushed off non-existent dust and strolled toward the seaside, seemingly oblivious to the silver-haired woman who passed him by. Is the man really not going to say goodbye? In a voice only the two of them could hear, Chu Feng suddenly spoke, causing the silver-haired figure, bound in a felt hat, to halt abruptly in her tracks, turn back. Yet, there was no trace of the young man to be seen. On the not-so-distant sea, a vessel adorned with the flag of the world government was already in sight. Chu Feng sighed. Truly bored such work had brought him to this remote West Sea. Man, we're almost there, Commander Spandam. Spandam. The man shifted his shoulders, sore from the long journey. But after this, I shall be promoted, right? The line of truth. Saron, Robin, who is your mother? The giant trembled, that towering figure seemingly gripped by fear. Robin Alvia. With a somewhat strange tilt of her head, Robin recalled that her mother's image had grown hazy in her memory, now reduced to but a faint outline. Yet, she distinctly remembered her mother as a gentle soul, unable to fathom why Saron would be so shocked by this name. Saron, this is bad. Gone was the uniquely exaggerated laughter. Saron became increasingly restless. Saron, the world government ship is approaching this island, likely with the intent to eliminate all scholars. Listen, Robin, you must never reveal that you are a scholar to anyone. Robin, huh? The sudden grim news caused the still young Robin to falter, and, at that moment, the maturity that belied her age completely unraveled. Robin, it can't be. Impossible. Saron, you must be joking. How could I deceive you, old man? The giant shouted with fervor. Saron, you must return to the village immediately and see if anything is amiss. Perhaps, just perhaps, your mother has returned. Robin, huh? The word mother felt both familiar and foreign to Robin. She had awakened countless times from dreams about her. Indeed, Chu Feng and a multitude of scholars had provided her with warmth. But how could that ever replace the role of a mother in a child's life? Mother, has she come back? For Robin, this was news more significant than anything else. Robin, he'll go check. leaving Sarone in stunned silence. The young Robin sprinted desperately towards the village, for that was where her mother resided. Man, Robin, Sarone need not worry. Sarone's outstretched hand remained unwithdrawn, while at his feet, the man who had been treating him over the past few days finally revealed himself. Sarone, it's you. Chufeng. The giant was flustered, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Sarone, regardless of the circumstances, Chufeng, you must go protect Robin. She has gone back to the village alone. This is far too dangerous. Hurry, and take her away from this island. Chufeng, well. Chufeng shrugged helplessly, a wry smile on his face. Chufeng, I was actually about to say that to you. Sarone, you wish to leave at such a moment? You scoundrel. Chufeng, hey, what are you thinking? Chufeng exaggeratedly waved his hand. Little Robin is a cherished family member. How could she possibly escape alone? Sarone, then why? Chufeng, you understand, don't you? Seemingly having lost the desire to converse, Chufeng turned and walked toward the eastern coastal port, the very place where the world government would land. Chufeng, once it involves the historical text or similar trivial matters, the world government tends to lose all rationality. Shaking his head playfully, Chufeng continued. What a bunch of hormonally imbalanced old men. He adjusted his coat, his tone suddenly turning grave. But precisely because of that, to root out the problem, you know what the world government is capable of, right? Sarone, are you saying? There was no time to ponder how Chufeng had acquired such insider information about the Navy, but Sarone was acutely aware of the kind of military force the Navy would deploy. Chufeng, take Robin and flee. Chufeng moved his shoulders, an oddly expectant expression crossing his face. While I hold him off, the final line of division. Sarone, activate the Demon Slayer order. The gleaming golden transponder snail radiated a chilling aura that could overshadow any greed for its material. Even the most foolish of thieves would not dare to covet such an object. This was a firepower arsenal held by a Marine admiral, requiring 5 vice admirals, 10 rear admirals, and numerous top-tier naval warships. A single button press could annihilate an entire island. Almost simultaneously as the button was pressed, the Navy ships scattered across the sea displayed the efficiency of soldiers over a dozen massive vessels. Without hesitation or delay, began firing upon Ohara in unison. The earth was torn asunder, trees ignited, and that colossal, unfathomable tree of knowledge seemed to sway precariously amidst the bombardment. This was the power of the Demon Slayer order. Spandam, take that woman away. Having seemingly lost his patience, Spandam turned around, signaling his CP9 subordinates to escort the wanted criminal Alvia away. Spandam, there is one piece of intelligence known only to her. It would be troublesome if she were to perish here. That silver-haired woman appeared gravely injured. Unable to resist, she was roughly taken away. Her staggering silhouette seemed to blur, suffocatingly so, yet with each step she took, little Robin's heart ached, as if in sync. Gradually, the sealed memories began to crack, and torrents of recollections flooded Robin's mind, drowning her in a heartbeat. Tears could no longer be contained, her body mechanically following the figure ahead. Finally, that strong girl spoke for the first time, her voice heartbreakingly tender. Robin, are you my mother? Robin, are you really my mother? The staggering figure paused for a moment. As if petrified by a witch's curse, the surrounding cannon fire seemed to lose its roar, and all eyes were fixated on this direction, on this ill-fated mother and daughter. Olvia, I'm sorry. The silver-haired woman finally spoke. Olvia, I think you have mistaken me for someone else. Forgive me. Robin, I cannot allow you to become a woman of sin. Robin, I am Robin. I have grown up. Do you not recognize me? I have been waiting for your return. Are you truly not my mother? Robin choked on her words, continuing to speak in a fragmented manner. I have always wished for someone to hold my hand. I worked tirelessly to become a scholar. I can now understand the historical texts. So please, let me be with you. Robin's mother. Spandam is utterly detestable. Initially disregarded, Spandam has finally turned his attention back. This is a pivotal moment that could determine whether the historical texts ascend to prominence. Is Spandam that child? How infuriating. Hey, eliminate her for me. We must not allow scholars researching historical texts to fall into despair. The 2 CP9 agents who had been silently accompanying him uttered no superfluous words. They merely nodded, and then one of them suddenly vanished from everyone's sight. However, Alvia, who had been skillfully maneuvering against the Navy and the world government for 6 years, was acutely aware of what this was. The legendary espionage unit CP9. Trained in techniques specifically for assassination and combat, one of the 6 techniques known as chafe. Alvia, Robin. A light-hearted yet somewhat frivolous male voice abruptly pierced the air. As he unexpectedly positioned himself before little Robin, he lazily extended his left arm, effectively barring the newcomer from entry with a forceful kick. Although Chufeng's actions were somewhat inappropriate, He helplessly scratched his head with the other hand, resembling a child caught in the act of mischief. However, if that were not the case, I believe Miss Olvia would never have recognized little Robin. Robin, with a smile, nodded gently to little Robin. For the first time, Chifeng turned his gaze towards CP9, whose right leg he had restrained. The identical smile was present. Yet only through direct confrontation could one comprehend the peril concealed within that seemingly benign expression. Chapter 3. The Burning Ohara. Have you ever seen a meteor? Chifeng inquired. Sakazuki stood there, defiant, blood streaming from the corners of his mouth, his insides almost displaced. Despite the excruciating pain, the man who would later be known as Akaina remained steadfast, even urging his tardy ally to hurry. In truth, Kazan had only arrived a minute or two late. Though it was disheartening, the man who wore a smile had indeed managed to defeat him, perhaps even kill him, within that brief span, if not for reinforcements. Kazan, tall and imposing, positioned himself protectively in front of Sakazuki, while several other vice admirals who had rushed to the scene similarly encircled Sakazuki, silent yet resolute. As members of the Navy, they understood better than anyone the immense power possessed by the gravely injured man before them. If it was nearly certain that Admiral Sengoku would ascend to the rank of Fleet Admiral, then Vice Admiral Sakazuki was undoubtedly destined to become a future admiral as well. Among the vice admirals, aside from Kazan, there were scarcely any capable of matching his strength. Perhaps one might also consider the ever-busy Drago. But it was indisputable that they were all exceptionally formidable. Even if 3 vice admirals were to strike simultaneously, it was unlikely that any of them could gain an advantage over the others. There was no need for reminders. They would never mock the incapacitated. Instead, they silently summoned their full potential, their eyes unwaveringly fixed on the audacious figure before them, the very monster that had shattered Kazan's ice wall with a single strike. Conversely, Kazan, concealed behind the magic mirror, gazed anxiously in Chufeng's direction. From the outset, he had sensed that he might encounter an extraordinary individual on the island. Yet the reality was far worse than he had anticipated. For the average Navy personnel, even those elite tasked with extermination orders, it was only possible to perceive the cannonballs launched from the island sinking nearby warships. However, Kazan was acutely aware that the projectile which had penetrated the warship with a single blow could not possibly have been fired from one of Ohara's cannons. That was a specialized type of Navy artillery shell, crafted specifically for extermination orders. Such meticulously engineered ammunition could not misfire, meaning that this individual before him had first intercepted a shell meant to bombard Ohara and then returned it with lethal force. Setting aside the terrifying physical prowess required to launch such an extraordinary speed, it was unfathomable how he managed to intercept the cannonball. This was no mere display of strength. Casting a glance at Sakazuki's grievous state, Kazan exhaled a chill. There were no signs of any extraordinary elemental strikes. His right arm bore severe bruising, suggesting he had suffered a fatal blow in close quarters. Otherwise, his elemental long-range capabilities should not have faltered so swiftly. While Sakazuki might have underestimated his opponent, it was evident that the adversary possessed unexpected speed and explosive power. Now, however, was not the time for leisure. Kazan had visibly transformed into an icy figure, his heavily armed stance starkly contrasting with his relaxed demeanor. Was he toying with the notion of perishing alongside the island known as Ohara? Chufeng, please refrain from uttering such terrifying words. With a playful tone, as if jesting among friends, Chufeng helplessly spread his hands. The destruction wrought by the wind of Chu does not align with my aesthetic sensibilities. Is this the case with Kazan as well? With arms outstretched, Kazan adopts an expressionless demeanor, or rather, beneath the veil of frost, his emotions remain utterly obscured. Chufeng lowered his head, allowing his hands to hang even lower. In the midst of the chilling atmosphere, the powerful voice of Kazan resonated, summoning the very essence of ice to its utmost potential. A frigid aura emanated from his being, as though the very air around him threatened to solidify. From beneath the earth, an abrupt surge of icy energy arose, enveloping the land, flora, and even the still warm magma in a transparent shroud. His adversary thrived in close combat, and although Sakazuki's rapid defeat stemmed significantly from his own underestimation, this did not justify Kazan relinquishing his advantage to engage in melee. The nature of battle is distinct from mere training or sparring. It knows no treachery or hesitation. Every action taken in combat is a calculated maneuver to leverage all favorable elements to vanquish the opponent. As he unleashed his abilities, Kazan swiftly gestured, sending forth a barrage of ice spears, while deftly retreating from Chufeng, creating distance to declare his opponent's impending downfall. Yet, regrettably, he was not the sole one aware of this immutable truth. Chufeng uttered these 2 words with a tranquil demeanor, his arms flung back with increasing momentum. The muscles in his right leg quivered almost imperceptibly before contracting slightly, propelling him toward the ground with astonishing speed. Meanwhile, his upper body tilted backward as his arms swung, evading the icy spear launched by Kazan with a deft bridge maneuver. A tremendous force impacted the earth, and before the harsh frost could blanket everything, an unfathomable chasm emerged from nowhere. The Navy, caught unprepared and trembling, struggled to maintain their balance, while the already gravely injured Sakazuki fell to the ground. Bang! Perhaps no one noticed, for when they shifted their gaze back, they surely missed this astonishing spectacle. The powerful form of Chu Feng arched backward like a taut bow, and with the force of his foot pushing against the ground, the bowstring imbued with boundless strength was finally released. Thus, a tempest began to ravage the land. A trail cleaving through the solid ice revealed Chu Feng's form, which should have vanished. Yet, this was of little consequence. By the time others regained their senses, Chu Feng had traversed all obstacles, abruptly appearing above Sakazuki. The terrifying acceleration had yet to cease, but his right fist was already raised. In this moment, the future admiral of the Navy teetered on the brink of fate. Around him, 3 vice admirals found themselves powerless, having briefly lost their balance. Kazan, halt! A cold, furious shout rang out, and Kazan, who was on the verge of retreat, turned back fiercely to pounce upon Chu Feng's back. With a laugh that was both frivolous and excessively erratic, Chu Feng's mirthful sound abruptly emerged. The previously uncontrollable speed was suddenly redirected as he exerted force with his right foot, tracing a semicircle to the right. The fist that was once poised to strike Sakazuki's chest did not land with force but instead, leveraging the momentum of the spin, decisively smashed his elbow into the back of the unsuspecting Kazan. How infuriating Kazan was. With all his might, he twisted his body, raising his right arm to block the devastating blow. The clash resounded with a powerful intensity, completely disregarding the elemental force and without a hint of hesitation. It shattered Kazan's arm bone. Subsequently, a hand, reminiscent of an iron claw, seized his left hand, which was encased in ice. Chapter 4. Captured by Chu Feng, the battle became utterly predictable from the moment Kazan was seized by the wrist. At this proximity, the disadvantage in numbers was significantly mitigated. The 3 admirals, who had been circling around, were eager to lend their assistance. However, Chu Feng consistently employed Kazan and the already gravely wounded Sakazuki as shields, preventing the admirals from unleashing their full potential. On the other hand, even in the face of Sakazuki's desperate, near-fatal attacks, Chu Feng, wielding formidable haki, was able to firmly suppress what was referred to as elemental transformation. Furthermore, what truly captured attention, aside from Chu Feng's astonishing combat prowess, was his astonishing regenerative abilities. Skin scorched by magma regenerated in the blink of an eye, and the muscle tissue damaged by the biting cold was visibly recovering with each passing moment. No matter how fiercely the Navy fought, whether they stabbed with daggers or struck with fists, their efforts yielded no success beyond further obliterating the opponent's garments. Standing in opposition to Chu Feng, who expertly harnessed his body's restorative capabilities, any strike he landed resulted in an unbearable trauma for the human body. Kazan gritted his teeth, unwilling to dwell on the pain coursing through his abdomen and arms, his brow furrowed even tighter. Such words from Chu Feng are quite disrespectful, Admiral Kazan. With a smile, that formidable figure suddenly bent down to evade an assault from a certain admiral above, then swiftly lowered his head, delivering a fierce scorpion tail strike that sent the former flying. Due to the initial ambush, the severely weakened Sakazuki and Kazan found themselves unable to engage Chu Feng in a prolonged battle. Although 3 of the 10 remaining rear admirals aboard the warship arrived shortly thereafter, their strength was still insufficient to sway the battle at this level. Ultimately, after nearly 30 minutes of what could only be described as a one-sided massacre, the Navy forces chose to retreat under the cover of the 2 heavily injured admirals. On the vast ocean, devoid of any foothold, the powers of the natural elements were vividly manifested. Chu Feng, displaying remarkable rationality, abandoned the thought of pursuit. Although it was highly likely that he could have incapacitated over half of the Navy's officers with his utmost effort, the gradual deceleration of his body's self-repair served as a reminder that this conflict needed to cease. In that half an hour of intense combat, the Navy suffered the grave injuries of 3 admirals and light injuries to 2 others. However, the team from Ohara did not emerge entirely empty-handed. The 30 minutes had provided the Navy's fleet ample time to engulf the entirety of Ohara Island in flames. Even the escape vessels of Ohara fell victim to the unforeseen ferocity of the battle. The only survivors who managed to flee this island of death were the once mighty giant admiral, Saron, along with 2 significant fugitives he carried. The forgotten narrative of history once again sank into the depths of obscurity, unobserved. End of the incident. Is Chu Feng truly a manifestation of retribution? Standing upon a small wooden plank and gazing into the distance, he is surrounded by an endless expanse of azure. Indeed, after the fierce battle, the severely injured navy departed from Ohara aboard their warships, while Chu Feng found himself devoid of such fortunate circumstances. Though he believed he could survive even if he were the sole inhabitant of the island, the sight of the desolate ruins would drive anyone to the brink of despair. Thus, he resolutely chose to leave, utilizing a mere plank of wood. With nearly a millennium of existence, he had to concede that he lacked any aptitude for navigating vessels. And the Navy had not left him with a seaworthy ship. Ohara was meant to belong to the West Sea, a realm far less tumultuous than the Grand Line. However, the distance between the two islands far exceeded Chu Feng's imagination, particularly as he was utterly incapable of discerning direction in the vast ocean. As he patted his nearly empty stomach, his expression grew increasingly pitiable. Am I truly destined to perish in this forsaken place? The winds of Chu are defiant. Absolutely defiant. Indeed, it ought to be a magnificent demise, should it not? Thus, this is but a mere lamentation for him. Even the consumption of seawater or the raw flesh of sea monsters would scarcely affect his constitution, at most rendering the experience rather unpalatable. With a thunderous roar, akin to a waterfall suddenly manifesting in the ocean, the once tranquil surface of the sea was abruptly disturbed, forming a distinct arc. After a mere 3 seconds, that colossal head finally emerged before Chu Feng. Roar. The resounding, triumphant roar reverberated throughout the marine expanse, even within the Grand Line. Such a creature of this magnitude undoubtedly reigns as a formidable sovereign. The wind from the Chu River now rests solely upon you, akin to caressing one's beloved pet dog. A momentary pause ensues as the colossal sea creature, possessing the head of an alligator, seems momentarily perplexed. What is the meaning of this? Should not this human, adrift upon the ocean, be consumed by terror, crying out in fear before meeting their demise at my jaws? Yet, it appears that its simplistic mind is overwhelmed by such intricate reasoning. With a great opening of its maw, it snaps shut with force. If comprehension eludes it, then consumption shall suffice. In the end, the outcome remains unchanged. The aquatic monarchs need only to relish their meals and grow swiftly. Oh, the winds of Chu. How it vexes me. Children must diligently brush their teeth, lest. A moment's pause ensued, and then a sudden, excruciating pain surged through the mouth. It could be deemed a roar, yet it soon transformed in tone. If not for Chu Feng, he might indeed suffer from cavities. Shaking the enormous fangs in his hand, Chu Feng stood firmly atop the head of the Sea King, who had successfully transformed into a steed. Naturally, during this process, the Sea King experienced fleeting thoughts of pride, questioning how a creature of its stature could submit to a mere human, and indulged in unscientific superstitions such as fighting alongside Chu Feng under the glory of its ancestors. Fortunately, under the gentle guidance of Chu Feng, it ultimately found its way back to the right path, avoiding a descent into folly. As a novice teacher, Chu Feng felt immense satisfaction and entrusted the significant responsibility of reaching the next island to his companion, Aruba. Chu Feng decisively chose you, Aruba. However, amidst his joyful journey towards the next island, the Navy headquarters was engulfed in turmoil due to a certain incident. Kazan, still bandaged, stood solemnly before the renowned Admiral Sengoku, who furrowed his brow after listening to Kazan's complete report. Has Sengoku uncovered his origins? Indeed, the intelligence from CP9 indicated that he was a foreigner named Chu Feng, who arrived in Ohara approximately 3 years prior and operated a clinic there before the incident. Kazan paused momentarily before continuing. He shared that he resided with Nico Robin, the daughter of Alvia, who had been rescued by Sarone during this operation. Sengoku, overwhelmed with frustration, rubbed his temples, lamenting his astonishingly poor luck. Following the era of Roger, it was mistakenly believed that the downfall of the Pirate King would usher in a prolonged period of stability for the Navy, yet that man, who had fought against the Navy his entire life, left an unprecedented dilemma for the world before his demise. Curse that one piece. It is nothing but a phantom. Yet the entire world has descended into madness over such an illusion. To this day, the Navy has essentially lost its dominion over the New World, while a new generation of pirates continues to emerge ceaselessly. At this critical juncture, the scholars of Ohara have stirred a significant incident concerning the true history. After painstakingly reallocating personnel to resolve this crisis, Sengoku gazed at the ship full of wounded, feeling increasingly helpless. Although the true history may have once been held by a group of scholars, it is of little consequence now, as they have all vanished. Yet now, the blank century and the true history may very well be in the grasp of an unofficial force equivalent to an admiral. Sengoku must find him. The words escaped through clenched teeth, and Sengoku's expression grew ever more strained. Chapter 5. The Black Sword Interpreter. Despite feeling no concern for Aluba's loyalty and being quite satisfied with the speed of the Sea Kings, traveling alone across the boundless ocean proved to be exceedingly reckless. Chifeng, lacking in strategy, mumbled incoherently as he stared blankly at the ever-unchanging sea. Bored enough to chew on seaweed. When setting sail, he had anticipated the vicinity of Ohara would reveal at least a few respectable islands. However, in reality, not even a shadow of an island could be seen. Chufu is indeed such a remote place. Bored, I lay upon the broad back of Aruba, my fingers unconsciously tapping on the immense spine of the colossal sea creature. Could it be that dear Aruba is intentionally concealing something from Chifeng? The languid voice instigated a tremor throughout the colossal beast beneath him, which humorously averted its gaze, panicking as it frantically gestured before Chifeng. It is at such moments that one ought to assert their innocence decisively. After 2 days of navigation, this once tempestuous sea creature has become increasingly docile. Indeed, anyone who has witnessed the power capable of shattering a 100-meter wave would likely adopt such meekness. With a playful jest, Chifeng suddenly sat up, wearing an expression that conveyed a sense of having been deceived. He laughed heartily while vigorously patting Aruba's back. I am well aware of the charm of Chifeng. How could my dear Aruba ever deceive me? He rose to his feet, departing from Ohara, adorned in a shirt borrowed from some unfortunate soul, fluttering in the breeze. He leaned forward with all his might, shielding his eyes from the blinding sunlight as he gazed towards the horizon where the sea meets the sky. At long last, the ship has arrived. The peculiar line of demarcation signifies a world largely engulfed by the sea, one to which Kirito has gradually begun to acclimate. From an initial state of bewilderment and unease, the sense of dissonance has dulled into a numbing familiarity. His once pitch-black pupils now reflect no glimmer of light. He merely gazes, devoid of the concept of scrutiny or mere glimpses. With Asuna absent, his life has begun to feel profoundly hollow. Perhaps it is more than that? The existential dread questioning the very reality of this world may be the most lethal of adversaries. Since his arrival, he has faced numerous perils, witnessing many lives extinguished before him. Yet, no matter how he forces himself, Kirito can no longer immerse himself in this reality. Pirates, mountain bandits, even lowly rogues, any slightest provocation would swiftly draw forth his cursed sword. However, the more he slaughters, the deeper his disquiet grows, and the more he feels that the figure from his dreams fades ever further away. Raising his head, the distant sea remains blindingly blue. Once, he was informed that on the vast ocean known as the Grand Line, countless formidable individuals roam. Good, evil, or perhaps entities that cannot even be termed human. These matters are now irrelevant to Kirito. He clings to the remnants of his initial, and perhaps final, resolve to conquer this world completely. Hey, did you see that? The one in the black trench coat. A man exclaimed. It must be her, showing up in the West Sea at this hour. In the ship's dining hall, everyone instinctively distanced themselves from the figure clad in black, exuding an aura of lifelessness. Despite being merely a youth, Kirito perceived that the actions he had undertaken over the past 2 years were merely part of his strategy. However, from the perspective of the onlookers in the West Sea, the impression was entirely different. The Black Sword Exponent, a newly emerged bounty hunter of the West Sea, had displayed an unprecedented prowess that set him apart from the rest. With bounties such as 12 million berries for the starving rat, Kina, 19 million berries for the greedy Burintua, and 22 million berries for the axeman, Asakawa. The list was extensive. Anyone who crossed paths with him faced inevitable annihilation. Yet, until a month prior, such prowess had not yet reached an extraordinary level. Due to the Navy's special operations against the demon of Ohara, certain pirates from the Grand Line desperately trailed to this region, and unfortunately, they encountered the calamity of the West Sea upon landing at the Panama Islands. The Roarer, Pater, and the Lamb, Reinhard, notorious even in the New World, had their heads, valued at over 120 million berries, displayed as a demonstration by the Navy at the port of Panama. The one who reaped this bounty was none other than the youth before them, the bounty hunter. Those Navy folks must be trying hard to restore their reputation after the loss at Ohara, one man remarked. Indeed, that's quite the news, another chimed in, proudly producing a newspaper. The front page blared with sensational rumors about the demon island of Ohara, and as the world trembled at the Navy's demon-slaying decree, 2 newly issued wanted posters sent discussions into a frenzy. The demon child Robin, at a tender age, had single-handedly sunk 7 warships and was confirmed as an evil scholar researching forbidden history with a bounty of 70 million berries. The other, the nightmare, Chifeng's For no written crimes on the Navy's warrant, yet his staggering bounty of 240 million berries deterred even the most notorious criminals. Just thinking about it gives me chills. A man shuddered, clearly uncomfortable. Such a character could never intersect with a humble merchant ship like ours, remarked another. Though a more optimistic individual patted the former's shoulder in consolation. Right. How could we ever encounter him? The man forced himself to calm down, knowing that in the vast ocean, timid men are often looked down upon. At that moment, a series of exuberant shouts echoed from a distance, their resonance seemingly imbued with a unique enchantment that captivated the attention of all present. Chufu, hello. Could it be possible for a man to ride a sea king? The murmurings aboard the ship are growing increasingly numerous. All right, I concede, it is not the power of sound at all. It is truly wonderful that Chufeng has encountered you. A young man approached the merchant vessel, riding upon his majestic sea steed. Chufeng, having emerged from Ohara, finally encountered humanity once more. A fleeting silence enveloped the world, as if time itself had come to a standstill. The man exclaimed, Ohara, could it be that this individual is the man, nightmarish Chufeng? The man gasped, a drink spilling forth, wasted in a moment of sheer astonishment. Could it be true? Chapter 6, The Sword That Cuts Through the Thorns of Destiny. Is this man Chufeng? Observing the young man by the ship's edge, who continued to wave his hands, Corrido found it challenging to associate him with the so-called nightmare. His clean and transparent smile was a rare breath of fresh air since arriving in this realm. Nevertheless, he was merely a boss, after all. Corrido was probably at the 59th level. Speaking words that puzzled others, he slowly rose to his feet, his previously half-closed eyes suddenly snapping open. Rather than launching a surprise attack, he approached the ship's edge step by step, finally standing atop the railing of the deck. Hey, are you Chufeng? Corrido called out. Chufeng, having sensed the movement the moment Corrido began to stir, was acutely aware of the palpable killing intent radiating from him, akin to a glaring beacon in the dark. However, Corrido seemed to have misunderstood something. He muttered softly, donning a sorrowful expression. If memory served him right, was this not the domain of the ex-sword god? This was not the world known as Sao, was it? If so, what was this menacingly darkened Corrido intending to do? Corrido scoffed, deeming communication futile. It became evident that comedic antics must be timed appropriately at this moment. It was clearly an inopportune time, and Chufeng's inappropriate actions ultimately shattered Corrido's last vestige of patience. With a push of his right foot, he soared through the air like a hawk, even as the black sword, the Excalibur of his back, was drawn simultaneously. Oh, it has indeed evolved into the most troublesome of scenarios. Mirroring Corrido's sudden thrust, Chufeng skillfully dispatched a loba back into the depths of the sea. Engaging in battle with this fellow would be an act of ingratitude. Faced with a thunderous strike, Chufeng remained unflustered, instead leaping forward. Sword slash, without a moment's hesitation. As he reached the peak of his attack, the shadowy figure resolutely swung the enchanted sword in hand. A sword arc, glowing with a green hue, materialized, exuding a lethal aura. Anyone daring to challenge it would be torn asunder. Corrido possessed his own confidence since entering this world. No one had ever evaded his pinnacle frontal assault, whether it was a bounty of 10 million or 80 million. Yet, this was far from the extent of his capabilities. Since his arrival, many restrictions within the SAO realm had been lifted, such as the forced immobilization between skill uses, a game mechanic completely abolished here. His sword was astonishingly swift. However, today's quarry was destined to be different. As Chufeng spoke, he merely tightened his waist and abdomen slightly, causing the lethal ray of light to narrowly miss the man before him. Subsequently, the man's right hand, akin to that of a venomous serpent, coiled around his corresponding forearm. The carelessness exhibited by Chufeng is hardly befitting of a swordsman. A fierce gust of wind surged forth, resonating like the sound of footsteps in the air. Suddenly, a violent storm erupted behind Chufeng, causing both figures to vanish abruptly from the sight of onlookers. A resounding crash echoed from the deck, a painful reverberation akin to the impact of a cannonball. What should have been the sturdiest deck on the vessel was inexplicably breached, leaving a gaping hole. The eerie sound, chilling to the bone, offered little time for the crowd to acclimate before it resonated once more. He stood beside the pit, brushing off the non-existent dust from his attire. And then, with an air of nonchalance, he began to speak. Could I trouble those who are not crew members to proceed to the lifeboat? He turned around, redirecting his gaze once more to the pitch-black abyss. The forthcoming journey of Chufeng is poised to be exceptionally turbulent, as the lines of time shift. In the realm of aerial warfare, how do you propose we handle this individual? Within the confines of the Naval Marshal's office, a meeting of the admirals is currently underway. Kong rests his chin upon his right hand, sliding a photograph across the table towards Sengoku. The image depicts a cheerful smile, clad in a black suit. There is no doubt that the subject is Chu Feng. Marshal Sengoku, I trust you have reviewed the battle loss report I provided. Sengoku refrains from addressing Kong's inquiry directly, instead recounting the facts. Based on subsequent investigations at the scene, Sengoku candidly states that the opponent's strength has, quite frankly, surpassed the limits that a vice admiral could attain. Kong nods thoughtfully. Sakazuki and Kazan are indeed exceptional young men, having ascended to near admiral status. However, to my knowledge, they have achieved little in terms of victories before being overwhelmed. Should we not consider that the adversary's capabilities have exceeded our expectations? I beg to differ. A rugged voice interjects into the discussion. The speaker, bearing wrinkles upon his brow and a mane of white hair, possesses a surprisingly robust physique. Those two youngsters do possess potential, yet they remain too youthful. Clenching his fist, his arm takes on an unnatural crimson hue. If the marshal harbors concerns, allow me, Gordon, to gauge this foe's true weight. Calm yourself, Admiral Gordon. Kong neither accepts nor rebuffs Gordon's challenge, but redirects his attention back to Sengoku. No. I assert that the adversary's strength does not exceed our estimations to such a great extent. The recent failures of Sakazuki and Kazan were largely due to Sakazuki's reckless advance, which allowed the enemy to seize a fatal opportunity, thereby placing us at a disadvantage. In truth, with thorough preparation, their chances of success were not entirely negligible. Kong continues, nodding for Gordon to take a seat, awaiting Sengoku's elaboration. It is evident that the opponent possesses an overwhelming advantage in close combat, particularly at point-blank range. However, their threat at medium to long distances pales in comparison. Otherwise, it would have been exceedingly difficult for the already injured Sakazuki to escape. Sengoku pauses momentarily before continuing. In light of this, I believe dispatching Admiral Gordon, who excels in close combat, to conduct a measured probe is entirely feasible. While he may not capture the target in one attempt, this approach will allow us to ascertain the enemy's limits, which holds extraordinary significance for our future strategies and potential defenses. After a brief silence, Kong opens his eyes anew. Then, Borsellino, do you have any objections? Ah, Marshal Kong. I am but a newly minted admiral. Such matters are best left to the veterans to decide. Very well then, Gordon, proceed and make contact with the target again. And if possible, capture them. However, do not hold back, regardless of the consequences. Understood. From the perspective of the protagonist, the moment the battle commenced, Kirito realized he had gravely miscalculated. The disparity was staggering. The opponent was not merely of the 59th floor caliber. This creature concealed beneath a human guise was far more formidable than any adversary he had previously encountered. This was a challenge of 90th floor difficulty. Without hesitation, seizing the moment as he was struck down, Kirito retrieved his trump card from his virtual backpack, the dual-wielding technique. Kirito's Starburst Stream. This is his ultimate technique, unleashing a swift succession of 16 strikes in an instant. Come forth, this is not merely a game. A blow to the vital spots will spell instant demise. So let this one move determine our fates. The rapid strikes generated a blinding flash and a torrent of sword energy, cleaving the very sea asunder. Yet this time, the radiance did not wane. Rather, it intensified, growing ever brighter, until it ultimately enveloped Kirito himself. The sword of Chu Feng is exquisitely beautiful. A voice spoke thus, followed by a faintly discernible smile amidst the radiance. Has the wind of Chu come to an end? Am I, too, to conclude my journey here? There is no sense of tranquility akin to that of a fated soul departing. Rather, an impulse originating from the very core of my being fills my weary form with an insatiable yearning. Rise, rise, I implore you. With a sudden jolt, Chu Feng awoke, only to realize that he was lying in a cabin aboard the ship. The astonishing physical prowess of Chu Feng is truly remarkable. Not far away, the man who always wears a bright and cheerful smile clasped his hands across his chest and suddenly spoke. Is it you, Kirito, who saved me? Well, one cannot quite say that, he remarked, somewhat bashfully scratching his head. The Chu wind ultimately signifies that I have killed you. Indeed, the mightiest strike, one that has never before been wielded in this world, was shattered upon its very first manifestation. What do you think of Chu Feng? After experiencing death once, he approached with a gentle smile, then bent down to adjust the glasses perched on his brow. Chu Feng, do you comprehend what you ought to sever? Chapter 7. The Landing Battle of 9 Serpent Island. Kirito, Dr. Chu Feng? Observing Chu Feng emerging from the dissipating mist, Kirito's concern did not wane in the slightest. What, after all, is the true nature of the mysterious girl cradled in his arms? Oh, Chifeng, do not take it to heart. He is merely a patient. A patient? Tongren delivered a heavy slap to his own face. The creature that nearly dismantled the entire ship just moments ago is indeed the one cradled in your arms. It is certainly not a mere patient. Ah, Chufeng? It seemed as though he had discerned the perplexity in Kirito's eyes. As Chufeng cast a teasing glance in his direction, Chifeng Tongren Jun, it appears that the vessels you dismantled are far more than just one or two. Are they not? Did I inadvertently strike a vital point? However, that was entirely different. The previous instance was merely a reckless outburst. Yet, regrettably, Chifeng had no intention of granting him any further time for argument. The inquiries of Chufeng are futile. He lightly kicked the deck end. Cradling Lingbo in his arms, returned to their modest vessel. Ah, Kirito truly knows how to complicate matters, Doctor. With a gesture of exasperation, he shook his head. And the recently materialized Shadow Reaper vanished into thin air once more. Well then, Kirito would have to unleash his frustration upon you. He turned his face to regard the quaking slave-capturing team aboard the ship, and a shadow of anger darkened his countenance. Gentlemen, please allow us to explain, they implored. No. Kirito coldly replied, I refuse. Hey, are you a child? Just because your guardian reprimanded you, you take your anger out on us. Kirito remained unwavering. With a disdainful snort and a flash of emerald light, the razor-sharp blade cut through the air, severing all in its path with a swift, decisive stroke. This is no jest. Zack was nearly overwhelmed with regret. These were no mere victims lost at sea, but rather a horde of monstrous marauders that devoured any who dared provoke them. The course of battle proved to be monotonous against Kirito. These feeble traffickers with a combat power of merely 5 were no match. However, the true dilemma arose after they had been vanquished. Kirito pondered before rescuing them. Had he ever contemplated what would come next? In truth, the captives brought to this place hailed from various origins, and those unable to set sail were equally incapable of surviving for long upon the ocean. Chufeng's lack of strategy was evident as that frivolous male voice echoed once more. When it reappeared before Tongren, it was clear that Chufeng had donned a new suit. Tongren exclaimed, Oh, Doctor, you are no longer in distress? Oh, dear Chufeng, please refrain from such remarks. I am indeed quite fatigued. Chufeng feigned a look of vulnerability, lost in his own thoughts. Chufeng had just assisted Lingbo with an urgent matter. Was it Tongren Lingbo? Tongren, seemingly oblivious, found the topic had shifted. Was Tongren referring to that girl from earlier? Indeed, Chufeng is correct. Are you familiar with Kirito? How does Chufeng express himself? Chufeng rested his chin upon his hand, pondering for a moment, before articulating his thoughts with careful consideration. What Chufeng insists on expressing is that it pertains to individuals akin to ourselves, right? As for Kirito, does this mean that our vessel shall accommodate yet another person? As the breeze of Chu gently caressed, he extended his thumb, revealing that signature smile. Ah, Tongren, this is not the moment for such statements. Tongren finally came to a realization. He pondered aloud, what shall we do with these individuals? Surely, we cannot simply abandon them here. Is it not possible, Chufeng? Of course, Kirito cannot do it. How infuriating. Since you mentioned it, let us hunt down 2 sea beasts to leave for them, Chufeng remarked. That is utterly impossible. Kirito exclaimed, his expression reflecting defeat. Does this guy truly believe that everyone can navigate the world riding on sea beasts like he does? A timid voice interjected into their discussion, and although she had been rescued by the onlookers, who held more fear than respect for Kirito and Chufeng, immediately revealed the source of the voice. Kirito? Huh? The woman seemed taken aback by the unfolding situation. Or perhaps she was simply overwhelmed by the prowess of Chufeng's group. The girl, who barely reached Chufeng's waist, was on the verge of tears. At a time like this, making demands would surely lead to my demise, right? But I can't hold back any longer. I know where the nearest island is. Summoning all her courage, the girl with a high forehead shouted before Chufeng. But, I beg of you, please rescue my sisters. Sisters? Kirito questioned, disbelief evident in his voice. Rescue them. His incredulity was palpable. Surely, he would soon erupt in anger. Wah wah wah. The girl sobbed loudly on the deck. Please don't eat me. To have such an ally is truly my misfortune, Kirito lamented. Leaning against the wall, his entire demeanor darkened. All right. After a brief pause, Kirito covered his face and approached the little girl. Where are your sisters? I will go find them. Really? She gasped. Please tell me quickly. Adjusting the dark sword on his back, Kirito appeared remarkably dependable from the side. Chufu. This is exactly right. You should hurry along. I shall remain here, eagerly awaiting your good news. In the distance, Chu Fu waved his hand as if to wish his companion a safe journey. I, Chu Feng, am indeed quite fascinated by the legendary island of 9 serpents. Oh, women, how did you come to know? Indeed, the little lowly may be utterly unaware of the nearest island to this place. Yet she possesses a clear understanding of the whereabouts of the 9 serpents island, where she has resided for many years. Thus, it can only be said that she can lead Chu Feng and his companions back to the 9 serpents. Chu Feng, it matters not. Let us regard this as an adventure. Observing the embarrassed child before him, Chu Feng erupted into hearty laughter. Ha ha, the future pirate empress, who must always adopt that exaggerated, defiant gaze, was once so young and innocent herself. As night descended, a turning point emerged. At that moment, Kirito seized the opportunity presented by the small boat Chu Feng had arrived in to make his escape. According to the little girl, or rather, Boa Hancock, she had secretly fled her island alongside her 2 sisters, only to fall victim to human traffickers. Tragically, her sisters were whisked away by a ship that arrived before hers. Thus, the solution became evidently clear, reclaiming that ship was paramount. Oh, the exhaustion is truly overwhelming. After he had temporarily settled the refugees aboard the vessel, he discovered some preserved vegetables and fruits intended for the long journey within the wrecked and unrecognizable cabin. It is, after all, essential to have these provisions. For one must remember that Ling Bo does not consume meat. Given the circumstances of her upbringing, it is hardly surprising that she abstains from it. Chfeng, I have returned. At the very inception of the planning, Chfeng had already secured a reasonably clean room for Lingbo, which, upon observation, appears to belong to the leader known as Zack. I apologize for the delay, but I trust that Chu Feng Lingbo is feeling quite hungry as well. Chu Feng placed the dining tray upon the bedside table, and then gently brushed her forehead. Ah, please do not misconstrue this as an impropriety. It is merely an expression of a healer's duty. The fever has subsided. Rest assured. He tenderly adjusted Ling Bo's already short hair, its blue sheen rendering this ice-like maiden both extraordinarily pure and profoundly silent. Where, indeed, is this woman? With a faintly perplexed expression, Chu Feng let out a helpless smile and, contrary to expectations, began to inquire. The Chu Wind refrains from discussing this for the moment. Do you still possess memories from the past? The woman does not hold any recollections. Chu Feng. Woman, I exist solely to be trained as an EVA pilot, thus. The girl raised her head, her crimson eyes brimming with confusion. In this world, I find no purpose for my existence. Chu Feng was not like this. With a slight smile curving at the corners of his lips, he did not retract his hand but instead applied gentle pressure, holding the young girl's delicate head in place. The so-called person in Chu Feng's perspective is defined as one who exists in the form of humanity. His speech is deliberate. Yet each word carries the power to soothe the soul, imbued with an undeniable authority. The essence of Chu Feng's existence does not lie in the pursuit of individual significance, but rather in the quest to discover the meaning of one's existence. Let this not be misconstrued. He released his grasp, smiling as he met the gaze of this innocent and pure maiden. In his eyes, she perceived a duality of suffering, despair, and solitude, yet, within those depths, there existed an unparalleled yearning for tomorrow. Having witnessed all the sunrises and sunsets the world has to offer, having endured countless hardships, he is transformed into a demon and wielded the majesty of deities. Such a life ought to be one of despair and emptiness. For there is naught in this world that stirs his heart. Indeed, the maiden could undoubtedly discern a resolve for death within those eyes. However, this was not a deceitful self-destruction. It was an impulse born from a desire to live in the face of death. A woman, Chu Feng. In the tranquil embrace of the moment, a woman named Chu Feng gently leaned her head on the shoulder of a man, casting a glance that revealed a smile destined to linger in memory. Chapter 8. The landing battle of 9 Serpent Island. The rescue mission led by Kirito unfolded with a surprising degree of ease. The slave traders exhibited a complete lack of discipline. Despite having departed a day earlier, they had made little progress. They were like carefree summer cicadas, oblivious to the lurking danger behind them, engrossed only in their tiresome cacophony. Consequently, the following morning, Kirito appeared on the horizon aboard another grand vessel. Alas! Kirito lamented his misfortune. As he spoke, he gestured towards the newly arrived ship with a resigned shake of his head. Although he had been cautious with his strength and the ship had not sustained any fatal damage, he had merely managed to acquire a vessel capable of navigation. It was fortunate enough that they had returned at all, especially given the absence of any signs of islands along their route. Ah! How Kirito still harbored the hope of making another journey to deliver them to a place where they could discern their bearings. Chu Feng chuckled softly. Yet he chose not to expose the underlying implications in Tong Rin's words. Instead, He continued the conversation seamlessly. This is quite favorable for Chu Feng, as it presents an opportunity to witness the legendary Amazon lily. As for Corrido, what an intriguing name. Chu Feng clicked his tongue, taking a few steps closer to Tong Ren while shaking his finger. Do not let your imagination run wild, for that is indeed a genuine realm of daughters. As for Corrido, the warm breeze and tropical climate are indeed ideal for donning swimwear. Oh, Tong Ren, I cannot shake the feeling that you may be harboring some rather unsavory intentions. Chu Feng, you are overthinking it. With a countenance that conveyed his disdain, Chu Feng approached Lingbo, entirely disregarding the fuming Corrido, and simply smiled as he playfully ruffled the latter's hair. The blue-eyed princess unexpectedly felt pleasant to the touch. Don't you agree, Corrido? Lingbo-chan, as they awaited their arrival at the captain's quarters, it was still Hancock, with a face full of panic, who bore the brunt of the situation. Well, it is indeed commendable that the sisters were successfully rescued. This brush with death has motivated Hancock to resolve not to venture out to sea recklessly until she acquires greater strength. However, the scene was quite peculiar. A powerful swordsman exuding an aura of darkness, an expressionless ice maiden, and a man with a sinister smile. There was little to be said. As for Corrido, he had undoubtedly been deeply provoked by Chu Feng, and accustomed to solitude in the world of Sao, his taciturn nature was indeed an innate trait. Meanwhile, a certain unscrupulous doctor was astutely pondering his next words, as it was certainly challenging to gauge the potential volatility of the black swordsman. Ultimately, he was quite despicable himself. 2 days later, as the provisions aboard the ship dwindled to nothing, a medium-sized island, seemingly devoid of inhabitants, materialized before them. Corrido, can you believe this? Corrido gazed skeptically at the island that had suddenly appeared. Surely, this cannot be the right place? It bears no resemblance to an inhabited island. Hancock, however, was quick to defend, this is merely a facade. At this, the young Hancock stood tall for the first time, a hint of pride in her demeanor. The Nine-Snake tribe has always been a warrior race. To guard against enemy incursions, our entire village is constructed within the protective embrace of natural rock walls. I see. Corrido nodded thoughtfully, resting his chin on his hand. Let us approach quickly. We can disembark the crew and replenish our supplies before returning. Could you first take my sister and me back? Hancock inquired. What? Corrido responded, clearly baffled by the little girl's sudden suggestion. Isn't it easier to just land together? Why complicate matters? Hancock, however, as for the Chu Wind, it is because Amazon Lily does not permit the entry of men. Chu Feng smiled brightly and once again gave Corrido a thumbs up. Corrido, I must say, the long-suppressed emotions along the journey finally found an outlet. And Corrido nearly drew the Excalibur from his back. Since you already knew, why did you come here? Do you know the locations of other islands? Since we are here, let us find peace in our circumstances. Without a hint of concern, Chu Feng patted the head of the shorter Corrido. Well then, let us first escort the little lowly back. After that, we can engage in a thorough discussion with the island's inhabitants. He spread his hands, speaking in an exceedingly casual manner. After all, it appeared that this island was not particularly welcoming to outsiders. Corrido had no other option but to comply. Chu Fu, do not worry. There shall be no peril. Chu Feng turned around once more to gaze at Ling Bo beside him. If I were to say command, you would certainly obediently remain aboard the ship, wouldn't you, Hancock? The young girl had no further words, merely nodding in affirmation. Chu Feng said, then let us embark together. Corrido, are you going to bring her along as well? In the realm of Amazon Lily, a girl named Chu Feng pondered whether it would be easier to negotiate with a woman. What kind of theory is that, Corrido? She mused. Meanwhile, an elderly woman, gray-haired and dignified, was approached by a woman clad in a leopard print swimsuit, who exclaimed, have you heard? During the patrol, unknown vessels were spotted offshore. What's the matter? Osario? The old lady inquired, her demeanor calm despite the urgency of the situation. The woman explained that the queen had commanded preparations for a defensive stance against a potential raid. You must come with us, she insisted. Nonsense. The elder replied with unwavering composure. Osario, go check the cliffs for more information. Do not concern yourself with me. We cannot allow anyone to invade Amazon Lily. Just then, a chilling scream erupted from the giant serpent guarding the island, followed by a resounding crash against the water's surface. What is happening? The elder exclaimed in bewilderment. Chapter 9, the 5-second battle with a leap of faith. She descended, seemingly devoid of any sense of height. The fear of falling was completely eclipsed as the Swordmaster summoned her utmost spirit. Slash. A crescent-shaped blade of light sliced through the air, not radiating the same wild energy as Corrido's earlier strikes, but instead emanating an eerie silence. At this velocity, the deadly arc would undoubtedly ensnare Chu Feng. As she arched backward, her body surrendered to the currents of the wind, narrowly evading the lethal blow. However, the Swordmaster's assault was far more relentless than anticipated. With a thrust of her body, she maintained her forward momentum, executing a follow-up strike with her right hand while her left discreetly reached for another dagger at her waist. Drawing the blade, she adopted a reverse grip, channeling all her strength into the impending attack, which glimmered ominously with a menacing aura. This strike, aimed at her opponent's throat, promised a far grimmer fate than the previous slash. Chu Feng, acutely aware of the potential for disaster, instinctively engaged her own hands. The sensation of her opponent's palm brushed against her wrist as her right hand maneuvered to control the energy flow, while her left hand pressed forward to grasp the hilt of the dagger. To her surprise, however, the intent of her adversary was not to halt the momentum of that powerful blow. "Ah, the winds of Chu," the man remarked, a hint of pride lacing his tone. Objects in rapid motion are inherently unstable. With a gentle touch, Chu Feng pushed inward with his right hand at the pulse point, while his left hand, resting against the four fingers, directed it towards another trajectory. Simultaneously, influenced by this slight reactive force, the man's body unexpectedly shifted backward. Both hands released their grip, and in the end, he even propelled forward in accordance with her motion. These were merely the slightest of movements, entirely disconnected from the overwhelming force the Sword Maiden had anticipated. Yet, her body, which had been braced for the impact, unexpectedly spiraled out of control, causing her dazzling armor to spin in midair. With a forceful impact, the Sword Maiden undoubtedly collided with the ground. Chu Feng, indeed commendable. As Chu Feng made his final surge, the Sword Maiden managed to regain her balance in the dwindling distance. She plunged her longsword into the ground to stabilize herself, while her dagger remained poised before her chest, ready to counter any potential assault. An exquisite strategy, indeed. Even Chu Feng could not help but express admiration. How remarkable that she, who had initially been so reckless, allowed her body to instinctively adapt at such a critical moment. The terrifying talent of Chu Feng is truly remarkable. How far can one rely solely on instinct? Rather than launching an immediate assault, Chu Feng chose to observe the subtle tremors of his opponent's muscles. After deciphering her techniques, he understood that the window to respond to her impending attacks was fleeting. The slight quiver of her jaw revealed the moment when the Sword Princess inhaled, alleviating her sense of pressure. Almost simultaneously, Chu Feng made his move. The strike was akin to a thunderclap, so formidable that even a mid-ranking officer like Sakaski could not face it head-on. With unwavering resolve, he enveloped his opponent in a relentless offensive. The velocity of his blow was so immense that Bailed Wei, having just taken a breath, found herself unable to evade. A direct hit would unleash a destructive force capable of rendering her combat ineffective in an instant. At that critical juncture, her formidable and enviable battle instincts began to manifest. Her body, already in a half-crouch, tightened further in response to the previous incident. The blades, held in reverse grip, crossed in a desperate attempt to obstruct the path of her advancing foe. But was that all there was to it? As the fist narrowly avoided the blades and made contact with her arms, she fell backward like willow fluff in the wind, her limbs sliding in the opposite direction of the force exerted by her opponent. Upon reaching the elbow joint, the long blade, embedded in the ground, provided a counterforce that initiated a rotation of her body from left to right. Undoubtedly, this rotational momentum was conveyed through her arms to her adversary. Though the movements differed, there was no mistaking that this was the technique Chu Feng had just employed when embracing Willow. Indeed, it was a method to exploit her opponent's momentum, causing her to lose balance. With decisive intent, her right foot lashed out toward her opponent's legs, as Bailed Wei sought to reclaim her advantage through the very technique of her adversary. A subtle sound of flesh meeting flesh echoed. Yet the anticipated fierce resistance from her opponent's luxurious boots never materialized. Almost instinctively, Bailed Wei's gaze darted to the confident smile adorning her opponent's face, mere inches away. The remarkable prowess exhibited by Chu Feng at his first attempt is truly astonishing. Contrary to expectations of a disarrayed performance, he cleverly utilized his opponent's force to initiate a. However, prior to this, his feet had already reached the position of imminent landing, while his hands, with the precision of a striking serpent, once again ensnared his opponent's arms. With a swift turn, and with no intention of defying the Sword Mistress, Chu Feng's entire body began to rotate rapidly in a half-circle close to the ground. The outcome of this maneuver rendered Bailed Wei's feet incapable of maintaining a firm grip on the earth beneath her. The winds of Chu rise. With a simple yet decisive evasion, Chu Feng skillfully sidestepped the Sword Mistress's reluctant struggles. Her twin blades traced a haunting arc through the air, yet they could not even graze the hem of Chu Feng's garment. With a resounding thud, she found herself unceremoniously thrown to the ground by him. This fleeting clash, a mere moment of distraction, could lead to the abrupt conclusion of combat. However, this minuscule contest of finesse sent shivers down the spines of all who understood its gravity. It was a perilous battle of the utmost intensity. Within the brief span of 5 seconds, even the slightest misstep could spell disaster. Chapter 10. The Queen's Demands Cursed Fate. With a fierce determination, Baylevi thrust the spider down to the ground and rose with all her might. She could not afford to lose. Whether for the honor of her family or her own unwavering convictions, she must prove to everyone that she is the world's strongest swordswoman. It is advisable for Chu Feng not to push himself too hard. Chu Feng shook his head, and as a result, Tongren handed him the suit jacket. Chu Feng, previously compelled to take action out of necessity, has at last brought forth the Hancock sisters, who had long been obscured by the crowd, into the limelight at this very moment. We, the Chu Feng, are indeed good people. Lord Hancock, may you be blessed. Chu Feng Hancock? All along. The tears that the young girl had been suppressing finally cascaded down her cheeks. Within the span of just a few short days, she had encountered an overwhelming array of emotions, despair, joy, fear, each surpassing the limits of what she could bear. Though her innate warrior instincts aided her in maintaining a necessary clarity in the face of repeated challenges at her core, she remained merely a child of less than 10 years. The man is Hancock. The woman? That is the child who was abducted during the last voyage. Has she returned? Choosing not to intrude upon their reunion at such a moment, Chu Feng and his companions simply waited in silence for the conclusion of the conversation between Bailey and Hancock. Fortunately, despite the considerable fright she had experienced, Hancock articulated the reasons for Chu Feng's visit with remarkable clarity, proving herself worthy of potentially ruling the island of 9 snakes in the future. Bailey, I have essentially grasped the purpose of your visit. Positioning the 3 Hancock sisters behind her and signaling the 9 snake warriors on the cliff to remain at the ready, Bailey calmly approached Chu Feng, with whom she had recently clashed. Although she had not exerted her full strength during their brief encounter, her opponent had exhibited an air of ease, even extending a measure of restraint despite the uncertainty of the future situation. The only explanation for this behavior could be an absolute confidence in achieving victory should a full-scale conflict erupt. While such a notion might seem somewhat disrespectful to the battle-hardened warriors of 9 snakes, the actual outcome could be far from favorable, highlighting the stark disparity in power. Was Bailey merely here to arrange for the refugees? Indeed, such is the nature of Chu Feng. With a slight bow of her head, Bailey spoke once more. While she expressed her gratitude for the return of little Hancock, she asserted that your actions constituted a violation of the territory of Amazon Lily. Far from feeling any fear in the presence of Chu Feng's might, she grew even more resolute. As for the matter of the refugees from Bailey, the 9 serpents will find a solution. However, you must submit to the judgment of the 9 serpents. Ah, Chu Feng, dear lady, we are indeed quite occupied. It is both anticipated and surprising to witness the noble and defiant sword maiden slightly raise her chin. Suddenly, Chu Feng felt a sense of foreboding, as if he would not meet a favorable end on this island. There is no need for further discussion, Bailey. I now act in the capacity of the Amazon Lily's protector and shall apprehend you. With that, the chaotic blade, the spider cutter, was drawn once more from his waist. Bailey, surrender without resistance. Chu Feng is indeed a woman devoid of reason. Observing the vigilant 9 snake warriors once more, Kirito readied himself for battle anew. The black sword was on the verge of being unsheathed. The sudden and ethereal voice of Fiorna halted the movements of everyone on the battlefield. At the radiant terminus of the light, a tall and icy woman emerged into view. She bore no extraordinary powers, appearing merely as an ordinary person, nay, perhaps even more fragile than the typical individual. In the realm of 9 Snake Island, where strength is revered, such a beauty ought to have gone unnoticed. Yet, upon her arrival, all the warriors fell to their knees in reverence. Fiorna commanded, cease all acts of combat. Behold, Her Majesty, the Queen. Your Majesty, Queen of the Wind. Ah, is this truly the legendary Amazon Lily, the newly appointed queen? It is entirely unexpected for me, as the ruler of 9 snakes appears to be a charming individual devoid of any combat prowess. Chu Feng, with a smile, waved his hand towards the distant woman. The encounter with Chu Feng was indeed quite unexpected. Their gazes met in the air for several seconds, yet none dared to break the silence. This world is truly surprising. A frail woman has been chosen to lead a race renowned for its combat prowess throughout history. There was no trace of any aura, nor the distinctive sin associated with those who possess the powers of the devil fruit. Could she be a formidable user of tools? No, that did not seem likely. as the trajectory of her movements and her breathing indicated a complete lack of any signs of physical training. She appeared to be an entirely ordinary person, at least in terms of her physique. So what sort of enchantment does she wield that allows her to command the entirety of Amazon Lily under such circumstances? It is indeed intriguing. There was none of the sharpness that one typically feels around Bellamy, yet it was undeniably this man who had effortlessly defeated Bellamy moments ago. He was smiling, unfeigned even in the face of the threat posed by the entire 9 snakes. For some reason, that clearly resonant laughter bore an inexplicably profound quality. It exuded a deadly sense of mystery that even the queen, who rules the nation, could not resist. Fiona, the traveler from afar. At last. It was Her Majesty the Queen who spoke first. I am Fiona, the 29th Queen of the Amazon Lily. Ekarin read Fiona. I am immensely grateful for your willingness to return my people. Fiona continued, I am prepared to provide ships to transport all the victims back to their homeland. And I also extend an invitation to you all to accept the highest gratitude of the 9 snakes. With her eyes lowered, Fiona spoke eloquently. All I require from you is to agree to my sole condition. Kirito questioned, condition? The interpreter was once again sheathed behind his back. Yet Kirito was particularly concerned about the key aspect of her words. Indeed, the only condition, Fiona affirmed. Her eyes opening as she fixed her unwavering gaze upon the man who had been smiling all along. The melodies of Chu's wind are indeed intriguing. Chu Feng's gaze remained unwavering. If Chu Feng were to say, this statement does not infringe upon your noble pride as a king, Chu Feng, we would be delighted to hear the details. With a hint of a smile gracing her lips, Fiona's tone was devoid of any hesitation. She would undoubtedly live up to the trust placed in her. Following a series of trials and tribulations, Chu Feng and his companions finally set foot upon the enigmatic island. While the winds of the ocean behind them began to grow increasingly fierce. Chapter 11, The Approaching Dragon. Chu Feng, please hold on for a moment. The information is rather overwhelming. Within the palace of Queen Fiona, a clandestine meeting is unfolding, one that will determine the fate of all involved with the slave-catching vessels. For the first time, even the composed and self-assured Chu Feng reveals an expression that borders on despair. Chu Feng, do you mean to say that we must first eliminate a creature known as the Blue-Eyes White Dragon on the nearby island of Riskana before you can agree to arrange for the rescue of the stranded individuals? Fiona replied, her demeanor composed as she elegantly sipped her tea. Certainly, as a guarantee, in my capacity as the Empress of Amazon Lilies, I consent to allow your people to disembark first. Fiona continued, so, what are your thoughts on this matter? It was evident that this scenario of a hero battling a dragon was far beyond Chu Feng's expectations. Well, it wouldn't be entirely accurate to say that. Typically, exchanging conditions when one requires assistance is not unreasonable. However, the absurdity of such a name begs the question, Blue-Eyes White Dragon? Is this for real? Throughout this ordeal, Chu Feng's distress did not stem from the decision to undertake this task, but rather from the overwhelming amount of information he had yet to process. Is it possible that the ancient kingdoms of this world are founded upon a civilization initiated by card games? No wonder they were eradicated by the world government. Although Chu Feng has indeed been quite troublesome, he has finally managed to regain his composure after the shock and can now interact with others normally. Chu Feng, please expedite my journey to that island. After all, waiting for it to launch an attack is hardly a sound strategy. As you all mentioned, it is likely the strength of a prospective general. Stretching his shoulder blades slightly, Chu Feng let out a deep sigh, lamenting his arduous fate. With such words from Chu Feng, I can go alone. Kirito, who was originally eager to take action, sat down again in boredom, while Lingbo remained in silent contemplation beside him. Chu Feng Lingbo also remained here, silently glancing up at the man. Lingbo once again lowered her head. Lingbo, please don't. Her voice was soft, yet Chu Feng felt a throbbing headache coming on. This was clearly a sign of her defiance against advice. Chu Feng obediently remained here, promising to bring back delicious candies upon his return. He crouched down, extending his finger towards the icy girl, as if making a whimsical promise to a child. Tongren could hardly contain himself. Fiona, the Emperor of 9 Snakes, found herself at a loss for words. Bailwei displayed an utter lack of shame. Miss Bailwei was the first to offer a relatively fair assessment. As for the person in question, Lingbo completely disregarded his intentions. Could this be the legendary Great Crisis? Chu Feng has no fondness for sweets. Like a father soothing his child, he gently embraced Irin's delicate head within his arms. All under the watchful gaze of those around, and with an unchanging expression, he tenderly caressed her back. Oh, the winds of Chu, one must be a well-behaved child. How detestable are those who emerge victorious from this insidious game. as the harbinger of transformation approached after a persuasion that left onlookers utterly bewildered. Chu Feng ultimately secured the freedom to journey to Ruskeka. Of course, upon the successful completion of this mission, there would be no doubt that they could resume their travels. In the blink of an eye, the fabled isle materialized within their sights. However, one must consider the ominous roars emanating from the island, which deterred any approach. Indeed, Chu Feng realized that this opponent had already surpassed the limits of the enchanting sword maiden's abilities. Nevertheless, he thought, as long as he could eliminate this tedious challenge, it would suffice. Thus, Chu Feng began to hasten his actions. Hurry up and get closer, Chu Feng. He has once again commenced his peculiar routine of warm-up exercises. Chu Feng still wished to return in time for dinner. Fiona, you are indeed brimming with confidence, my lord Chu Feng. Before the person appears, their presence is already felt. As the cabin doors open, a figure of noble elegance emerges onto the deck. Chu Feng, if the intelligence is accurate, it should pose no issue, however. I must say, Chu Feng turned his gaze to assess the woman before him. As the Emperor of the Nine Serpents, do you truly possess the courage to set sail with but a few guards alongside a stranger? Fiona chuckled softly, covering her mouth. She offered no explanation, instead casting her gaze toward a distant isle. Regardless of the circumstances, Fiona sincerely wished for Mr. Chu Feng's success in all his endeavors. With a hearty and resounding laugh, Chu Feng momentarily lost himself, and when he regained his senses, there was no trace of his presence on the deck. Chu Feng assuredly stated he would return swiftly. It appeared indeed not difficult to locate. Upon logging in, he casually approached the central area, and after a brief period of inactivity, the legendary boss unexpectedly materialized before him. The harsh reality of life. With a graceful leap, I tucked my glasses into the pocket of my garment, narrowly evading the earth-splitting claw of my opponent. Did Chu Feng have no intention of sending subordinates to deliver experience? Roar. The only response he received was an even more furious roar. Anything that dared to challenge his authority on this island would be utterly crushed, for he is the azure-eyed white dragon. Roar. Without mentioning the events that transpired on Ruskai, the Amazon Lily was destined to witness a battle that would be eternally etched in memory. On the sea, not far from Nine Snake, a naval warship belonging to the Marine headquarters approached, and on its deck stood a formidable yet aged figure, grinning menacingly. At long last, Chu Feng has caught up. His arm began to exhibit an unnatural flush, yet what instilled dread in all the pirates was the battle cloak draped upon his back, a symbol of the Marine headquarters admiral. The current fleet admiral, Azura Gordon. Chapter 12. Seesaw Pursuit. When Chu Feng arrived, the battle had already come to a close. Indeed, only the simple act of consumption remained. The Marine admiral, possessing the world's utmost military prowess, wielded the armament hockey and the mythical Zoan-type human fruit in its Azura form. Gordon was almost born for close combat. Regrettably, Chu Feng never even glimpsed his entirety. EVA, in comparison to humanity, resembles a divine entity, with an astonishingly powerful field. A physique capable of unleashing devastating force, the regenerative abilities akin to arthropods, and an inviolable divinity capable of annihilating worlds. They're the epitome of perfection. Beings that humanity cannot aspire to comprehend. Yet, it turns its back on all human civilizations, heralding the demise of the old life with the birth of new existence. A deity? No further communication is necessary. From the moment they became aware of each other, Chu Feng was destined to remain at odds with the giant. Akin to the mutual repulsion of kindred spirits, this was, without a doubt, a war between deities. With that, Chu Feng should swiftly bring the matter to a resolution. His eyes once again lost their luster, as the eerie black mist enveloped him entirely, leaving only his crimson gaze visible. If Chu Feng continues to dawdle, his voice will resemble the grating sound of sandpaper against rusty iron, sending chills down one's spine merely by listening. The majestic Chu Feng is about to be devoured by you. Roar. The giant lets out another thunderous roar, causing all to gaze in terror at that colossal figure brimming with power, quaking in fear and retreating. Yet, amidst them all, there stands a diminutive silhouette, charging bravely towards the giant, towards the divine. The winds of Chu are upon us, resonating with a primal roar. 2 days after the monumental battle at Nine Snake Island, the naval headquarters at Marineford finds itself in turmoil. The commander, Sengoku, grapples with the staggering realization of the enemy's formidable strength, a grave miscalculation that leaves him visibly troubled. The atmosphere in the admiral's office is thick with tension as the repercussions of this unprecedented loss weigh heavily on Air, who is on the brink of madness. Clutching his head in disbelief. For the first time in 2 decades, the Navy has suffered the loss of an admiral-level combatant due to battle casualties. The intelligence report. ominously burning in his hands, intensifies Air's stern gaze. Contrary to their expectations, the outcome of this conflict did not culminate in Chu's demise nor the desired mutual destruction. Instead, it marked a victory for him. This development transcends mere inconvenience for the world government. Chu has transformed into a ticking time bomb, capable of matching and even vanquishing admiral-level foes. The disgrace of this operation is undeniable for the entire naval headquarters and shall undoubtedly ignite a declaration of war against Chu. The Grand Line, already chaotic with the presence of the four emperors, stands on the precipice of further instability with the addition of Chu's unpredictable faction. The specter of a Roger-esque turmoil must not be allowed to resurface. As Air observes the composed and steadfast Sengoku before him, a resolute decision begins to crystallize within his mind. Half a month later, the naval headquarters remains silent on the tragedy of the fallen admiral. Yet another significant event captures the world's attention. Former Fleet Admiral Air resigns in disgrace, and his successor is none other than the astute Sengoku, previously an admiral. The media frenzy surrounding the admiral's demise reaches a climax, with Sengoku himself confirming the death of former Admiral Azura Gordon. In the interim, the Navy has ceased all pursuits of the nightmarish Chu until a reassessment of the situation is conducted. The revelation sends shockwaves through the public, igniting a renewed fervor in a world already fraught with unease, as malevolence begins to proliferate in unforeseen corners. Meanwhile, aboard a modest vessel navigating the tumultuous seas, the unfolding events appear distant and irrelevant. Within the neat confines of the cabin, a young girl lies quietly in bed, her left eye swathed in thick bandages. Beside her, a gentleman clad in a tailored suit tenderly caresses her hair. Chu Feng was about to change his bandages, and Ling Bo was present. Ling Bo's eyes, still a vivid crimson, seemed to reflect a warmth that was noticeably absent from her previously cold demeanor, perhaps revealing her softer side only to the man before her. Since that day, the events that transpired had not been mentioned again. Kirito remained tight-lipped, for the doctor had assured them there was nothing to worry about. While Chu Feng was indifferent, having made his decision the moment he laid eyes on her. Ultimately, a doctor must take responsibility for their patient. Kirito. Though I am loath to interrupt your tender moment, a figure clad in black, Kirito, gently knocked on the door and entered unceremoniously. You two should prepare. We are about to dock. Following that, during the lengthy half-month journey aboard the splendid new ship, Nine Snake, Chu Feng and his companions had not disembarked or sought any form of resource replenishment, and it was indeed time to come ashore for a while. Thank you, Ling Bo. And you too, Kirito. With a resigned sigh, Kirito felt an unexpected weight of age upon him. As long as you, doctor, refrain from causing any more trouble, he remarked, shaking the newspaper he had just received. We are now world-renowned, after all. However, it was a casual remark from Kirito before he departed that piqued Chu Feng's interest. Chu Feng. It would be wise to remain composed this time. I can manage the resource gathering alone. You may wander at your leisure. For it is rumored that the island harbors the Crimson Eyes, beings endowed with the power of flames. Kirito, I cannot shake the feeling that something has infiltrated our midst. Chapter 13. The Crimson Eyes in the Brother Complex. As the gentle morning light permeated the curtain's fabric, it cast a warm glow upon the floor. The ocean's unique scent wafted in through the crevices of the doorframe and window, imbuing everything with the essence of the sea. Such breathtaking beauty of the ocean was once beyond his reach. The man smiled as he sat up, briefly tidying his appearance before quietly folding the bedding. Gone was the overwhelming urgency of being perpetually watched, and the burdens he once carried upon his shoulders had lifted. He felt no disdain for this simple daily routine. Despite possessing strength that far surpassed ordinary comprehension, he had ascended to the pinnacle of power, achieving heights that many could only dream of in a lifetime within just a few short years. However, the price he paid for such power was beyond what any ordinary person could fathom. Before arriving here, his life was a tapestry woven with sorrow and betrayal. The fleeting warmth he once cherished had transformed into the source of his enduring pain. Each recollection deepened his heartache, until tears ran dry, and his expression became numb, forcing him to tread a path seemingly devoid of future. He was grateful to fate for bringing him to this place. Pushing open the door, he stepped into a courtyard adorned with blooming flowers, a riot of colors saturating his vision. He donned a simple coat and made his way to the tavern where he worked daily, greeting each passerby with genuine warmth, offering a smile so unremarkable it could easily be overlooked. Yet, occasionally, when he caught a glimpse of his reflection in the tranquil waters, he would remember his brother, who lingered in another time and space, praying for his happiness. To any who dared to disrupt this tranquil existence, he would not hesitate to reveal his fearsome fangs. As for the landing division, Kirito suggested, I will first procure some food and daily necessities. You all can remain here. He raised the map in his hand, pointing toward a conspicuously marked tavern. Just wait for me to return. Ah, Chifeng. Truly dependable, indeed, young one. It seems that the doctor is rather restless. I couldn't help but remark, yet upon seeing Chufeng's eager anticipation, I had no desire to continue the debate. Regardless, it is unlikely that you shall remain there for an entire day. Thus, it is best to clarify matters first. I shall likely complete the procurement around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Until then, dear doctor, you may accompany Miss Lingbo on a tour of the island. But do take heed to conceal your true identities. Skillfully, I retrieved 3 copies of the latest bounty notices from my coat pocket, and the contents therein were indeed astonishing. Nightmares. Chifeng, bounty. For 170 million berries, a high-risk criminal, solitary contact is not recommended. Should you have any pertinent information, please promptly notify the nearest Navy branch. The Black Sword exponent, Corrido, bounty. 320 million berries, an exceptional swordsman, solitary contact is not advised. The intangible barrier, Ling Boli, bounty. For 100 million berries. Possesses an extraordinary and incomprehensible ability. Oh, how delightful. It seems that we have already gained some renown here. Chifeng stroked his chin, seemingly devoid of any concern, instead appearing to anticipate the life of a celebrity. It is important to note that the present differs significantly from the era of rampant piracy 2 decades hence. In that time of escalating chaos, the naval forces had been diminished to their utmost limits. In a bid to maintain global stability, the world government resorted to offering exorbitant bounties to garner the support of numerous bounty hunters, resulting in newly emerged pirates often being assigned bounties in the millions. However, in the current era, the Navy's influence remains sufficient to sustain minimal operations in the New World, with a substantial number of officers within the ranks feeling ashamed to rely on unofficial assistance. Thus, bounties issued by the Navy are typically announced with great caution. Therefore, it is astonishing that a mere trio of individuals boasts a bounty exceeding 1 billion. Corrido understood this, helplessly shrugging his shoulders, feeling rather powerless regarding the present circumstances. Corrido must exercise caution while navigating the island. I would prefer not to obliterate this small paradise before setting sail. Amidst the bustling crowd, a voice called out cheerfully, Chifeng, hi. Rest assured, Corrido. With these words, the young man grasped the girl's hand and vanished into the throng. The swordsman, clad in black, merely sighed before setting off to fulfill his essential duties. He knew he must accomplish his task swiftly and then make his way to the designated meeting point. With a glass of rum in hand, Chifeng felt the gentle pressure from the palm of his hand. He smiled softly and began to speak once more. Chifeng requested another glass of orange juice. The man chuckled, no problem. The proprietor here is a portly middle-aged gentleman, sporting a medium-length beard that evokes the essence of a seafaring man upon first encounter. The man, implored, I beg of you. Indeed. The owner was not perched at the bar. Rather, he was ensconced in a booth, conversing with the townsfolk, his cheeks tinged with a slight flush from inebriation, exuding a robust scent of alcohol. He did not rise but casually called out to the man behind the bar, as if the newcomers were merely old acquaintances. Does Chifeng still have a glass of orange juice? In his 20s, his pale complexion belies his status as a coastal dweller. He pushed a filled wine glass towards Chifeng, squinting his eyes and smiling as he inquired. With a soft chuckle and a nod, Chifeng, accompanied by Lingbo, took a seat opposite the young man. At that moment, he began to believe that some encounters are destined to occur, such as this unexpected meeting. Did Chifeng channel all the remnants of his ocular power into his right eye? Taking a sip of rum, a drink he had never attempted before, Chifeng did not glance at him, but calmly spoke. With a soft crack, the glass he had been diligently wiping developed a tiny fissure. His sole remaining functional right eye fixated on the newly arrived patron, and soon, a pair of crimson eyes adorned with 3 swirling jewels appeared before him. Who are you? In the 14th chapter, entitled The Responsibilities of a Physician, both Chifeng and I spoke simultaneously, our voices intertwined without distinction. Do you require my assistance in healing your eyes, dear Chifeng? With an effortless grace, Chifeng extended his right hand, performing a gesture akin to taking a pulse. Resembling the most ordinary of physicians, genuinely concerned for the plight of his patient. In his crimson pupils, the 3 tomo continued to whirl with unrelenting fervor, showing no signs of relaxation. Indeed, the man known as Uchiha Itachi had long endured a multitude of betrayals and misfortunes. Even as he wielded the blade of annihilation against his clan, his hands stained with the blood of his kin, he silently proclaimed his love for Konoha, willing to sacrifice everything for the village, save for his beloved younger brother. Regrettably, while he still drew breath, Sasuke remained unconvinced by this declaration. To let down his guard against the world was merely a reflection of the fact that this realm bore no resemblance to the one he once knew. If there existed even the slightest possibility that this world bore some connection to that place, Itachi would not hesitate to revert to his former self, the Vermilion Bird. He had already sacrificed too much. He could not allow a final misstep to bring ruin to all he had fought for. The art of illusion, known as Chiffon Huanshu, along with the technique of binding, is of rather low rank. However, when augmented by the Sharingan, it is sufficient to induce a fleeting moment of sensory distortion in the man before him. Almost simultaneously with the casting of the technique, his right hand, which had already relinquished its grip on the wine cup, swiftly tightened around a specially crafted shuriken, concealed by their bodies. No one was privy to the events unfolding in this moment. Yet, within that brief instant, Itachi grasped the essence of this individual. Why must you phone? With 2 fingers firmly gripping the sharp shuriken, even the ninja's momentary explosive power, honed through countless trials, cannot advance it by even the slightest measure. The land of Chu has long ceased to be the world you once knew. The voice of Chu Feng was barely a whisper, audible only to the 2 of them in their intimate exchange, yet his words bore no trace of deceit. Itachi ceased his relentless assault, and the exquisite 3-tomo Sharingan gradually settled into tranquility. After a fleeting moment of shared gaze, the harrowing bloodshed finally faded from his eyes. On what grounds should I place my trust in you? His tone was devoid of inflection. Yet each subsequent exchange of words would determine whether a tumultuous duel would ensue in that place. Chiffon, we are kindred spirits. Without the slightest hesitation, Chiffon once again downed a swig of the rum, a potent spirit abundant from the seas, before Itachi. From his throat to his stomach, every fiber of his being seemed to ignite with fervor. Chiffon, we do not belong to this world. He grasped the hand of the emotionless ice maiden beside him and spoke, as if encountering a long-lost kin in a foreign land. Yao's brow furrowed slightly. Yet she did not affirm Chu Feng's assertion. What is your purpose? Yao inquired. Chu Feng supplements the supplies. I am referring to the ultimate objective. Chu Feng, this. Chu Feng, feeling somewhat constrained, rubbed his forehead. Who knows about the wind of Chu? However, one thing is certain. He paused for a moment and then extended his right hand towards Itachi once more. In the realm of conflict, we all fight for our own cause. But do we truly fight for ourselves? The man known as Uchiha Itachi has faced numerous life and death confrontations. Bloodshed, wails of despair, and the ultimate hopelessness have marked his path, with countless lives drawn to a close by his hands. To this day, has there ever been a single strike made for his own sake? The village of Konoha, his family, and his younger brother weigh heavily upon his shoulders. With innumerable burdens awaiting his salvation, he is perpetually immersed in a world devoid of respite, relentlessly advancing towards the dream of the shinobi realm. Yet, to describe it thus seems overly grand. He merely clumsily extends his final care to his brother. The notion of fighting for oneself has never crossed his mind. Yet it ignites a fierce flame deep within his soul. His blind left eye cannot impede his stride. For a fleeting moment, Itachi's hands tremble. But then they become resolutely firm. Even if just once, to fight for himself. Itachi then poses a final question, gently closing his eyes. No longer gazing upon the man before him. Why do you choose to heal me? Oh, Chu Feng, what foolishness are you uttering? Chu Fu smiled happily. The responsibility of a physician is indeed paramount. At the heart of the narrative lies the G3 Fortress, a formidable island constructed entirely of steel and circuitry, an assertion that is far from hyperbole. No matter how diligently one scours the maps, one will only uncover a mere reef in this location. The so-called G3 Fortress is a realm wholly comprised of technological edifices, housing the most remarkable yet terrifying scientists of the world government, among them, the prodigious Vegapunk. From a young age, Vegapunk exhibited extraordinary creativity. Wielding technological prowess that astounded the world, his value to the world government arguably eclipses that of certain admirals. Yet, amidst the tranquility of this island, an unsettling presence looms. Luffy. This genius scientist appeared abruptly 3 years ago on the island of Luma in the East Sea, despite his underwhelming physique, which stands in stark contrast to his advanced intellect. He dons a loose-fitting lab coat and immerses himself in enigmatic projects that baffle those around him. No one dares to approach him, for although he possesses a terrifying gift, he merely proffers impractical hypotheses, proposals for humanoid strategic weapons that any ordinary individual could pilot, or ultimate weaponry capable of penetrating the entirety of the Red Land in a single strike. He consistently presents ideas that far exceed the manufacturing capabilities of the present day, only to be repeatedly dismissed by the higher echelons of the world government. As of today, their patience has reached its breaking point. They are no longer inclined to squander any more resources on this seemingly futile investment. Thus, that disheartened figure left the G3 fortress, carrying with him an air of forlorn pity, while the researchers mocked his departure, oblivious to the sinister transformation that had overtaken his once gentle visage. Luffy swore to make the world acknowledge who truly is the greatest scientist of all. Chapter 15. The Path to Prosperity with a Scalpel in Hand. Chu Feng donned a large white surgical mask and a pristine white cap, binding the man's previously carefree hair away. The white latex gloves imparted an unspoken pressure, and the faint scent of disinfectant filled the air, evoking an indescribable discomfort. In truth, Chu Feng shared this aversion, yet as a physician, he understood the necessity of prioritizing patient care above personal preferences. Beneath the unforgiving glare of the operating lights lay a man whose life had been steeped in sorrow, Kirito. Without uttering a superfluous word, Li, enveloped in her own thick surgical attire, promptly delivered the instruments the moment Chu Feng extended his hand. The silver blade danced with nimble grace, tracing precise and elegant arcs to create a perfectly measured incision. Understood, Doctor. Years of combat had gradually numbed the once youthful warrior to bloodshed and mortality. Now, he could face the sudden gush of crimson without flinching. As instructed by Chu Feng, he carefully pressed the bleeding wound with tweezers and a sterilized cotton swab. The relentless scarlet flow gradually ebbed. Chu Feng offered his compliments with a calm demeanor, yet his gaze remained unwaveringly fixed upon the patient on the operating table. As a physician, he could not afford to be careless or make mistakes. The surgery proceeded successfully, concluding in approximately half an hour. Naturally, to combat the excruciating pain induced by certain specialized techniques, Chu Feng had opted for general anesthesia from the outset. After all, the sensation of regrowing an eye was far from the enchanting experience one might imagine. With a deep breath, Chu Feng exhaled. This was the first time that Kirito had collaborated with Chu Feng in performing a surgery. Prior to this, Chu Feng had predominantly completed treatments alone. Rather than being an assistant, one might say he had taken on the role of a security guard. How should one articulate this? Surgical procedures are akin to dancing on the edge of a blade, endowed with powers beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. They possess a profound understanding of the fragility of life. Thus, the scalpel wielded in the pursuit of healing must be terrifyingly precise. Although Kirito had never partaken in surgical operations, he instinctively perceived that Chu Feng was of an entirely different caliber than the average physician. This enigma, even in the practice of medicine, he remains a figure of unattainable excellence. Conversely, it seemed that Ling Bo was quite adept, perhaps having undergone specialized training in this area. Speaking of which, now that the surgery has concluded, where has that rascal Chu Feng disappeared to? Kirito turned to Ling Bo, inquiring about the whereabouts of their doctor. Ling Bo shook his head, stating, "I do not know." Well, it seems I was naive to expect any revelations from this iceberg. Certainly, Chu Feng would not venture out aimlessly merely out of boredom. Ahem, the true purpose of his wanderings is rather straightforward. Funding. Up to this point, the financial resources of Chu Feng and his companions are solely derived from the bounty they earned prior to Tong Ren's joining, and they have now reached a point of living off their past gains. Although a considerable amount of bounty still remains, guided by the wisdom that neglecting long-term concerns invites immediate troubles, Chu Feng wishes to seize the opportunity during Itachi's recovery to earn a little extra income. As for the method, he has already conceived one. Admittedly, charging for medical treatment is a sustainable approach, yet amassing significant wealth in a short period is evidently challenging. When discussing the slave auctions in the New World, it is clear that no place can compare to the Bubble Islands. However, there are indeed many islands with similar illicit organizations. Coincidentally, the island where Chu Feng and his companions currently reside, Golden Kumquat Island, as a stop on the Grand Line, is set to unveil a brand new auction house soon. This news has indeed stirred quite a commotion on the island, especially with the recent spate of disappearances that has left a palpable sense of insecurity, making one feel as though they are constantly pricked by thorns. Yet for Chu Feng, this may not necessarily be a negative development. What? You say he intends to sell slaves? Indeed, you are correct. However, may I inquire if Chu Feng is the auction house? Dressed in a dapper suit and possessing a rather handsome exterior, Chu Feng gazed at the staff by the entrance with a warm smile. Indeed, esteemed guest, our auction house shall commence its operations this evening, and we hope you will grace us with your presence. The attendant at the door exhibited commendable courtesy, providing Chu Feng with a thorough response to his eager inquiries. Is it the Chu Wind? Chu Feng paused momentarily. Do you accept the sale of slaves here? Chu Feng inquired. The young servant scrutinized him once more, astonished. Who would have thought that such a genteel individual could also be a slave trader? Though he inwardly scoffed, he maintained a facade of enthusiasm. Ah, indeed, sir. No problem at all. However, my employer may wish to inspect the merchandise first. May I inquire where your goods are located? Observing the map that the young man casually produced, even Chufeng could not help but marvel at his professionalism. He hoped for a lucrative transaction. Thus, under the nearly dazed gaze of his counterpart, he pointed a finger towards himself. Under the enchanting veil of night, the sky adorned itself with a tapestry of shimmering stars, akin to precious gems embellishing its resplendent cloak. In the heart of Golden Orange Island, the bustling slave auction house has finally opened its doors. However, if it were merely a grand opening, Sonic would not have taken the trouble to personally greet guests today. Indeed, in his quest to elevate the auction house's prominence, this renowned black merchant of the New World has spared no effort in inviting a celestial dragon to attend. At this moment, Sonic remains in a state of reverie. For with the arrival of Saint Robble, he can already envision the extravagant profits that await. Meanwhile, in the confines of a backstage cage, Chufeng finds himself adorned with a black collar around his neck, his hands shackled by heavy chains. Is that bubble-headed fellow one of the celestial dragons? From the narrow crevice of the curtain, Chufeng could faintly discern the scene outside, while his new neighbor, a spirited young man named Powell, suddenly transformed his long-standing expression of despair due to Chufeng's words. Chufeng, are you out of your mind? Ah, indeed. It seems that panic has ensued. Chapter 16, 10 billion. As you can see, Chufeng, I have changed my mind. It is akin to saying, this morning I shall forego soy milk in favor of milk. However, in this context, it conveys an entirely different sentiment. Those who have been captured to serve as slaves have never done so willingly, and here, it is not a place where one can simply retract their decisions. Do you think this is a space where you can act with impunity? Foolishness. Although I long to respond in such a manner, how could I possibly voice it? The other party is someone who can catch bullets with their bare hands. With a playful tone, Chufeng urged the little spirit to follow closely behind him. Yet, he showed no inclination to halt his pace as he held Powell's small hand, smiling as he approached the radiant entrance of the stage. There shimmered a captivating brilliance unseen by any, a place that symbolized a terrifying inferno beyond imagination, a realm that instilled a profound hesitation to advance. Chufeng opened his eyes as if uttering a fatal incantation, his tone imbued with an undeniable severity that rendered avoidance impossible. The coarse sensation transmitted through his hand instilled a profound sense of reassurance, providing young Powell with boundless courage. It was fearsome and intimidating. Yet he resolutely followed in Chufeng's footsteps, advancing towards the resplendent stage. I bid 50 million berries. The voice of Robert Saint resonated from the prime viewing section, plunging the audience into a chilling silence. No one would be foolish enough to compete with the celestial dragons, for they were inherently superior. Moreover, no rational individual would part with 50 million berries for a mere girl. A low, sinister chuckle emanated from the helmet resembling a spacesuit. And Robert felt he had made the right choice today. While such behavior would undoubtedly be deemed perverted in ordinary society, who in the world would dare utter such words regarding a celestial dragon? An affinity for young girls was hardly an exceptional passion among them. The corpulent figure trembled with excitement. This little girl named Simile surpassed all the toys he had previously acquired. She was truly the epitome of his dreams. This time, he intended to indulge for a few extra days. Upon glimpsing the girl, Powell was overwhelmed with the impulse to rush forward, having just heard the auctioneer's proclamation. Excellent. From the East Blue, Simile has been sold to Robert Saint for 50 million berries. What nonsense! How could they entrust Simile to such a man? Yet, a large hand pressed firmly upon his shoulder. Chufeng discerned the little ghost clearly. The voice of Chufeng resonated once more, extinguishing the fervent passion within the young man that was on the verge of overwhelming him. This is the world you aspire to transform, Chufeng. The Chu-Wins are not merely the arrogant and domineering aristocrats of the world. Following the direction of his pointed finger, countless silent spectators came into Powell's view. They has silently borne witness to all of this for countless centuries. Powell paused in his steps, choosing to remain silent thereafter, despite the circumstances. Do you still wish to transform this world, Chufeng? After a brief silence, the young boy, bowing his head, emitted a deep voice, marking the first utterance from a man of the sea. What just is this, young lad? No longer relying on Chufeng, Powell, trembling yet resolute, took a step forward with sheer determination. The boy witnessed this moment and, undeniably, felt an overwhelming desire to change the world. His youthful shout, tinged with innocence, suddenly captivated the attention of all the spectators, illuminating a previously overlooked dim corner of the stage with an unexpected brilliance. In this manner, Chu Feng revealed a smile for the first time since his escape. He gently tousled the child's hair and then stepped forward, shielding the little one behind him. Chu Feng, you were called Powell, right? The signature smile of the little devil returned to his face once more. Chu Feng appeared utterly unconcerned by the title of world aristocrat. Instead, he was filled with an unusual excitement. Even though he was referred to as a world noble, in an instant, the smiling figure vanished, only to reappear beside the bubble-headed individual in the blink of an eye. The winds of fate can also cast aside even the most formidable of beings with a mere kick. Bang! It was but a gentle collision, reminiscent of a playful jest. Yet it propelled that seemingly corpulent figure far into the distance. The world appeared to descend into silence. For those accustomed to the tumultuous great rout, there exists no excuse for ignorance of true power. However, it is precisely this awareness that breeds trepidation. In this realm, there exists a universally acknowledged law. To provoke the celestial dragons is to invite the relentless pursuit of the Navy admirals. That young man, clad in a tailored suit, would pay an unbearable price for his impulsive act of aggression. Even the onlookers present would inevitably find themselves entangled in the ensuing chaos. No one can withstand the might of an admiral. Stop right there. That individual is. A newspaper, caught within the folds of a map, slipped from his grasp. The man who had just welcomed Chu Feng at the door finally comprehended why he felt such an inexplicable concern for that foolish figure. If there existed anyone in this world capable of disregarding the threat posed by an admiral, it would undoubtedly be the person standing before him. The bounty on this man stands at an astonishing 470 million berries, the nightmarish Chu Feng, without a shadow of a doubt. This individual possesses the power to not merely defeat, but to slay an admiral. Is this the same Chu Feng who is infamous for the events at Nine Snake Island? News of that incident has long been disseminated across various publications. Anyone daring to venture in the New World would be aware of this notorious figure. This is a world-class criminal whom even the Navy headquarters has temporarily ceased pursuing. Oh, Chu Feng, am I already so renowned? His voice lowered, suddenly taking on a terrifying tone. If Chu Feng exposes himself here, it will spell trouble. It seems I have no choice but to eliminate everyone present. Immediately, the entire venue fell into silence. After tidying up his attire, Chu Feng looked at the crowd with a hint of distress. Chu Feng exclaimed, "Shouldn't everyone be fleeing right now? Men, hasten your escape. That creature is here. Where are the Navy? The Navy. Ah, Chu Feng, I almost forgot." With a relaxed demeanor, he waved his hand from a distance behind everyone. Chu Feng conveyed to the Navy that if they wished for the corpulent, pig-like individual to survive, they must prepare a ransom of 10 billion. What? Chapter 17. The target is to sink the warship. Hello. At the Holy Land, Mariejoa, another man with a bubble-like hairstyle, picked up the receiver. Indeed. They are the world aristocrats known as the Celestial Dragons. Is the man Robald Saint? It is regrettable that Chu Feng is not an esteemed figure. A rather frivolous voice emanated from the other end of the phone, and Lord Rosward Saint displayed a countenance of displeasure, even among the Celestial Dragons. Their family status is unparalleled, and never has anyone dared to speak to them in such a flippant manner. The man let out a deep, rumbling grunt from the depths of his throat, undoubtedly a precursor to anger. However, the voice on the other end appeared utterly oblivious to it. Oh, Chu Feng. How petty you are. Is this truly enough to incite your anger? You, youthful celestial dragon, ought to grasp the gravity of the present circumstances. This remark is evidently laced with genuine ire. For Lord Losward, it is an essential duty of an elder celestial dragon to occasionally impart lessons to the younger generation. It is imperative that one maintains a proper respect for their elders. The voice on the other end of the phone was nearly laughing, perceiving him as a pitiable jester. Just as Losward was about to lose his temper and unleash a torrent of curses, the words that came through the line brought him back to a state of calm. My name is Chu Feng. Esteemed Saint Rosward, you may not have heard of me, but that is not the crux of the matter. The voice from the phone momentarily paused, then abruptly grew solemn. If you do not obediently deliver the ransom of 10 billion, I can no longer guarantee the safety of that corpulent man, Robert. What do you mean, sir? Thus it is with Chu Feng. For further details, you may inquire with your representative on Golden Orange Island. Farewell. The phone bug fell silent once more, yet the expression on Lord Wod's face tightened considerably. If he had not misheard, there were indeed reports of the celestial dragons being abducted on the Grand Line. Bring me the naval headquarters, he bellowed, hurling the telephone far from him, his voice echoing with indignation as he chastised his subordinates. I must speak with Sengoku. How can this group of inept fools who only know how to wield swords and guns, possibly be managing their duties. In the division of the Employment Stabilization Office, the vast auction house now appeared desolate. With only Chu Feng seated at the center of the stage, listlessly savoring exquisite wines originally intended for auction. For such rare treasures to fall into his hands was indeed a misfortune for them. He typically tossed back half a bottle with nary a thought, completely oblivious to the intricacies of its flavor, let alone the wine that spilled around him. Any reasonable person witnessing his reckless consumption of wines valued in the tens of millions of berries would undoubtedly exclaim at his profligacy. With a chuckle, Chu Feng shook the nearly lifeless Robble beside him, yet received no response, for the latter had long since lost consciousness. After all, that untrained body had directly endured a kick from Chu Feng. Had he not intentionally held back, this fellow would have been beyond salvation by now. With a light smile, Chu Feng took another generous swig of fine wine, casting aside the remaining bottles with a casual flick. His decision to assist that young lad had indeed been a spur-of-the-moment whim, but on another level, Chu Feng harbored his own aspirations. How much could he fetch if he were to sell himself? A young male slave typically starts at a bid of 400,000, and although he considered himself rather striking, his ultimate gain would likely not exceed 1,000,000 berries. This thought stirred a tinge of envy within him towards the bounty hunters, whose single endeavors could yield returns over 100-fold. Of course, there remained the possibility that one might meet their demise at sea. The advancement of humanity is often rooted in greed. This notion holds a modicum of truth, for at that moment, upon spotting a celestial dragon amidst the throng, a wild scheme began to take shape in his somewhat unhinged mind. Celestial dragons are indeed detestable, arrogant, ruthless, and some even possess certain unacceptable quirks. However, there is one commendable trait: they are never in debt. For the celestial dragons, money is merely a figure. Even the youngest among them wield financial resources that far surpass those of ordinary billionaires. They lack for nothing, and thus, they never owe a thing. Therefore, is not the abduction of a celestial dragon to extort a ransom the swiftest route to wealth? It requires no initial investment, yet promises unimaginable returns. Is there a more advantageous venture than this? In a moment of whimsy, as he reveled in his triumph, he playfully patted the comatose pig beside him. Thanks to you, Chu Feng, this time, the line has been drawn for the great battle. Admiral Carp, we have arrived. Carp, I understand. 100 billion berries. In contrast to Chu Feng's frenzied greed, Carp could only manage a bitter smile, for the celestial dragons had shockingly acquiesced to his demands with even greater madness. Soon, the celestial dragon's fleet would arrive, and they would exchange ransom for the life of Robble. Carp muttered under his breath, what a bothersome group. He then issued an order, informing the entire fleet that we would be landing at a port distinct from the scientific forces, with our target being directly the auction house. At the same moment, on the opposite side of the island, Carito and his companions finally sensed that something was amiss. An increasing number of Navy personnel gathered near the auction house, while at the main port, a peculiar group of individuals began to systematically destroy all vessels in their path. Hey, if the ships are gone, we'll be in serious trouble. Is Itachi part of the Navy? Dressed in a black ceremonial robe, Itachi stood solemnly to one side, gazing out the window, where a panicked crowd began to frantically move towards the center of the island. No matter the circumstances, Chu Feng must first prevent them from damaging the ship. Does Itachi need assistance? Without turning his gaze, he quietly observed everything on the island, his eyes exceptionally clear. Looking at the recently healed patient, Carito silently nodded. All right. I will return to the shore with Miss Lingbo to protect the vessel, while I ask you to handle all the warships at sea. Itachi was more than willing to oblige. Chapter 18. The activation of the Sharingan. This was not a port, and there were hardly any children frolicking here. Itachi took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and stepped forward quietly. The azure waters warmed under the sun's embrace, filling the air with a peculiar scent that compelled one to delve deeper. Another step forward, the water gradually became deeper, almost reaching his ankles now. Having transitioned from merely wetting his shoes, Itachi's expression remained unchanged, even hastening his pace, as if bidding farewell to his past self. Without looking back, the distant waterline soared high, resembling a flying fish as it sliced through the surface, and in an instant, the dark red cloud-adorned robe was no longer visible upon the vast blue sea. Uchiha Itachi, a name that seemed to embody pain, division, sacrifice, and misfortune from the moment it emerged. Once standing at the pinnacle of the shinobi world, he now raced across the sea, driven by the burden of illness and guilt towards his brother. The path he traversed was destined to be stained with blood, yet this time, a faint smile graced his lips. This time, he fought for himself. Soon, The warships in the distance revealed themselves. This small island shall be protected by me. From the Navy's perspective, the warships had drifted quite far from the shore. From the vessel's perspective, the small island known as Kumquat Island was barely discernible. What a bother, the man muttered, retreating here only to go back and retrieve that group of ruffians. A young man, clad in a lab coat, idly gazed at the distant island. Those fellows are a pursuit squad created by Dr. Vegapunk. How could anything go awry? The man laughed heartily. They will undoubtedly fall to technology that is 500 years ahead. Amidst this relaxed atmosphere, the ship's alarm suddenly blared. It was the biological radar detecting a living target approaching, and anything captured by such a device was undoubtedly an adversary that required engagement. Who is it? Is the sentry asleep? How could they not notice the approaching vessel? The man prepared for battle, suspecting the enemy might be underwater. Cannon crew, prepare to attack. The young man, drenched in sweat within his protective suit, also felt anxious about the unusual situation. But I can't see where the enemy ship is. Wait. Something is approaching the surface. The young man seemed to have found something. A figure resembling a squad leader, his face obscured by a thick gas mask. Let out a long sigh, revealing his relief. The man issued a warning, stating that they would attack if it came any closer. The young man instinctively responded to the officer's command, but soon, the sentry was taken aback by what lay before him. What is that? The man queried. What now? Seemingly dissatisfied with his subordinates, he reflected that if it weren't for the biological radar's alarm, the enemy ship would have brazenly entered attack range. And they would have remained oblivious. Captain, it appears there is only one person on the enemy's side. His voice trembled slightly, and he is running across the water. The man exclaimed, What did you say? Snatching the binoculars from the young man, the captain sought to witness firsthand the spectacle of the individual racing across the sea. With astonishing speed, intricate hand seals were formed, and before they could comprehend the actions of the newcomer, he inhaled deeply and unleashed a torrent towards the warship. What seemed like a child's play had dire consequences that elicited no laughter. Fire release, great fire annihilation. The flames, unlike anything humanity had ever conceived, erupted from the center, expanding into a colossal fireball exceeding 20 meters in diameter. As the lethal force detached from its creator, trailing a long tail of flame towards the warship. Everyone understood the impending doom. All hands, be alert. The enemy possesses a fire wielder. The panicked cries over the communication device hinted at the misfortune engulfing the warship now cloaked in flames. Without hesitation, all remaining warships simultaneously directed their firepower toward the towering inferno. Survival became impossible. Rather than mourn, it would be wiser to seize the opportunity to eliminate their foe. A single blow to sink the enemy vessel. Unlike the antiquated mountain cannons of old, this fleet, crafted by Vegapunk himself, boasted unimaginable firepower, achieving 270 coverage. Most of their weapons were cutting-edge experimental products, including several ships capable of firing laser cannons. Boom. The explosion from the fireball had yet to subside when a new wave of detonation further stirred the ocean into chaos. The waters surged violently, and amidst the brilliant explosions, the entire sea appeared to boil with a fiery hue. Did we eliminate them? Smoke enveloped the remnants of the warship under such relentless onslaught. No one could hope to escape. Even a rear admiral could not evade destruction if ensnared within that encirclement. A chilling roar echoed, almost as if emanating from the very bones of the fallen. As the smoke finally cleared, a translucent red half-bodied warrior emerged in the eyes of the onlookers. Within the terrifying red giant's abdomen, a man clad in a black robe adorned with red clouds finally came fully into view of the fleet. Sharingan, activate. His eyes widened, revealing the alluring yet sinister four-pointed pinwheel for the first time in this oceanic realm. Kaleidoscope Sharingan, the division of King's Mr. Chufeng. Mr. Chufeng. A breathless figure burst into the auction house, and Chufeng, of course, did not impede him. The middle-aged man, clutching a check, nearly stumbled as he approached Chufeng. Mr. Chufeng, here is the 10 billion berries you requested. Please take a look. Bowing deeply, he presented the piece of paper. But Chufeng merely smiled brightly and accepted the check worth 10 billion berries. Chufeng, a masterful negotiator, remarked with a flourish, You may take that fellow away, gesturing towards the incapacitated Robald, who lay on the ground in a state of half-consciousness. Chufeng, until we meet again. With that, Chufeng gracefully leapt upwards, landing on the rooftop of the building. Kapu, I advise you to remain still for the time being. At the entrance, another guest appeared, an imposing middle-aged man radiating strength. The Ice Age, Kapu declared. From this moment on, it is just the three of us. The elder's voice took on a somber tone. Of course, the one who ultimately escapes is certainly not you. With a light chuckle, Chufeng mused, Admiral Carp? He unconsciously shifted his body, a motion that had nearly become second nature to him since embarking on the journey with Chu Feng. Strange occurrences have nearly numbed Tong Ren's senses. At this point, even if someone were to inform him that God was soundly beaten by Buddha yesterday, he would hardly be astonished. After all, it merely entails the presence of an additional individual aboard the vessel. Who are you, Chu Feng? Oh no. Luo Yi retreated in a state of panic, utterly bewildered by the recent events that had transpired before him. He yearned for clarity. At the very least, to comprehend the situation before meeting his fate. Luo Yi, I am Luo Yi. I am a scientist. He seemed to be rallying his own spirits. Or perhaps engaging in a fervent form of self-hypnosis. The man named Luo Yi was on the verge of tears, yet he relentlessly sought the answers to his questions. Before you take my life, please tell me why that girl was able to walk in the air. I beg you. Chu Feng, huh? I have no recollection of ever expressing a desire to eliminate him. Just as Kirito was pondering this question, he was drawn away by another matter. Reflecting on the fervent admiration this fellow held for Ling Bo's abilities. Be it field and similar concepts, I suppose. In truth, the Black Swordsman possesses merely a superficial understanding, having gleaned fragmentary information through casual conversation with a doctor, without ever delving deeply into this realm of knowledge. Be it field. You say? Such an answer evidently fails to satisfy the scientist. In an instant, the despair that had previously etched itself upon his face dissipated, and he surged towards Kirito, fervently shaking his shoulders. Is the field a force field? What kind of force field is it? Does it involve magnetic induction, or is it merely an external force? What about the reaction force? What are its maximum limits? Are there experimental data indicating the maximum output per square meter? Please, enlighten me. Kirito, for heaven's sake. Let me go. After being shaken by a stranger for what felt like an eternity, Kirito's patience finally waned. For an ordinary person, the extraordinary strength he currently possessed was beyond imagination, allowing him to easily free himself from the grasp of this seemingly frail scholar. By the way, you still haven't answered my question. Kirito distanced himself from the eccentric individual, steering the conversation back on course. Where on earth did you suddenly appear from? I hail from the World Government Scientific Research Institute, replied Loy. Yet, for reasons unknown, upon mentioning this topic, the man appeared as though his very soul had been siphoned away by some malevolent sorcerer, retreating to a corner and drawing circles in despair. What on earth is the situation with this fellow? With such developments unfolding, even Kirito felt a profound sense of helplessness. Tap. The sound of wooden clogs striking the deck rang out. Without needing to turn around, he merely tilted his head slightly. Has Chu Feng returned? The peculiar figure clad in wooden clogs seems to be the only one on this island. Itachi has successfully completed his mission. Without uttering a word, he quietly sought a spot on the deck to rest, then sat silently, observing the situation. Kirito, have you decided to embark on this journey together? Itachi nodded, his dark eyes gazing at the young boy before him, and he revealed a rare, gentle smile. I too wish to live for myself, he expressed. Is that so, Kirito? With hands on his hips, Kirito closed his eyes and nodded, returning a warm smile in kind. From this day forth, Kirito would be regarded as a companion. He gradually approached Itachi and extended his right hand. Although Kirito's medical expertise seemed rather dubious, his skills were undeniably impressive. Slightly taken aback, Itachi naturally extended his right hand in response. Pleasure to meet you. A familiar sound of landing echoed once more, but this time, it was accompanied by an even more recognizable voice. I have returned, dear friends. As the scene shifts, Kirito exclaims, how could you have ever conceived of such a peculiar method of earning money by selling yourself? Behind this modestly swift vessel, a solitary warship has commenced its pursuit. Propelled by Carp and Akiji, although neither of them is currently aboard. Having been inspired by his predecessor, Chu Feng shyly scratched his head. In order to expedite his recovery, after consuming the concoction he had specially prepared, he could presently do little more than recline to one side. Chu Feng, or perhaps it should be the junior. Kirito. You unfortunate soul, have you truly found yourself entangled with the celestial dragons in the end? Upon observing the displeasure in Chu Feng's expression, he delivered a light reprimand. To his surprise, the other party pouted, resembling a child expressing grievances over a father's admonition. However, at this juncture, Chu Feng suddenly became animated. With utmost seriousness, he retrieved a pristine check from the pocket of his trousers. Thanks to that celestial dragon, Chu Feng has managed to earn 10 billion berries. Oh, Kirito, you foolish doctor. Now, why don't you teach me how to escape from the pursuing warship? It seems that it has been far too long since I have witnessed such candid exchanges. And today, Itachi has laughed more times than in the entirety of his previous decade. Therefore, Itachi, allow me to take care of this. He rose to his feet, his black robe adorned with crimson clouds giving off an aura of unfathomable mystery. Chu Feng, then I shall trouble you. Without the slightest courtesy toward newcomers. Chu Feng waved his hand dismissively, as if bidding farewell to a weasel setting off for battle. Kirito, you bastard. This mess is entirely of your own making, isn't it? You incompetent fool of a doctor. The gentleman known as Chu Feng, who is meticulous about details, cannot grow tall, can he, Kirito? He cannot grow tall. I truly feel sorry to be the shortest on the entire ship now. The atmosphere on the ship was unremarkable. Indeed, we paid little heed to it. As the door to the cabin was closed, the world filled with laughter seemed to be cut off from us. You didn't say much. Simply making your way to the stern of the vessel. Not far behind our small boat, a naval warship was swiftly approaching, its speed far exceeding ours. Chu Feng. Remember to dodge. With a slight closing of his eyes, he suddenly opened his right eye. The kaleidoscope Sharingan activated. A suffocating aura began to spread, as if a terrifying demon had finally broken free from its seal. Amaterasu. Pitch-black flames, ominous and ghostly, exuding an unsettling scent. Likewise, that dark figure seemed to absorb all light. A bystander, trembling violently, struggled to grasp the phone bug before him. A man clad in a major's uniform had never felt so utterly flustered as he did at this moment. The sea is on fire. Chapter 20. An unexpected visitor. The Navy stationed on the Grand Line would likely be disheartened, for Chu Feng, who had just committed a heinous crime, seemed to have no intention of continuing his journey along the Grand Line at that moment, instead inexplicably vanishing from everyone's sight. Well, due to the great currents created by the Creator, this path brimming with countless dreams had become one that could only advance, never retreat. Thus, no one could have anticipated where Chu Feng and his crew had gone after leaving the small island, as their demon-laden vessel vanished from view. In the calm belt. On a certain day, Kirito, I say, undeniably, nearly a millennium of life experience had endowed Chu Feng with considerable transformative abilities. Though the ship brought from Amazon Lily could indeed navigate the calm belt, its speed left much to be desired. Therefore, under the craftsmanship of the demon, a contraption resembling a bicycle was installed, connecting the pedals chained to the ship's side paddle wheels. Consequently, the speed of the ship would change in accordance with the pedaling pace. As for why it was designed in this most ergonomically suitable form for humans, it could only be attributed to someone's twisted sense of humor. Kirito, why am I the only one pedaling? Kirito's roar echoed far and wide. The vastness of the ocean is truly boundless. As Kirito pedaled furiously, he harbored a glimmer of hope, albeit a minuscule one. While casting his gaze towards the other side of the cabin, disillusioned by the integrity of a certain doctor, he pondered aloud, would anyone truly consent to such a thing? With no one willing to extend a helping hand, Kirito felt compelled to shift the conversation. The audacious plan proposed by the doctor left him feeling utterly helpless. Setting aside whether it could indeed come to fruition, we are currently branded as the most wanted criminals in the world, far exceeding the notoriety of ordinary pirates. Are you certain that anyone would permit us to disembark? Chufu, there is no need to worry about this matter. Just moments ago, the ever-focused Chufu turned around almost simultaneously as Tongren finished his inquiry, extending the legendary thumbs up. The Jiushi of Tongren are indeed a people who cherish gratitude and reciprocity. How is it that Tongren suddenly perceived a call? Chu Feng, I am addressing you again, you scoundrel doctor. The azure waters of the Chu River are indeed captivating. Taguro. Remember this, she said, as the division line for borrowing from the esteemed lady unfolded. On Nine Snake Island, in Nine Snake City, Bailey Vi, quietly savoring her breakfast, felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Frowning, her right hand unconsciously tightened around the wide-brimmed noble hat that lay beside her, set aside during the meal. She longed to express her thoughts, but noticed that her elder sister, Queen Fiona, was equally troubled. Bailey Vi, Sister Fiona, she murmured, shaking her head, as Fiona chose to remain silent. The sisters, though drastically different in temperament, left a distinct impression due to their contrasting interests and attire since childhood. However, in terms of appearance, they bore a remarkable resemblance as twins, sharing an inexplicable telepathic bond. A soft cough broke the silence, drawing Bailey Vi's attention to Fiona's pale complexion. Sister Bailey Vi, she exclaimed, hastening around the table to gently support Fiona's back. Are you all right, sister? Should I summon a physician? I am fine, Fiona replied, her voice weak. Ever since the incident with the blue-eyes white dragon, her health had steadily declined. The royal physicians had conducted detailed examinations, yet they remained powerless against her affliction. As an ordinary person, Fiona struggled against the torment of illness, yet as queen, she tirelessly dedicated herself to the affairs of Nine Snake. Without a miracle, it seemed hopeless. The royal physician had once told her so, leading her to cease consultations thereafter, unwilling to squander her remaining days on futile endeavors. "Your Majesty," a messenger suddenly burst into Fiona's chamber, yet neither the queen nor the national protector expressed anger. Such actions by Nine Snake's female warriors were never without cause. "It's bad news. The ship we sent to Lord Chufeng, what happened to the ship?" Fiona's pupils dilated sharply, interrupting the messenger's report. "It seems he has returned." "What?" This time, Bailey Vi felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. The harbinger of chaos had returned? Just days prior, news had emerged of him extorting the celestial dragons. "Follow me to the port," Fiona commanded abruptly, rising to her feet. Her hair cascaded over her forehead, concealing her expression, yet there was no trace of weakness left in her demeanor. It was anger and indignation towards the villain who threatened to drag Nine Snake into the flames of war. Without hesitation, Bailey Vi secured her beloved twin blades at her waist, silently trailing her elder sister. For the sake of Nine Snake, even if it meant confronting a man wanted by the world, they must fight. "Is this how one is welcomed?" Taguro grumbled, standing alongside Chufeng at the prow of the ship. Their arrival met with a multitude of fierce warriors wielding bows and arrows, poised for attack. "Quite unexpected, I assent it. Perhaps we should have sought another way? The spirit of Chufeng is waning. I have no desire to consume Sea Kings any longer. I implore you to gather supplies diligently on the island." Due to the significant incident orchestrated by Chufeng on Golden Orange Island, the originally planned procurement of supplies has been entirely derailed. Throughout this journey, fruits and the final vegetables were seized by Chufeng and entrusted to Lingbo, leaving the group of men to resort to the arduous task of capturing Sea Kings for sustenance. Kirito's observation holds merit. The atmosphere instantly became charged with familiar tension, heralded by that well-known feminine voice. "I am Fiona, the Queen of Nine Snake Island, Ekrin Reed Fiona." Behind the queen, her loyal guards stood poised for battle. "I stand here representing the warriors of Nine Snake. My hand is already on the hilt of my sword." Even though Bailwei had witnessed the terrifying prowess of the man before her, she had no reason to retreat. "Ready for battle?" "As you wish. Fiona welcomes your return," Kirito exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 21. A suitable voyage. At this moment, in stark contrast to the Nine Snake warriors, Chufeng and his companions, invited into Nine Snake City, were leisurely indulging in the island's unique delicacies. For Lingbo and Itachi, their manners were relatively modest, yet the remaining three displayed the demeanor of famished souls reborn. "The fervent hospitality of Chufeng is truly exasperating, isn't it, Fiona?" Chufeng expressed his gratitude, remarking that it would certainly be more persuasive if one refrained from speaking with a massive crab claw in their mouth. "As for Fiona, the last time you assisted us in addressing the hidden dangers of the Blue Eyes White Dragon, I hadn't yet found the opportunity to convey my thanks." "Is that so, Chufeng?" He appears somewhat bashful as he shyly scratches his head. "In truth, I am not as formidable as you perceive, dear Fiona. Please, do not say such things. You have truly alleviated a significant burden for us." Seated at the opposite end of the long table, Fiona beamed with warmth, delicately sipping a glass of champagne. Showing no trace of her earlier ailment, Bailey sat beside her, wide-eyed and incredulous, unable to fathom how the crown princess, who had been so gravely ill that very morning, could appear so vibrant now. Clearing his throat, Bailey hesitated, feeling somewhat awkward broaching the subject, as it was indeed sensitive given its relation to the state. "The royal physician advised that it is unwise for you to indulge in excessive alcohol at this time." Fiona, however, reassured him with a gentle shake of her head, expressing, "I feel much better now." Yet, Bailey remained concerned. With a careless gesture, Chufeng wiped his hands on the napkin, and then reached out with his greasy fingers to rest upon Fiona's delicate wrist. "Miss Fiona, are you feeling unwell?" Bailwei released your grip, without the slightest hesitation. The ominous spider blade was unsheathed, nearly striking that oil-stained palm. There is something utterly bothersome about those who seize the opportunity to take advantage, is there not? Bailwei could not tolerate such frivolous men who dared to exploit the princess's vulnerability. "Fiona is fine, Bailwei, please put down the blade." Surprisingly, Fiona appeared unfazed, her smile unwavering. But for Bailwei, that was not the case. "Chufeng, do not be anxious. Despite my appearance, I am indeed a physician of considerable skill." Chufeng spoke with remarkable composure, his expression exuding a persuasive charm. However, how could one possibly trust him before clearing away the pudding clinging to the corner of his mouth? Kirito, indulging in the same gluttonous feast, cast a disinterested glance at the situation before him and resumed his culinary battle, fully aware that such trivial matters could hardly disturb someone like Chu Feng. Nevertheless, Carito acknowledged the doctor's commendable medical skills, offering at least a modicum of support as a companion. Indeed, he was quite adept at healing. The words of the black swordsman only deepened Bolivi's hesitation. According to the royal physician, her elder sister's condition was exceedingly dire. Perhaps her sister believed she was concealing her ailment well, but as a twin, how could Bolivi remain oblivious to it? They had reached a point where further delay was untenable. Yet, witnessing her sister's tireless dedication to the 9 serpents each day, Bolivi struggled to find a reason to persuade her to temporarily relinquish her duties and take a period of rest. After all, Queen Fiona was pursuing her own ideals, which were also Bolivi's aspirations, to safeguard the 9 serpents and nothing more. If the seemingly unreliable doctor could indeed heal her sister, Bolivi was prepared to accept any price for that outcome. Shifting her gaze toward Chu Feng, she scrutinized this seemingly unremarkable man. "Do you possess a medical license?" she inquired. Carito, unable to contain himself, erupted in laughter, making a sound akin to spitting out a piece of rib. Chu Feng was resolutely preparing for the examination, displaying no semblance of embarrassment as he responded with an air of confidence. As the pleasantries of the banquet came to an end, Fiona, with a directness that was disarming, finally spoke up after exchanging cordialities with the others present. "Dear Chu Feng, our primary purpose for this visit is to inquire about an island." "Fiona, is that truly the case?" After her initial astonishment, Fiona swiftly regained her composure. "May I ask, what kind of island is it?" Upon hearing this, the individuals present exchanged several awkward glances. Just as Fiona was about to continue her questioning, Chu Feng provided a surprisingly standard response. "What we truly seek, Chu Feng, is an island suitable for navigation." After numerous explanations and the provision of fundamental data on various islands by the expert, Loy, Queen Fiona fell into a brief contemplation before breaking into a radiant smile. "Fiona, I believe I have discerned the island you are in search of," she declared. "Is that true, Loy?" Loy was the first to burst into laughter. "Oh my goodness, let us commence at once." "The greatest masterpiece of Lord Loy," Fiona replied, "certainly. To the west of 9 serpents, approximately 1 to 2 hours away, lies an uninhabited island named Osiris. It is a rare flat island within the windless zone. At a normal walking pace, it would take about half a day to circumnavigate it, making it a delightful small island indeed." Chu Feng, with a habitual gesture, raised his thumb, his smile radiating joy akin to that of others. "Thank you so much, Chu Feng," Fiona said. "Oh, it's nothing," she replied. For the first time, gazing at the unfamiliar man's smiling face, Her Majesty felt a slight difficulty in breathing, her cheeks flushing with an unusual hue due to mild hypoxia. Fiona was delighted to be of assistance. She turned slightly, needing to lean against the chair to maintain her balance. "Is something wrong with my elder sister? Is her condition worsening?" Bolivia pondered with concern. Chapter 22. This is unscientific look. From the bow of the ship, one could see a small island gradually revealing its outline at the horizon where sea meets sky. The only aspect of this maritime journey that brought satisfaction was perhaps the unparalleled beauty of the sunrise over the ocean. The azure waters, basking in the first light of day, sparkled brilliantly, as if the entire world had been immersed in a sea of blue. Chufu and everyone, turning back, I bellow loudly towards the direction of the cabin. The windswept shores of our journey's initial destination beckon us. For the inhabitants of Java, the sight of a vessel arriving from the sea is indeed a rarity. This is the very heart of the doldrums, far removed from the illustrious trade routes and the oceans beyond. Even the most intrepid slave traders, mindful of their expenses, would seldom venture to this remote locale. Nonetheless, remnants of shipwrecks occasionally wash ashore. Yet, the vessel approaching the coast now is a fully intact ship, a sight more extraordinary than the island's own puppeteer lions. Thus, akin to a triumphant general returning from conquest, a throng of jubilant onlookers converges at the harbor, exuberantly waving to the distant arrival. "Greetings, everyone. Thank you all for your hard work." Without a hint of embarrassment or awkwardness, Chufeng warmly waved to the welcoming crowd. In contrast, Carito found himself unable to maintain the gentle demeanor of Itachi or the unyielding composure of Lingbo. Instead, he could only offer a silly smile and awkwardly greet the unfamiliar faces before him. "By the way, do you think that historical texts could be found on such an island?" Carito inquired, leaning closer to Chufeng. Maintaining his expression, he lowered his voice to a whisper, audible only to the two of them. After all, the study of historical texts is strictly forbidden by the world government. And it is precisely for this reason that Chufeng is being pursued. What do you mean, Chu Feng? Chu Feng suddenly erupted into an exaggerated fit of laughter. The history of Chu Feng is often set on desolate islands. The presence of individuals tends to lead to discovery, does it not? The world government has long since arrived to confiscate such treasures. With a heavy hand, Kirito slapped his face, unable to maintain his smile any longer. The belief that the doctor had come ashore solely for diligent work was indeed sweet. Of course, if one were to calculate by age. Kirito had yet to reach the legal drinking age. However, in these vast waters, it is likely that few would concern themselves with such matters. Approaching. With a conspicuous longsword slung across his back, the subtle aura of sharpness hinted that it was not merely a decorative piece. This is a realm where strength reigns supreme. Kirito, dear uncle, truly struggled with the art of drinking. He watched as Chu Feng and the middle-aged man downed their drinks with ease, seemingly simpler than quenching one's thirst. Attempting to mimic them, Kirito took a gulp, only to witness the young lad babbling nonsensically. Was there anything peculiar about this island? Raising his cup, Kirito, salivating and in a daze, still did not forget the purpose of their gathering. How responsible the crew was. Kirito pondered, perhaps concerning the massive, unyielding rocks that surrounded them. Ah, good man, he laughed. Do you wish to embark on an adventure? Chu Feng, disregarding the objections of those involved, continued to speak while affectionately tousling Tong Ren's short hair. Chu Feng, my child possesses but a few interests. Oh, how delightful. Your son is truly adorable. Is it the wind of Chu? The man chuckled, his face glowing with a hint of intoxication as he leaned closer. Though this island may harbor no extraordinary mysteries, it is said that deep within the jungle resides a peculiar creature known as the ragdoll lion. Is it the Chu Wind lion? Indeed. That creature is quite a ferocious being. Although it resembles an ordinary lion, it is significantly larger in stature. The uncle stretched out his arms vigorously, deliberately elongating his words, seemingly to emphasize the lion's impressive size. Furthermore, that fellow can unleash fierce flames from its mouth. Is this true? How could one be interested in such matters in a place like this? It seems that after indulging in drink, one still reveals their childlike nature. I shall seek it out immediately. With this declaration, he set down his cup, adjusted the strap of his interpreter, and with a swift dash, vanished through the window like the wind. Are you in such a hurry that you couldn't even use the door? The man chuckled. What a charming child indeed. Indeed. The atmosphere is lively. A toast to the gentleman in charge. May I have another drink, please? In the midst of the verdant forest. Kirito meandered with a slightly tipsy demeanor, utterly disoriented by the identical foliage that surrounded him. One might wonder if a drunken soul could ever recognize his own waywardness. Unbeknownst to him, in the shadows concealed by the dense thicket, a formless silhouette lurked silently, equipped with sharp claws and a feline structure that allowed it to move stealthily. Even when preparing to pounce, its tawny fur blended seamlessly with the jungle, embodying the essence of its royal authority. With razor-sharp teeth, one could easily envision the countless prey that had succumbed to its merciless grip. As it lay in wait, its gaze fixated on the dark-clad man not far away, an ideal target for its next meal. Kirito, where are you, plush lion? He called out, oblivious to the impending danger. Just at that moment, as the man turned his back and continued to shout, the creature sprang forth, propelled by its powerful hind legs, releasing a fearsome roar. Woof, woof. Something felt amiss. Aware of the unfolding events, Kirito turned to face the creature, a being scarcely taller than his calf. They locked eyes, both bewildered by the encounter. What a jest! A swift kick sent the creature tumbling away, completely contradicting the image of a majestic lion he had anticipated. TCH, there must be a mistake, he mused, disregarding the plush sensation beneath his feet as he resumed his exploration. Kirito, plush lion, stop hiding. Come out now, he shouted. With a furious roar, the peculiar being, previously sent flying by Kirito, suddenly materialized into a towering figure over 5 meters tall. Were it not for its immense stature, one might have mistaken it for a lion. Roar. Its wrathful bellow not only threatened the human who had just kicked it, but also lamented the moment it had forgotten to transform. Kirito, you are the one. Yet, contrary to expectations, Kirito displayed no trace of fear. Instead, his once mature eyes sparkled with golden stars of excitement. Roar, bang, thud, thump, wail. The vast disparity in their combat prowess led the king of the jungle to concede defeat with remarkable swiftness. Chapter 23. Pray tell, are you my master? Did you truly retrieve it, Chu Feng? Observing the remorseful expression on Kirito's face, Chu Feng felt a twinge of pity for the plush lion. which was evidently battered yet remained in its original form. The tear-filled eyes evoked a profound sense of compassion. More significantly, how could someone as small and endearing as this creature be subjected to such treatment by Kirito? By the time Kirito regained his senses, he was already crouched beside it. Perhaps in a moment of reflection, with a soft click of his tongue, Chu Feng uttered no further words, yet his gaze, imbued with a predatory intensity, clearly regarded Kirito with an appraising eye. Kirito, he possesses the ability to transform. You know? With a TSK, Chu Feng exhibited no intention of forgiveness. Kirito, you scoundrel. He turned and, without hesitation, delivered a sharp kick to the face of the adorable little lion. The interpreter behind him had already unsheathed his weapon halfway. Kirito, transform for me. As if struck by some fatal terror, the lion, evidently recalling unpleasant memories, instantaneously reverted to its towering form, exceeding 5 meters in height. Yet, this was clearly inside a bar. Gazing at the gaping hole in the ceiling, Chu Feng felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Surely, he would have to compensate for this damage. Kirito was indeed a plush lion. There had long been a legend on the island that the sudden disappearance of livestock was due to being devoured by a plush lion dwelling in the jungle. The absence of any commotion was attributed to the lion's overwhelming power. Could it be that he had truly subdued such a legendary beast? Despite his disbelief that the frail youth possessed such strength, the creature, obedient as a dog, stood vividly before him. Sir, Mr. Chu Feng, the middle-aged man, who had been drinking alongside Chu Feng, finally regained his senses. He was utterly astonished to discover that you and your companion possessed such formidable abilities. The Chu Wind is nothing remarkable, merely a stuffed toy. As for men, it is quite simple. The middle-aged man hesitated somewhat, and the others in the bar fell silent. Sir, did you notice upon your arrival on the island? The number of people here is astonishing. Ah, Chu Feng, indeed, your words resonate with me. Although I initially sensed a certain dissonance upon my arrival, it was not until a middle-aged man elucidated the matter that I became acutely aware of it. Given the current popularity of the bar scene and the bustling crowds at the docks, it is evident that this small island must have surpassed its maximum capacity. The situation is rather peculiar. This island, known as Java, possesses characteristics that set it apart from any other isle. The southern region is strictly off-limits, not due to towering cliffs or treacherous reefs, but rather, it conceals a passage leading to a smaller island intricately linked to Java. Remarkably, this passage remains submerged beneath the ocean's surface, surfacing only during low tide, which typically occurs between 2 and 5 in the afternoon. This smaller island is named Blue Bay. The reason for the overcrowding on Java Island is that the inhabitants of Blue Bay have temporarily sought refuge here. This is due to the antics of 2 mischievous children who have been frolicking on their island. While this may seem an inconsequential justification, it was relayed verbatim from the elder, who, albeit somewhat awkwardly, shared that these 2 youngsters had inadvertently destroyed over half of the island's landmass through their brawling. Such alarming children. However, what piques Chu Feng's interest is the peculiar descriptions of these 2 children by the island's residents, which he finds even more discordant. After traversing the land bridge connecting the 2 islands, Chu Feng and Tongren swiftly arrived at their destination. The island known as Blue Bay curves gracefully, resembling a beautiful arc akin to the moon. Tongren, as usual, engages in his work concerning the children. Oh, Chu Feng, does this imply that Kirito possesses considerable experience? Kirito has been well, as he received 1 or 2 similar commissions regarding finding missing children shortly after arriving here. Had Chu Feng ever encountered such destructive power? In an instant, his eyes sharpened, and Kirito unsheathed the enchanted sword from his back without a moment's hesitation. A crisp sound echoed, followed by an unexpected explosion. How could Kirito have ever faced such a phenomenon? As the smoke dissipated, a golden long sword stood prominently in the midst of a crater that had suddenly appeared beside the 2. Was it crafted from pure gold? Before Kirito could seek confirmation from Chu Feng, the previously lush jungle before them began to collapse in swathes, accompanied by the recurring sound of explosions reminiscent of the one they had just witnessed. Suddenly, a girl clad in silver-white armor with a blue lining descended before them. Her light golden hair danced freely in the fierce wind, and in her right hand, concealed beneath her knightly armor, she seemed to wield an invisible yet extraordinary weapon. Kirito. Another voice rang out almost simultaneously with the girl's arrival. In stark contrast to her blue and white knightly attire, the boy was clad in garish, golden armor. If his eyes did not deceive him, it was undoubtedly forged from pure gold. Who gave you the right to look up at me? The boy's eerie red eyes, coupled with his domineering words, made him shine like the square earrings adorning his ears, exuding an aura of arrogance. Yet, Chu Feng and Kirito had no time to be stunned. No sooner had the boy's words left his lips than the void behind him erupted with ripples, revealing countless grotesque weapons, all forged from pure gold, now fully exposed on the battlefield. Chu Feng, you must handle that little boy. The same tactic once again. With a hint of mockery, Chu Feng concluded and suddenly pushed the restrained arm inward behind his opponent. Following the momentum of the movement, he smoothly turned half a circle, evading the pursuit of the hand gripping the sword, retreating behind. In a fluid motion, his right hand effortlessly grasped the opponent's small hand that held the sword, lifting it high. In the midst of an exhilarating encounter, the Night King swiftly subdued the petite figure of Kirito, pinning him to the ground with his left hand while brandishing a sword horizontally before his throat with his right. I've managed to handle Kirito as well, he declared. Ah, how this world seems to grow ever more vibrant. The Night King, the dazzling gold. It is clearly a paragon of a refined young lady and a dragonic hero, yet here they transform into a diminutive boy and a little girl. Let go of me, exclaimed bystander A, struggling fervently with his feet flailing about. The scene appeared decidedly askew, were a stranger to pass by. They would undoubtedly perceive Chu Feng and Kirito as kidnappers. Suddenly, the little Night King, who had been fervently writhing with eyes tightly shut, ceased his struggles. His strikingly beautiful eyes fixated on the nearby trembling plush lion, a remnant of the recent skirmish. After a brief moment of silence, he composed himself and turned to regard Chu Feng. In that instant, the magical armor that had cloaked him during battle faded away, revealing a resplendent, deep blue gown beneath. What in the world? The soft, fluffy texture only deepened Chu Feng's turmoil. The round little ears, the white belly, the entirety of the costume adorned in earthy tones. And a short, bushy tail. It must be a lion. It has to be a lion. Bystander B inquired. As the petite girl cutely blinked her eyes and earnestly directed an innocent gaze towards Chu Feng. Are you my master? She asked with sincerity. Chu Feng. Chapter 24. The training of the young prodigy. The boat had long since departed from Java Island, yet the myriad golden ripples continued to emerge endlessly across the vast expanse. The wind of Chu cannot allow your mischief to damage the vessel. In a moment of urgency, he tilted his head aside, allowing his body to lean backward. The formidable longsword was instinctively grasped by his naturally drooping right hand, and with a fluid motion, he turned half a circle, blocking an array of peculiar weapons that followed. Seizing the opportunity, his left hand also grasped a long spear. How dare a mere bystander insult the ancient king? You are deserving of 1,000 deaths. The young boy stood at the pinnacle of the mast, roaring in indignation as the sky behind him was instantly adorned with golden ripples. His intent was to rend this man to pieces, not merely because he obstructed his duel and then suspended him from the mast, but the heroic king himself could not comprehend the source of that nameless fury. The situation had indeed become quite troublesome for Chu Feng. The weapons that had just been deflected lay quietly to one side. Casually, he kicked one of them, and as he turned around, his heel struck heavily against the long handle of the weapon. Whoosh! A sharp sound of slicing air erupted as the golden spear instantly pierced through 3 missiles hurtling downwards. Whoosh! 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 Countless blades were hurled back by Chu Feng with even greater speed, and the occasional stray projectile transformed into a new weapon. This standoff persisted for approximately 10 seconds, and under the astonished gaze of the golden-haired youth, Chu Feng vanished in an instant. Where had the passerby gone? A rather unpleasant voice emerged from behind. And before there was a chance to retaliate, 2 arms, as solid as steel, swiftly immobilized all of his actions. Let me go, exclaimed the bystander, in a state of dismay. Such occurrences had transpired numerous times since leaving Java, and the passengers aboard the vessel had grown accustomed to them, even losing interest in observing the spectacle. While one could argue that Gilgamesh displayed commendable prowess for a child, Chu Feng, as an adversary, was undoubtedly operating beyond the bounds of fairness. It was no simple task to dismantle the ship, let alone to triumph over this individual. Due to the constraints of the ship's size, Chu Feng and Kirito had been sharing the same cabin. Consequently, this meant he would have to retire to the control room alongside Kirito. Upon learning this, the little lion was deeply moved and resolved to settle in without hesitation. With her newfound toy, her spirits were evidently high, and she had no intention of retreating to the cabin for rest anytime soon. The little lion joyfully tugged at the front limbs of her plush lion, striking various poses and babbling in a language only a little girl could understand, her singular tuft of hair bouncing in rhythm with her delight. Is the Knight of Great Britain truly resigned to living under the roof of others? He turned back, scrutinizing the glimmering little boy with a wrinkled nose, only to dismiss him with contempt before departing. Chu Feng, are you frightened? Artoria, the little girl, with a serious expression, glanced at Gilgamesh. I am currently receiving magical energy from my master, which distinguishes me from your vulgar attire and the fact that you are an unwanted servant. The King of Knights engages only in fair duels, so until you find your master, our duel will be indefinitely postponed. The remarks about the vulgarity of one's attire and being unwanted lingered in the air. Ah, you fool. In the void, golden ripples emerged once more, revealing the menacing weapons that had begun to show themselves. Why does Chu Feng seek me? Perched behind the small boy on the mast, Chu Feng extended a hand, affectionately tousling his hair. The final battle approaches. The moon is resplendently round. Although Itachi, a devoted brother, was not entirely in favor of leaving the small boy dangling there. Upon spotting Chu Feng drinking beneath the mast, he smiled and retreated to rest. Kirito had already made his way to the cockpit to secure a strategic advantage, while Ling Bo and the little lion had succumbed to slumber. The ship, which had been bustling throughout the day, fell into a serene silence. The two men, one large and one small, ceased their bickering and quietly gazed at the full moon illuminating the night sky. The moonlight over the land of Chu is undeniably beautiful, is it not? Sipping a mouthful of bamboo leaf wine, the fragrant aroma wafts gently, soothing the heart and soul, yet it lacks any overwhelming intensity. It resembles the celestial beings depicted in ancient murals, gracefully floating upon the boundless sea, captivating one's senses. A passerby proclaims that all the precious treasures in the world belong to him. The voice of the young lad is calm, clearly devoid of any intention to argue. Yet that innate defiance remains unalterable. Chu Feng is the noble Prince Hero Wang. In the blink of an eye, Chu Feng silently ascended to the top of the mast, effortlessly freeing the young boy from his bindings, and, of course, he did not neglect to release the acupoints that had been restrained. Would you care for a cup of Chu wine? Just like an old friend, Chu Feng naturally raised his wine glass. Why, dear passerby, the immortal Chu Feng reveres the eternal. Gilgamesh fell into a contemplative silence, suddenly grasping the unsettling essence of this man. Immortality? Possessing two-thirds of divinity. He would neither age nor perish, yet, tragically, he once cherished friendship. Enkidu, a peer admired by the king of heroes, both in spirit and prowess. Yet ultimately, history reverberates with but a single name, Gilgamesh. Silently raising his goblet, the king of heroes drained its contents in one gulp. It is this aspect that he despises, how eerily reminiscent Enkidu is of himself. Chapter 25, The Spear of Destiny. Kirito prepared to log in. In the distance, a small island emerged within his line of sight. Kirito quietly donned the interpreter, while Itachi smiled as he adorned the ceremonial robe set aside. Lingbo remained silent, expressionless as she followed closely behind the man, and as for the two little ones, hey, it seems they could hardly contain their excitement. Chu Feng felt a stirring on the island as he adjusted his neck. After a long absence, he donned his suit jacket and silently straightened his glasses. What intriguing events might unfold in the realm of Chu Feng? Thus, the gathered souls ascended the island known as Aeruis. Oblivious to the monumental upheaval their arrival would herald for the world. A violent rupture ensued. Inhale deeply, filling the lungs with fresh air, then exhale with all one's might. Indeed, this is the essence that Kuban cherishes most. Once, he was enamored with all that the forest offered, hunting everything he adored. Now, he must reclaim it all. The patrol had departed approximately an hour prior. By customary routine, they would return in about another hour. Thus, the present moment was ripe for action. Perhaps our lives stretch long ahead. Kuban's voice resonated, low and solemn, as he rose, shedding his concealment. Yet, are you willing to take the plunge? He gestured towards the nearby research facility, the very epicenter of all fear and misfortune. With fervor, he charged forward, determined to exchange years of mere survival for a singular opportunity. He roared valiantly, brandishing his sword, leading a small contingent of warriors whose unified battle cry reverberated across the island. Long live Aeruis! They shouted, brandishing their rudimentary, self-crafted weapons. This rebellion, akin to a desperate act of self-sacrifice, unleashed a force that could not be underestimated. Tiran pondered aloud, is this truly an uninhabited island? Observing the meticulously constructed ports and pathways, he found himself perplexed. At present, Chu Feng appeared utterly devoid of any human presence. Casting glances around, with his keen eyesight, he discerned no signs of anyone nearby. Perhaps due to some reason, the weasel had gathered in unison, its face concealed beneath the high collar of the divine robe. It is also possible that all were hidden away. Chu Feng wished it was not that possibility. Smiling brightly, he patted Itachi's back, his grin radiant, yet only Itachi. Standing beside him, detected a hint of coldness in the corners of his eyes. Perhaps it was due to the faint scent of blood that lingered in the air. Having once lived in the shadows of the Umbu, Itachi was all too familiar with such an aroma. It was not a fragrance conjured by just one or two sacrifices. A flash of light illuminated the scene, and for the first time in days, Saber, who had maintained a lion-like form, donned her battle attire from their first encounter. The invisible sword of the Oath of Victory firmly gripped in her hand. "Kirito, my master, this place may indeed prove to be rather perilous. In matters such as these, one can glean the truth merely by observing. The line of struggle under the dawn breaks. Kirito, do not falter." With fervent determination, Kuben swung the battle axe he had just acquired from the lifeless body of a fallen comrade, sending yet another scoundrel pirate, who sought to reclaim the research facility's entrance to the abyss. Soon, in but a moment, Elton would arrive with the island's inhabitants. Until then, even at the cost of many lives, they must vigilantly guard this portal. Kill. A sharp dagger pierced his shoulder, yet he remained unfazed, striking down the assailant with a swift counter, followed by an axe blow amidst the cries of anguish. This is a war of blades and blood, a terrifying battlefield where a moment's carelessness can lead to death. Since the onset of combat, the clash had persisted for nearly half an hour, yet the villagers showed no signs of approaching. However, for the ordinary folk, they were nearing their limits. The warriors, having been stirred by courage and bloodlust, began to falter, leading to their demise. Including Kuben, only 7 out of 31 warriors remained. Even more dire, the patrols were soon to return. Men, mere farmers, have caused such chaos. A man, cigar dangling from his lips, finally emerged from within the research facility. His noisy demeanor suggested that, despite the time elapsed, they had achieved little. He strode forth, his towering stature and gray trench coat silencing the chaos of the pirates. Quelling the fervor of Kuben and his comrades, such vermin as this man ought to be, he extended a finger, disdainfully gesturing towards a nearby warrior. "Eliminate them all." A sound akin to paper being pierced rang out, and astonishingly, a warrior, though still at a considerable distance, collapsed in response to that single-pointed gesture. 1. Is this sorcery? Chapter 26. The Power of the Projection Fruit, 2. The man in the gray coat and dark sunglasses began to wear a twisted smile. His finger now directed at a second warrior. With a soft sound, the bewildered man fell, equally unwilling to accept his fate. "Long live Lord Rondo. All who resist us shall perish. Long live the Kaido pirates." The guardians of the research facility erupted in ecstatic cries. They were pirates destined to become the most formidable on these seas. They followed their captain, Kaido, undaunted. "Now, it is your turn, vermin. In this world, dreams and spirit guide no one. The only creed they acknowledge is power." He raised his hand, gradually pointing towards Kuben. "Do you have anything left to say? They are true warriors." The man expressed his appreciation for their presence here. His voice was soft, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Yet the last 4 surviving hunters behind him could sense an unutterable tremor. It was not fear. In the distance, from the village, bonfires had been ignited, and a faint stream of people began to flow towards this place. Kuben's eyes ignited with fervent flames once more. "Our bodies may be ground to dust, but at least we shall remain forever free." Even in the New World, Rondo could roam at will. Yet today, this detestable country bumpkin had disappointed him. "Die." With another pointed gesture, the inevitable specter of death loomed closer to Kuben. "I have distinctly felt your combat spirit." Kuben had survived. The warriors of Aurelia breathed a sigh of relief. Their hero had miraculously endured. But at this moment, both Kuben and Rondo focused on the incongruous figure that had appeared. Dressed in a tailored suit, with a stylish pair of glasses perched on his nose, his stature was not particularly imposing, and even standing upright, he fell short of being a robust man. Yet inexplicably, that slight figure sent terrifying stimuli coursing through their minds. Where on earth did he come from? Chu Feng is truly intriguing. He spoke once more, as if nothing had transpired. If Chu Feng cannot see the words, will his abilities be rendered ineffective? Initially, upon witnessing the gesture resembling a finger gun, I presumed this individual to be yet another former high-ranking naval officer. However, it seems that this conjecture requires slight revision. Kirito lacked the time to engage him in idle chatter. Perched further away atop the treetops, a swordsman clad in black stood with a chilling expression. The enchanted sword gripped firmly in his hand. Chu Feng hastily seized him. If he were to flee, the lead would be lost once more. The young man, who had first appeared, nodded slightly, seemingly unfazed by the earlier menacing presence of Long Duo. However, before he could finish his words, the man's figure abruptly vanished. "How long can you endure? I wonder." The line of demarcation in deep combat, a peculiar island. Is this fellow, Kirito, a robot? Chu Feng is likely a cyborg. Upon venturing into this island, Chifeng and his companions stumbled upon an enigmatic object lying by the roadside. The majority of its physique resembles that of a human. Yet its arms, legs, shoulders, and head are enveloped in considerable mechanical armor, resembling an unfinished android. A crackling sound emanated as it gradually began to awaken. "Where am I?" asked the passerby. The name Chifeng likely refers to a small island called Aeruis. Quite affable, Chifeng took a seat beside that individual. Shouldn't Chifeng introduce himself first? The peculiar figure, known as Passerby A, seemed agitated all of a sudden, with the arcs of electricity on his body becoming much more pronounced. Passerby A exclaimed, "I am unfamiliar with this place." Desperately, he clutched Chifeng's hand. "I implore you, return me to where I belong. I should not be here." In an instant, a powerful spark flashed from his being, and along with it, his unfortunate life flickered away. Fiery flames erupted from his chest, consuming the cyborg within the blink of an eye. The mechanical claw that had firmly grasped Chifeng's arm slowly slipped away. "What is happening?" Tongren questioned, sensing that something was amiss in the unfolding events before him. During the transformation, it is likely that Chifeng imposed certain restrictions. The glare of his glasses obscured his expression, leaving no one aware of the thoughts occupying Chifeng's mind at that moment. Chifeng must have installed a peculiar detonation device within his heart. Indeed, this design serves the purpose of safeguarding a secret that absolutely must not be disclosed. From the current circumstances, Chifeng can tentatively deduce several pieces of information. First and foremost, Chifeng adjusted his spectacles. Chifeng was brought to this island against his will, and it is possible that Itachi had altered some of his memories. Itachi spoke coldly. Chufu nodded slightly. Apart from this, there exists another possibility. He cast a glance towards Kirito, the traveler from another world. Kirito completed the final conjecture. It was absolutely impossible for him to have been transformed in such a manner, yet Kirito found it difficult to remain composed. This was not the most astonishing experience he had encountered since arriving in this realm, but it was, without a doubt, the first time he glimpsed a glimmer of hope for returning home. Chifeng, go and take a look. The black swordsman adjusted the long sword on his back. It was time for him to cleave through all obstacles. Chapter 27. Breaking into the Research Institute. If one cannot see it, does that mean the ability is rendered ineffective? In other words, the technique resembling a spear thrust is not merely an air cannon formed by compressed air. Even intercepting it in a straight line poses no challenge. It is akin to an invisible light. The projection of Chifeng is indeed intriguing. However, despite this observation, there is no intention to delve deeper into the capabilities of the other party. The limits of an individual's physicality can be explored through various means, be it speed, strength, or the ordinary responsiveness of muscles, such as the occurrence of temporary stuttering when confronted with surprise or trembling in similar situations. It is not merely a matter of bravery. For fighters engrossed in close-quarters combat, this muscle control is of paramount importance. Much like the previous encounters with the Navy, within a remarkably brief span, Chifeng had already discerned the limits of his opponent's reactions. Approximately 0.31 seconds? Quite an excessively slow response indeed. The muscles in his legs, which had been taut, began to push against the earth with all their might, and in an instant, the man, akin to the wind, vanished from Longdu's sight. The afterimage, a mere physiological phenomenon resulting from human anatomy, is created by visual persistence, with the minimum time interval required to produce such an effect being 0.1 seconds. Thus, if one can exit another's field of vision within 0.1 seconds, no afterimage will remain. The distance between Chifeng and Rondo is approximately 18 meters, a span that scarcely qualifies as a sprint. The playful voice echoed in my ears, causing every hair on my body to stand on end. That breath, tinged with warmth, resembled the chilling whispers of death, rendering me breathless. A hand rested upon Rondo's nape. It was a slender, diminutive palm, which, upon closer inspection, merely brushed against his neck, emerging from beneath the gray cloak, creating a deceptive illusion of utter helplessness. It is indeed regrettable that there is no time for you to elaborate on your introduction. The thumb and index finger exerted a subtle force, not at all resembling the extraordinary power displayed during past confrontations with Carp, but rather akin to a feat achievable by any healthy adult. As a physician, one possesses an inexhaustible array of methods to save lives. However, they equally hold within their grasp the terrifying means to extinguish them. The third cervical vertebra was elevated by a mere 3 centimeters. A distance seemingly trivial for the towering figure before him, yet it was sufficient to bring about his instantaneous demise. From a medical perspective, this bears no distinction from severing the head entirely. With a thunderous crash, The man who had nonchalantly toyed with Cuban and his companions, cigar in mouth, did nothing. He fell silently, without even a cry of anguish, succumbing to death in the quietest manner. Oh, the frailty of the human form. From the moment Chu Feng appeared until Rondo met his end, excluding the brief exchanges of dialogue, merely a second had elapsed. Surely, just by bystanders? Captain Rondo is a man with a bounty of 80 million. How could he be so effortlessly vanquished? Chu Fengdong made a gesture of giving a thumbs up. Chu Feng. Why not take a look inside? Carito has been eagerly awaiting this moment. With a sudden burst of energy, he even toppled the towering tree that served as his footing. The dark swordsman transformed into a swirling vortex of shadows, effortlessly breaking through the encirclement of the crowd. Carito, do be careful. In the blink of an eye, he vanished beyond the threshold of the research facility. A bystander remarked, Sister Lingbo, Carito is quite impolite. Just as the astonishment began to fade, several indistinct figures emerged from the nearby woods. A petite girl clad in blue and white armor tugging at the sleeve of another girl with flowing blue hair dressed in a sailor uniform. For a bunch of miscreants. Their skills are commendable, one bystander observed. Perched atop another tree branch, a golden-haired youth curled his lip in disdain. There are numerous ferocious beasts in the jungle. We should seek refuge inside the research facility. Donned in a black robe adorned with crimson clouds, Itachi offered a gentle smile, a plush lion perched upon his shoulder. Stop them, cried another bystander. After Carito burst through their formation once more, the pirates within the research facility finally regained their composure. Baba Cha-Cha is still inside the facility. We just need to hold our ground for a little longer. Suddenly, the thunderous crash of the doors being demolished drowned out the pirates' cries. The assailant wielding a weapon akin to a man as hefty as a pig. Baba Cha-Cha has been defeated, exclaimed a bystander. Wait, they appear to be. They are nightmares. Another shouted. The most notorious criminals in the world, with a bounty exceeding 500 million on their heads, super pirates. Run for your lives. Chapter 28, The Body Modification Project. With the leader vanquished, the ragtag group that had initially sought refuge in the doldrums crumbled entirely, fleeing without allowing Chu Feng and his companions another chance to strike. The outer gate had been breached by Cuban and his crew, and the inner door, forged from alloy, disintegrated under the blade of the dark swordsman. As Chu Feng turned around and beheld the brave warriors still immersed in the unfolding events, he waved his hand before plunging into the depths of the research facility alongside his companions. Cuban instinctively raised his hand, mirroring the gesture towards the departing youth. Yet an overwhelming tide of unspoken words lodged in his throat. He struggled to open his mouth, but no sound emerged. On this very day, they had placed their lives on the line, striving fiercely for freedom. They had endured sacrifices and suffered pain, yet in the end, they experienced a dramatically reborn existence. Thank you, a bystander exclaimed. If it weren't for your emergence, the sacrifices of the warriors would have been in vain. Thank you. Were it not for the heroic intervention from the heavens, this island would forever remain under the shadow of pirate terror. With heartfelt gratitude, he finally bellowed, kneeling solemnly in the direction of Chu Feng and his allies. Tears streamed down his face. Even the most steadfast of men cannot suppress their emotions at times. Alongside him, 5 burly men embraced in a tearful yet joyous union, their shouts reverberating across the battleground marked by scars of combat. As the curtain of darkness descended, all was ensnared in shadow from the very entrance, casting doubt on whether they had entered a house of horrors from which no escape was possible. The dampness, coupled with a chilling breeze, penetrated the bones of every visitor, the pungent metallic scent lingering heavily in the air. This place was a desolate realm, entirely severed from light and hope. The long corridor turned a corner, and on the wall, a concealed switch dangled like a superfluous ornament. What is going on here? Murmured Carito softly, yet his hand instinctively reached for the petite switch. With a click, the circuit activated, and the pale light flickered, as if intentionally attempting to dazzle the onlooker's eyes. Before the illumination could fully manifest, Chu Feng swiftly intervened, extinguishing the light once more. What are you doing? Carito protested, eager to reactivate the light, but Chu Feng's hand remained steadfastly pressed upon the switch. Enough, Chu Feng. Let us depart from this place. In the depths of darkness, no one could discern the expressions of one another, yet the eyes hidden behind the lenses exuded an air of solemnity. Carito, what on earth are you talking about? Carito gazed at Chu Feng in confusion. He had painstakingly arrived at this juncture. How could he simply leave without gathering valuable intelligence? At that moment, another hand grasped Carito's forearm. It was Itachi Uchiha, a man of few words yet possessing a warm heart, who simultaneously restrained Carito. He uttered no words but merely shook his head. What is wrong with bystanders? The golden-haired boy resumed his discourse. Even if the truth is concealed, There will inevitably come a day when the matters at hand are revealed to the world. With a wave of his hand, golden ripples appeared behind him as he extended his palm, cradling an entity that had materialized from the void. Let everyone witness the malevolence that has permeated the path we have traversed. At that moment, the indeterminate entity began to emanate a blinding radiance. Within the golden luminosity, the entire corridor was illuminated, and everything was laid bare before the eyes of all present. From the very beginning, there had been a profound misunderstanding. The being that perished in the jungle was never a traveler from another realm. The head that had been stitched onto his shoulder was perhaps not originally part of that body. This island had never possessed a means to traverse time and space. Instead, it was a site of chilling human experimentation and mechanized workshops. Damn you, Kirito. His lips nearly bloodied from biting. Kirito seethed with fury as he surveyed the scene before him. No one understood the essence of life more profoundly than he, regardless of the reasons or justifications. This senseless massacre warranted divine retribution. With his left hand pressing down on the increasingly restless Kirito and his right arm enveloping the petite girl clad in blue and white armor, Chu Feng's voice was low yet emanated a stabilizing force that calmed the heart. Chu Feng was unperturbed. He closed his eyes and paused for a moment. Whether it is anger or fear, it is of no avail for Chu Feng here. There will inevitably come a day. There will inevitably come a day. Chu Feng vowed to reclaim what rightfully belonged to those who perished unjustly in this place. Without further deliberation, he, accompanied by others, exited the research facility. Nearly nodding silently at Itachi, who promptly understood and vanished in the blink of an eye at the end of the corridor. The division line of the investigation was concluded. What is the nature of Chu Feng? Standing upon a well-ventilated cliff, Chu Feng gently reassured the slightly trembling little girl. Even the King of Great Britain is ultimately just a young girl. Tears glistened at the corners of her eyes as she curled up quietly, as if ensnared in a profound nightmare. Itachi had already conducted an investigation. This place belonged to a pirate named Kaido. Moreover, I have discovered this. Presenting a report that he had temporarily stowed in his coat before everyone, Itachi continued to speak. It appeared that this individual, known as Kaido, had dispatched these people to conduct experiments here according to protocol. However, 3 months prior, the number of subjects sent from the New World had suddenly declined, prompting the pirates overseeing this area to turn their attention towards the villagers. This might very well be the catalyst for the ensuing unrest. Gripping the investigation report tightly in his hand, Chu Feng did not open it but merely gazed calmly at the dark ink stains marred upon the pale cover. Preliminary results of the Chu Feng physical transformation project. Is it the Chu Wind? Chu Feng's gaze drifted towards the distant horizon, to a place where no soul had ventured. A battlefield that belongs to the pinnacle of this world. It appears that we must alter our plans, Chu Feng remarked. He lowered his glasses and spoke in as calm a tone as possible. Chu Feng ought to venture into the New World. Chapter 29, The Assassin Knight. For the men who roam the vast seas, wealth seldom holds significant value. Those who embark on oceanic journeys for their dreams typically pursue the treasures themselves, oblivious to what those treasures truly represent. However, the reality of life is far from romantic. Every aspect of daily existence demands expenditure, and Chu Feng and his companions, residing on Nine Snake Island, have been fortunate enough to enjoy the Queen of Nine Snakes' hospitality, receiving free food and accommodation, while also employing her labor to aid in their island construction. Although they have provided her with 3 devil fruits, which, in terms of market value, certainly equate to over 300 million in treasure, it would be rather unfair to expect her to cover the construction costs of the island as well. According to Luo Yi's estimations, completing the construction of this small island would require approximately 12 billion in funds. Were it not for the 100 billion ransom acquired through kidnapping, Chu Feng would likely have abandoned this venture at once. Nevertheless, the remaining 20 billion shortfall is indeed disheartening. A mere penny can thwart even the mightiest of heroes. Chu Feng has even seriously contemplated the plan proposed by Bolivia to capture them and offer them to the Navy in exchange for a bounty. Upon reflection, if they all surrendered willingly, they could indeed reap a substantial reward. Of course, this is merely jest. Even if someone were to truly capture Chu Feng and his crew and present them to the Navy might not dare to accept them. At the very least, who would dare to detain Chu Feng's group in the absence of all 3 admirals? They do not even possess the means to restrain him with sea prism stone handcuffs, which are merely sturdy instruments of punishment, lacking any other utility aside from their aesthetic appeal. However, having resolved to set sail in 3 months, they must overcome all obstacles. Thus, they shall proceed accordingly. The line of illegal child labor leaves to me, exclaimed Saber, clad in a lion suit, raising his paw high, his tuft of hair bobbing adorably. Why must even I partake in such trivial matters? A disdainful young boy, eternally radiant, stood at the bow of the ship, exuding an air of superiority. "Itachi, we shall embark now," remarked an unassuming middle-aged man, nodding toward Chufeng before hoisting the anchor. With that, Chufeng entrusted the task to Itachi. This time, without uttering a word, the middle-aged man silently nodded, a reassuring smile gracing his lips. This was the solution that had been deliberated by all. Only the Little Lion and Golden Flash had yet to reveal themselves before the Navy. Thus, it was most fitting for the two of them to step forward as bounty hunters of the high seas. However, the departure of two young children would inevitably cause concern for their parents. Hence, the ever-dependable Uchiha Itachi, adept in the art of transformation, willingly took on the role of caregiver. He would merely need to disguise himself as a laborer or navigator, for after utilizing the transformation technique, both his physique and appearance would be entirely unrecognizable, thereby minimizing the likelihood of exposure. Having once served in a special operations unit specializing in assassination tactics, Itachi was well-versed in the arts of protection, tracking, and elimination. Thus, he was exceptionally suited for safeguarding the two youngsters. Unlike before, they now set sail with a permanent pointer directing them toward the Grand Line. For pirates who had just navigated through Reverse Mountain into the initial segment of the Grand Line, this news was far from favorable. No one could have anticipated that these two oddly dressed children possessed such terrifying power. Approximately half a month later, tales began to circulate along the Grand Line. On the 7 routes leading to the ultimate destination, one must avoid the path closest to the doldrums, for it is home to fearsome hunters that have crushed the dreams of countless pirates. A vessel, smaller than half the size of an average pirate ship, drifted upon the boundless sea, inhabited by two malevolent beings with striking golden hair, devouring every passing pirate. None had ever escaped their grasp. Only the occasional fleet that chanced upon them could bear witness to the sinister aura of these demons, preying upon the unwary. And most crucially, the demons residing their revel in assuming the guise of children. In an instant, the golden-haired children became the dread of the first segment of the Grand Line, as it was rumored that the Navy had once claimed these two calamities had exchanged bounties for capturing pirates, clad in armor reminiscent of knights. This ferocious band came to be known as the Killer Knight Brigade. Days later, a newspaper, accessible only through special channels, revealed this news to Chufeng, who burst into laughter, eagerly anticipating the surprises that the two young ones would bring. The return of the knights finally, approximately 2 months later. The port of Nine Snake reopened, and returning was that vessel, conspicuously stripped of the Nine Snake insignia. "Ace, I have returned, master." From a distance, the Little Lion, standing on the ship, waved enthusiastically at Chufeng, cradling Simba in her arms. Due to her height, she had only just managed to surpass the railing of the deck. Straining on her tiptoes to shout, her round face flushed from the effort, even her eyes tightly closed. This scene once again endeared a multitude of natives from Nine Snake Island. "Chufu, welcome back." Chufeng smiled and waved towards the Little Lion while subtly nodding at Itachi, who remained silent. The sudden appearance of such a formidable bounty hunter would undoubtedly not go unnoticed by the Navy. Itachi, with his illusionary prowess, must have resolved numerous troubles already. Chapter 30. Setting sail after enduring over 2 months of hardship. The newly formed Bounty Hunter Knight Brigade amassed a staggering bounty of over 930 million. It can be said that, without any regard for sustainable development, these two young rascals cleaned out the waters of both big and small fish alike. It is believed that the trade route frequented by these two little ancestors will be devoid of pirates for quite some time. For these newcomers, who have just departed the 4 seas and are still indulging in the delusions of being a local sovereign, encountering Chufeng and his band of merciless individuals at a time when they were in dire need of funds is indeed unfortunate. However, it is time to conclude this hunting feast, as preparations for the Osiris underworld are complete. Queen's farewell, Fiona, are you leaving tomorrow? Wrapped in a delicate white veil that accentuated her graceful form, Fiona was merely an ordinary woman, although she exuded an air of majesty before her people. Embodying the essence of an emperor, she too possessed an ordinary side. Chufeng, indeed, I am grateful for your care over the past year. He did not turn around but remained seated atop the castle tower, gazing at the luminous full moon. This is the highest point in the entire Nine Serpent City, and there is no place more suitable for moon gazing than here. Time, at times, seems to pass with extraordinary swiftness for Chufeng, in the blink of an eye. It slips away. What is remembered and what is forgotten are merely remnants of the past. His voice carries a unique sense of melancholy. It is not hoarse, yet once heard, it is unforgettable, imbued with an unmistakable timbre. From the very beginning, he understood. A millennium, or perhaps 2. For Chufeng, time holds little significance. even though this relentless passage has subjected him to profound anguish and left him with boundless regrets. The protracted years have laid bare the intricacies of existence before him, allowing him to effortlessly discern the depths of another's soul, and how could he fail to perceive the surging affection that threatens to overflow? Fiona once believed that her role as the queen of the 9 serpents kept her forever at a distance from him. Gradually, with delicate steps, she approached Chu Feng. Her voice as enchanting and ethereal as when they first met, distinct yet elusive. However, Fiona later realized that this was not the case. Her strides did not falter. She advanced toward the man who stood with his back to her, as she always did, anxious yet radiating the poise befitting a queen. Fiona, you are like a dream, emerging from an unknown realm only to ultimately dissolve amidst a shroud of mist. With alabaster arms, she slipped beneath his armpit, encircling him gently around the chest, cradling Chu Feng as if fearing he might shatter into countless motes of light and vanish into the ether. The man did not resist. He shook his head in quiet distress before placing his hand upon the back of the queen's hand. Chu Feng, be cautious of the chill. This sentiment resembled a father's concern. Yet the unalterable tenderness overwhelmed the young woman, causing tears to cascade from her eyes. Fiona, I comprehend that we are merely transient figures in each other's lives, destined for a fleeting encounter that leads us along entirely divergent paths. She rested her head gently against the man's back, her tears dampening his suit. For the first time, the heart of the girl unfurled. He was a man of perfection, perpetually adorned with a smile, yet he was fated never to be hers. Fiona. If only the circumstances were different. The girl's voice quivered, her words laden with emotion, rendering her no longer the queen she once was. Fiona. If we had met at the right moment, would you have cherished me? The man's hand hesitated for a heartbeat before tenderly brushing over the back of the woman's hand, akin to a gentle and warm breeze. In the embrace of the Chu wind, tears flowed unabated, surging forth with greater intensity, yet the woman wept with a smile. Fiona. I shall encounter you at the opportune moment. The moonlight persisted, and the woman uttered no further words. The man too fell into a contemplative silence. Certain matters, much like the moonlight, evoke boundless reverie, compelling one to ponder whether tonight's spectacle is indeed flawless. It is only when the moon wanes into a delicate crescent that humanity comprehends the fleeting nature of perfection, having missed the most exquisite moment. Tomorrow, he shall once again embody the untamed spirit of the sea. Tomorrow, she shall reign as the astute and decisive queen of 9 Serpent Island. They both grasp the truth, yet remain unspoken. The most propitious moment has long since passed. As the sun ascends once more above the water's surface, it is, in the eyes of Chu Wind, the ocean's most breathtaking hour. Not far from 9 Serpent Island, an unprecedented entity begins to stir, its colossal form generating waves akin to a rising tide. This magnificent presence glides from one shore to another, only to vanish silently within the infinite undulations of the sea, leaving no trace of its existence. Chu Feng Underworld. Set sail. Chapter 31. The former king of the underworld. After a long absence, Chu Feng found himself above sea level, reflecting on his surroundings. The man in the tailored suit leapt from the submarine, landing firmly on the renowned Soap Bubble Islands. This destination is celebrated worldwide for its allure. However, it is ironically marred by vast areas marked as off-limits. Each day, numerous tragedies unfold right before the so-called naval headquarters of Marineford. Nevertheless, Chu Feng merely pondered the situation, an illustration of the armed forces' subservience to politics, with no room for change. It is noteworthy that the entire Shandou archipelago is based on colossal mangrove trees, each designated with a number from 1 to 79. The regions numbered 1 to 29 are classified as restricted areas, while Chu Feng and his companions landed in Area 31. Corrido, it would be beneficial to stretch your legs, he remarked, as Corrido took a moment to ease his stiffness. Despite the artificial sun that Lo-E proudly showcased within the island's depths, the allure of nature remains irreplaceable, especially in this extraordinary world. As they were guided back by Jarvis, Lo-E seldom had the chance to accompany the group on this island excursion. Regrettably, the scientist appeared somewhat disoriented after an extended absence from sunlight. Mr. Chu Feng, I believe I might be experiencing a touch of anemia, Corrido confessed. Chu Feng, it's nothing to worry about. It's merely a slight dizziness that will pass with a slower pace. Although he uttered these words, Chu Feng displayed no intention of waiting for the scientist. In the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace. Naturally, Ling Bo and the little lion, who had been trailing this unreliable man, disappeared just as swiftly. Chu Feng rarely encounters such a place. Perhaps he should consider exploring it. As for Chu Feng's impulsive decision, Tu Jin expressed no objections. For it would indeed be peculiar for a group of individuals, each with markedly different temperaments, to act in unison. Shall we go together? Phone? The weasel replied with utmost willingness, a gentle smile gracing his lips. The ever-composed weasel carefully lifted Luo Yi, for without someone to look after him, he would surely faint in such a place. Corrido, are you coming along? The dark-clad swordsman tilted his head, politely inquiring of the boy radiating with golden light. Yet as anticipated, the response was merely that of a bystander. With great effort, Chu Feng has arrived at this renowned world marvel. It is only fitting to seek out some delectable culinary delights. Having reached the enchanting Shambadi archipelago, it is imperative to encounter the legendary figure associated with this place. Although no one openly acknowledges it, in truth, Chu Feng is the captain of this underworld, possessing a veto power or the authority to directly influence certain resolutions at various times. His choice to land here was not made lightly. He is acutely aware of the considerable risks involved, given the local customs that often lead to trouble. Nonetheless, this island is home to a figure of utmost significance for Chu Feng and his companions, Silver's Rayleigh, the right-hand man of the Pirate King. For Chu Feng's crew, whose ultimate goal is the fabled Raftel, their indifference towards the legendary treasure does not distinguish them from ordinary pirates in action. What vital insights could Rayleigh, who once reached the final destination, possibly offer them? Or might they discover the answers they seek directly from him? Though the distance from GR31 to GR13 is considerable, it poses little challenge for Chu Feng's pace. However, with two ladies accompanying him, he refrains from dashing off alone and opts to rent a bubble car instead. After some effort, Chu Feng and his party arrive at the fabled bar, Saki Scavenger. Even before approaching, they are greeted with an exuberant welcome. Observing three pirates, evidently worn and battered, flying towards them, Chu Feng displays his gentlemanly demeanor. Stepping forward to meet them, and with a decisive kick, sends the unfortunate trio soaring away. Little Lion, Master, is this our destination? Chu Feng gently patted the little lion's head and then turned around to gaze at Lingbo. Chu Feng, Lingbo said, could you please keep an eye on the little one for a while? Without uttering a word, the girl with crimson eyes simply nodded in acquiescence. The gentle breeze of Chu Feng intruded, pushing open the door, and was immediately enveloped by the mingling scents of cigarette butts and alcohol. To be frank, the little girl merely frowned, which was already a considerable concession. Upon their initial encounter, Chu Feng, with a rare sense of formality, offered a slight bow to the middle-aged gentleman seated at the bar. In the realm of the Dark King Silbasrili. Chapter 32. Who granted you the permission to raise your gaze upon me? Ah, Dark King Silbasrili, please do not regard me in such a manner. The man finally turned around, while the woman beside him continued to mind her own business, polishing the glass cup. Dark King Silbasrili, I am but an ordinary uncle. Chu Feng smiled lightly, saying nothing further, and took a seat beside him, while Lingbo and the little lion settled comfortably on a nearby sofa. Is Chu Feng ordinary? Chu Feng habitually smiled faintly before slowly beginning to speak. Chu Feng, take a glass of rum. Shaki, with a cigarette still perched between her lips, maintained her unchanging expression and swiftly pushed a glass of rum in front of Chu Feng. Shaki generously offered 10,000 berries. Chu Feng truly embodies the fairness of the legends. With this thought, he unhesitatingly took a swig of rum. His right hand gently set down the glass, and then, like a bolt of lightning, he unleashed his full force upon Rayleigh before him. The sound of their fists colliding echoed, a strike potent enough to shatter the earth. Yet their clash resulted in nothing more than a soft thud. This was not mere pretense. Both combatants had genuinely concentrated their strength into striking their opponent, without a trace of excess. This single maneuver surpassed the capabilities of countless newcomers who had recently entered the new world by immeasurable degrees. Was this the formidable Rayleigh, the Dark King, 2 decades ago, at the height of his prowess? As Chu Feng began to comprehend how Roger had dominated this extraordinary maritime domain, he also grasped why the Navy, despite being aware of Rayleigh's presence on this island, had never contemplated capturing him. The Dark King Silver's Rayleigh seeking to apprehend the Dark King Rayleigh? Surely, Silver's Rayleigh should at least summon all 3 current admirals. With a single punch that bore no fruit, Chu Feng remained unfazed, exhibiting no signs of hesitation. With a fluid motion, he twisted his elbow to exert force, achieving a brief acceleration through muscle vibrations at an almost imperceptible distance. In an instant, immense power erupted. The sound was far more resonant than before, as it sent the middle-aged man before him staggering back. Indeed, while Rayleigh may be deemed the pinnacle of combat prowess in the world, the man confronting him had once faced the Navy hero Garp head-on. Moreover, Chu Feng was not in his prime during that encounter. The skirmish concluded in the blink of an eye. Having gained the upper hand, Chu Feng chose not to pursue, instead quietly sitting there to finish his rum. Ah! The Dark King Silver's Rayleigh, truly a newcomer of legendary stature. Dear Chufeng, your words are truly quite discourteous. Chufeng turned around to gaze at the equally smiling Rayleigh. Chufeng, I am merely a doctor. Xiachi, is that true? Standing behind the bar. Xiachi appeared utterly unconcerned by the earlier incident. At some point, she had managed to retrieve a stack of bounty notices from the bar. Xiachi, Pirate Nightmare Chufeng. Bounty of 540 million berries, she proclaimed, deliberately displaying a teasing smile. Xiachi remained resolute, regardless of the circumstances. Chufeng had indeed committed a minor transgression. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he scratched his head and offered a sheepish smile. As the conversation returned to the topic at hand, Chufeng's demeanor shifted once more into a solemn expression. He turned around, fixing his gaze intently upon the right hand of the Pirate King. Chufeng is actually seeking to consult Uncle Lely regarding certain matters. The Lord of the Underworld, Silbaz Lely, is it? The dividing line of the conflict of kings. The golden figure of Chufeng, adorned in pure gold enchanted armor, naturally attracted countless gazes as he strolled down the street. This remarkable armor not only possessed unimaginable defensive capabilities but also boasted a value beyond measure. Moreover, the sight of such opulence worn by a mere child could not help but elicit gasps of astonishment from passers-by. However, for those with nefarious intentions, he became the perfect target. Steal the gold, and the child could easily auction it off. On the other side of the street, a multitude of commoners knelt. And in the distance, a figure clad in a spacesuit ambled forward with clumsy steps. A celestial dragon, one exclaimed. Do not make eye contact. Kneel quickly. The once bustling street fell silent under the weight of the celestial dragon's authority, with everyone bowing in submission, without exception. How could it be? The great ancient king kneeling before such a grotesque creature? With unrelenting steps, the golden boy approached the celestial dragon, drawing astonished gazes from all around. What a bore this Sabaody archipelago has become. Is there nothing here to satisfy my desires? The rotund figure of the man giggled with each step, his unnecessary bulk repulsive. Yet no one dared speak out against it. Contact the Navy immediately, came a voice from the crowd. The man was indeed a bloated, rude, and ignorant individual. At that moment, the diminutive figure drew near the celestial dragon, uttering words that were undoubtedly blasphemous. Who allowed you to look up at me? Chapter 33. The young and the old Gilgamesh was never known for his amiable disposition. Historical records reveal that he had once been a tyrant for an extended period. Cruelty and oppression were not necessities, but for the golden figure, any wretch daring to show their fangs would be mercilessly crushed. A celestial dragon? Nearly such a trivial title emboldens you to disrespect me? This is a crime deserving of death. Who permitted you to raise your gaze? As if summoned by ancient retribution, golden ripples began to emanate from the distant sky, and as they spread, grotesque weapons emerged from the void, flaunting their sinister forms. Insolent wretch! A roar of dissatisfaction echoed through the heavens, faster than bullets and with destruction akin to beams of light. What could a bubble-headed celestial dragon do in response? He didn't even have time to wear a sorrowful expression before his life was stained with blood. Multiple attacks pierced through his body, and coupled with the ensuing explosion, his fragile form stood no chance of survival. The street fell into a brief silence following the explosion. Before them, another murder of a celestial dragon had occurred, but this time, it was the celestial dragon that lay dead. The celestial dragon has been killed. A voice broke the silence. And soon the street erupted into chaos. This is a monumental event. A celestial dragon, a member of the world's nobility, has been slain. Following Chufeng's extortion of a celestial dragon, this was surely the greatest affront to their dignity. The inviolability of the celestial dragons had been upheld for countless years. Yet recently, challenges to the world's aristocracy had arisen repeatedly. The line marking the onset of war had been drawn. A celestial dragon had been killed. The simplest description, yet the most profound shock. The navy surrounding the Sabaody archipelago received immediate reports. Someone had killed a celestial dragon within 5 minutes and 50 seconds. All details of the assailant had been relayed back to headquarters, requesting identification. Simultaneously, search teams had been dispatched, and all public activities were suspended, plunging the entire Sabaody archipelago into a state of emergency. Admiral, we have located the suspect. Who is it? Sengoku's voice, rare in its urgency, echoed with frustration. No one could quell his rising anger. Just moments ago, right under the Navy headquarters' nose, someone had the audacity to murder a celestial dragon. Of course, it was not just the celestial dragon who had perished. His bodyguards and a Navy officer of at least Rear Admiral rank had also been killed. This was an outright slap in the face to the world government. If the Navy could not resolve this matter quickly, what face would they have left? The boy from the Killer Knight's Pirate Hunters, active in the first half of the Grand Line. It is him. Sengoku had sensed something unusual about this group ever since their emergence. They appeared indifferent to pirate retaliation and often competed with rivals for bounty, exhibiting behavior akin to reckless lunatics. Yet, these lunatics possessed terrifying strength. I want all 3 admirals dispatched immediately. I demand news of the capture within an hour. Yes, sir. One more thing, Admiral Sengoku. What is it? Sengoku inquired. Could it possibly get any worse? The world nobles have already dispatched their guard units. What? Sengoku's expression darkened. Others might not understand. But as someone at the pinnacle of Navy power, he was somewhat aware of the internal dynamics. The celestial dragons, as world aristocrats, did not solely rely on the Navy or Army for protection. They possessed their own formidable guard, a force not to be underestimated. Since Sengoku joined the Navy, he had never witnessed the legendary figures take action, but there was no doubt that inciting their wrath would lead to dire consequences. The capture of the perpetrator must be expedited. Otherwise, the entire Sabaody archipelago would fall into the hands of these butchers. Amidst the tension, I have nothing to say. One man quietly declared, sipping his drink, causing the atmosphere in the bar to plummet to an icy silence. 2 men, symbols of the world's highest combat power, sat merely 50 centimeters apart, pouring drinks for themselves as if oblivious to each other's presence. The silence was suffocating. No one wished to linger in such an environment. As if the air itself had thickened. Is that so? Indeed. A simple exchange, yet it felt like the prelude to a great battle. Finally, Chu Feng stood up. And at some point, Rayleigh had placed his beloved sword upon the counter. They both smiled, yet ultimately they brushed past one another. I am quite fond of the wine here, Chu Feng. Chu Feng gestured with his hand, signaling for the little lion and Ling Bo to depart from this place. Chu Feng always sensed a peculiar aroma, and he resolved to return once more. As he pushed open the door, the outside world remained resplendent under the sun, as if the events that had just transpired were merely figments of someone's imagination. Summer Chi, indeed, was a formidable adversary. Taking a drag from his cigarette, Summer Chi observed the ever-drinking Riley, who remained seated, and remarked, if Summer Chi were to strike, what confidence do you possess? For the underworld, King Silbaz Riley. I would say 40%, replied Riley, the middle-aged man, with an air of nonchalance, as if he were entirely unfazed by the situation. Do you believe he can overpower you now? Not at all, Silbaz Riley responded enigmatically, casting his gaze towards someone who had already departed. What I mean is, I might possess a 40% chance of ensuring your safe escape. Summer Chi. Only by confronting it firsthand can one truly grasp the essence of such an experience. Riley had an inkling that if the distance were reduced to 5 meters, there was yet to be anyone in this world capable of defeating him. Roger. Perhaps you ought to bide your time. An extraordinary individual has emerged in this world. Chapter 34. The young drive out the old upon exiting the bar where Summer Chi had been extorting. Chiffon and his companions received island-wide broadcasts announcing a state of high alert, instructing all residents to return to their abodes and directing travelers to seek nearby accommodations while awaiting inspection. Without a moment's hesitation, Chiffon deduced that such a significant disturbance must have been instigated by someone aboard his ship. But who could it be? Well, the frail Loi should be innocent of this. And Itachi was typically composed, rarely stirring trouble. Lingbo and Little Lion were at his side, leaving only Kirito and the ever-glimmering Jin Shanshan, observing the distant, faintly visible navy. Chiffon felt a surge of excitement. It appeared to indeed be a grave situation. Fortunately, the benevolent goddess of fate did not keep him waiting long. From the panicked pirates fleeing nearby, Chiffon easily gleaned the unfolding events. The individual he had apprehended was nearly in a state of mental collapse, rambling incoherently about trivial matters. In summary, it was revealed that a radiant young boy had killed a celestial dragon on the island. This news was undeniably explosive. Previously, merely extorting had led to pursuit by the naval hero Garp and Admiral Akiji. What would be the repercussions of directly slaying them? With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Chiffon stretched his limbs and turned to Lingbo. Chiffon should return to GR-31. Given the gravity of recent events, it is only natural that they will come back. Despite Chufin's smile, the girl with crimson eyes remained silent, merely nodding her head. However, unlike their previous leisurely excursions, the 3 of them were now hastening back in their own distinct manners. As the saying goes, 2 flowers bloom, each reflecting its own branch. Gilgamesh, having just committed heinous acts, appeared utterly unconcerned, or perhaps the madness of the ancient king had finally erupted. He strode down the street like a colossal light bulb, illuminating the path without hesitation, while behind him, countless Navy personnel lay groaning on the ground, unable to impede his progress. The king's actions are dictated by the will of heaven, and his words adhere to the laws of humanity. Thus, the true fault never lies with the king, but rather with the world itself. At last, the man has found you. A nearly boiling voice abruptly materialized before Gilgamesh, the newcomer moving with such swiftness that he seemed to appear instantaneously. Is this little imp the one? Across the street, a towering man encased in ice uttered these words simultaneously, deliberately exuding an overwhelming pressure towards the young boy. Passerby, it should be fine now. In midair, a youthful figure emerged, radiating a blinding golden light that was almost suffocating. The man is formidable. We must eliminate him swiftly. A man in a red military uniform was the first to strike. Flames erupted from his mouth. As if choreographed, the other two commenced their assault as well. Passerby, Ice Age. Youthful laser. Three extreme forces, previously belonging solely to nature, collided in an unimaginable display of destruction. In an instant, a colossal explosion transformed GR-39 into a biological forbidden zone. The three Navy admirals represented the world's highest combat power, a force that commanded the awe of all. Yet today, it seemed that the stage was not set for their performance. Chifeng and his companions, each acting independently, remained unaware of their respective positions. But such a conspicuous explosion served as the finest of landmarks. Never before had a mere 7-person team showcased such overwhelming strength, leaving the world in astonishment. The current situation had irrevocably severed any potential escape routes, and war with the entire world was now inevitable. Thus, one cannot help but anticipate, will the visitors from another world bring about its destruction, or will this world consume the travelers instead? The division line of power in the world has been crossed. The celestial dragon has been slain. Any decision capable of altering the world may arise from their conference room, ultimately sending tremors through all who inhabit this era. Passerby C, seemingly an inexperienced youth, possesses a noteworthy point. What of Passerby B? It appears that Passerby C recently emerged from the doldrums. What do you mean, Passerby B? Although there exists no direct evidence, this young imp likely has connections to the recent upheaval involving Chifeng. Should Passerby B seize this opportunity to eradicate him? The conference room fell into a brief silence, with each elder contemplating the feasibility of such an action and the cost it would entail. Let the warring states handle it for now. So far, aside from the earlier Gordon incident, they have not inflicted damage on other high-tier combatants. We are still uncertain of their limits. Consider this an opportunity to gauge them. Can the three admirals complete the task? It is of no concern, replied Passerby B. Mariejoa has already dispatched a defense force. What are those two monsters? If it involves those two, there should be no issue. Then it is settled. As the calamitous scene began to subside, the three admirals found themselves before a golden cube, the Aegis, the legendary shield of Zeus, impervious to any attack. Compared to Gilgamesh's weapons, which were typically used for throwing, this artifact could be deemed a divine relic. Even he could not wield it lightly. The Aegis transcended mere defense. It embodied a conceptual armament that could neutralize any form of attack without exception. Celestial dragons are unforgivable. An indignant voice resonated from within the golden box, and soon, the golden Aegis began to fade, sustaining a divine artifact for long periods exacted a terrifying toll. Pitiful humans of the celestial dragons, I shall rend you to shreds. A peculiar golden key materialized in his hand, exuding an instinctual aura of power potent enough to threaten even an admiral. Interrupt him. Do not allow him to prepare any further. Reality is not a novel. No one will grant you the luxury of time to ready your ultimate move before eliminating your adversary. The mighty Chifeng, in his arrogance, has transgressed the bounds of decorum. In the realm of Akainu, darkness has enveloped the world, the sudden obliteration of light causing him to halt in his advance. As he regained his senses, he discovered his formidable form ensnared upon an immense crucifix. From all directions, numerous men adorned in garments of black adorned with crimson clouds approached him slowly, each wielding a sharp dagger in hand. Stripped of his elemental powers, and even the mastery of his haki could not liberate him from his constraints, he raised his gaze to the obsidian sky, where a pair of enormous scarlet eyes silently observed the unfolding scene. The Chu wind from this moment forth for the next 72 hours. Please bear with me, Chifeng. Chapter 35. The young ones emerge, and the elders depart. What does Chifeng intend to do to the child? How absurd. The dark interpreter and the pure white dark chaser appeared simultaneously, and in an instant, a dazzling light shone before Kazan's eyes. Without a hint of hesitation, Kirito, who had once faced a formidable general, was acutely aware of the nature of the opponent before him. This was a terrifying adversary against whom even the fullest exertion might prove futile. At this juncture, how could one possibly hold back? The Chifeng starburst blade, Accompanied by a terrifying aura of sword energy, the blade underwent imperceptible changes, yet Kazan, who had only just begun to master this power, was all too familiar with it. The Conqueror's Haki. This already fearsome swordsmanship, capable of delivering 16 unavoidable strikes in the blink of an eye, became utterly terrifying when infused with Haki. Even for those with the powers of a natural-type devil fruit, this skill is nothing short of a lethal technique. Unavoidable. Thus, in an instant, a thick armor of ice enveloped the body, impervious even to the mightiest of projectiles. Yet, before the ominous blade, it seemed utterly futile. That lethal strike felt akin to an invitation from the Grim Reaper, drawing ever closer to Aokiji. Almost simultaneously, Akainu abruptly halted, kneeling to the ground in agonizing groans, remaining motionless for an extended duration. Meanwhile, a figure with blood-red eyes materialized before Kizaru, requiring no further words. At this moment, the presence before him could only signify an adversary. The Chuin water escape water formation. The precise radiance of the laser effortlessly tore through the water barrier, subsequently piercing through Itachi's throat. Unhindered by the distractions of the world, it would strike true as long as it was aimed. Indeed, it was a straightforward and direct hit. Yet was the target truly the intended one? Bang! A cloud of smoke dispersed, leaving behind nothing but a charred piece of wood. In the realm of darkness, the color black has long been associated with foreboding, an essence that permeates the night and can never illuminate the way. In stark contrast, throughout the ages, flames have symbolized warmth and the ability to dispel shadows. Have you ever contemplated the existence of a flame that bears an inky black form, cold and solitary, incapable of banishing the chill? Most terrifying of all, this flame is inextinguishable, akin to a malevolent curse that knows no end. What manner of flame is this? Exclaimed a bystander. The usually composed yellow ape, who often adopts the persona of an elder, displayed a rare moment of alarm. The elemental powers proved futile against this flame. Only through sheer will could it be restrained, yet even that would not suffice to extinguish it swiftly. This flame appeared as a maggot feeding on decayed bones. A cacophony of incessant chatter echoing in the silence. At long last, the ancient king, who had remained quiet for an extended period, spoke again. Men are truly a noisy lot. Finally, the golden key seemed to unlock the very heavens, causing the world to tremble at its emergence. As the universe unfolded, the primordial realm took shape. The man drew his sword. Light was contorted. Fire was snuffed out. Ice was melted. The very fabric of existence seemed to unravel, as if on the brink of destruction yet simultaneously heralding rebirth. Kirito escaped this zone. Whether through fruit-based abilities or sheer will, all external enhancements to life became meaningless, leaving the three admirals of the Navy reliant solely on their physical prowess, striving to distance themselves from this ominous area. Naturally, as an indiscriminate area of effect unleashed, both Kirito and Itachi had no choice but to halt their offensive and retreat to the periphery. In what felt like an instant, yet also an eternity, within a 50-meter radius centered on the blinding gold, all things dissolved into nothingness. Kirito possessed an undeniably fearsome capability. However, to assume that the admirals of the Navy were merely of this caliber would be exceedingly naive, even though they had just endured their first encounter. Suffering considerable injuries without gaining any advantage, this did not signify they lacked the capacity to continue the fight. Men are indeed curious weapons, one remarked. That recent attack, even we could not fully evade. Thus, a figure raised their right hand, forming it into a blade, coldly regarding the boy before him. Let us deal with one first. With a swift motion, the palm pierced through the boy's chest effortlessly, the proud ancient king collapsing into a pool of blood. How dreary the celestial dragons are. Shaking the blood from his hand, one figure finally revealed himself, another who was similarly swathed in bubbles. Undoubtedly, he too was a celestial dragon. Yet, since they dared to commit such acts, punishment was inevitable. So, who shall be the next celestial dragon? Their unparalleled speed rendered their words almost instantaneous, and the swiftness of their attacks was astonishing. To merely perceive their movements required immense effort. This was the protectors of the celestial dragons, the elite guard of the world's aristocracy. However, to so easily vanquish the young boy on the ship was not an act one could simply laugh off. That boy will not have another chance, a voice echoed from behind the two. Boy, Chu Feng. As they awaited the outcome, have the brothers from Mariejoa also mobilized? While munching on rice crackers, Garp remained his usual self, seemingly indifferent as he inquired. Sengoku, that type is the last one you'd wish to confront in close quarters, he remarked, sitting quietly as if in meditation. Garp scoffed dismissively, expressing his discontent with the two. That fool relies solely on his fruit abilities. What is there to be proud of? Chapter 36. Swift resolution. With his chest pierced and both lungs compromised, Fortunately, the heart remained untouched. Judging by this fellow's physical capabilities, he could likely endure for another 5 minutes. 5 minutes, enough time for the mysterious brothers of the celestial dragons and the formidable admirals of the navy to clash. With the wind rustling through the waves, Chufeng commanded with unwavering resolve before fully committing to the task at hand. The small lion and Lingbo swiftly carried the severely injured Gilgamesh away, leaving only the two later Dragonborn and Chufeng, who stood defiantly in their path on the battlefield. The dark-haired Dragonborn called out, "You there, Dragonborn, step aside at once." For ease of movement. The two had opted not for cumbersome space suits but rather donned remarkably comfortable attire, albeit with their signature large bubble-like hairstyles intact. Chufeng had never harbored any fondness for the Dragonborn, and at this juncture, it was intolerable that they would choose to assault a young boy from his ship in his presence. Such audacity exemplifies the notion of overstepping bounds. Although the initial fault lay with his own child, how could he possibly concede to that in front of outsiders? Educating children was a task solely for the parent. Meddling in such matters was utterly unwarranted. The matters concerning the child of Chufeng need not trouble you. He flexes his wrist, his expression grave and intimidating. Let us now delve into our affairs as Chufeng, akin to a soaring eagle, lunged towards the two enigmatic figures that had just materialized, positioned on either side. These individuals, though starkly different in appearance and demeanor, exhibited a chilling synchronicity. The more austere and meticulous of the two launched an assault with his fists aimed squarely at Chufeng's throat, while the more savage and bloodthirsty of the pair bent low, sweeping his right leg in a calculated strike aimed at Chufeng's lower body. Their movements, while not identical, harmoniously intertwined as if a singular master had conjured an additional set of limbs. Their flawless coordination left no respite for their adversary. For Chufeng, who was accustomed to close-quarter combat, this was undoubtedly dire news. Perhaps their strength was not exceptional, but they were undeniably agile opponents. The prospect of facing double the number was daunting. Yet, he resolved to confront the challenge. With his right hand, he intercepted a fierce punch aimed at his face, while his left hand, almost instinctively, deflected the simultaneous onslaught of two iron fists from the opposite side. As he coiled his body, he propelled his right leg forward with tremendous force, executing a 360-degree flip in midair, all while maintaining his grip on the assailant targeting his upper body. The so-called Heavenly Dragon Man. As he landed, with the opponent still airborne, Chufeng sprang into action, invoking the Heavenly Dragon's two bones. His powerful fist struck simultaneously, leaving the airborne adversary with no avenue for escape, forced to cross his arms to mitigate the impact. Meanwhile, the other man, who had been lurking behind, seized the opportunity presented by Chufeng's exposed midsection, transforming his fingers into a blade that brutally pierced through Chufeng's abdomen. With a resounding impact, the skirmish reached its abrupt conclusion as the three combatants disengaged. The bloodthirsty warrior, adorned with a cruel smile, licked the blood from the back of his hand, casting a sinister glance at Chufeng. Remarkably, the wound in Chufeng's abdomen began to clot, halting the alarming loss of blood. However, what truly captured Chufeng's concern was the man who had just inflicted the devastating blow. As he pushed aside the debris, the meticulously dressed adversary emerged unscathed, a testament to his formidable prowess. The battle led by Chufeng has commenced, while on the other side, Kirito and Itachi find themselves embroiled in a fierce struggle against three formidable generals. Despite having sustained injuries during the ambush, these three generals remain formidable adversaries. Each of them stands at the pinnacle of their respective domains, making their defeat anything but simple. In a one-on-one scenario, Itachi's prowess could enable him to eliminate a general in an instant, but given the current complexity of the battlefield, his ability to restrain two generals simultaneously is already pushing his limits, particularly since he is not renowned for his chakra reserves. Meanwhile, Akiji, who is gradually acclimatizing to Kirito's techniques, has reached a stalemate with him. However, in a pure contest of stamina, it is likely that Kirito will soon be unable to continue. Rather than waiting until fatigue renders him powerless, he contemplates attempting that technique once more, the sword skill that had previously inflicted severe damage on General Gordon, a technique that exerts tremendous strain on the body. It seems that Itachi has also resolved himself, as the corners of his kaleidoscopic Sharingan whirl rapidly, resembling a deadly kaleidoscope that conceals all the splendors of the world, mesmerizing and instilling dread in those who gaze upon it. Dragon people must not struggle. A colossal skeletal frame materializes from thin air, its lethal aura briefly repelling the two relentless pursuing generals. In the next moment, a fearsome armor, akin to that of a samurai, envelopes the terrifying bones. Final power of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, Activate. The true line of demarcation of strength is drawn. Remarkably, being struck head-on by the dual bones seems to inflict no significant damage. Is it due to an extraordinary defensive capability? No, it is not that simple. Recalling the tautness of muscles during their confrontation, Chifeng is certain that the opponent's muscle resilience is inferior to his own. So, could it be due to some special ability? Dragon people, cease your struggles and perish. The frenzied man eagerly laps at the blood belonging to Chifeng, as if he can hardly wait to devour him whole. There is no reaction, surely. The time for the toxin to take effect has elapsed. Indeed, directly consuming Chifeng's blood is akin to suicide, for his veins have long been saturated with lethal toxins. And centuries of habit have imbued even his blood with a potent virus. It would not be an exaggeration to say that blood can seal one's fate. So, why is there no reaction? Chifeng's gaze shifted once more to the solemn man before him, who bore not a single scar upon his form. Is that truly the case? Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted nearby as towering flames ignited, and the terrifying skeletal giant emerged simultaneously. Has the moment arrived when it is imperative to unleash the power of Shuzhua? It seems I must expedite my endeavors. Taking a deep breath, Chifeng coldly regarded the two approaching men, his originally deep, obsidian eyes gradually transforming into a vivid crimson. The sound of a chilling hiss escaped from Chifeng's throat. A low growl unlike any human's, enveloping everyone in an inexplicable pressure. Chapter 37, 10,000 meters under the sea, in light of the unfolding situation. The three admirals of the Navy opted for a strategic retreat. This withdrawal, perhaps, would leave even the celestial dragons with little to say, for they had recently experienced the terror of that monster at close range. Without the need for Sengoku's orders, all the elite Marines involved in this operation chose silence. Fully aware of the profound implications of the battle in the Sabaody archipelago, the ability to single-handedly contend against the three highest combatants of the Navy has always been the privilege of the four emperors. Roger has perished, and the Golden Lion Shiki has been captured and imprisoned in the abyssal depths of an impenetrable underwater prison. The once mighty four emperors seem to have reached their twilight. Now reduced to Whitebeard and Big Mom, there have long been eager voices clamoring to designate the new four emperors of the New World, as countless ambitious pirates strive to attain this exalted title. Yet, it was only with the outbreak of today's great battle that the world began to recollect the true essence of what it means to be a four-emperor. Whether it be the so-called strongest in the world, Whitebeard, or the enigmatic Big Mom, they both possess the power to upheave this world. Indeed, from this day forth, a new name will be added to this perilous cadre. From the moment Chifeng commenced his battle until the entire crew returned to the submarine, a mere 4 minutes had elapsed. Though brief, this interval had a profound impact, affecting nearly one-third of the Sabaody archipelago. Fortunately, there remained ample time for Chifeng to administer aid for a crucial 40 seconds, which proved sufficient. With deft hands, he skillfully removed the opponent's armor, which was originally sustained by magical energy and now rendered utterly ineffective. The two gaping wounds in the chest were particularly conspicuous, even for the most ancient of kings, who possessed divinity. Such injuries could be deemed fatal. Yet, Chifeng's gaze remained unwavering, devoid of any sign of distress. Hemostatic clamps, gauze, surgical scalpel, and suturing needles, all these instruments seemed to come alive under the illumination of the surgical light, dancing rhythmically in his hands. 20 seconds had already passed. The once crimson blood no longer flowed at a terrifying rate. Chifeng recognized this as a promising indication of his successful hemostasis, although it also signified that the individual lying on the operating table was experiencing a decline in blood pressure. For an ordinary person, excessive blood loss would be sufficient to claim their life. The Chifeng DX2121, seemingly an arbitrary designation, was effortlessly retrieved by Ling Bo from a concealed compartment within the ship's medical room. Her hand trembled, the once frigid, almost robotic palm faltered in its grasp of the diminutive vial of medication. Chifeng did not raise his head. He swiftly accepted the vial and then uncorked it. The contest between life and death rendered everyone silent. Not only was the young boy, who was struggling on the brink of death, a source of concern, but for some inexplicable reason, his once busy silhouette began to wither gradually. His skin rapidly lost moisture, becoming parched, and then shriveled, resembling desiccated bark. The originally dark hair turned starkly white in an instant. He stooped over, seemingly transitioning from youth to the frailness of old age. The terrifying ordeal was far from over. It appeared as though he had surpassed the limits of humanity. His dry skin began to slough off, revealing muscles akin to sausages beneath, devoid of blood, as the once surging crimson liquid had long since transformed into a pale, translucent gel. At last, the medication took effect. The previously hollow chest muscles began to regenerate at an astonishing pace, with bones, skin, and all tissues returning to their original state. "It's all sorted," remarked an onlooker in a casual tone, as the elderly man with a head of white hair revealed a hearty smile before slowly collapsing. While everyone was still reeling from the recent battle, the protagonist of the story descended slowly into the abyss of the sea, where visibility was non-existent. A division of 24 hours passed. The Admiral of the Navy remained silent upon receiving the battle report. Even after a day had elapsed, he sat in his office, wordless. The emergence of this group had drastically altered the world's dynamics. Sengoku, known as the wise strategist, would never dwell on matters of the past. For such contemplation bore no fruit. Instead, he pondered the future layout of the Navy. Sengoku exhaled softly, the once youthful figure now flecked with gray. It seemed he had finally made a decision. He picked up his pen and solemnly inscribed the decree on the letter destined for the New World Navy Division. Sengoku hereby decrees that, from the date of this order, the Navy shall commence a phased withdrawal of troops from the New World. The adversary had chosen to dive towards Fishman Island. Undoubtedly, Chufeng's target was also the New World. It was time to abandon the latter half of the Grand Line. In the vast nutrient solution vat, Chifeng lay peacefully with closed eyes, drifting serenely. Apart from the respirator at his mouth, he bore no shame or rage. He simply slumbered quietly, unaware of when he would awaken. However, the situation was improving. Roy reported that, after examination, the desiccated corpse was in the process of revival, with all vital signs returning at a terrifying pace. Indeed, in Lingbo's eyes, the withered skin had begun to heal, and the white hair gradually regained its former luster. "Roy, please awaken soon. At a depth of 10,000 meters, just how long do you intend to sleep?" Chapter 38. The island unwelcoming to humans. Deep within the ocean lies a realm inhabited by fantastical beings. From ancient times to the present, fishmen and mermaids have thrived here, sheltered by formidable geographical defenses across generations. The true masters of this domain are not humans, and more importantly, the arrival of humans is far from welcome. Humans hunt brown bears, stripping their pelts for adornment, viewing other creatures merely as commodities, be they fishmen or mermaids, all inevitably facing a similar fate. They may not be slain, yet they are regarded as subhuman slaves. A young female mermaid can fetch a staggering price of around 80 million berries. However, capturing pirates of equal bounty is far easier. Thus, Fishman Island gradually became a hub for human traffickers who unabashedly ensnared their prey, reaping substantial profits in the process. Inevitably, a chain of hatred ensued. From the perspective of a small island, the immense trenches, underwater volcanoes, and colossal sea creatures abound. Countless marvels, yet equally perilous. Fortunately, the vessel they navigated was not a pirate ship, but rather a genuine small island. Hence, what would typically spell disaster for many pirate crews posed little threat to the underworld. The journey to Fishman Island proceeded smoothly, considering safety. After approximately 3 days of underwater travel, the island, encased in a colossal bubble, finally emerged before Chifeng and his companions. Of course, the term Chifeng and his companions was merely customary. In reality, while the world was astonished by the battle that transpired at the Sabaody archipelago, Chifeng remained deeply asleep. His vital signs had fully returned to pre-battle standards and stabilized. For a normal individual, Chifeng was exceedingly healthy. Yet, anyone who had witnessed his rapid aging would certainly not believe he was unscathed. The damage he sustained was beyond ordinary comprehension. And even though all of Roy's machinery indicated that this man had returned to normal, he still showed no signs of awakening, resembling someone who had passed on. "Perhaps a little lion," mused the small lion, resting his chin on his hand, his tuft of hair swaying once more. "Perhaps we should seek out a princess." In the midst of their journey, the crew found themselves at a loss regarding the suggestion made by the Night Maiden. In Kirito's fairy tale, the roles are reversed. He thought, exasperated as he rubbed his temples. It seemed foolish to engage in such a serious debate with her. The young lion, clearly at a loss, appeared to be struggling to hold onto his former rationality. Kirito, although troubled, clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention, proposing that perhaps they should seek out a doctor. Wasn't it said that a healer should not tend to their own wounds? Shifting his gaze back to the doctor still in the life support chamber, he noted that even in such dire circumstances, the physician had administered emergency treatment. Were it not for his efforts, the golden-haired lad would have surely perished by now. "Then let us find him a doctor on the island," Kirito declared. Gilgamesh, clad in his familiar golden armor, despite having only just managed to rise from his bed, disregarded any objections and donned his armor once more. He, alongside the others, gathered before the colossal tank, awaiting the awakening of the slumbering figure within. He turned towards the submarine, perhaps motivated by his recent rescue, and certainly unwilling to witness the loss of another friend. Fear not, you shall not become the second Enkidu. I will never allow you to perish. Corrido, there is no need to rush, he cautioned as he caught up with the ancient king, who seemed preoccupied. We have other matters to consider. Indeed, we are currently situated at a depth of 10,000 meters, Loy interjected, clarifying for Gilgamesh. The immense water pressure is no trivial matter. Corrido? Loy continued, it is a staggering 100,000 newtons per square meter. With her eyes fixed on Chifeng within the glass enclosure, Lingbo rarely participated in the discourse. That is equivalent to enduring 100,000 tons of pressure, Corrido summarized. Acknowledging the precariousness of their situation. However, Loy reassured, there's no need for concern. Challenging the limits of ordinary individuals seems to be a scientist's favorite pastime. Last time at Nine Snake, she had procured some rather extraordinary materials. Waving her finger playfully, she revealed, the submarine, along with this island, is constructed from carbon-high polymers, which are cutting-edge materials. Initially, they were only theoretical, but recent breakthroughs have indicated a maximum pressure resistance of around 1,500 tons per square centimeter. More than sufficient for our needs. Then let us set forth, Itachi said gently, rising to head towards the submarine storage room. Following him were Corrido, Gilgamesh, the young lion, and Loy, while Lingbo remained close to the life support unit. In the depths of the ocean, one would expect an absence of light, yet to their surprise, Fishman Island was illuminated brightly. The dark abyss of the deep sea was a rarity here, if not for the oppressive water pressure surrounding them. One might believe they were merely at the shoreline. However, beneath this oceanic trench, danger lurked beyond just the crushing pressure. A colossal shadow emerged through the submarine's holographic projection, revealing a massive sea creature, accompanied by indistinct silhouettes perched upon it, seemingly intent on encircling the vessel. Were they hostile? Chapter 39, the renowned doctor of Fishman Island. As he opened his leather case, the contents revealed a surgical knife, sterile masks, adhesive bandages, hemostats, and gauze. This was a testament to a doctor's dedication, a profound respect for every life that lay before him, even if the world deemed him less than noble. His dark cloak resembled a demon's attire, and his strikingly unique black and white hair, alongside the prominent scars on his face, only heightened the sinister atmosphere surrounding him. No one would voluntarily approach him. While he could perform miraculous feats of life-saving, the costs were often unbearable. But what did that matter to him? With a disdainful smirk, he mused over the insignificance of such matters in the grand scheme of existence. Grasping his suitcase, he pushed open the door once more. Residing on the highest floor, the bright sunlight was almost blinding. Even in a different world, his principles remained unchanged. In the division of seeking medical assistance, everyone but Lingbo, who stayed to watch over Chifeng, crowded into the submarine. If this vessel were to be sunk, it would spell disaster for them all. Wait. Why is that damned scientist still smiling? Corrido sensed the heavy sin of conspiracy. Did these mere beasts believe they could sink the submarine? A fool's dream. Man. Activate the arc defense system. The lenses of his glasses glimmered with a dazzling light, obscuring the madman's expression, yet the dangerous smile was enough to instill fear. The nuclear reactor's output surged instantly, generating a faint green energy shield around the missile-shaped submarine. The delicate membrane appeared frail, as if a mere touch could shatter it. The giant sea beast swung its tail, its armored scales glinting as if to showcase what true defense entailed. With a resounding impact, there was no chance of evasion. The colossal tail struck the bow of the vessel. The sound echoed like ice crashing into boiling water, or freshly cut meat pressed against a hot grill. In an instant, a heart-wrenching roar emanated from the beast, and to everyone's astonishment, the powerful tail vanished from where it had collided with the shield. This is madness. Our sole purpose is to find a doctor, and we must do so discreetly, Corrido admonished, wearing a high hood. This is not a remote area where we can remain incognito. We must be cautious, as we could easily be recognized, causing unnecessary trouble. Our objective is to locate a doctor and return here by 5 o'clock. Understood? Leave it to me, said a passerby. Is this really necessary? Corrido questioned, concerned about the potential fallout should they attract unwanted attention. To ensure a flawless operation, Itachi would lead 2 others, while Corrido and Loy would split up to search. They wouldn't have time to gather every doctor on the island, so they would seek out the most renowned one, regardless of whether he would agree to treat Chifeng. If he refused, they would simply take him by force. Despite the exhaustion and almost insurmountable odds, they did not surrender. Young lion, good sir. Are there any well-known doctors nearby? The young lion inquired timidly of the inebriated gentleman dining at a nearby restaurant. Ah, little girl, are you unwell? The man responded, noticing her discomfort. The little lion exclaimed, "No, it's not me. It's my companion who is gravely injured and in desperate need of assistance." "Ah, pedestrian see. I see. You might want to seek out Blackjack," the middle-aged man replied, taking a sip of fine wine and reminiscing. "Indeed, that fellow possesses exceptional skills, but be cautious. My dear girl, he is a man who values money above all else." "Is that so?" "Thank you, sir. By the way, do you know where he resides?" The middle-aged man appeared quite inebriated, growing increasingly loquacious. "Just call me Master Xie. That chap lives on the top floor of this building." He pointed towards the vertically arranged structures, gesturing to the summit. "Thank you, Master Xie." The little lion opened wide and devoured the 2 plates of food before him at lightning speed, disregarding the greasy corners of his mouth as he hurriedly pulled Itachi and Gilgamesh towards the uppermost dwelling. "Blackjack, what a peculiar name," he mused. Although the reason eluded him, he surmised that the man was likely not an uncomplicated individual. Chapter 40. Target, Fisherman Street. Though being tugged around by a greasy little brat was hardly dignified, and the bizarre individuals surrounding them frequently cast disapproving glances, the ancient king simply wished to locate a physician at this moment. Ascending further, the eccentric doctor was reputed to reside at the pinnacle of the building, after all. Humph, he must be quite affluent. Of course. The notion of wealth held little significance for Gilgamesh, who had no intention of persuading the man. There were far more direct methods at his disposal. The sole concern was whether the rumored, frequently visiting doctor was indeed at home. "Little lion, hurry. Master is in danger." "Shut up, brat. Both of you, be quiet." Leaning down, a broad palm rested atop the heads of the 2 youngsters. Itachi had remained silent throughout their journey, seemingly sensing that this quest to find the doctor on Fisherman Island would not be as smooth as hoped. Gazing once more at the top-floor residence, Itachi furrowed his brow tighter. It appeared they might be destined for disappointment. Meanwhile, a separate group was engaged in conversation. "So, this fellow named Blackjack is quite renowned?" Kirito asked, sipping his coffee while casting a calm gaze at the towering merman before him. Then, "Miss Sherry, do you know where he might be at present?" Roy continued the inquiry timely. "Well, if I'm not mistaken, he should be returning to Fisherman Street today for his rounds," the woman replied. "Fisherman Street? That's a place entirely different from here," Sherry remarked, a shadow crossing her eyes as she seemed to ponder something. "Though they were of the same kind. Why could they not coexist?" "None of that matters," Kirito declared, draining the remainder of his coffee before rising and patting Roy on the shoulder. "You should stay here or head back to the submarine." He then turned his attention to Sherry. "Miss, are you certain he's the best doctor on this island?" "Well, his personality is dreadful, and he is quite the rogue, but his medical skills are indeed unparalleled," she replied. "That'll suffice. I'll borrow this," Kirito said, picking up a piece of bubble coral from the table and waving at the CAF owner. "I will return shortly." "No, you misunderstand me," Sherry exclaimed, swiftly approaching Kirito. "You don't grasp the danger. The mermen there are formidable, and their thoughts are perilous. If it weren't for Taiga's condition, they wouldn't be calling for a doctor." "Huh?" Kirito responded. "So what?" Sherry insisted, pointing at the black sword strapped to his back. "Can't you see? Even if you are a powerful swordsman, you cannot possibly defeat multiple mermen in the water. The venture would be a reckless gamble with death." Okay, I understand," Kirito said, rubbing his forehead in mild frustration. Though he recognized her concern, it was unavoidable. How could he simply abandon that despicable doctor? "Rest assured, I might be stronger than you think." Ultimately, he could only watch as the figure cloaked in black gradually vanished from view. "Stronger than anticipated? Just how foolish can this man be?" Roy remarked. "Thank you for your hospitality," she said, rising and adjusting her white lab coat before setting off in the opposite direction. "Hey, go fetch your companion. He is going to get himself killed." "Huh?" Roy paused, then finally comprehended. "Ah, if you're worried about those mermen, you need not be," she replied, chuckling. "To some extent, that fellow is quite well known." She waved goodbye to Sherry and gradually walked away. "They're all very strong," Roy added. "TCH. I've seen plenty of pirate captains from the Sabaody archipelago. None survived their encounters," Sherry retorted. "Actually, Miss Sherry," Roy countered, "those are merely dangerous individuals. We are not pirates, and that man is not a captain, either. Captains are far more terrifying. All right, lie down quickly." Donning plastic gloves, Jack displayed no regard for the merman's imposing physique, somewhat roughly pressing him onto the operating table. For him, the decision to provide aid signified an absolute certainty of success. To achieve this, he requires the absolute cooperation of the patient. No matter how esteemed the physician, they cannot cure a patient who does not believe in them. The man due to his unique physical constitution, may find the administered anesthetic insufficient. However, exceeding the safe threshold could prove fatal. As he donned his mask, he began to explain that the man's experience could be smooth sailing, or it could lead to considerable pain midway. The bystander need not worry. The fishman, with his crimson skin, spoke in a voice that was already weak, yet anyone who had heard him could discern an unwavering determination. The elderly bystander would not be defeated by mere pain. He should proceed without hesitation. Thus, the man commenced. A brief sting, and before Tiger, darkness enveloped him. The anesthetic began to take effect. Chapter 41. The ominous tattoo of pale red nutrient solution filled the life support chamber. This hue, much lighter than blood, sustained Chu Feng's existence. In his eyes, the withered horror of the past had vanished. Even the most discerning biologist could find no excess in this body. A perfect physique housed a flawless life. He would not be vanquished by illness. He possessed a wisdom elusive to most, and even the most brutal passage of time held no significance for him. Yet, at this moment, he could only float there, motionless. The divider of Fishman Street, is this it, Carrito? His entire head was enveloped in a bubble. The deep-sea journey had imparted to Carrito the true meaning of water pressure. Even though the vast bubble isolated him from the immense pressure outside that could crush a human to a mere pancake, simply being submerged in water was uncomfortable enough. Humans are not creatures of both land and sea. Nevertheless, he could still manage to maintain his combat readiness. Carrito. Hey. Turning around, he discovered that, at some point, the smiling attaché had brought along 2 small oil barrels to a spot nearby, and he had not noticed their arrival at all. Had he become so dulled by the current? This was not a good omen. Fishmen possessed a terrifyingly swift movement speed in the water. Are you also here to find Blackjack, Carrito? Carrito nodded, feeling a surge of emotion at the little girl's ability to correctly address him. Initially, she had mistaken him for Chu Feng's familiar. Enough, you rascal. How long must I wait? Come on, we can't seriously be at odds with the child. Considering this, Carrito chose to ignore the glittering address. Then let us set out, but be cautious. The inhabitants inside seem rather unfriendly. Alone, he might risk being ambushed, especially in the depths of the sea where unforeseen events could arise. However, if this group accompanied him, considering this was a crucial route after entering the Grand Line, it would be prudent to exercise restraint and avoid causing destruction. After all, their history of misconduct was far too extensive. Meanwhile, as Carrito and his companions stepped into the realm of Fishman Street, they had already captured the attention of the fishmen. With the dawn of the Great Pirate Era, Fishman Street had not been spared from calamity, becoming a place where humans captured slaves. Hence, for humanity, this was a death trap, and for the fishmen, it bore haunting memories. Brother Arlong, a standard octopus man with 8 arms, anxiously pushed open a door on Fishman Street. Another human is coming this way. His octopus-like mouth conveyed urgency, yet there was an underlying absurdity in his tone. Calm down, Shokio. From the darkness of the room, a deeper voice emerged. Although he was also a fishman, he bore striking differences in appearance. Arlong, the one they referred to, was clearly a shark man, distinguished by a sharp, hooked nose. His most prominent feature, he was stronger than the average fishman, with boundless energy coursing through his youthful body. Let us go, he said, rising to his feet. Kicking aside a chair as he headed for the door. Let us properly entertain our human guests. His hands made a cacophony of clattering sounds, and the Sharkman's already broad smile twisted into a cruel grin. The divider of evolution, the underworld, life support chamber. Chu Feng felt as though he had just emerged from an interminable dream. Though he had encountered similar experiences before, an undeniable sense of joy eluded him. A protracted existence, extraordinary powers, and the reverence of countless souls surrounded him. Ah, when did he first discover this peculiar ability of his? 5 centuries ago? No. It seems it began 7 centuries past. Until now, that dreadful black mist had transformed from a mere veil into a complete shroud obscuring his visage. He had always endeavored to avoid such a fate, yet the passage of time had rendered it increasingly inevitable. His eyes remained shut, while a tingling sensation coursed through him. A feeling perhaps unbeknownst to him, yet clearly perceived by Ling Bo beside him. Sinister black tattoos began to spread across his back, their branch-like tendrils gradually taking form. And upon one of these branches, an eerie eye symbol appeared out of thin air. At long last, after an extensive slumber, Chu Feng's fingers twitched. Something was awakening. Chapter 42. Do you take pleasure in bullying children? As one stepped into the realm of Fishman Street, the stark contrast became palpable. Here, the atmosphere was entirely different from Fishman Island. Deprived of sunlight, it remained perpetually enshrouded in darkness, devoid of future or hope. The fishmen harbored a deep disdain for humanity. And those dwelling here were even more despondent and extreme. They wielded their innate powers to tear apart any human who dared to intrude. A passerby had ventured here. Should I commend your courage? Under the leadership of a towering figure, more and more fishmen congregated. The passerby mused. Perhaps it is your foolishness that merits ridicule. Humans. To be candid, the journey had fostered skepticism regarding the combat prowess of the fishmen, having never engaged them directly. The supposed tenfold superiority remained a mystery. However, as a throng of menacing fishmen encircled them, his trepidation began to wane. Their numbers were not as formidable as imagined, and current observations hardly indicated a significant combat capability. Even in their domain, even with their power seemingly doubled, the disparity in strength was far from comparable to that of a general. Thus, the passerby hesitated. If the adversaries possessed any real strength, there would be no need for restraint. Yet, as it stood, vanquishing them would feel akin to an adult picking a quarrel with children. Clearing his throat, he diverted his thoughts. Regardless, they must secure that physician and return. Passerby, we merely strolled here, he remarked. Nonetheless, they needed to find a way to resolve this deadlock. Engaging in one-sided slaughter was best avoided, lest the wrath of these beings be unleashed upon some unfortunate human doctor. First, they must pacify the fishmen, then swiftly locate the doctor and escape in one breath. This plan was indeed commendable, but regrettably, the passerby had yet to reach a level of understanding with his companions. Passerby, get out of the way. Scum. The roar from the Golden King instantly escalated the atmosphere to a perilous brink. The arrogant sovereign disdainfully refused to elaborate, unable to tolerate defiance against his decrees, and sought to suppress all who dared oppose him. Do you wish to die a second time? Golden specks of light began to shimmer, coalescing in an instant. The depths of the ocean, once impervious to illumination, seemed to birth a miniature sun. In the blink of an eye, it rendered the fishmen, who had grown accustomed to the darkness, incapable of lifting their heads. This little boy was indeed a veritable firecracker. An hour ago, as Loy's silhouette faded, the coveted mermaid CAF welcomed a new wave of patrons. With a light-hearted tone, the man in a tailored suit pushed open the shop door, exclaiming, Chufu. Do you fancy this place as well? His distinctive glasses lent him an air of sophistication, akin to that of a civil servant in a corporate setting. Effortlessly elegant yet casual. Lingbo replied, No, it's just that it's too noisy outside. Following closely behind him was a blue-haired girl, her expression devoid of emotion, exuding an icy demeanor. Only when her crimson eyes met those of the man did a subtle warmth flicker within her gaze. A passerby greeted, Welcome. Still grappling with her own emotions, Charlotte was not inherently the type to warmly welcome guests. With a cheerful demeanor, the man approached her, smiling, his actions as effortless as those of an old friend reunited after many years. Chu Feng, please bring me 2 cups of cappuccino. Passerby B, certainly. Skillfully placing the order. I merely need to sit there and patiently await the kitchen's delivery. However, I must say, the number of guests today is quite remarkable, especially considering that it is not yet peak time. Chfeng, by the way, may I ask, miss? Suddenly, the man turned his gaze towards this direction and abruptly spoke. Passerby B, Xiaoli. The gentleman smiled slightly, addressing Miss Shaili with a touch of warmth in his voice. Has anyone approached you today to inquire about the renowned physician on the island? Dear Chufeng, I must apologize for my rudeness. The man awkwardly scratched his head. My companions from Chufeng are coming to the island in search of a physician for certain reasons, but that is no longer necessary. I wish to quickly find them and bring them back, hoping to avoid causing any trouble for Fishman Island. Was that swordsman from earlier a companion of Passerby B? Hurry. Passerby B, you must rush to Fishman Street. Sherry nearly shouted, for a swordsman clad in black had just headed in that direction. Is it true, Chufeng? The man immediately rose to his feet, his expression one of astonishment. A grave matter has arisen, indeed. Clear the way. The man swiftly made his way to the entrance. If Chufeng does not swiftly intervene, the Fishman Street is destined for destruction. In that moment, the man vanished from Shaylee's sight as well. Destroy the Fishman Street? Surely. They have not lost their minds. Meanwhile, the blue-haired girl remained seated, remarkably tranquil. Hey, aren't you going to organize them? Asked bystander B. Lingbo. The girl merely nodded, averting her gaze. Lingbo, that would never bring about its ruin. Isn't it a bit late for such talk? Bystander B retorted, exasperated. Shaylee, feeling a headache coming on, absent-mindedly brushed her forehead, inadvertently knocking over a newly arrived bounty notice from the previous day. This girl's visage seems hauntingly familiar. Wait, could it be? Upon lifting her gaze once more, Shaylee's attention returned to the girl. Hey, Hey, could that possibly be the genuine article? Preventing a scenario of mercilessly bullying a child. Kirito exclaimed, Hey, 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 it's already quite dazzling, Gil. A hand rested upon the rapidly escalating situation involving the glittering young boy. And the ominous golden radiance gradually faded away. The man mused, what on earth? Although he found the sudden appearance of a certain individual rather perplexing. Kirito felt a sense of relief. After all, recovery had been achieved, hadn't it? Has Itachi regained his health? Itachi, who had been silently observing everything, stepped forward with a smile. Captain Itachi. With the blessings of everyone, Chu Feng laughed heartily as he patted the back of his head, then energetically raised his thumb in approval. The resurgence of Chu Feng. However, speaking of which, the man suddenly crouched down again and placed his hand atop the young boy's head. Chu Feng, do you take pleasure in tormenting the innocent? While this may sound excessive, it is, unfortunately, a truth. Surrounded by gold, the ancient king possesses the power to repel formidable foes. Chapter 43. The arrival of the new emperor at Fishman Island recently. Evidence has surfaced indicating that Chu Feng and his crew, notorious for their heinous crimes in the Sabaody archipelago, are advancing toward Fishman Island, aboard a submarine currently beyond tracking. A few days prior, news of their actions sent shockwaves through Fishman Island, yet for days, no reports of their landing have emerged. Perhaps these world-renowned criminals have been swallowed by the sea? As the number of individuals entertaining such thoughts grows, Sherry's gaze falls upon the girl before her. An invisible barrier, Lingboli, bounty, 550 million berries. Undoubtedly, this seemingly harmless ice queen is a perilous criminal with an exorbitant bounty. Wait. This fairy girl has once slain a marine admiral. Her hand, holding the coffee cup, trembles slightly. An admiral, she fully comprehends the caliber of that power. While perhaps not comparable to the legendary Whitebeard, who once claimed ownership of this island, they undoubtedly belong to the elite echelon of the world. Regrettably, such a formidable individual has fallen to the hands of this girl. It becomes somewhat understandable why she harbors no concern for her companions. After all, they're aboard the same vessel. In an instant, realization strikes Sherry, and she can no longer maintain her grip on the teacup. This implies that Chu Feng and his crew have successfully landed on this island. In a frantic search, she finally locates the wanted posters from a towering stack. Not this one, nor that one. Found it. Mechanical expert, Loy, bounty, 20 million berries. Black sword interpreter, Kirito, bounty, 500 million berries. Now for the final one. The first thing that catches her eye is a long string of zeros, a terrifyingly large number that silently condemns as menace. Nightmare Chu Feng, bounty, 870 million berries. Recently, evidence has confirmed that Chu Feng and his crew, infamous for their atrocious deeds in the Sabaody archipelago, are heading toward Fishman Island, aboard a submarine currently untraceable. Following their fierce battle against the 3 marine admirals and the celestial dragons in the Sabaody archipelago, the notorious pirate Nightmare Chu Feng has been officially recognized as the new emperor before entering the New World. They have arrived. A reminder to all, exercise caution when inebriated. For Leopard Song, the mere presence of alcohol suffices. As an octopus man, he is unlike his brutish kin. From his earliest memories, he has preferred resolving issues with a sword. A sharp blade, with a single strike, can render an opponent incapable of retaliation. What could be more splendid? Swords and wine are undoubtedly the finest companions. However, one cannot deny the occasional indulgence in drunken revelry. And because of this, he has even earned the moniker of the Drunken Butcher. It sounds rather fearsome. Yet has it not also elevated his commissions? Those tedious ruffians now hesitate to provoke him, so the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. Moreover, when the desire to wield his blade arises, as it does now, he finds satisfaction in fulfilling it. Chu Feng let out a small hiccup. Amidst the gentle breeze, a young man over yonder, with 8 legs swaying unsteadily, propels himself forward, while a gleaming blade, its sharpness undeniable, has unsheathed itself unbeknownst to him. The youthful child of Chu Feng is not among us. In an instant, a surge of acceleration. For an ordinary merman, this is an astonishing velocity. In the blink of an eye, that fearsome butcher approached the Nidus, who still donned her lion-themed attire. 7 blades? Perhaps 8? Or even more. Those knife edges, akin to falling snow, swiftly filled the entire field of vision. Yet, the little girl displayed no signs of panic, not even donning armor for battle. Clang. The sudden, crisp sound, along with the unexpected appearance of a man, caught everyone off guard. The numbing effects of alcohol could not quell the rising fear. Instinctively, she sought to defend herself with her blade. Yet, in truth, Leopard could do nothing. All 9 daggers, including the one in her right hand, were instantaneously grasped by that man. She was unable to slice, swing, or even withdraw. So close, that smiling visage bore a demonic glint in his eyes. It is indeed perilous for young children to wield a knife. Bang! A fist abruptly halted before me, seemingly yet to make contact. Yet. Have you ever gazed upon a meteor, Chu Feng? It seems a certain individual from CP9 has uttered similar sentiments. As for the outcome? It is undoubtedly the same. Men are infuriating. Unable to contain his rage any longer, Arlong took a sudden step forward, only to be firmly restrained by the ever-anxious Xiaoba. No, Arlong, you must not. Why must you prevent me, a mere man? You cannot engage with him. Xiaoba had never exhibited such panic before. It was the memory of witnessing Whitebeard's world-destroying might that instilled such dread towards this seemingly amicable man. He is the newly appointed emperor. The man, newly appointed? The four emperors. Chapter 44. I shall return swiftly. Blackjack hesitated. Despite it being their first encounter, the gentleman clad in a tailored suit exuded an inexplicable sense of familiarity. You have never laid eyes upon me. Chifeng, feeling more acquainted, pulled this peculiar individual closer. Yet, I ponder, our hometown is likely quite near. Shall we discuss matters over a cup of coffee? With a gentle smile, Chu Feng effortlessly pulled him away, prompting a collective sigh from Tong Ren and the others, who had grown accustomed to their doctor's nonchalant demeanor. Meanwhile, the entirety of Fishman Street seemed cursed, frozen in place until Chu Feng and his companions vanished from sight. Only then did the most chaotic realm of the underwater world return to its lively tumult, as all the fishmen rushed to share the news. The four emperors had landed. It was a sentiment steeped in longing, a frenzied exhilaration born from survival. Jinbei's fist relaxed and tightened again, the proximity serving as a stark reminder of the chasm between himself and the pinnacle of the world. If that man so desired, even he, who prided himself on being far superior to a leopard, could be effortlessly dispatched. Yet, he refrained from doing so. At the boundary of the mermaid CAF, upon their return, the lovely Miss Shayley was no longer composed. Once she comprehended the nature of the individuals that had entered her establishment, she instructed all the mermaids to retreat to the kitchen for a respite. She chose not to disclose her reasoning to others, fearing it would incite greater panic. Given the current circumstances, they showed no intent to wreak havoc. She silently chuckled to herself, recognizing that if this group was determined to cause trouble on Fishman Island, there was likely no one capable of stopping them. All that was left was to wait patiently for them to complete their business and depart. To be frank, in a corner of the CAF, Chu Feng sat facing Jack, while Tong Ren and the others were scattered nearby. None of us were indigenous to this world. The smile of Chu Feng has remained unchanged. He gestured towards the individuals gathered around them and spoke. I am well aware that you are not one of us. Is this the source of that familiar feeling? Jack nodded, silently sipping his coffee, urging him to continue. It is prudent to inquire upon first meeting. Is your presence on this island due to the unique physiology of the fish people? Jack's hand, which held the coffee, suddenly halted. For the first time, he regarded the man before him with curiosity. Let us set aside how you discern that I am not from this world. Your tone is grave, devoid of any semblance of panic. Are you fully aware of my current intentions? In truth, my world possesses certain distinctions from that of others. Feeling a touch awkward, Chu Feng scratched his head and continued. Are you interested in delving deeper into the realm of medicine? This vast world is home to races even more extraordinary than the fish people. Even among humans, there exists a multitude of significant differences. I too am a doctor, and I harbor many aspirations regarding this world. Would you be willing to embark on a journey with us? The words of Chu Feng rendered Jack silent. Indeed, in the boundless realm of medicine, he harbored a unique dedication. However, let us refrain from hastily uttering a refusal. With an air of prescience, Chu Feng waved his hand and retrieved a test tube from his bosom, presenting it to him. In fact, there is another matter I wish to entrust to you. You need not respond hastily. We shall depart for a while. Before our return, I would appreciate your thorough examination of the anomalies within this pathogenic fluid. Pathogenic fluid? It appears to be nothing more than ordinary blood. I shall return shortly. Feng did not provide any further explanations but departed decisively, leaving Jack to stare blankly at the vivid red test tube, realizing he needed to return to the laboratory immediately. In the realm of the New World, this endeavor would indeed be arduous for all. Back in the realm of the dead, Feng, seizing the rare opportunity to cook, prepared a sumptuous feast for everyone. The little lion, too impatient to wipe his hands, dove straight into another skewer of roasted meat. Next, let us promptly address the matters at hand. After taking a sip of ice water, Kirito finally swallowed the food that had lodged in his throat and nodded. It is the fellow named Kaido, is it not? We must swiftly put an end to this. Chapter 45, the first appearance of the great ship in the realm of the dead. A bystander reported to His Majesty the King, Your Majesty. The Four Emperors Chufeng has just departed from Fishman Island. Has he finally left? Almost simultaneously with the news, King Neptune exhaled deeply. The incident on Fishman Street had spread throughout the entire Ryugu Kingdom almost as soon as it occurred. Since the dawn of the Great Pirate Era, Fishman Island had grown accustomed to pirates, yet regrettably, this did not extend to those of the Four Emperors' caliber. Years ago, the arrival of Whitebeard was celebrated as heroic by the entire island. It had also revealed to the people the true power of a monarch. Moreover, in contrast to the ability user Whitebeard, the current Chufeng was a master of physical combat, meaning that the constraints imposed by Fishman Island would be minimal. Fortunately, this newly appointed emperor seemed to harbor little attachment to Fishman Island, and soon, he set off on his journey to the New World. On the other hand, for Chufeng and his companions, this voyage held even greater significance. The rush to hastily complete the realm of the dead was entirely motivated by the desire to confront all that had been witnessed on Oryua's island. For those who betrayed humanity's fundamental principles, there was no justification to still regard them as human. Among the pirates active in the New World, the name would undoubtedly resonate with familiarity. It belonged to a man who instilled terror and awe, yet wielded a formidable power that engendered despair, even before Chufeng emerged. He was regarded as the most formidable contender for the title of the new Four Emperor. The great pirate, Kaido, the dividing line to the passageway of the New World. Did Chufeng truly charge forth in such a manner? The ascending currents were scarcely superior to the plunging torrents of the ocean depths. However, having traversed this path once before, the journey into the New World proved significantly smoother than the descent. Undoubtedly, this ease could be attributed to the remarkably grand vessel. Attempting to pat the steel walls of the bridge, Chufeng beamed with a broad smile. Chufeng is indeed incredibly dependable. In the realm of the underworld, this is an undeniable truth, for every metal plate here bears significance. As a scientist, there is no greater joy than receiving admiration for one's work. However, since he is part of Chufeng's entourage, he is inevitably unable to complete his thoughts. The little lion, dear master, stumbled toward Chufeng, tears streaming down its cheeks. Its round form quivered slightly with each hurried step, and the tuft of fur on its forehead danced in sync with its movements, accompanied by a soft, endearing voice that is utterly irresistible. Chufeng, what has happened? Little lion bit his lip, first sobbing softly, then fixing his watery, innocent eyes upon Chufeng. You rascal! The young boy, radiating a golden light, emerged from the steel fortress, furious as he raised his formidable treasure with his own hands. Damn you, Night King! I shall slay you. That boy Gil has bullied me. The two voices echoed simultaneously, plunging the scene into a brief silence. Reality glanced down at the little lion still sobbing in his embrace, then shifted to the imposing, golden figure of the young boy. It was not difficult to draw a conclusion, was it? With a resounding thud, he instantly appeared beside the golden figure, while the little lion was placed securely upon a sturdy shoulder. Oh, that sound just now? Undoubtedly, it was the sound of someone striking the head of the ancient king. To choose between a son and a daughter? Such a decision is undeniably simple. Young soul, awaken. Initiate the sword. With a resounding crash, the little lion's beloved iron fist struck, marking the division of naval snipers. Prepare yourself, Chufeng, on the inevitable path leading from Fishman Island into the New World. Innocent pirates have suffered an undeserved calamity. Recently, a fleet composed of 40 warships has been lying in wait for an extended period. Each warship is manned by at least 2 officers, and every combat group is commanded by at least 1 admiral. Despite such meticulous arrangements, it must be said that these efforts are merely to silence the murmurs of the masses, for they are anticipating the arrival of a significant individual. Is the man not yet here? The figure clad in a vice admiral's uniform is evidently restless and anxious, having never anticipated that a man destined to roam the seas would find himself daunted by the mysteries of the unknown ocean. The timing and location remain uncertain. Although for the past 3 days, every pirate ship emerging from the depths has been effortlessly vanquished, there must inevitably be a vessel that rises from the abyss. Will they be able to escape unscathed when that moment arrives? Admiral! The panicked voice of a sentinel breaks the tension, an ominous premonition creeping into the vice admiral's conscience. What is the matter, man? Have they discovered Chufeng and his crew? And no, stammered the soldier, his voice trembling as if he had encountered something truly terrifying. The reconnaissance unit has detected a colossal object ascending from the seabed. A colossal object? A sea king? In truth, there is no time left for contemplation. Before his mind could arrive at the correct conclusion, the eyes reveal the truth before him. The ocean is dramatically upheaved, as though some monstrous creature from the deep has finally awakened, and towering waves cast the naval vessels aside. What unfolds before the eyes of the naval officers is a sight they shall never forget. Have you ever pondered how islands in the sea are formed? The most accurate explanation would be that islands are created from sediment accumulated over countless eruptions of underwater volcanoes, a process that may take thousands of years if expedited. However, have you ever considered the phenomenon of an island materializing in mere seconds? The Navy personnel stationed here witnessed the miraculous emergence of a small island before their eyes. This is indeed the work of the divine. An island has appeared. Chapter 46. The fangs of the island at last. Chu Feng has ascended above sea level. Observing everything on the ocean's surface through the optical imaging system from the bridge, he couldn't help but express his feelings. Ah, Chu Feng. It is indeed a greater blessing for humanity to dwell beneath the genuine sun. Before there was even time to utter another word, this fellow hastened towards the passage connecting the surface of the islands, eagerly yearning to inhale the fresh air. In truth, it was not only Chu Feng. Corrido and the two little ones also dashed out without hesitation. Living beneath the sea for such an extended period was truly arduous. Although both the sunlight and the sea breeze were present, there remains an intrinsic difference when compared to the world above sea level. The cacophony emanating from Chu Feng was indeed a symphony of delightful discord, as the naval vessels extended a fervent greeting to their arrival. Bang, bang, bang. The acrid scent of gunpowder began to permeate the atmosphere. Coinciding with Chu Feng's emergence, the Navy's assault commenced in earnest, unleashing a barrage of formidable firepower capable of reducing ordinary pirate ships to mere splinters. Alas, for this instrument of destruction that had just traversed into the New World. It was woefully inadequate. Arc Defense System activate. A translucent emerald shield materialized from the ether. The energy field that had once enveloped the diminutive submarine had now expanded exponentially. Utilizing the nuclear reactor to supply power and generate a high-energy magnetic field, we then employ this field to confine plasma, thus forming a plasma layer, intoned Luo Yi. Adjusting his spectacles. Seated on the bridge, Luo Yi spoke with serene indifference, seemingly unfazed by the tempest of incoming ordnance. This plasma layer possessed the remarkable ability to absorb lasers, ion beams, and even physical projectiles. The scientist held an unyielding confidence in his vaunted technology. Nightmare units, sortie. Naval perspective commenced the attack. The Vice Admiral issued the order to engage. Even against a Yonko, even with the stark realization of the insurmountable disparity in strength, even with the audacious arrival of an island itself, they were to attack. 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 40 warships unleashed their combined firepower. Confronted with such an immense target, even indiscriminate saturation fire would find its mark. This was an encounter fraught with peril, yet it also represented an unparalleled opportunity. As members of the Navy, their duty was to, at the very least, sink the vessel of this notorious pirate. An abrupt, resonant drone shattered all contemplations and strategies. On the sea surface, still distant from the island, the relentless barrage of cannon fire was abruptly intercepted. Dazzling pyrotechnics enveloped the island in a shroud of smoke, leaving only the man's laughter echoing through the air. The laughter of Chu Feng, so unrestrained, resembles the most profound and darkest of curses, causing the heart of every Marine to plummet to the depths. The sound of Chu Feng is indeed a wondrous cacophony, reminiscent of demons mocking the righteousness of the world. Yet, the nightmare is far from over. While all are bewildered by the sudden appearance of a protective shield, colossal iron monstrosities have already leapt into the sight of the naval soldiers from within the dissipating smoke. Like the most loyal guardians, they raise their shotguns in the face of the Navy's despairing gazes. Chapter 47. The red-haired swordsmen, no admirals were dispatched, nor did the celestial dragons make any notable response. The imposing fleet of 40 warships was enough to instill fear, yet in truth, it signified the world government's tacit acceptance of Chu Feng's entry into the New World. The Navy, at least in the current circumstances, has shown no intention to continue pursuing him. Thus, the fortunate pirates of the New World bore witness to this miraculous scene. A vast island, almost instantaneously, tore through the Navy's defensive network. The once formidable formation was reduced to mere ashes in the blink of an eye, rendering it utterly insignificant before the might of the Yonko. The Navy's losses were undeniably catastrophic. Each of the 40 warships bore wounds, with over half rendered inoperable. This was no mere tale. Each explosion, each sinking vessel, signified the loss of countless lives. In this singular operation, the Navy's casualties exceeded 2,000. Even the fortified naval bases in the New World could not withstand such devastation. However, for the world government, these losses were deemed essential. The decision was made to abandon the contest in the New World and focus their primary efforts on the first half of the Grand Line. The world government required a battle of such magnitude, regardless of victory or defeat, for the Navy needed an engagement worthy of the annals of history. Henceforth known as the Battle of Mariejoa. Thus, following a brief silence, the focus of all eyes returned to the Yonko Chufeng. In truth, the protagonists of this tale remained blissfully unaware of the attention they commanded, for they were captivated by the radiant sunlight. Even to this day, that immense island continues to sail upon the surface of the sea. A moving island, it could not be a more glaring symbol. So much so that in the first 3 days of navigating the New World, Chufeng and his crew encountered not a single vessel, be it navy or pirate. All steered clear of this legendary isle. The name Mingtu, so ominous, was one no one wished to be associated with. Speculation ran rampant. Where would the unimpeded march of Chufeng and his crew, never once hindered, ultimately cease? The New World? The domain of the Yonko? Or perhaps Raftel? An unexpected division line appeared. "Captain, what do we do?" The rotund figure bore visible wounds. Crimson blood trickled from his arm onto the deck. Yet he wept as he knelt beside another man, a bloodied figure, lying motionless. "Calm down, Lachi." Not far from them, Ben Beckman leaned heavily against the mast, his gun propped up for support. As the first mate, it was his duty to stabilize the crew's emotions during such tumultuous times. He must not allow the captain's efforts to be in vain. Indeed, the man still lying there, covered in blood, was their captain. The one who always wore a straw hat and bore a cheerful smile, red-haired Shanks. Even in the New World, they were forces not to be underestimated. Few pirates dared to challenge them in this sea. Yet, just yesterday, they had been ambushed by a despicable foe. The robust man had poisoned their supplies before the Navy arrived, and after fighting tooth and nail to escape, they found themselves cornered once more. It was Shanks who carved a bloody path for them to flee from certain doom. Even in death, he would never allow his crew to perish. His crimson hair symbolized the endless dreams of its master. Yet perhaps today was not destined to be their fortunate day. Though they had escaped, Shanks's condition was dire. Severe blood loss had brought the once mighty man to the brink of death. The wound above his left eye required immediate attention, lest it result in irreversible damage. At that moment, the ship's doctor, having sustained injuries during the recent naval battle, was himself incapacitated, unable to save anyone. Yet misfortune was far from over. "Captain, Captain, please wake up." While observing the captain's grave injuries, the nearly immobile Ben Beckman gradually noticed an unusual current. He squinted into the distance, his pupils suddenly constricting. The crew cried out in despair, and even the sentinels had gathered. No one noticed the bizarre island slowly approaching behind the red force. What is that? Could it be that their misfortunes were compounding? Just after narrowly escaping ambush, they were now faced with the legendary monsters of the sea? This massive, navigable island was undoubtedly a clear sign belonging to that individual. The pirates, having just fled the dual pursuit of both Navy and rival pirates, began to feel despair. It was the first time they found themselves obstructing the path of a Yonko. The voice of Chufeng, emanating from the radio, was somewhat husky. Yet it distinctly conveyed the information being transmitted. Unexpectedly, Chufeng encountered such a peculiar individual. Chapter 48, Future Acquaintances. Red-haired Shanks, a pirate endowed with an inherently cheerful disposition, also possesses formidable strength. To traverse these vast seas to this day, despite his inherent kindness, the sword in his hand has stained itself with innumerable bloodshed. They do not pursue treasure. Rather, they revel in the journey itself, relishing each daring escapade. Every member of the red-haired pirates fears not the presence of the four emperors, for they firmly believe that one day their captain will rise to their level and lead them towards their next monumental voyage. Yet, regrettably, it seems their journey may come to an abrupt halt, though reluctant to admit it. The current strength of the red-haired pirates is insufficient to contend with any of the acknowledged four emperors, even in their prime. Meanwhile, Ben Beckman's brow furrowed even more intensely. The island approached swiftly, and by now, the prospect of escape was utterly impossible. Most of the crew had lost their combat effectiveness. Facing the four emperors in such a condition would surely lead to demise. After all, their captain was once a crewmate of the Pirate King, and they had heard countless tales of the conflicts among the four emperors. Many wondrous stories have conveyed to them the true nature of these formidable individuals. The man cleared his throat, preparing for battle, drawing upon every ounce of strength. Ben Beckman forced himself to stand tall, raising his gun and directing it towards the distant island. The winds of Chu seemed to indicate that everyone bears significant wounds. A light-hearted, unfamiliar male voice interrupted as a large hand suddenly rested upon Beckman's shoulder. The man, clad in a tailored suit and adorned with exquisite spectacles, appeared silently from behind, enveloping the entire vessel in a brief stillness. Although his identity was well known, the moment he materialized before Beckman, the magnitude of the shock became palpable. The sensation of brushing against the specter of death sent shivers down his spine, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. And his limbs instinctively grew rigid and cold. Despite the amiable tone of voice, the circumstances rendered it impossible to feel at ease or familiar. Acquainted with the bounty that hung over him, they had often discussed this man, who, before even stepping into the New World, had already been revered as one of the four emperors. Thus, even a mere glimpse of his profile or silhouette could not be mistaken. The newly appointed emperor, Nightmare. Chufeng. The esteemed members of Chufeng, it would be prudent for you to remain here patiently as you await treatment. From the protagonist's perspective, as Chufeng leaned in closer, he regarded the optical imaging with an unusual seriousness. He gently patted Luoyi on the shoulder, continuing to indulge in the whims of his captaincy. Luoyi, however, was quite indifferent to this. After all, with the speed of the underworld, as long as they acquired the precise coordinates, reaching the designated location would be swifter than anticipated. Regarding the crimson pirate ship that had emerged upon the vast sea, Chufeng harbored a peculiar intuition that this vessel could not possibly belong to that individual. The ship's distinctive dragon emblem, along with the scattered yellow straw hats around the man lying on the ground, left no room for doubt. It was indeed a sight to behold. This fellow had found himself in quite a predicament. For Chufeng, the legendary Shanks, who had ultimately declared the conclusion of the paramount war with his own prowess, was a formidable adversary. Yet, at this moment, he still seemed too young. Chufeng observed that his opponent was clearly injured, yet he harbored no intention of taking advantage of the moment to eliminate him. Even a fully intact Shanks could not pose a threat to him now. As a physician, Chufeng felt an overwhelming urge to heal his adversary's wounds. After all, this was an opportunity to witness firsthand one of the true emperors of the future world. Thus, he resolved to observe what manner of magnanimity a man of such stature possessed. Chufeng prepared the medical equipment and merely instructed Luo-yi with a single sentence before vanishing from the bridge of the ship in the underworld. He was filled with an overwhelming sense of urgency. It was not a deliberate acceleration, but rather an instinctive haste that propelled him forward. And by the time he realized it, he found himself standing behind the deputy captain of the opposing ship. The sudden assault from behind inflicted a grievous wound, nearly severing his spine, and it appeared that the attack had come from a frenzied blade. The white cloak that once enveloped him could no longer conceal the horrific gash, as a copious flow of blood gushed forth relentlessly. Astonishingly, the man remained upright, supported by an indomitable will, despite the life-threatening injury he had sustained. Chufeng truly understands that during the captain's incapacitation, the sole duty of the first mate, Beckman, is to steadfastly safeguard the vessel. Regardless of the severity of his injuries or the formidable nature of the adversary, he must remain resolute in his position. For it is only then that the crew can find a semblance of security. It appears that everyone is gravely injured, as observed by Chufeng. Such as Chufeng, whether met with admiration or disdain, fondness or aversion, he consistently greets each individual with a smile. Thus, he felt compelled to speak, for indeed every person aboard bore wounds, many of which were grievous. Take, for instance, Captain Shanks, who now lies on the deck. His torso has endured 3 strikes that could be deemed fatal, and his face is marred by 3 deep lacerations. To speak of anything else, the sheer volume of blood lost indicates that, should this continue, he will soon succumb to excruciating death. As a physician, it is unthinkable to allow such a fate to befall one whom he has chosen to save. He cannot permit such a life to extinguish so easily. Dear Chufeng, it would be prudent to remain here and await treatment. With a swift motion, he evaded the blow from Beckman's turned rifle, smiling as he secured the red-haired individual at his waist, then rapidly lifted him and dashed back to the realm of the dead. At last, the patient was in hand. The next step was to witness the miraculous healing. He tilted his head, surveying the still youthful Shanks, recognizing that the vibrancy of the sea is largely attributed to the presence of such remarkable individuals. Chapter 49. Next time. There may be discounts for you. The door to the operating room closed once more, signaling the illumination of the lights indicating that the surgery was underway. Naturally, the red-haired pirates, led by their determined captain and first mate, were not easily deterred. With utmost courage, they ventured onto the island known as the Realm of the Dead. The outcome? Alas, the unfortunate crew could not even locate the entrance to the inner sanctum of the dead. Fortunately, the benevolent Roy had dispatched the Nightmare unit to guide them to a plaza where Chufeng and his companions engaged in their daily activities, patiently awaiting the completion of their captain's treatment. though it had been rumored long ago that the formidable Emperor Chu Feng once practiced as a physician. No one anticipated that he would choose to heal Captain Shanks in such dire circumstances. Were they old acquaintances? No, it seemed not. First Mate Beckman appeared completely unaware. Yet, they were powerless to resist. Conversely, the medication provided by the Nightmare Unit was precisely what they required, and given the opposing force's strength, engaging in any schemes would be utterly futile. Furthermore, they possessed nothing of value to the other party. What shall the bystander do, Captain Wretch? Even if you inquire so. Upon landing, the wounds that had previously ceased bleeding had reopened, and the strain of sustaining himself thus far was palpable. Standing again would prove exceedingly arduous. The man could only await in silence a successful surgical demarcation. With deft precision, Chu Feng maneuvered the scalpel through a perilous arc before placing it steadily into the instrument tray. He then tenderly covered the red-haired first mate with a blanket, his smile blooming as he removed his mask. Chu Feng has been diligently collaborating with his partner. Meanwhile, Kirito and Asuna are engaged in similar endeavors, finding it rather uncomfortable to be confined by their masks. Kirito, however, seems to be faring well. He stretches his somewhat stiff and sore neck. Even with Chu Feng's astonishingly swift surgical skills, it took nearly 2 hours to attend to the wounds of these two severely injured individuals. The question remains, do you recognize this red-haired fellow? Upon hearing the name Chu Feng, he momentarily paused, then responded with a smile. Ah, the winds of Chu perhaps. The doctor, a mere mortal, is a familiar figure to Tongren, who has grown accustomed to their unreliability. Thus, it is but a fleeting moment of reflection. Devoid of any urge to bang one's head against the wall, Chu Feng still smiled brightly, as if rescuing this red-haired individual was a source of great joy. He gently caressed Ling Bo's azure locks and squinted his eyes in delight. Chu Feng, let us step outside. They shall remain in their anesthetic slumber for at least another hour or two. Thus, the door to the operating room swung open. As a physician, Chu Feng flawlessly executed his duties once again. He could not permit this man to perish here. Although now merely an unfinished challenger, one day this individual would evolve into a worthy adversary, capable of standing against him. He would await that day, anticipating the gradual emergence of such a rival whom he esteemed. Jin Shanshan, in the dining hall, expressed abundant disdain for Chu Feng's heroic endeavors. Why not simply eliminate that entire group still lingering in his territory? Conversely, the king harbored profound contempt for the crude and uncouth rabble encroaching upon his domain. The little lion, unaware of who had nearly incapacitated him, still relied on his master for healing. Grabbing a piece of roasted meat, the little lion hastily stuffed his mouth while incoherently mocking the elegantly dining Gilgamesh. The atmosphere was thick with tension. What did you say? The little lion, master, had its tiny mouth stuffed with food, rendering its cheeks round and plump. Its pure, innocent eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Above its head, the plush lion, long regarded as mere plaything, seemed to mirror its owner's emotions, adopting an identical expression. The two lions, one large and one small, gazed at Chu Feng with a pitiable intensity. Suddenly, the little lion exclaimed, "How dare you, commoner!" However, it was the esteemed Lord Itachi, who, in a manner befitting an elder brother, addressed Chu Feng with such solemnity aboard the vessel. Are you not going to explain things to them? The optical imaging system was continuously monitoring the movements of the remaining red-haired crew members. It was evident that the wait had stretched on too long. Deprived of food and water, restlessness began to permeate their ranks. Ah, Chu Feng, this indeed poses a dilemma. With a single hand, Chu Feng hoisted the young boy, furrowing his brow in contemplation, entirely oblivious to the incongruity of his actions. It seems prudent for Chu Feng to explain further. Ah, youth, a certain young man, hunched over with arms hanging limply, staggered towards him. Thick bandages adorned his body, and even the traces of recent wrapping were evident on his head, leaving the solitary eye exposed, yet closed. Strangely enough, despite his condition, the young man managed to accurately bite into the roasted chicken perched precariously at the edge of the dining table. Delicious, he murmured in a dreamlike fashion, before indulging in a blissful feast, his eyes remaining shut throughout the entire ordeal. My meat, the knight, who had just moments ago been smugly instructing Chu Feng on how to treat young girls, suddenly burst into tears. Even with her mouth stuffed with the roasted meat prepared by Chu Feng himself and a large bone clutched tightly in her hand, she was inconsolable. After all, it was her beloved dish, the roasted chicken. It is truly wonderful that you have awakened, Chu Feng. With a warmth that is unparalleled, Chu Feng spoke, his eyes narrowed with mirth, exuding a comforting familiarity akin to that of a neighborly assassin. Without hesitation, his right elbow struck the back of his opponent's head, leaving cracks upon the marble table as if it were a mere canvas for such force. Corrido, with a twitch at the corner of his mouth, observed the unfolding scene in silence, quietly retrieving his notes on treatment and inscribing today's observations in elegant script. Red hair, demise. Only at this moment did Chu Feng's voice resonate once more. In the realm of the red-haired pirates, if the crew were to find solace on a tranquil island in their twilight years, they would undoubtedly regale their descendants with tales of the remarkable experiences they encountered during those few days. It was a 3-day sojourn on the island of one of the 4 emperors, known as Chu Feng. This land was home to autonomous mechanical beings that traversed without human guidance and towering ancient trees that obscured the heavens. Most significantly, it harbored individuals who epitomized the pinnacle of this era, though they might later regard those 3 days as an extraordinary adventure alongside their captain. The prevailing sentiments of anxiety and trepidation overshadowed their current feelings. Indeed, it is rare for pirates to maintain their composure on the island of a 4 emperor. Yet one among them managed to do so. Shanks, does this mean you owe your rescue to us? The back of his head bore a conspicuous swelling, yet fortunately, his beloved straw hat provided some modest concealment. The red-haired man sat cross-legged on a bench, his face adorned with a broad smile. Try this line. It's the women who saved you. We were the ones who rescued you. A young girl, her small hand clutching Chu Feng's garment, pointed indignantly at Shanks. And you, woman. You even pilfered our belongings. Shanks, my sincerest apologies. Chu Feng is merely referred to by others in that manner. Shanks, Chu Feng? Chu Feng here. Unexpectedly, he appears to be a rather affable individual. Excluding the recent lethal strike, this man, referred to as one of the 4 emperors, seems fundamentally different from the notorious pirates typically encountered. He appears to lack something essential. However, Shanks surveyed the surroundings, noting that the figures recently featured on the bounty posters were all present. Each individual here possesses the potential to dominate a region in the New World. Does not every one of them? Even the other seasoned emperors would likely struggle to subdue these individuals under their command. Regardless, this seemingly harmless man embodies a taboo presence on the seas. Yet, Shanks inquired, may I ask, where are my crew? He slightly lowered his straw hat to obscure the injured eye, and his unique aura materialized as his smile gradually faded. Perhaps he is but a fledgling now. Yet one day, this distinctive presence will accompany him as he ascends to the throne. His tone was rather flat. Such an inflection is to be absolutely avoided when addressing those in power, as it resembled an interrogation, more akin to a discontented rebuke. His pupils constricted. Despite the enclosed environment, a breeze seemed to ripple through, sweeping across the entire space in the blink of an eye. The ordinary human, Roy, instantly slumped into his metallic seat, for at that moment, the man before him exuded an irresistible authority. Red-haired, black-eyed. For the majority, this visage will become increasingly familiar over the next decade. Yet, at present, he has yet to challenge the might of the 4 emperors. This is the essence of Chu Wind. With a gentle smile, Chu Feng said nothing. He merely patted the little girl's head and took a quiet step forward. His previously languid gaze now sharp and focused. Is the dominance of the Chu Wind comparable to the Conqueror's haki? It is entirely distinct from the previous sensation, lacking the unique majesty of a sovereign, instead concealing an enigmatic aura. However, this peculiar intensity dissipated in an instant, perfectly counterbalancing the earlier pressure exerted by Shanks. The red-haired youth was momentarily astonished, but soon erupted into laughter once more. Shanks, you truly are an intriguing fellow, he exclaimed, rising to his feet and stretching his limbs. Shanks set aside his most treasured straw hat. Shanks, may I inquire about my sword? In this moment, it appeared as though Chu Feng had anticipated the unfolding events. With a smile, he tossed the western sword to his opponent and approached once more. It seemed as if everyone was aware of their intentions. Itachi offered a wry smile, pulling Saber and Gilgamesh back. As for Shanks, let me test the mettle of the 4 emperors. Chfeng, symbolically moved his fingers and wrist joints. Yet he did not produce the set of calisthenics that had brought him fame. Shanks, I shall not show you any mercy simply because you are a patient. Chu Feng, I shall not show any leniency simply because my opponent is an old foe. The western sword is held diagonally before me, and my crimson locks frame a gaze that has grown sharper, as if I have transformed into an indomitable blade. Shanks, Chu Feng chuckled softly. The suddenness of the encounter was quite striking, yet the individual involved merely shrugged nonchalantly, ultimately relinquishing the stance they had prepared. In a rare moment of tension during the duel, Chu Feng sighed with emotion and extended his right hand, gesturing towards his opponent. The winds of Chu are upon us. Thus, this matter can only be resolved swiftly. Shanks, do hasten your assault. With that, I shall not hold back. His figure lunged forward with great intensity. As a master of martial arts, he was formidable, yet Shanks relied on the Western sword in his hand. Starting from a powerful push-off with his right foot, he harnessed the force generated by his waist compression, unleashing it explosively through his arms. With a subtle rotation upon drawing the sword, he accelerated the thrust to its maximum speed. One must commend his experience as a crew member aboard the Pirate King's ship at such a young age. He had already mastered a remarkable level of force application. Though it may not yet be flawless, he had indeed surpassed the typical standards of melee combatants. The red-haired warrior had begun to grasp the significance of control. Yet, Chifeng smiled gently, yet the movement of his lips did not affect his bodily actions. He did not evade or retreat. Instead, he stepped left, firmly establishing a robust horse stance. The muscles in his calves began to tense. With his invisible toes gripping the ground like claws, he pulled back his right fist a limited distance and, utilizing the rotation of his waist, unleashed a seemingly mundane punch. Bang! A terrifying sonic boom erupted, obscuring the contact between the two, sending the infamous red-haired Shanks, feared by the pirates of the New World, flying far away. Though he had begun to transform, it was still far from sufficient. Chapter 51. Clues to Kaido, perhaps some possessed boundless strength, while others wield the finesse to turn the tide of battle. However, the title of the strongest belongs solely to those who can vanquish all foes. For Shanks, skill development no longer provided ample room for growth. Uncontrollable brute force could never conquer formidable adversaries, and a frail physique certainly could not either. Thus, Chifeng opted for an overwhelmingly forceful approach, particularly in the area that Shanks had previously overlooked: absolute power. A fist against a sword. The force that tore through the formidable swordsmanship was not an exquisite technique, but merely an unstoppable might. The advanced medical techniques of the era offered Chifeng merciless advantages, leaving room for recovery. In truth, the injured Shanks had only sustained damage to 6 or 7 bones, while conventional medical methods would require at least 10 days for recovery. Due to certain clever techniques, Chifeng could restore the patient in just a few hours. To experience through the body may well be considered an essential path for the strong, for they must always believe in themselves while also bowing their heads in the face of failure, accumulating strength for the next endeavor. Naturally, Shanks was once again ushered into the operating room. After a brief surgery, Ben Beckman had already awakened, yet his esteemed captain remained under the influence of anesthesia. Meanwhile, although Chifeng did not restrict Shanks and his crew from seeking sustenance, few dared to wander in the lair of the 4 emperors. Moreover, the island known as the Land of the Dead indeed offered little in terms of food. Ultimately, this dilemma could only be resolved by Roy. Of course, the scientists conducting experiments had been reluctantly interrupted by Chifeng, which led him to overlook the fact that the island was currently inhabited by a group of severely injured individuals. Hence, he had not intentionally thrown the ancient creatures bred underground directly to them. It was only by evening that Shanks finally regained consciousness. During this time, although Beckman had long since awakened and found his beloved firearm by his bedside, he had not yet dared to roam the island in pursuit of aromas like Shanks. At dinner time, Chifeng personally delivered meals to them, firmly prohibiting the 2 injured men from dining in the operating room and forcibly escorting them to the dining area. The carefree Shanks appeared unfazed, laughing heartily at the delicious spread before him, causing the young lion to hastily pull the nearest plates toward himself. However, his companion Beckman remained vigilant, sensing the peculiar atmosphere of this family-like gathering. Did one of the 4 emperors, Chifeng, have a son and daughter? Why was he constantly caring for 2 young children? Was that slap on the little boy's forehead truly inconsequential? Was that woman the one who killed the admiral? Indeed. Her crimson pupils were striking. Wait, wasn't it said that Chufeng's group had another man with red pupils? Amidst questions and astonishment, the meal unfolded in this bizarre ambience. The divider of the great pirate Kaido on an island in the New World, a tall yet slightly corpulent man sat quietly upon his throne, taking long draws from his cigar. The swirling blue smoke danced in the air, rising high into the atmosphere. He seemed to be seated in an exceedingly dark place, with the only visible light being the faint spark from his cigar. Yet, this place appeared quite spacious, as distant footsteps echoed throughout the chamber. "Kaido, is it finished?" A deep voice, tinged with the scent of smoke, resonated from him, filling every corner of the space. He did not look at anyone, creating an unsettling impression of being under observation. This was Kaido, the rapidly rising pirate of the New World. After eliminating his contemporary, Gecko Moria, his fame soared to unprecedented heights, positioning him as a potential successor among the 4 emperors. "Sir Kaido, the work is complete." A brief silence ensued. Kaido chuckled softly. His laughter began as a low murmur but crescendoed into thunderous roars. "Kaido, ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha." The wait had been interminable. Were it not for this, Kaido would not have so decisively chosen to become a pirate. Soon, he would alter this world in a manner that no one could foresee. Did the fools of the world government truly believe they had safeguarded their secrets? Dream on. As the lights illuminated the space, it became clear that the throne was situated within a vast experimental warehouse, behind which loomed a colossal steel monstrosity that had just been completed. This was a force more lethal than artificial devil fruits. It was the power sufficient to unify the new world. Come forth. Whether you are one of the 4 emperors or the world government, let you witness the cruelty of this world and regret. Kaido roared with laughter. As the partition line of Chu Feng's group, Shanks, with a mouthful of succulent smoked meat, spoke indistinctly, "Are you searching for him?" "Indeed, it is as you say." With a gentle smile, Chu Feng elegantly wiped the corner of his mouth, though before him lay a considerable stack of emptied plates. It is said that Shanks had recently made an appearance in the Pluto Islands. Shanks took a sip of beer, swallowing the smoked meat that had lodged in his throat. Allegedly, he effortlessly seized control of the territory, displacing the former pirate forces. "Is it Pluto of the Chu Wind?" Chu Feng turned his head, smiling as he cast a glance at Luoyi. "No problem," Luoyi replied. "During the last inventory, I happened to acquire a pointer from there. And I have already calibrated the magnetic coordinates in the navigation system." The scientist burst into rare laughter, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. "Thus is the essence of Chu's wind." Chu Feng was equally delighted, for he finally had a clear objective to pursue, no longer wandering aimlessly. Dear readers, I believe we shall soon reach a resolution. Chapter 52, The Voyage to Pluto for Chu Feng, or perhaps for the underworld. The encounter with the red-haired pirate will not encompass the entirety of their journey. Their destinies lie in a more distant future. However, for the red-haired pirate, the meeting with Chu Feng is an encounter that must be etched in memory. 3 days later, after a period of rest, the red-haired pirate crew officially departed from the underworld, embarking on the next leg of their journey, while Chu Feng and his companions set forth on their expedition to Pluto. This island, bearing a somewhat enigmatic name, shall be their destination, where they may encounter another formidable pirate crew, loyal to a man known as Kaido. A man who must be vanquished. How long would it take for Chu Feng to reach our current location? The Luoyi Pluto Islands are a renowned tourist destination in the New World, largely due to their position within the maximum radiation zone of the naval fortress, which renders the area relatively stable. Luoyi swiftly retrieved all pertinent information regarding the archipelago from the electronic display before him, adjusting his glasses as he began to elaborate. Although minor disputes occasionally arise, this is the first instance of a significant action akin to Kaido's direct occupation of the islands. Fortunately, our current position is not far from there. With a smile, Chu Feng acknowledged the merit of saving time. He was reluctant to meander through the new world in search of individuals. His intention was to swiftly locate his target and resolve matters post-haste, for he harbored plans to return to Fishman Island. As a doctor stationed on the bridge, Kurito quickly identified 3 persistent targets appearing on the radar, having shadowed them since the conclusion of the recent naval battle. Although the Navy had not dispatched forces to pursue them again, surveillance had remained unbroken. These bothersome flies could not be shaken off, so it seemed prudent to allow them to follow. However, they were now intent on seeking trouble with other pirates, and it would be unwise to have loose ends trailing behind. The adage of the clam and the snipe contending while the fisherman profits was best avoided. Should Kurito eliminate them first? He made a decisive gesture across his throat. Chu Feng, TSK, TSK, TSK. Chu Feng shook his head in jest, as if genuinely lamenting the situation. The young man from Chu Feng, how could it be so bloodthirsty and violent now? Kurito, you have no right to speak to me. Instantly, Kurito fell into a negative state, his silhouette radiating an infinite sense of loneliness. Even if the surface of the sea is bustling with joy, down here at a depth of 10,000 meters, the influence is minimized. The dark abyss of the deep sea instills a nearly trembling fear, and the only source of light is merely Fishman Island. In a villa on the upper level of Fishman Island, a man exclaimed, "Impossible, this is absolutely impossible." He continuously adjusted the magnification of the microscope, placing a vial of blood in front of him. Aside from the terrifying toxicity present, it resembled ordinary blood, its crimson hue, platelets, white blood cells, red blood cells, all appearing remarkably healthy. Yet, it was precisely this normality that was frightening. This vial of blood seemed as if it had just been extracted from a living subject, brimming with vitality, almost as if it were a living entity itself. In truth, since Chu Feng had handed this specimen to him, nearly a week had passed. Leaning back in a leather chair, Jack closed his eyes, contemplating all possibilities. The blood was not merely fresh. One could assert that from the beginning until now, its activity had remained unchanged, almost as if it were immortal. Wait. It seemed Jack grasped something. He swiftly retrieved a certain oxidizer from the laboratory, added a small quantity to the blood sample. And time quietly elapsed as he fixated on the microscope, observing the sample's transformation. The man laughed softly, then his laughter grew more maniacal. "This is truly fascinating," he exclaimed. He was now fervently eager to discover to whom this blood belonged, unable to contain his anticipation of dissecting the specimen. In stark contrast to Blackjack's exhilaration, Fishman Street remained notably subdued. After receiving a thorough lesson from one of the four emperors, Chu Feng, Arlong appeared particularly despondent, while Jinbei was still recuperating from his injuries. Even with his octopus-like vitality, it would take at least half a year for him to recover. At this moment, the renowned explorer Fisher Tiger stepped forward. Due to being in surgery, he only remembered that Blackjack had treated him. He had not witnessed the battle against Chu Feng's group firsthand. However, observing the ruins, he could somewhat comprehend why Jinbei, Arlong, and even Brooke had suffered such definitive defeats. Such was the power of a four-emperor-level force, capable of wreaking such destruction in a brief skirmish. Yet, this did not deter his desire for further adventure. Soon, Tiger would embark on his next journey, leaving Fishman Island, unaware that this voyage would alter the course of his life. Chapter 53. The decisive battle against Kaido. Well, this is simply unavoidable. The pursuing navy even believed that the severely injured red-haired Shanks and his first mate, Ben Beckman, had been eliminated, just as they hesitated to rescind the bounty. News of the red-haired pirates' continued activity in the New World spread rapidly. According to Navy intelligence, the red-haired crew had recently lingered within the territory of one of the four emperors, Chu Feng. While the Navy had previously heard that Chu Feng operated a clinic for a time in Ohara, they had vastly underestimated his medical prowess. Reports indicated that red-haired Shanks had sustained 3 fatal wounds, while Ben Beckman had narrowly escaped having his spine severed. Such grievous injuries had completely healed within just a few days. This meant that in future confrontations with Chu Feng's group, if they did not eliminate their adversaries on the spot, their losses would be minimized. Although this situation revealed some of Chu Feng's hidden capabilities, it was evidently a more troubling matter for Sengoku. The fleet responsible for intercepting vessels in the New World reported that Gilgamesh, a killer knight previously presumed dead, appeared to be in good health. Sengoku's apprehensions intensified, and now the reality of Chu Feng's remarkable medical skills was indisputable. As the journey approached its midpoint, the trajectory of Chu Feng's group remained unchanged, despite the disheartening news impacting the world's lawful citizens. At their current pace, they would reach the Pluto Islands by tomorrow. Even if Chu Feng and his companions were indifferent to their opponents, gathering intelligence before battle remained essential. Kaido, although highly esteemed among New World pirates, did not flaunt his identity like other notorious pirates. He remained shrouded in mystery, seldom seen engaging directly. Following his decisive battle with the pirate gecko Moria, he had nearly ceased to act in person. Perhaps he had indeed taken action, but eliminated all witnesses. In the end, the only known moniker associated with him was the Beast. Another potentially valuable piece of information was that he had recently been aggressively recruiting engineers and weapon manufacturers, with many of the islands under his dominion heavily fortified with thick steel armor. Kirito, does this mean this individual is entirely enigmatic? Kirito glanced at Chu Feng, wondering if there were no other tidbits of information to divulge. Oh, dear Chu Feng, even gazing at me in such a manner proves futile. Chu Fu helplessly waved his hand. Although Chu Feng may possess a slight prophetic ability due to hailing from a different world, it is evident that his intelligence is utterly lacking. However, according to your previous assertion, this individual is destined to become one of the four emperors in the future? Itachi, sitting there with a stern expression, seemed to convey to everyone the importance of not underestimating one's adversaries. The young boy boldly declared that those who dare to defy the king's authority will be utterly crushed. Without a doubt. The only one capable of uttering such words is that individual adorned in golden splendor. In comparison to the young boy, the petite girl appears to be far more reliable. What is the extent of the opposing forces? If they command a crew of pirates, what might their numbers be? The Night King, once a noble sovereign of Great Britain, is indeed quite dependable in battle. Loy, after a prolonged silence, elegantly rose and bowed to the young girl in a noble manner. You need not worry about this, Your Highness, Loy asserted as he straightened his posture, his fingers tracing an arc behind him, indicating the array of electronic devices within the command room of the underworld. I shall vanquish all enemy vessels that stand before us. The Chu Wind is indeed authentic and trustworthy, Luo Yi. With a smile, Chu Feng gently patted his back, then approached Ling Bo. He tenderly caressed her hair. Chu Feng, Will you protect everyone on the ship? Luoing. The night has passed, marking a division. Bystander A. Lord Kaido. No longer able to adhere to the rules set by our master, Lasteth stumbled into Kaido's office, fully aware that such recklessness might lead to his own demise. However, the current situation left no room for decorum. Lasteth, you fool, Kaido's distinctive deep voice resonated, imbued with a suffocating dread. To barge into my office without a useful excuse, I certainly will not forgive you easily. Bystander A. Lord Kaido. Lasteth struggled to quell the turmoil within, adopting a tone of forced calm. Bystander A reports that a pirate ship stationed in the offshore waters is approaching Pluto Island. Kaido inquired, "Oh, is it the Navy?" Bystander A. No, my lord. Lasteth attempted to stand taller, though an overwhelming sense of fear rendered him numb and tense. Bystander A. It is one of the 4 emperors. Chu Feng. The calm yet somber eyes of Kaido contracted for the first time, a sentiment akin to shock that had long been absent from his demeanor. He was accustomed to having everything under his meticulous control. Yet the sudden arrival of this man had indeed disrupted his plans. Nonetheless, Kaido, as a dominant pirate of the seas, soon revealed a bloodthirsty smile. Is it one of the 4 emperors? Let his life serve as a sacrifice for my ascendance. He had every right to utter such words. For due to one of Kaido's actions, the once 13 islands of Pluto Island now only retain 12 remnants. Chapter 54. The roaring underworld king many harbor dreams of conquering this world. However, for most, these remain mere fantasies, with even they themselves never believing they would possess such power. Yet, Kaido was different. From a young age, he understood precisely what he desired. He even recalled the globe he received as a birthday gift, which planted the seed of world conquest in his youthful heart. While other children gradually abandoned such abstract notions, Kaido tirelessly pursued them. Perhaps one individual alone could not conquer the world, so he began seeking subordinates. Perhaps relying solely on his physical prowess was insufficient, so he schemed to steal the devil fruit belonging to the auction house. Countless challenges and uncertainties lay before him. Yet Kaido persevered step by step to reach his current position. 3 years prior, following the public execution of Pirate King Joel D. Roger, he received a design blueprint that made him tremble with understanding. He knew his opportunity to conquer the world was at hand. 3 years of time, 3 years of waiting, a lifelong aspiration. At that moment, amidst the resounding pillars of destruction, Kaido felt immense satisfaction. The ancient weapon, the Underworld King. Although the blueprint indicated it should be a colossal vessel, Kaido had only obtained a portion of its main cannon. Was that not sufficient? Moreover, he had amassed a considerable number of artificial devil fruit users. Though their side effects had yet to be entirely mitigated, they undoubtedly represented a force the world could not underestimate. From this new world, this newly risen and unruly emperor would commence. He intended to plunge the entire new world beneath his dominion. He aimed to become the sole sovereign of the new world. The division of shattered fantasies, the arc defense system, was effortlessly breached. The shield designed to withstand typical assaults proving utterly inadequate. It was not merely the strength of the shield at fault. It faced a force once deemed the highest weapon by a civilization. Yet, after a brief delay, the roaring white light was obstructed once more. A layer of shimmering, multicolored translucent barriers thwarted it again. The irritating noise akin to electromagnetic interference echoed, a once invisible barrier that had previously withstood the full might of a marine admiral. Resembling a chasm, sizzling, the sound of friction grew sharper, though not even 5 seconds had passed since its emergence. All present felt as if this clash had endured far too long. At any moment, either side's complete collapse would come as no surprise. The woman coughed. The young girl gently spat out a mouthful of blood, the crimson matching her eyes. Yet this did not deter her. She stubbornly stepped forward once more. Crack, crack, crack. Ominous premonitions arose, the sound resembling shattering glass, putting everyone on high alert. Yet no one fled, be it the silent observers, the 2 children who had finally ceased their antics, or Luo E, whose fingers danced furiously across the keyboard. They believed in this blue-haired girl, trusted their companion. Boom. It was as if a colossal mirror had shattered into the heavens, the dazzling fragments cascading between earth and sky, accompanied by the simultaneous disappearance of the immense light beam. The woman, the Underworld King, was blocked. The woman coughed. The young girl could no longer endure. Blood gushed forth, staining the ground. Kaido was thwarted. Impossible. Kaido prepared for a second strike. But my lord, this could damage the Underworld King itself. Kaido, I command you to fire immediately. Yes. The deadly cannon once more illuminated. Though lacking sufficient charge, its power was evidently inferior to the previous display. Nevertheless, Chu Feng and her group could no longer obstruct this terrifying weapon's shield. A thinner beam of light was reignited, its penetrating force equally unstoppable, evaporating the seawater in its path, its target forever the island known as the Underworld. Was this the end? In the face of such a terrifying ancient weapon, had everything concluded? No, it could not be so. For a shadow cloaked in black smoke abruptly appeared in the path of the advancing white light. Crash! Without a stalemate. That sudden figure obliterated the perfect weapon with an unbelievable downward kick. What was once invisible energy transformed into a tangible cylinder at that moment, then dissipated into nothingness under the force of the strike. The white light faded, and that figure vanished, but this did not signify the conclusion of the battle. Luo Yi dared to do such a thing. The furious roar echoed throughout the entire bridge. The usually refined Luo Yi had completely lost control, his eyes bloodshot, his face contorted with rage. Luo Yi, you have angered me. You have angered me. His words resembled a child's petulant murmurs. Yet when he pressed a certain red button, the world plunged once more into panic. Luo Yi Genesis, Charging 25, Launch Preparations. Chapter 55, The Expanded Scope of Reasonable Surveillance. Jarvis Genesis entered its final preparation phase. Nightmare troops, retreat. The voice of Jarvis had grown cold, as if something monumental were about to emerge. Luo Yi initiated the Genesis insurance contact, targeting with a mirrored spread. A vast fissure split the heart of the island, from which something resembling a satellite slowly ascended. Luo Yi activated the voltage and ensured the phase armor was deployed, setting the nuclear reactor rods to the excitation position. All systems were functioning normally, and the final restrictions were lifted. Within that turbine-like apparatus, the reactor core began to spin rapidly, generating an unprecedented and terrifying heat, accompanied by menacing arcs of electricity that seemed to manifest out of thin air. Luo Yi commanded with a roar, fire. That was the most dazzling brilliance. Though it bore no color, it embodied the most formidable power, enveloping the entire archipelago in an instant and even cleaving the sea asunder. Like a surgeon's precise scalpel, it relentlessly dissected the necrotic tissues without resistance. It was a blade symbolizing life, capable of bestowing it, perpetuating it, and ultimately taking it away. This was the divine being, observing all that appeared before it with absolute fairness and impartiality, judging right from wrong, and then annihilating everything. Indeed, before the divine, whether wicked or virtuous, whether one had taken countless lives or was revered, all was rendered meaningless. To the divine, you were but one among countless lives. The deity could provide answers, but one must never dare to challenge the divine. The colossal satellite-like device remained suspended in the gaping fissure of the island, the immense heat generated by the violent nuclear reaction gradually cooling. Yet for the survivors, the will to continue fighting had vanished. The distant isle stood still, seemingly untouched. Save for the fallen mirror, it was as if nothing had ever transpired. The colossal waves began to subside, but the azure surface of the sea could not find peace, as if it had never endured such devastation. The mesmerizing ocean cried out, the pain driving this ancient giant to a frenzied scream, casting the entire world into shadow, as if the sun in the sky had lost its hue. Objectively, this was due to the blinding light temporarily impairing human vision, yet faced with such a miraculous occurrence, humanity was more inclined to believe it was divine retribution. Set sail. All pirate ships simultaneously chose to flee, for the island known as Pluto had ceased to exist. Behind them, the island belonging to the great pirate Kaido had vanished along with his ambitions. There was no exaggeration. It was as though it had never existed, as if it had been erased from reality. That devastating wave of transparent light consumed everything in an instant. Such power was beyond human reach, an overwhelming force that extinguished the very spirit of resistance, leaving one devoid of courage to face it a second time. Luo Yi, having completed the cataclysm, exhaled heavily, as if having expended all energy. The man clad in a white lab coat finally regained his composure, staggeringly returning to his seat, feeling utterly drained. Everyone, allow me a moment's respite. No one knew what to say in such a moment. Before this, no one could have imagined that modern technology, scorned by these formidable beings, could achieve such feats. Kirito, was that thing that just fell off damaged? Kirito ventured to inquire. Luo Yi came the weak reply. Luo Yi is irreparably broken, was the disheartening confirmation. Well, that truly was an extravagant weapon, Kirito remarked. Indeed, Luo Yi managed a strained smile. One reflector cost around 1.5 billion berries. Kirito, only the blue-haired girl noticed the bloodstains on Chifeng, who had just returned. Did he not suffer the same fate as before? She shook her head, and no one paid him any mind. He simply sat silently aside. Thus concluded the Battle of Pluto, and from that moment forth, no further conflicts would arise here, for the world would forget the existence of a place called Pluto. On the opposite side of the Red Land, in a place named Marineford, a report was finally delivered to Sengoku's office a day after a significant event. Pluto Island, destroyed. Attached to the report were photos taken on site, depicting a tranquil sea, devoid of waves or debris. Yet Sengoku's expression was darkened to the utmost, for there had once existed 13 connected islands in that very spot. Chapter 56. The drug that can kill me. What did you say, Neptune? King Neptune nearly toppled from his throne. Neptune has returned? How could he be so foolish as to come back from the New World as an ally recognized by the world government? He had known of Chufeng and his crew's terror even before the Pluto Island incident. Yet now it seemed that terror had escalated to unprecedented levels. But this matter should have nothing to do with him or his Ryugu kingdom. Why on earth had he returned from there? Your Highness, please do not panic. Princess Odoheim, appearing diminutive beside the towering Neptune, reassured him. Yet this gentle soul possessed a strength not to be underestimated, not of physical might, but of pure kindness. Did they not merely pass through safely last time? Your Highness, you do not understand, the right minister interjected, somewhat flustered. That man is a notorious Yonko. If he remains in our territory, it could lead to, isn't Whitebeard also a Yonko? Princess Odoheim's retort interrupted the minister's words. Well, this world cannot be divided simply into good and bad based on whether one is a pirate. Without heeding others' explanations, Odoheim began to articulate her perspective on the matter. Why should we regard Chufeng with such suspicion simply because he is a pirate? It is precisely this long-standing estrangement from humanity that has driven us to abandon life under the sun. Your Highness at the Blackjack operating room, having visited once before, facilitated a smoother landing. Naturally, when Chufeng's submarine appeared at the entrance of Ryugu Kingdom, none dared to impede him. Pluto's size was considerably smaller than Fishman Island, yet only a fool would think of blocking his way, even without that terrifying weapon. His sheer destructive power was sufficient to obliterate the entire Fishman Island. In a building bathed in sunlight on Fishman Island, a man clad in a tailored suit nonchalantly pushed open the door. His greeting, reminiscent of old friends, radiated warmth, yet the figure within appeared markedly haggard. I had scrutinized Roy closely. His voice, somewhat hoarse, strained to articulate words, while the newly arrived man seemed oblivious, merely smiling as he seated himself and poured a glass of water for himself. Roy's blood contained a lethal substance, a concoction of toxins, rendering it an incurable venom. Yet, these facts paled in significance. His once lustrous hair, a striking contrast of black and white, had lost its sheen, and the physician, once held in disdain by many, now bore a haunting frailty, devoid of his former vigor. However, within those dark pupils, an extraordinary brilliance flickered. Roy's blood, such blood, it possessed the qualities of immortality. The deranged physician struggled to rise, swaying unsteadily as he approached the man in the suit, gripping his shoulders with fervent intensity. Whose blood is that, Chufeng? The man chuckled softly, steadying his faltering form before guiding him to sit down. Rest assured, Luo Yi, that is indeed mine. Chufeng expressed his thoughts in this manner. Luo Yi, I shall join, he uttered before succumbing to unconsciousness. Ah, this was indeed inevitable. How long had he devoted himself to relentless study without rest? Chufeng, it is truly unacceptable for you to perish in such a manner. With a bitter smile, Chufeng approached the experimental station recently vacated by the man. Upon discerning the types of medicinal materials, he set to work. For a physician, preparing one's own prescriptions is sometimes an unavoidable necessity. I still hold hope in you, Chufeng, to concoct the potion that will end my life. While toiling away, Chufeng simultaneously uttered words that seemed utterly implausible, all the while skillfully preparing various elixirs. Though we are still at an altitude of 10,000 meters, the roots of the red trees can extend all the way to this place, and the sunlight emanates from the roots of the tree known as the sun tree. Chufeng was uncertain whether that group of individuals had successfully acquired their houses. Only Kirito, Itachi, and the little lion accompanied him to the island. The child seemed particularly enamored with the enchanting mermaid sisters residing there. With his head buried in a bubble, Kirito, clad in black, felt somewhat displeased. Upon arriving at the island, Chufeng immediately clamored to seek out someone, even suggesting they purchase property near Fisherman Street. What a ridiculous notion. As for Itachi, he reassured Kirito with a gentle smile, suggesting that Chufeng must have his reasons for such behavior. They had already entrusted the little lion to the mermaid CAF, as their next destination was not particularly welcoming. Adjusting the interpreter on his back, Kirito struggled to contain his pin-up frustration. Buy a house. With those despicable fishmen, rarely did the dark swordsman display such a dangerously menacing smile. Very well, I shall buy him a house. With a loud shout, Kirito quickened his pace, and Itachi, trailing behind, did not attempt to stop him. After all, he was merely a child. Ah, but this meant. Itachi gazed at the colossal ship, the Ark Noah. Now within sight, the denizens of Fisherman Street were likely in for a rough time. Considering the psychological well-being of the child, perhaps it was best to allow him some outlet for his emotions. Chapter 57. Residing in the boss of Fisherman Street was teeming with a diverse population and vibrant natural scenery, yet it lacked sunlight due to its deep-sea location. Relying solely on the faint glow emitted by deep-sea plankton, the main thoroughfare of Fisherman Street was traditionally a venue for the fishmen to settle personal grievances. For those inhabiting this realm, power reigned supreme. Notions of morality and law held no significance. To an ordinary person, this place would surely resemble a hell beyond imagination. Survival of the fittest, a brutal existence, far removed from the sunlit fisherman island. Yet, even in this inferno, there existed elements that even the most malevolent spirits would dread. Tap, tap, tap. The slightly hurried footsteps echoed through the deep sea, their faintness belied by the silence that enveloped the clashing fighters and the jeering onlookers alike. The rhythmic sound sent shivers through the fishmen, their towering forms trembling and collapsing as if a time bomb had been placed at their ears, the oppressive force driving them to madness. At last, at the zenith of their terror, a shadowy figure emerged at the edge of their vision. Clad in a black trench coat, the silver hems imparted an aura of mysterious allure, while his short black hair billowed freely, undeterred by the turbulent waters. It was the dreadful magic sword at his back that instilled fear. He had returned. The denizens of Fisherman Street were all too familiar with this swordsman, whose presence evoked deep-seated memories of terror. Not long ago, a formidable force had arrived alongside this man, instilling dread among all fishmen, even in the water. The black-clad swordsman was a subordinate of the four emperors, Chu Feng. Ah, Brother Aaron. The fishmen hurried to the side of a formidable sharkman named Aaron, in Fisherman Street. The most powerful figure was undoubtedly Fisher Tiger, and besides him, only Aaron and Jinbei could be considered strong. As of now, Tiger had set sail once more as an adventurer, and Jinbei had entered the Ryugu Palace to enlist in the military. Thus, Fisherman Street was undeniably under Aaron's command. Yet, this man, typically ruthless towards humans, hesitated. No comrade would mock him for his fear. Standing in front of everyone was the greatest display of courage. They were, after all, facing the legendary four emperors. Perhaps those unaware of the truth still possessed the courage to confront him, but for those who understood the gravity of the situation, the desire to provoke was utterly absent. Engaging in conflict would surely lead to merciless slaughter. Kirito, clearly irate, had no kind words for the fishmen. Is there anyone competent among you? What do you take this place for? Suppressing his rage, Aaron bravely stepped forward. Is your return merely to humiliate us? Kirito raised an eyebrow, clearly taken aback by their unexpected pride, which even disrupted his brewing anger. I'm not so trivial. I merely wish to inquire if you have any particularly dark and damp places, essentially, anywhere uncomfortable to reside. Are you belittling us? Aaron clenched his fists, his fury nearing the boiling point. Do you believe fishmen deserve to dwell in such conditions? What nonsense. One day, the world above the sea will submit to human dominion, and all of humanity shall pay for today's arrogance. Are you spouting nonsense? With a furious roar, Aaron crossed his arms and struck down fiercely. Within the water, the fishman's strength was maximized, and in a fit of rage, he shattered a massive boulder. Truly, Aaron is impressive. Go, Aaron. Show them what you're made of. Is this your response, Kirito? Amidst the dissipating dust, a cold voice emerged once more. The dark swordsman adjusted his attire, not lifting his gaze. Are you afraid, human? Aaron had lost all reason. Racial hatred dulled his fear. All he desired was to tear apart the figure before him. He ripped out 2 rows of sharp teeth from his mouth, forming a fearsome fist, but in an instant, his teeth regenerated. Are you dissatisfied with my response? The cheers from Aaron and the other fishmen were not met with Kirito's cowardly retorts, with a sound akin to paper being sliced by a sharp blade. Despite being surrounded by terrifying currents, in that fleeting moment when a sinister black light appeared within their sight, the fishmen distinctly witnessed the water being cleaved apart. The black sword was drawn, the essence of the magic sword igniting to its utmost potential, as its non-reflective blade surged through the waters with terrifying speed. At this moment, Kirito's voice finally resonated in Along's ears. In his peripheral vision, he caught sight of the sharp blade poised before his neck and a face twisted with excitement. I am quite satisfied. The sound of crunching echoed, followed by a spurt of crimson as two horrifying sword wounds blossomed on Along's chest. Has Itachi regained his composure? While all the fishmen were momentarily frozen, another voice emerged from the direction of the cloaked swordsman, a man clad in divine robes, undoubtedly one of Chu Feng's crew. Itachi chose not to gaze upon the pitiful Along, who lay defeated. Kirito had not aimed for a fatal strike, and given the fishman's physique, the wounds were merely superficial. Does Itachi not possess any suitable dwelling for humans? Chapter 58. The stop time. Has Sengoku already returned to Fishman Island? No one has caused Sengoku more headaches than Chu Feng's crew, to the point he felt like tearing his hair out. He utterly failed to comprehend the motives behind this group. Why did they kill the celestial dragons without provocation? Why eliminate the infamous pirate Kaido upon entering the New World? And why return to Fishman Island at this juncture? King Neptune had reported Chu Feng's movements to the world government. Yet at this critical moment, the Navy was utterly unable to contend with this formidable adversary. The red-haired Shanks, having been healed by Chu Feng, was once again making waves, even boasting about seeking a sharpshooter for his crew. The two vice admirals sent to suppress him returned injured. It must be noted that Shanks had been rapidly increasing in strength lately. Had he advanced further due to the trials of life and death? According to reports from the pursuing vice admiral, Shanks' injuries had healed completely, and more alarmingly, he had risen to an entirely new level of power. This time, he had merely chosen to spare them. He had grown to such an extent. Shaking his head, Sengoku forced himself to regain focus. Compared to the newly rising Shanks, the four emperors posed an even greater dilemma, and Chu Feng was the epitome of trouble. After much internal conflict, all Sengoku could muster was a heavy sigh. He responded to King Neptune, informing him that the Navy currently lacked the manpower to allocate to Fishman Island, and that he should merely continue monitoring the situation without initiating any arrests. The terrifying individual combat prowess, coupled with the capability to obliterate a large island, meant that the optimal opportunity to eliminate Chu Feng and his crew had already slipped away. The dividing line of Fishman Island. After ensuring Blackjack was settled, Chu Feng, upon his awakening, promptly drew a vial of blood from him and succinctly articulated his intentions. I do not understand, Blackjack remarked, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized the man before him. How could a man like you conceive of such a notion? Please do not misunderstand, Chu Feng. Chu Feng smiled gently, then donned his little suit once more. I have never contemplated the notion of suicide or the necessity for such medication. The reasons are, in essence, exceedingly intricate. It resembles more of a wry smile. Yet Chu Feng's words resonate with sincerity as he turns and begins to make his way towards the door. Might Blackjack be able to divulge a little to me? The silhouette of Chu Feng paused for a brief moment before continuing onward. He opened the door, and as the radiant light of the sun streamed into the room, he turned his cheek slightly. Do you believe in the existence of deities, Chu Feng? Meanwhile, in the domain of Fishman Street, under the overwhelming force exerted by Kirito and Itachi, the fishmen were rendered incapable of resistance. After considerable effort, they ultimately discovered the residence requested by Chu Feng in a rather inconspicuous location on Fishman Street. The establishment, not particularly vast, consisted of a two-story structure enveloped in a bubble. It was said to have once served as a stronghold for a pirate, designated for human activities. However, it was evident that he had neglected to conduct adequate market research. In Fishman Street, humans were subjected to expulsion and even extermination. Fortunately, thanks to the presence of this predecessor, Kirito and his companions were spared the trouble of seeking out suitable accommodations for human habitation. Itachi then expressed gratitude for the guidance. He nodded towards a trembling octopus man named Xiaoba, signaling that he could take his leave. It is my duty, replied the passerby, momentarily recalling the need for politeness, yet instinctively compelled to flee at the swiftest pace. What a farcical situation. Why should he face two notorious pirates whose bounties collectively exceeded 1 billion? Kirito remarked. Is that individual truly planning to establish a clinic in such a place? It is dark, secluded, and entirely populated by fishmen. How could there possibly be any business here? To claim he would find a way to earn money, when will he ever amass the 15 billion needed to replace what was lost to Roy's cannon? Chu Feng did not disturb the group of fishmen, who were already on the verge of being frightened into a stupor. He safely returned to his new abode, which belonged solely to him. Chu Feng has truly endured a great deal. I find myself quite pleased with this house. Upon a brief inspection of the entire decor, I must admit that while it bears some signs of age, it unmistakably remains a place where humanity has thrived. With a little tidying up, it would indeed be perfectly suitable for a consultation room. As for you, Kirito, I wonder, do you intend to establish your practice here indefinitely? Kirito adjusted the sword on his back, for I still have to continue my quest for clues leading me home. Chifeng is fine. He will conduct some research on the island before we can set off again. Kirito, how long do you plan to stay? After careful contemplation, Chifeng surmised that the event was likely to transpire in a year or two. If approached in such a manner, acquiring those items should prove to be quite effortless. Thus, a decision was made. If there are no issues with Chifeng's plan, it should be accomplished within 2 years. 2 years for Kirito. He firmly grasped Chifeng's collar, though he longed to lift him up. The disparity in their heights was simply insurmountable. Kirito, stop joking. If this continues to drag on. Asuna. There is no need for Chifeng to worry. A great hand rests upon the head of Tongren. And there is no doubt that this hand belongs to a certain ancient being that has lived for over 1,000 years. I have brought back a piece of vital intelligence, you know. Kirito, how long have you, Chifeng, been in this world? Chifeng tilted his head, posing an abrupt question. As for you, Kirito, considering the time spent as a bounty hunter, it has been about 3 to 4 years, hasn't it? What is it that troubles you? Chifeng, do you believe you have grown taller? Kirito felt a surge of indignation ignite within him. This insufferable doctor was not only wasting time here, but had the audacity, how dare he? Kirito, you scoundrel. In his fury, Kirito drew the Excalibur from his back, embodying a resolve for a life-and-death confrontation. Calm down, Kirito-kun, a voice interjected as another figure stealthily approached from behind, resting a firm grip upon his shoulders. That is not what I meant, the voice continued, maintaining a tone that was both affectionate and somewhat frigid. He glanced at Chifeng, furrowing his brow. I believe the captain is inquiring if you have matured, he clarified. Is there any distinction in that question? No, wait, could it be that he means, is Chifeng fortunate or unfortunate? It appears that you have suffered a curse akin to mine. Chapter 59, Chifeng's Plan, The Curse of Tongren? Tongren has finally regained his composure. Upon reflection, it does indeed seem that since the moment of awakening, he has not experienced any growth, not in terms of inner strength, but rather in any physical transformation, not even a trace of development. The breeze of Chu indeed feels distinctly different when one speaks of it. The words of Chifeng once again captivated everyone's attention. He gently patted the swordsman before him in a comforting manner and continued to speak. You are aware, are you not, of my exceptional regenerative abilities? Consequently, I do not experience the common affliction of aging that others inevitably face. However, you, on the other hand, are not so fortunate. The man known as Haijik, who is associated with the Chu wind, made a remarkable discovery. Chifeng gazed out of the window, seemingly lost in contemplation. Chifeng remarked that even in his entirely ordinary state, his organs had shown no signs of aging over the past few years. There was no discernible change whatsoever. His respiratory system, motor nerves, and all other aspects where a typical individual might exhibit signs of aging remained unaffected. He turned once more to gaze at the figures of Kirito and Itachi before him. I believe, perhaps you share the same sentiment as me, right? Indeed. Since arriving in this world, there has been no further transformation. However, this does not imply that they possess the formidable resilience akin to that of Chifeng. Even when faced with a fatal blow, they too would succumb to death. Given the context, I have approximately 2 conjectures. Initially, Chifeng stated that they too were subject to a certain malediction, for in this world, regardless of the passage of time, they would remain immune to the ravages of senescence. He gestured with a wave of his hand, beckoning Kirito and Itachi to be seated, whereupon Chifeng himself took a seat at the erstwhile bar. The world has isolated either Chifeng or you. Has Kirito been isolated by this world? Indeed, in that case, it makes sense. For this world, they ought not to exist. Thus, the passage of time here does not apply to them. If that is the case, Itachi, if that is indeed so, even if an eternity passes, if Kirito can return, it would merely be a fleeting moment. Kirito, yes, if that is so, then Asuna. Yet, Itachi cannot be certain of this possibility. As for Itachi, although there are no plans to return, the more one observes from the sidelines, the clearer the essence of the situation becomes. Ultimately, this is merely a conjecture. Indeed, Chifeng is not in error, thus, it appears that subsequent plans may require some alterations. The delineation of the Mermaid CAF meeting. With everyone finally gathered, Chifeng took a sip of his slightly bitter coffee, a smile gracing his face as he surveyed those before him. Lingbo, Luo-E, Itachi, Kirito, Little Lion, and Golden Flash. They had briefly conveyed the intelligence acquired from Blackjack, leaving the remaining decisions to the group. Gilgamesh, who would never age, posed an intriguing proposition, did it not? Elegantly seated nearby, The seemingly youthful Gilgamesh exuded an aura of royalty regardless of his surroundings. Meanwhile, Lingbo, immersed in her reading and adorned with spectacles, appeared indifferent to such matters. Does this imply that I have more time for research? She pondered. Lucky, little lion master, for heroes are indeed imperishable. Chufu cleared his throat, and as the captain, it was time for him to contemplate his future plans. Due to certain circumstances, I may have to linger on this island for some time. However, similarly, Kirito has his own reasons for departing. So, my friends, in the coming 2 years, shall we embark on adventures upon the sea? Or shall we take this opportunity to recuperate on this island? The voting begins. Itadikamasu. Kirito, please do not pull my hand up. Enough with the nonsense, Kirito. If you continue like this, I shall join them as well. Gilgamesh, feeling bored, expressed that he had no time to indulge in your antics. If Little Lion Master remains on the island, can he come here daily to relish the desserts? After a flurry of chaos, the group finally determined their subsequent course of action. As the captain, Chufeng will stay on this island with Ayanami, Little Lion, and Gilgamesh, while Kirito, Roy, and Itachi will continue their journey in the new world with the underworld, seeking the lost text of history and exploring ways to return home. Thus, they must split into teams. However, with Itachi accompanying them, there should theoretically be no significant issues. With business concluded, the group certainly did not squander the rare opportunity to visit Fishman Island and enjoyed a delightful time at the Mermaid CAF. Thank you ever so much, Miss Shaley. Chufeng expressed with a gentle smile, leaning against the counter while casting a glance at Shaley, who still clutched her crystal ball. Was it truly acceptable for her to act in such a manner? Perhaps due to her ability to glimpse into the future from a young age. She harbored no fear towards Chufeng and his companions, unlike the other girls in the shop, who were clearly unaware of the intriguing identities of these guests. Shaley's audacious presence here was rather bold, considering this was a territory of the world government. Did she not fear the pursuit of the Navy? Ah, Chufeng. Such matters are not worth concerning oneself with. Casually toying with the trinkets on the table, Chufeng spoke with a playful tone. Chufeng, my child is quite fond of this shop. I hope we can continue receiving your kind patronage in the future. Xiali, you're utterly insane. Xiali shook her head in resignation, no longer wishing to concern herself with him. This man from across the sea, no one could ever fathom his thoughts. What was even more terrifying was that when this man resolved to act upon his whims, no force in the world could stand in his way. Who truly knows the essence of Chufeng? He seems to wear a perpetual smile, yet that gentle expression invariably betrays a peculiar sorrow, compelling one to draw nearer. To unravel the enigma of his fatal mystique. In comparison to the old man with the white beard, he appears more akin to an ordinary individual. However, as one gradually approaches, it becomes evident that within his being lies something entirely distinct from humanity. Is this what is termed the Four Emperors? Chapter 60. The former admiral passing by the division had been completed, and in his fervent quest for clues to return home, Kirito hastily secured Luo-E aboard the submarine. It was only natural for Itachi, who had been fulfilling his role as a bodyguard, to rise and nod in acknowledgement to Chufeng before departing. Aside from these three, the remainder consisted of those who had resolved to remain on Fishman Island. The atmosphere seemed to abruptly turn somber. Save for the gluttonous little lion who continued to entertain the beautiful mermaid sisters. With that, we take our leave. Though it is no small feat to find a place where humans reside in the bustling Fishman Street, the dust-laden surroundings truly discourage one from setting foot there. If cleanliness is not prioritized, even a clinic would struggle to attract visitors. Logically speaking, the clientele for a clinic operated by one of the Four Emperors was already limited. Despite the persistent attempts to establish this clinic, the reality is that a single doctor's practice feels somewhat meager. Now, however, we are fortunate to have 2 esteemed physicians on board. Perhaps the laissez-faire attitude of Sengoku during the Warring States period played a role, as for half a year, Fishman Island has not been the site of significant news. The once volatile Chufeng, akin to a ticking time bomb, seems to have had his flames extinguished by the sea, resulting in no earth-shattering events. Yet, for the upper echelons of the Navy and the pirates, the presence of the Four Emperor Chufeng on Fishman Island remains an unspoken secret. Today, an application report concerning the combat training itinerary for naval recruits was presented to Sengoku. The Naval Training Unit, led by the former Admiral Zifa, set its sights on the New World. Although the challenges there are formidable for new recruits with Zifa at the helm, it is believed that the average pirate would pose little threat. Sengoku had no objections to this plan. Yet the dilemma arose when Zifa chose to enter the New World via Fishman Island. A year ago, despite the inherent dangers of the deep sea, such a decision could be seen as a rite of passage for newcomers. However, now it is home to a legitimate emperor, Sengoku. You are well aware of the current circumstances there. As the fleet admiral, Sengoku, a strategist known for his steadfastness, acknowledges that Zifa, a former comrade, could never show leniency towards any pirate. Yet, this adversary is indeed beyond Zifa's capacity to handle. Should Zifa be allowed to proceed, any conflict that arises could have dire consequences. Seated in Sengoku's office, Zifa naturally closed his eyes. Sengoku, how many years have we known each other? He mused. Around 20 years, I believe, Sengoku replied. Indeed, Zifa said, opening his eyes to gaze out at the unchanging sea view. Back then, you, I, Garp, and Gordon were all students of the same cohort. Sengoku fell silent. These old friends were among the few he could truly call friends. Rest assured, I will not meet my end on Fishman Island. Moreover, I have no intention of pursuing that notorious pirate. However, the youth of today must witness the true might of this world. They must comprehend the nature of the foes they will face. He rose. The Navy's emblematic cloak draped over his shoulders, and with his brown glasses perched on his nose, he departed, his formidable silhouette still instilling awe. Even after a decade, this veteran remains indomitable, yet it is undeniable. Zifa, you too have aged. Sengoku, I aspire to cultivate heroes. In the end, Sengoku could not halt Zifa's progress. 3 days later, he set off with the soldiers he had personally trained. The recruits departed from Marineford and soon arrived at the designated dive point, where preparations for the coating had already been arranged by the Navy at Sabaody Archipelago. Zifa merely needed to transfer to the prepared warship there. Everything is ready, teacher. Ein, a young girl in her prime, stood behind the elderly man, respectfully bowing. For her, allegiance to the Navy constituted her entirety. Perhaps merely due to her admiration for teacher Zifa. Ah, Zifa, he replied. Normally mild-mannered, Zifa turned the focus on his disciples, the future hopes of the Navy. Just as with former admirals Kizaru and Akainu, among them may yet emerge the next great admiral. Recently, Zifa, who had ascended to the rank of admiral without relying on any devil fruit abilities but solely on haki, has begun to feel the dullness of age creeping upon him. Even the man once known as Black Arm has reached an age where the injuries of youth now hinder him. Some of his disciples have already succeeded him, becoming admirals themselves. Is it time for retirement? No, not yet. He remains unsatisfied. He yearns to nurture more new naval officers, to cultivate new heroes. Unable to rely solely on his own strength, he seeks to foster the next generation, believing that one day, this vast sea will be devoid of pirates. However, before this departure, Zifa felt compelled to clarify. Standing at the bow of the ship, he spoke, we shall pass through Fishman Island to enter the New World. However, there may be intelligence you are unaware of. His voice grew somber, as the information he was about to disclose was undoubtedly classified naval intelligence. In the underwater island we are about to reach, at a depth of 10,000 meters, there are not only terrifyingly large sea kings and perilous deep-sea currents, but also foes beyond your imagination. He paused slightly, his unique voice carrying a sense of gravitas. The Emperor, Chu Feng. Such commonplace words caused the sea breeze to still, leaving only the sound of their own heartbeats echoing in their ears. Chu Feng, if ZFA is unwilling, let it be known now. Once we dive down, there will be no turning back. ZFA, answer me now. Are you willing to follow this old man onward? The bystander exclaimed, Teacher. Excellent. Excellent. A glimmer of hope sparkled in ZFA's eyes. He etched this moment into his heart, turning away. ZFA faced his disciples with resolute determination. This is your first step toward becoming heroes. ZFA set forth. Chapter 61. ZFA's landing now, Blackjack. What exactly compels you to remain on this island? At the Mermaid CAF, despite the passage of 6 months, the young lion still held a deep affection for this place. As for the golden-haired boy, after causing quite a stir in the Sabaody archipelago, he had been confined by Chu Feng, unable to stray beyond his watchful gaze. Thus, the CAF now hosted a mere 4 individuals. Do not misunderstand. Ayanami stayed behind to guard the premises, while engaging in conversation with the notoriously infamous Dr. Blackjack. Indeed, Chu Feng is dedicated to the continuation of our research. Setting aside some sugar, he meticulously stirs the concoction, as the dark brown coffee emanates an enchanting aroma. Can such matters as those pertaining to Blackjack not also be accomplished on your island? Fixated on Chu Feng's eyes, Blackjack shows no intention of relenting. Ah, Chifeng, you've caught me. Setting aside the coffee that had yet to touch my lips, Chifeng scratched his head in a moment of awkwardness. In truth, Chu Feng remains here in search of a particular object. Is Blackjack in pursuit of something as well? Chiffon, a treasured legacy passed down through generations, would not be relinquished without compelling reason. As Zephyr approached the perilous waters, the path beneath was fraught with danger. Yet, under the command of the seasoned Zephyr, the latest naval vessel, those new recruits steadily advanced toward Fishman Island, undaunted. They had navigated through treacherous trenches and unpredictable currents, but the sailors remained vigilant. This was the essential route for pirates venturing into the New World, a channel all ambitious marauders would traverse, while the Navy typically opted for the safer Mariejoa route, thereby amplifying the risks for those who dared to navigate here. Along the way, audacious pirates had attempted to ambush their ship after diving beneath the waves, but tragically, these novices had underestimated the ship's commander. Yet, in the grand scheme of things, these threats paled in comparison to the paramount reason for caution. Before departing Fishman Island, they could not afford to be careless. The man who had once slain a naval admiral might very well be lurking on this island. Teacher Zephyr. Is our target the notorious pirate Chiffon? A young marine with flaming red hair saluted sharply behind Zephyr, his tone brimming with determination and eagerness to confront this world-shaking figure. Do not be hasty, Binns, Zephyr replied, sipping rum. Known for his strict discipline, it was rare for him to indulge in alcohol during missions. But this occasion warranted an exception. He had resolved to undertake a task of great uncertainty. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to witness for himself the man who had slain Gordon. Zephyr, this is not the time for you young ones to showcase your prowess. The dangers encountered on this journey serve as the finest trial for you, he remarked, satisfied with his disciple's performance thus far. However, confronting a legendary emperor was a task too soon for them. For such ruthless brigands, all you need to do is observe the old man's valor from the shadows. With another swig of liquor, a long-forgotten instinct began to awaken within him, reminiscent of the battles he had fought when he bore the title of admiral. Before long, Fishman Island was within sight, and retreat was no longer an option. Zephyr prepared to disembark. Meanwhile, in the Fishman Kingdom, Prince Neptune, the left minister, rushed into the Dragon Palace, clutching the latest news transmitted from the Navy. A message that left him in a state of agitation. What has happened to Neptune? The left minister inquired. Since Chiffon's return to Fishman Island, King Neptune had been plagued with anxiety. In the first month, he had awakened almost daily from nightmares of his kingdom in ruins. However, for the subsequent 6 months, nothing untoward occurred, providing a semblance of tranquility, as it appeared that the Navy had reached an unspoken agreement with the Emperor. Unfortunately, just as Neptune believed this fragile peace would endure, the left minister brought forth alarming news. What is it? Speak, Neptune demanded. The Navy has dispatched personnel. The Navy? Have they returned to pursue Chiffon? Neptune pondered, bewildered that he had remained dormant for half a year. Wait, if conflict arises here, the Dragon Palace. Neptune ordered the nation to enter a state of emergency. As the ruler of a kingdom, hesitation was not an option. He must minimize potential damage. But could they truly withstand the legendary power capable of obliterating entire islands? Who from the Navy is coming? Neptune queried, resting his massive palm against his brow. Though this gesture did little to alleviate his headache. It appears to be the former admiral, the black-armed Zephyr. As the Dragon Palace trembled with trepidation over the impending naval incursion, Zephyr's forces had already landed on Fishman Island. Neptune commanded his troops to patrol the island, leaving no pirate unscathed. With resolute determination, he issued his orders before heading towards Fishman Street, a bottle of liquor in hand. It was crucial not to underestimate the Navy's intelligence network. Prior to their departure, Zephyr had received information regarding Chiffon's whereabouts from St. Goku. Zephyr is in Fishman Street? What an insufferable place. Chapter 62. Defeating the one who conquered you. The sky was overcast, and the sea was still. One would think that at a depth of 10,000 meters, the very concept of wind would be non-existent. Sitting in his clinic, Chiffon quietly perused his recent research notes. The development of new pharmaceuticals had once again hit a stalemate after initial breakthroughs, as the substances required were not meant to exist in this realm. As anticipated, Chiffon felt no cause for alarm. Even if he were anxious, there was little he could do to expedite the process. Strangely, since morning, an odd premonition had been tugging at him. For some inexplicable reason, he found himself increasingly attuned to the collective unconscious of humanity in this world, occasionally experiencing moments akin to precognition. It seemed that the once quiet clinic, abandoned for half a year, was about to welcome its first visitor. Outside, the unchanging sea mirrored the stillness of the sky. Zephyr, the sea observes. The beginning of this world is known to the ocean, as is its end. It beckons forth the path that must be taken, guiding toward the righteous realm. The sound of boots striking the ocean floor resonated, a weighty and profound echo from the depths of the world. The mere act of listening would silence the soul. Pain and suffering, embrace me. The vast, gentle sea. Cradle me within your depths. The ocean watches, knowing the genesis and conclusion of this world. This weathered voice belonged to the man who dared don military garb upon this pirate-infested isle, a man marked by scars yet imbued with formidable strength. Time had not dulled his edges. Even the vengeful marks etched upon his visage could not alter his nearly obstinate spirit. Should I vanish from this world? Know well the guidance of the sea. Do not fear, for you are here with me. Do not be afraid, your companions await you. As we draw nearer to the unassuming cottage, the elderly man with the short, coarse beard unexpectedly broke into laughter. His rum bottle, now empty, was carelessly tossed aside. He extended his hand and knocked upon the flimsy door. Knock, knock. The gentle sound of the knock resonated like a heartbeat. The research report in his hands was meticulously folded and placed into a drawer, as the man clad in a tailored suit chuckled softly, engaging in quiet soliloquy. Indeed. There are guests arriving in the presence of Chu Feng. He rose to his feet, meticulously smoothing out the creases on his attire, and then gradually made his way towards the grand entrance. As the breeze from the Chu region arrived, at the moment the doctor grasped the doorknob with his right hand. A broader smile graced his lips, for indeed, an extraordinary guest had come. Chu Fu welcomed the arrival, exhibiting no signs of abnormality. He tilted his head slightly, observing the elderly man before him and the naval officer cloaked behind him. May I inquire about your discomfort, Chu Feng? As a pirate, Zephyr. Your audacious remarks are indeed striking. However, unlike the Navy that pursued me previously, Zephyr refrains from immediate outbursts, responding instead with an unwavering smile to my inquiry. Might you invite me in for a moment's respite? Welcome, Chu Feng. Chu Feng stepped aside slightly, allowing the elderly man to enter the sole human structure on Fisherman Street. In the narrow gap through which they passed, Chu Feng caught a glimpse of the anguished cries of the fishmen outside. Ah, even at such an advanced age. The old gentleman's temper remains as fiery as ever. Yet, one cannot blame him. After all, he had dared to confront a former admiral of the Navy. It is indeed a miracle that he was not killed in the process. Chu Feng, you jest. This is indeed a clinic, where one naturally seeks solace due to ailments. Is it not? The young lion continues to frolic in the CAF, while the moment Zephyr steps into the room. The previously engrossed Ayanami merely glances up before once again losing herself in the ocean of literature. Meanwhile, the haughty king of the ancients has yet to open his eyes to acknowledge Zephyr, instead savoring his exquisite collection of fine wines. Does Zephyr possess rum? A smile stretches across his lips once more as the formidable hockey envelopes his wrist in an aura of destruction. He turned slightly, his gaze fixed intently upon Chu Feng. Chu Feng waved his hand dismissively with a light chuckle. Stop joking around, he said, his tone casual yet firm. This is a clinic. How could such things possibly exist here? His gaze drifted toward Gilgamesh, who was leisurely sipping his wine. Chu Feng, of course, feels helpless regarding his own child's lack of understanding. With arms outstretched in that moment, he truly resembles a resigned father. Is it ZFA? Indeed, managing children can be quite a formidable challenge. In a sudden and unforeseen turn of events, the long-dormant former Navy Admiral, Admiral Zephyr, has launched an assault. Though equally adept in close combat, his style diverges sharply from that of Carp and Garp. He eschews the reliance on techniques that envelop the body in hockey, unlike Carp's frenzied flurry of strikes. Instead, Zephyr embodies a living textbook of combat. Employing the most precise and standardized movements, he seamlessly achieves his striking objectives. With his right foot advancing, a series of rapid stomps on the spot culminates in a flawlessly executed shave. Unlike the previous encounters with the CP9, whose shaves were merely illusory. Placing themselves beneath the enemy's fire, Zephyr instantly closes the gap to a distance where Chu Feng finds it most challenging to exert force. Prepared, he fully extends his right fist, the immense power of his strike having been meticulously cultivated. This inaugural move, with its impeccable rhythm, leaves each adversary who engages in close quarters with him breathless. It is a method that entirely disrupts the opponent's combat tempo. Intriguingly, a smile remains ever present on Chu Feng's lips. He shows no inclination to retreat in the face of the formidable former admiral. For many years now, Chu Feng has shed any fear of close combat. He yearns for the exhilarating intensity of engaging in proximity with his opponents, where a mere fraction of a moment can unleash astonishing power. The clashes occur within a remarkably confined space, where a fleeting miscalculation could render one incapable of retaliation. Yes, that is precisely the sensation he craves. With a step forward of his right foot, the already inhospitable space for exertion becomes even more compressed. At such a close range, even Zephyr's right fist finds itself deprived of the room to strike. Like a serpent, Chu Feng's right hand gently rests upon his opponent's right elbow. The familiar tactile sensation from the skin awakens the beast from the depths of hell. In the duel between masters, there exists no opportunity to perfectly seize the opponent's joints. Yet for Chu Feng, mere contact suffices. From the tip of his right middle finger, a whip-like force emerges, momentarily halting Zephyr's attempt to break free, skillfully disrupting his body's downward momentum. A subtle adjustment of the index finger provides Chu Feng with greater leverage, as two fingers now make contact with his opponent's skin. The erstwhile whip transforms into the sharpest of claws, akin to an eagle's talon firmly grasping its prey, with a resounding click. The zero-distance strike only serves to invigorate the Madden further. The astonishment etched on Zephyr's face is unmistakable, and soon enough, Chu Feng's palm secures a firm grasp. In an abrupt halt, the two remain locked in place, Chu Feng's right hand resolutely securing Zephyr's right elbow. The encounter concluded with Chu Feng's candid acknowledgement of the reality. In the blink of an eye, Zephyr found himself completely subdued, a young man clad in a tailored suit firmly pressing him to the ground. "I have lost," Zephyr declared, his voice steady. He had anticipated this outcome even before arriving, recognizing that even in his prime, he might not have triumphed over the young man before him, let alone in his current frail state. "But remember, Chu Feng," Zephyr continued. "The one who has defeated you will be my disciple." Chapter 63, Discoveries of a New World for Corrido. Embarking on the sea was no longer a novel experience. From the moment he arrived in this world, he had frequently been hired by various merchants as a pirate hunter, or he would simply charter a ship to pursue pirates himself. Reflecting on the past 4 years, he realized that a significant portion of that time had been spent upon the vast ocean. Nevertheless, this place was not where he was meant to linger. In another world, a girl named Asuna awaited his return. The previous speculations of Chu Feng had indeed brought some solace to the young man. However, this was not an excuse for his lethargy. Thus, even if it meant resorting to a half-hearted abduction or threat, he was resolute in his determination to take Luo-Yi along. Traversing every corner of this world in search of the historical texts that might conceal the information necessary for his return home. Where does Corrido truly wish to go? Amidst the mysteries of the world? Yet, when it comes to assisting Corrido in his quest for historical texts, he finds himself bereft of sound suggestions. The world is replete with enigmatic locales. However, regrettably, in this pirate-infested sea, no one seems inclined to publish a travel guide. Moreover, most historical texts have been discovered and confiscated by the world government, further complicating the search. Of course, if the Black Swordsman has already set his sights on a target, then there is no issue here with Lloyd. I believe that with the exceptional capabilities of the Grim Reaper, even the most perilous islands can be reached safely. Corrido has given this considerable thought. In such circumstances, rather than aimlessly wandering, it would be prudent to seek a reliable source of information. Itachi concurs. The previously silent Itachi nods with a smile, agreeing with Corrido's perspective. For one who was once a member of an assassination tactical unit, the significance of intelligence is self-evident. Given this, Corrido pats Lloyd on the shoulder and suggests they land on a nearby island. After all, having spent some time as a bounty hunter, he possesses knowledge of how to interact with them. Following orders, the Information Gathering Division comes into play. On Piltover Island, within a tavern known as Nightfall, a middle-aged man clad in a black trench coat, with a dagger pinned to his chest, quietly savors his drink. The remnants of liquor cling to his short, coarse black beard, while his right hand rests upon a cigar placed on a fruit platter. "Where do you hail from?" A man sporting a small mustache casually takes a seat beside him. Despite the abundance of empty spots at the bar, he behaves as if he were an old acquaintance of the middle-aged man, nonchalantly igniting the cigar in the latter's hand. The pungent smoke enthralls him, and after greedily inhaling a couple of puffs, he finally begins to scrutinize the individual before him. "I have never seen you around these parts." The middle-aged man, clearly displeased, gently sets down the dagger he had been holding. "What's the matter? Has the Information Bureau resorted to such crude means of gathering intelligence?" Do not misunderstand. The mustached man remains unfazed by the middle-aged man's demeanor and dramatically waves his hand. "I am merely curious." He waves the cigar that has captivated him. How could someone accustomed to the rural signals of the seas arrive here so effortlessly? In an instant, the mustached man's gaze sharpens. Surrounding them, 7 or 8 men donning cowboy hats subtly shift, their flintlock pistols already cocked at their waists. Yet, the middle-aged man appears entirely unaffected by their presence, silently draining his glass without ever casting a glance at the mustached man. "Do you suspect me?" A flash of silver cuts through the air. The mustached man is certain that the dagger pinned to the middle-aged man's chest is merely a commonplace wide-bladed knife. However, in that fleeting moment, he realizes he is mistaken. Damn, this is a tough opponent. Having long dealt in information for bounty hunters, he is all too familiar with assessing an enemy's strength. That glimmer of silver is undoubtedly the most fearsome weapon on this small island. A soft crack echoes as the bright silver vanishes from the mustached man's sight. Only an instant has passed. The surrounding patrons remain oblivious to the unfolding events, yet the 8 weapons that had just been drawn are now simultaneously severed in 2. The clean cuts silently narrate the terror of this man. Let us discuss matters of importance. The middle-aged man's deep voice resonates, drawing the mustached man's attention back to him. He swallows hard, commencing a discreet conversation with the enigmatic figure before him. Half an hour later, the middle-aged man exits the tavern and swiftly disappears into the crowd. Unbeknownst to anyone that at a hidden port, he boards a fully metallic submarine. For the purpose of gathering intelligence, shape-shifting truly is an unparalleled skill for evading pursuers. I have returned. In a mere 2 hours, as an experienced operative, Itachi smoothly completes his mission after Kirito shares the secret signals for their rendezvous. In the arts of disguise, assassination, and intelligence gathering, ninjas indeed possess inherent advantages. However, for Itachi, having attained a certain level of mastery, such elaborate maneuvers are often unnecessary. Lloyd, how goes it? Waving to welcome his companion's return, Lloyd remains seated in the control room, continuing to calibrate data for the Grim Reaper. Overall, it has gone rather smoothly. However, this island we have arrived at is not a hub for intelligence. According to our contact, further west in Bandle City, one might uncover more information. Is that so? After a moment's contemplation, Kirito does not dwell on his unfortunate luck and continues to inquire. Do you have any information regarding historical texts? Itachi, clearly not possessing much knowledge on the matter, mentions only that his intel references a colossal altar belonging to an ancient kingdom that was once unearthed on an island known as Ionia within the Grand Line. Unfortunately, due to subsequent earthquakes, the world government was unable to extract historical texts from the ruins. Itachi's tone remains calm, akin to delivering a mission summary. For ninjas, the habit of relaying information faithfully without infusing personal emotions is paramount. Yet such a location may still yield historical texts. After some consideration, Kirito is inclined to affirm this hypothesis, as sites like altars should logically leave traces of ancient civilizations. Itachi. There are 2 other places with a high likelihood of containing historical texts. Itachi nods and continues. The world government? Operating the console, Lloyd does not turn around. Yet it is evident he is engaged in the discussion. Indeed. Additionally, there is another entity. The Revolutionary Army. Chapter 64. Bandle City in the vast expanse of the New World. Beyond the well-known 4 emperors, myriad other factions thrive. Of course, in order to establish a foothold in the New World, one might find that completely altruistic or charitable organizations are virtually non-existent. Here, every faction capable of uttering a name carries substantial military backing. For the mid-sized city of Bandle, life has not been tranquil of late. This territory, once belonging to the infamous pirate Kaido, fell into chaos when that fearsome man was slain by one of the 4 emperors just 6 months prior. This marked the onset of turmoil. The pirates who previously guarded this place lacked the strength to command respect, with Kaido's protection gone. And before the arrival of new superpowers, Bandle City has entered a new phase of power struggles. The man is chaos, disorder. Trivial disputes over minor interests can escalate into violent confrontations. GOLD. Roger, is this the era you so desired? He cackles. Crimson liquid flows from a transparent goblet, surging into the throat of a towering man clad in a pink feathered coat. He resembles a colossal firebird from a distance, laughing exaggeratedly, emitting a terrifying cackle as if mocking the entire world. This world truly suits my taste. With arms wide open, he gazed up at the sky over Bandle City. As if from this moment forth, he sought to embrace the entire world. You may perceive him as a madman, yet his name shall resonate across these seas for the next decade and beyond. The great pirate, Don Quixote da Flamingo. The dividing line of the arch-nemesis from the perspective of the world government, the recent upheavals troubling their minds are not merely the emergence of the new emperor, Chu Feng, but rather another individual once regarded as a crucial asset to the Navy, Monkey D. Dragon. As the son of the illustrious hero, Garp, Dragon was groomed from his day of entry into the Navy as a future admiral. Indeed, he did not disappoint the high-ranking officials, consistently showcasing a stark disparity in prowess from his peers, even from his earliest days in military academy. What is even more exhilarating is that, much like his father, he is fervently dedicated to pursuing the footsteps of one pirate after another, capturing them one by one, akin to a once rabid dog, until that fateful incident occurred. He was indeed the prime candidate for the position of admiral. However, all of this shattered 2 years ago on a rain-soaked night that none of the Navy's upper echelons would forget. After leaving a solemn letter, former Rear Admiral Monkey D. Dragon chose to defect. Garp, without a moment's hesitation, opted to pursue him. Yet, in these unpredictable seas, the aging Garp was unable to reclaim his second failed pursuit in his lifetime. Aside from Roger, all those who fell under the Mad Dog-esque chase were imprisoned in the depths of the underwater prison. None would believe he showed mercy, for justice had long been ingrained in the very marrow of this old man. Yet, Dragon eluded capture. He did not become a pirate, but the world government issued the most severe bounty against him. This man, who once served the Navy, has founded a new faction known as the Revolutionary Army. No additional justification is required. Merely the name itself is sufficient for the world government to deem him as their foremost adversary. In a dimly lit underground tavern on the island of Bandle City, a group of hooded men quietly deliberated, one of whom bore dragon-shaped tattoos on his arms. The man spoke in a low, confident tone. Bandle City is one of the intelligence strongholds of the New World. Its conquest will be our initial strategy. Meanwhile, a Navy warship was steadily approaching the distant seas of Bandle City. Following a brief encounter with Chu Feng, the latter seemed to have willingly allowed Zephyr, the former admiral, to depart, as he and his disciples embarked on their journey into the New World. Bandle City, recently bereft of its ruler, would undoubtedly become a haven for chaos, where pirates, rogues, and bounty hunters would vie for dominance over the spoils. For Zephyr, this represented the finest opportunity to punish wrongdoing. His disciples, having endured trials of the spirit, safely traversed Fishman Island despite the looming threat of the Four Emperors. Soon, their mentor would lead them into the crucible of battle. A bloody baptism prepared for true warriors. Zephyr's sailors, from the moment we land, I command you to seize every criminal. This island still harbors innocent civilians that require our protection. In another direction of Bandle City, a massive island submerged beneath the sea remained oblivious to the maelstrom that awaited it, entangled with the future Shichibukai, a former admiral, in the notorious Revolutionary Army. Of course, the world above remained equally unaware of their imminent arrival. Having drifted for half a year across uninhabited islands, they had nearly faded from the collective memory of the world. Forgotten were the monstrous beings that had once ravaged entire archipelagos. As dawn broke, the residents of Bandle City remained anxious due to the presence of a few thuggish ruffians at their doorsteps, never suspecting that a greater crisis was stealthily encroaching upon their relatively obscure island. The chaos is about to commence. Chapter 65. The action of the flamingo in these treacherous seas. Harboring compassion is but a pathway to one's demise. The experiences are thrilling and exhilarating. For Doflamingo, the thought of slaying the old man bore no psychological burden, such as the way of pirates, where the only loyalty that endures is to oneself. Fortuitously, Doflamingo had acquired remarkably practical abilities, and in the ensuing years, his ambitions found optimal expression through his burgeoning strength. He possessed numerous islands, yet few were aware that the true master of these islands was this flamboyant man adorned in pink feathers, believing that shrouding oneself in darkness was the safest course. He manipulated puppets day after day, amassing an astonishing fortune. If one is to dream, why not dream on a grand scale? The ambitious flamingo has never been a benevolent soul, and scrupulous methods are his trademark. Conquering a few islands and becoming a wealthy man could never suffice as his ultimate aspiration. He sought the entire world, craving the subjugation of all beneath his rule. Has Doflamingo begun to act? Ha ha ha. At this moment, he appeared languidly reclined on a chaise, leisurely savoring a glass of exquisite wine, while a suit-clad man stood respectfully behind him, awaiting his command. Indeed, Joker. By tomorrow at the latest, the entire island's electricity, water resources, and food supply will effectively fall under the control of the Flamingo Trading Company. Naturally, the public faces involved in the acquisition are unrelated to us. This is his modus operandi, unlike ordinary pirates who rely on crude and overt plunder. He views such tactics as utterly ineffective. He wins the game by adhering to the opponent's rules, though the threat of force remains a crucial component. In truth, the commercial plan to acquire the entire island has only just commenced, yet before the formidable military power of the Flamingo Trading Company, every merchant is left with no choice but to capitulate. Doflamingo is marvelous. Ha ha ha. He chuckled ominously, leaving others guessing at his intentions. As a result, none of his subordinates dared to exhibit even the slightest complacency. Joker, the most comical of jesters, is also the deadliest of masked assassins. To control the economic lifeblood of this island is to dominate the entire island? Such unfounded delusions cannot form the crux of Doflamingo's schemes. Everything is merely preparatory. as he aims to drive all opposing factions toward the island's opposition. He shall become a hero. Any adversary who dares to contest him will be deemed a malevolent and immoral force. His ambition extends beyond merely seizing this small island. He seeks to dominate it entirely. Thus, as the notorious Don Quixote Doflamingo prepares for action, he languidly licks his lips in a grotesque manner, as if savoring an enticing delicacy that awaits him. Under the banner of a well-known criminal organization he has just conquered that very morning, Doflamingo dispatches an invitation to the various gang factions across the island. This summons aims to gather all in a meeting to discuss strategies against the Flamingo Chamber's monopolistic grip on the island's resources. The venue for this assembly is none other than the exquisite four-story edifice directly beneath the rooftop where he basks in the sunlight. Situated above a conference room littered with dismembered corpses, Doflamingo cackles with glee. Joker, there is another matter that requires your attention. The man in a suit observes his employer's manic laughter in silence, waiting for the moment to speak. What is it? Doflamingo inquires. At West Dock. A naval warship has made landfall today, the suited man replies, presenting a freshly compiled dossier with reverence. The first thing that catches the eye is a photograph of a venerable gentleman, clad in the regalia of a naval officer, whose powerful hands seem to evoke long-buried memories. Below the image, an analysis from the Intelligence Department reveals that this individual is none other than the former admiral, now a training instructor at the Navy's first military academy. Zephyr, a former admiral? The proud Doflamingo falls silent momentarily before erupting into even more fervent, frenzied laughter. Ha! An old soldier of the era. Is he anxiously preparing to exit the stage? On the other side of the island, Zephyr, having just disembarked, refrains from launching an immediate large-scale operation. He understands better than anyone that a single misstep could allow true malefactors to escape. His disciples must be imbued not only with formidable strength but also with the wisdom distilled from the experiences of the previous generation of sailors. As a naval officer, Zephyr knows they cannot rely on informants in the same way pirates or bounty hunters do, and in the New World, the network of naval informants is sparse compared to the Grand Line's earlier segments. However, the Navy possesses its own methods. For the inhabitants of this land, no entity is more trustworthy than the government and the military. While their intelligence may not be extensive or entirely accurate, it suffices for the seasoned Zephyr. The sudden emergence of a vast commercial entity? The residents speak of the Flamingo Chamber, which has quickly established itself on the island, seemingly aiding local industry. These developments appear benign, as the Flamingo Chamber plays a role akin to that of a force for good amidst the chaos of Bandle City. Yet therein lies the intrigue. Why has this unarmed organization never faced an assault from the island's darker elements? Is it shielded by some formidable protector? Or are all challengers vanishing before they can draw attention from the populace? Zephyr gazes toward the island's opposite shore, where the headquarters of the Flamingo Chamber, dubbed the Paradise of Firebirds, resides. Chapter 66, commencing the Yellowbird operation in stark contrast to the tense atmosphere on the island. A nondescript medium-sized sailing vessel drifts aimlessly upon the sea, its mainsail furled, deck worn and barren, and anchor rusted. It resembles a ship that has met its fate, aimlessly adrift without purpose. Yet, it has not departed the vicinity of Bandle City for 2 days. Is this a divine decree, or are the hooded figures aboard orchestrating this? From the perspective of the Revolutionary Army, a man with tattoos adorning his arms expresses his confusion in a clandestine bar. Naval presence? At this hour? He contemplates the implications of the Navy's arrival, recalling that they had recently withdrawn their active forces from the New World. What significance does a lone incursion hold? Do you possess more detailed information? He queries, his unease palpable, sensing the impending difficulties of the current plan. Indeed, this is a photograph captured by our informant at the port. Without delay, a subordinate produces a freshly printed image, revealing a robust elder whose age is betrayed by the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, yet his dark hair recalls the visage of a once great admiral. The man's hand trembles slightly as he grasps the photograph, unable to summon any malice toward the venerable figure, reminiscent of his own father. Zephyr-sensei? He murmurs, lowering his gaze, the hood obscuring his features further. After a prolonged silence, his usual confident voice resurfaces. Proceed according to plan. Intelligence indicates that the Flamingo Chamber has begun its operations. No matter what transpires, we cannot halt our original agenda. I am not merely Monkey D. Dragon, a soldier. I am the leader of this organization. Every decision he makes transcends personal interest, impacting the lives of countless individuals. For the nascent Revolutionary Army, a reliable source of intelligence from the island is of paramount importance. They are determined to seize Bandle City, yet a direct assault could lead to unforeseen complications, allowing potential informants to escape. Thus, The initial strategy involved permitting Doflamingo to eliminate opposing forces on the island before swiftly neutralizing him, providing the Revolutionary Army an opportunity for a decisive victory. However, circumstances have taken an unexpected turn. Blackarm Zephyr, Dragon reflects. If only time could rewind a decade, I would have never doubted that the clown Doflamingo would fall into our trap. Against a fully empowered admiral, this ambitious pirate would scarcely have a chance to flee. Alas, time is relentless. At his current age, whether Zephyr can vanquish this cunning and ruthless pirate remains uncertain. For Dragon, if Zephyr can defeat Doflamingo, it would be the most favorable outcome. After all, the Navy cannot maintain a presence here indefinitely. Even if they achieve victory, it would merely delay the division of this island's resources. Although, in practical terms, even if Zephyr fails, he would significantly deplete Doflamingo's strength. Yet, such a scenario implies that this esteemed elder would meet his end on this island, for Doflamingo is not known for showing mercy to captives. Latest intelligence, someone announces. Kirishima. What? Kirishima abruptly slams his hand on the table, rising in astonishment. Are you saying there are naval forces here? According to earlier intelligence, the Navy has seemingly abandoned its plans to continue confronting the pirates led by the four emperors in the New World. Instead, their focus has shifted towards the four seas in the first half of the Grand Line, with the primary objective of curbing the emergence of new pirates. How could a Navy warship be present in such a location? Based on the images relayed by the sea god, there is no doubt that it is a naval vessel. After sipping her coffee, Loy manipulated the remote control in her hand, maximizing the image captured by the Sentinel robot. It seems that the ship is of at least a vice admiral rank. This implies that they are not dealing with mere lackeys. In contrast, I have received even more intriguing information, remarked Count Pudding, raising his index finger in front of everyone. This small island named Bandle City is one of the more renowned intelligence hubs in the New World, and its former owner was named Kaido. Isn't that the one who was taken down by a cannon 6 months ago? After a brief recollection, a vague name surfaced in Kirito's memory. So, the island fell into turmoil after that? If viewed from this perspective, it is not unreasonable for the Navy to intervene. Bingo. If it were up to me, I would definitely choose to wait a bit longer, Loy said with a mischievous smile, although she had no intention of playing the role of a yellow sparrow. Letting them resolve the chaos themselves is quite a brilliant strategy. With a sly grin, she resembled a cunning fox. So, you actually want to play the part of a yellow sparrow, don't you? Chapter 67. The surprise attack. Doflamingo's characteristic laughter echoed once more. For him, dealing with that group of inept individuals was hardly even a warm-up. It brought him no thrill whatsoever. He awaited a guest who had yet to arrive. The former admiral's mere title was sufficient to make most pirates surrender, yet it was evident that Joker had no intention of capitulating. This was a stronghold he had managed for quite some time, and dealing with lackeys and petty soldiers did not require his personal involvement. Even if the Blackarm Zephyr dared to invade this territory, Doflamingo would not hesitate to let the old man experience his first defeat in life. Come on. There is nothing to fear. He had unwavering confidence in the abilities he painstakingly honed, convinced that he would not be vanquished by anyone. For this world was but a canvas for his ambitions. The strategic division of the veteran General Zephyr, aboard the ship, after gathering the scattered sailors across the island, Zephyr issued a perplexing command. Aboard? Are we leaving? The young sailors were bewildered by their instructor's plan. Why depart when they were ready to showcase their skills on the island? Without further explanation, Zephyr was the first to board the warship. What are you dawdling for? Teacher. Ultimately, the unwavering trust in Zephyr triumphed over the youthful fervor of the sailors. No one questioned his decision for a long time. They had learned a vital lesson from their instructor. A soldier must exhibit absolute obedience. As subordinates, they had no reason or standing to challenge the orders of their superior. Soon, the well-trained sailors completed their preparations for departure. The massive mainsail was raised, and with the aid of the wind, the warship gradually departed from the harbor. Standing on the deck, Zephyr cast a glance back at the island named Bandle City, certain inexplicable emotions stirring within him. Shaking his head, he cast aside all distractions. Now is not the time for confusion. Setting sail did not equate to Zephyr abandoning the island. Rather, as a veteran who had spent a lifetime dealing with pirates, he had no interest in walking into a trap. Like his combat style, Zephyr's habitual strategy involved taking the initiative himself. Entering the enemy's stronghold head-on from the island would clearly play into their hands, even though his strength might prevent an immediate defeat. The students he had trained would inevitably face significant losses. The young sailors were unafraid of death, yet Zephyr could not allow their sacrifices to be in vain. They had all undergone rigorous training, already taking crucial steps on the path to becoming formidable sailors. There was no justification for the future of the Navy to be squandered here. The new recruits required valuable practical experience, not meaningless sacrifices. Of course, Zephyr's considerations did not imply a hasty retreat with his disciples. Once a naval admiral, he was far from helpless against Amir Island's traps. The battlefield is fraught with various injustices, but the choice of whether to engage in battle is your freedom. If you can lay traps and invite your opponent into a snare, then I can just as easily choose to fight elsewhere. A surprise attack often refers to the element of suddenness, launching an assault when the opponent is unprepared, thereby disrupting their formation and securing victory. However, a surprise attack is not limited to this. An unexpected strike at a different location while the enemy is fully prepared at the front can achieve the same effect. Setting sail was not merely an act of departure. After sailing for a while and effectively distancing themselves from the island's surveillance, Zephyr unhesitatingly issued the next command. Hard to port, he bellowed, directing the sailors aboard the warship. Circumvent the island to the other side. Prepare for a full-scale landing operation. The sudden upheaval in Bandle City. Zephyr has departed. All factions still on the island received this intelligence almost simultaneously. However, this revelation did not ease the already volatile situation. On the contrary, the air, charged with sparks and arcs, seemed on the verge of explosion. Doflamingo was certain that his teacher would not simply leave in silence. That was not the old man's style. Thus, he forced himself to remain patient, quietly waiting. Meanwhile, the protagonist of the event, the flamboyant Doflamingo, seemed to sense the undercurrents of conspiracy. His naturally cautious disposition alerted him that the opponent's abrupt departure must have ulterior motives. Doflamingo instructed Buffalo to prepare the ship immediately. The flamboyant Flamingo, with his violet-tinted glasses, licked his lips. I must set sail at once. The specter of war loomed silently closer. But the emergence of another group swiftly disrupted the arrangements of all three parties. Chapter 68, each for themselves for Corrido and his companions. No vessel could rival their speed on the sea. The submarine crafted by Loy boasted revolutionary propulsion, rendering it a marvel in an age where sailing relied predominantly on the wind. The swift descent revealed them to all factions. By now, the bounty on Chifeng and his group had spread across the globe. How could Bandle City, an intelligence hub, possibly be unfamiliar with them? No one would dare to question the strength of the underworld. People are inclined to believe that any one of them possesses the power to annihilate a small nation. The landing party consists of merely two swordsmen clad in black and a rather unfamiliar middle-aged man. Did Chifeng not arrive? He was almost regarded as a human storm. Yet he did not set foot on this small island. Perhaps for the tempestuous city of Bandle, this could be considered the only piece of good news, but for Drago, who had received intelligence, it was certainly not a favorable development. Was the underworld also to intervene in this affair? Initially confident in his absolute advantage in this confrontation, Drago now found his resolve wavering. Given the current circumstances, if the underworld were to fully engage in this war, the other three factions would stand little chance of resistance. Even though the adversary aimed to seize this island and would not employ the terrifying weaponry seen in Pluto on the battlefield, the underworld still held an undeniable supremacy. After all, for most, the notion of repelling the three admirals of the Navy single-handedly seemed like a fantastical tale. As a former vice admiral of the Navy, having participated in several brief skirmishes against the legendary Yonko Whitebeard, Drago was acutely aware of the magnitude of such power. It could be said that even if the Navy were to set a trap, isolating Whitebeard from his vast pirate crew to create a semblance of encirclement, capturing him would demand an unbearable cost, with losses among the admirals being all but inevitable, such as the might of the four emperors. Although he did not partake in the battle at Sabaody Archipelago, based on the devastation observed in the Navy's response, it was clear that Chifeng had reached a level where he could alter the entire course of battle single-handedly, even without considering the other formidable members of the underworld. Chifeng alone was sufficient to stabilize the current situation. If this were the case, Drago could no longer afford to wait. If he delayed any longer, it would not be long before the entire island fell to the underworld at a terrifying pace. Once the four emperors declared this place as their territory, any attempt to reclaim it would undoubtedly position the revolutionary army against the underworld, a fearsome force that even the Navy headquarters wished to avoid. Drago had no inclination to challenge such an entity. Thus, he had no choice but to take action. Although revealing his position prematurely was not his intention. Having made the decision, he knew he must possess absolute confidence. Drago was certain he would emerge as a strong individual, and true strength knows no fear. The division of targets was evident. Bandle City was significantly larger than the previously landed Piltover, so despite the risk of detection, Kirito resolved to embark alongside Itachi, hoping to extract the intelligence they sought from the island. This included potential historical text of Ionia and the burgeoning revolutionary army. For Kirito and his companions, the world government was entirely irrelevant. Conversely, due to their prior actions, they had effectively placed themselves on the government's blacklist. Given this, there was no reason to hold back any longer. If they could gather intel on the revolutionary army's movements, Kirito would not mind a minor collaboration in exchange for valuable historical texts. He also held little fondness for that noisy group. Unfortunately, due to a lack of information, their landing at this moment coincided with a crucial juncture in the distribution of interests on the island, and it was unreasonable to blame others for harboring suspicions. The timing of their exposure came far earlier than Kirito had anticipated. The first round of sniping from the Flamingo Consortium had silently commenced. Meanwhile, Itachi, harboring the same intentions and objectives, appeared to be even less fortunate. Just after parting ways with Kirito, his finely honed senses from years of being a ninja alerted him to the presence of pursuers. The palpable malice and corresponding strength compelled Itachi to remain vigilant. Opting not to turn back to reunite with Kirito, given the current situation, it seemed unlikely that there would be only one pursuer. With his crimson eyes, the protective older brother resolved to eliminate the tail before proceeding with his next move. Without altering his course, Itachi casually inquired of a passerby regarding the location of the town's tavern before swiftly departing. The fish had taken the bait. Now, he needed to find an opportune location to dispose of his quarry. Itachi had no intention of directly confronting his adversary. The methods of ninjas diverged significantly from those of conventional warriors. They would patiently await, seeking the optimal moment to deliver a fatal strike in an instant. A ninja has always been an assassin, and this shadowy profession has consistently operated with the utmost efficiency to carry out their lethal tasks. Chapter 69, each fighting for themselves for hoo-hoo. The sound of arrogant laughter echoed as all the meticulously selected crew members behind Don Quixote Doflamingo prepared for battle. Doflamingo had indeed caught a big fish. His eyes, concealed behind purple sunglasses, concealed the emotion swirling within as he faced the Navy, undoubtedly led by Zephyr. Perhaps no longer comparable to the former Black Arm Admiral, he could still not be dismissed by any pirate. No one wished to test the strength of this seasoned veteran, for the terrifying reputation of this former admiral had instilled fear long before their births. Abandoning their position and confronting this legendary Navy figure head-on would clearly be unwise. Yet their commander Doflamingo had always been a madman. Doflamingo charged forward. The Black Arm's separation line erupted as Zephyr ordered fire. The cannons roared with fury. The sailors had already locked onto their targets, venting their anger at the pirate ship not far away. The newly equipped vessels of the Navy headquarters boasted astonishing firepower, often sinking enemy ships before they could even engage in close combat. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous roar of cannon fire echoed as projectiles flew, the acrid scent of gunpowder permeating the air, making every breath reek of impending combustion. At last, countless black dots vanished from the range of visual reconnaissance, transforming the enemy before them into a dazzling array of sparks. The violent explosions even tinged the sea red. Had they been eliminated? Zephyr dodged. The elder's voice resonated in every sailor's ears, and without a moment's hesitation, the helmsman abruptly altered course. Whistle. The sound of bombs slicing through the air became clearer. Perhaps these civilian-grade explosives could not compare to those supplied by the Navy, but in reality, a direct hit would still incapacitate the warship instantly. Bang! Just 5 meters from the hull, a shell exploded at water level, sending a massive spray of seawater into the air, drenching the nearby sailors. At that moment, as the smoke began to clear, a pristine Navy ship slowly emerged. Foo-hoo-hoo. A man in sunglasses stood at the bow, laughing raucously, his arms outstretched toward the sky. Undoubtedly, it was he, Don Quixote Doflamingo, who had shielded the entire pirate ship amid such cannon fire. Removing his grand coat, Zephyr's hands began to radiate a unique dark hue of haki. He observed with utmost clarity. And at the moment when the cannon fire was about to devastate the enemy pirate ship, the man who abruptly appeared at the bow seemed to conjure countless blades in an instant, shattering those formidable cannonballs into mere fragments. A user of the devil fruit ability. Perhaps? If so, such a power is indeed both terrifying and troublesome. Yet, this does not imply that Zephyr would harbor an ounce of fear. Throughout his extensive naval career, he had encountered dire predicaments and formidable adversaries far too often. How could such a spectacle possibly cause this steel-hearted man to retreat? It was rather his disciples who found themselves exceeding their limits in facing this foe. Thus it was imperative for him, Zephyr, to repel the threat here and now. The heavens themselves seemed to sense the impending turmoil, as the clouds grew darker and heavier, concealing a tempest of unimaginable ferocity. Don Quixote Doflamingo, the Marine Admiral, the pursuer. Black-armed Zephyr. That arrogant laughter echoed forward, emanating from a young man at the prow of the approaching ship, who appeared unnaturally exhilarated. Without any warning, he extended his right hand towards Zephyr's warship and abruptly yanked it back. Crack! It sounded as if a razor-sharp blade had sliced through the air, and the mainsail of the warship snapped asunder. Doflamingo, come forth. With all his might, he leaped upon the ship led by Zephyr. Regardless of the strategies devised or the preparations made, the crux of the matter lay in the immediate confrontation. Armament hockey enveloped him, and observation hockey was fully unleashed. This was not the moment for the pirates to seize the upper hand. Zephyr, in a moment of prideful abandon, unleashed his formidable voice, imbued with authority. His terrifying fist showed no mercy. Shave. He vanished from his original position, and when people once again located the elder, a more powerful sonic boom knocked them off balance. Iron fist. Boom. The sound of flesh colliding with the wooden hull reverberated, and the man who had maintained his raucous laughter since his appearance was sent flying. Unless one possessed a terrifying instinct for close combat like Chu Feng, any ordinary ability user would be courting their own demise in a melee with him. The aging Marine Admiral finally revealed his own fangs. Chapter 70. The mightiest form. The dragon's nest abruptly contracted, as if the sky had been cleaved open, and the once rapidly swirling white clouds began to vanish through that aperture. The low growl grew increasingly horrifying, echoing like the wrath of a true dragon, causing all to halt in their tracks, even robbing them of the courage to flee. In truth, the man known as Dragon had never truly disappeared. He had always been present, that relentless tempest. The world began to genuinely perceive the magnitude of this man's power. Understanding why this defector from the Navy had nearly ascended to the rank of Admiral. Dragon's roar. The man's bellow resounded from all directions. An irresistible force that sent tremors through the world. From that increasingly dark and enigmatic void, a palpable white wind sword descended from the heavens. It bore the strength to pierce the very earth itself, and directly beneath it, a man with crimson eyes remained silent. Roar. Compressed to the utmost. Sharpened to perfection. The destructive force, expressed through its spinning form, transformed into a blinding white light that robbed everyone of their vision. The divine weapon of the gods was unleashed upon humanity for the first time, an unstoppable energy flaunting its might, intent on tearing apart the earth and sky alike. Indeed, in that invisible realm, beneath the lethal windblade, the man remained steadfast, not a step removed, his dark robe swirling violently, accentuating his unwavering spine. He lifted his gaze, his eyes possessed by an eerie whirlwind, fixating upon this calamity that could be deemed a natural disaster. Zephyr must possess the ability. A simple phrase escaped his lips, akin to a spell or a prayer. The glowing wind blade was nearly upon him, the suffocating sensation of death capable of shattering the resolve of any ordinary soul. Yet in that fleeting moment, the frostbitten man remained expressionless. It was not that he feared death, he simply knew he would not perish. Bones, ensconced in ominous flames, seemed to embody the soul eternally tormented in the depths of hell. He opened his mouth weakly, extending his hand skyward. The flames roared to life. As if his soul served as their hearth, the flickering spirits of fire gradually coalescing into flesh, veins, and ultimately into eyes, transforming into a grotesque armor enveloping his form. Doflamingo raised his shield. The wind, which ought to have been invisible and colorless, was compressed to its zenith, revealing a white visage symbolizing absolute power. Akin to a weapon reserved for deities, that violently pierced the peculiar shield. The sound of the wind halted abruptly. It felt as if a deliberate buildup of force emanated from that shield, and invisible shockwaves began to ripple outward. Houses, steel, and all that lay within the range of the impact vanished without a sound, a silence rendering the world devoid of noise, engulfing even the terrified cries of the people. They desperately opened their mouths, yet the fearsome gales tore at their lips, their vocal cords vibrating at an unimaginable frequency, as if every breath was being expelled from their bodies. Their efforts to scream were rendered futile, drowned beneath an overwhelming cacophony. No, one could hear the desperate cries. It was merely that the thunderous roar of the impending cataclysm consumed all else. Boom. Only at this moment did people realize this was never a silent film. The earth-shattering thunder had always been present, albeit in the form of a sound that was profound yet delicate. A devastating clash between an attack capable of tearing apart heaven and earth and an absolute defense reputed to withstand all assaults birthed a scene of utter calamity. Vandal City derived its name from the ancient walls encircling the island. It is said that long ago, this land was more expansive, and the Lord constructed these enduring walls to protect his domain. Yet today, those age-old walls crumbled to nothingness in a single strike. The man's ability to withstand such an onslaught was indeed remarkable. In the distance, amidst the ruins, Dragon revealed himself once more. His deep green cloak still draped across his shoulders, a dreadful smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. He spread his arms wide, and a terrifying whirlwind began to coalesce again. Such an attack from this man. How many more can you endure? As before, the skies darkened, and white clouds once again gathered, spinning wildly, the faint echoes of dragon roars sapping the will to resist. Itachi remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the man before him, unresponsive to the resurgence of overwhelming power. Had he surrendered? In the face of divine might, must even a man who once withstood the might of a general yield? The battleground of the seas seems inescapably doomed for the city of Bandle, where warfare continues to rage across the coastal waters. Zifa's iron fist. Utilizing the technique of iron blocks enveloped in haki, his formidable fist crashed fiercely into Doflamingo's abdomen, sending the pink figure flying far away. Bang! The astounding sound of impact reverberated, as the elder known as Zifa finally unleashed his true strength, one that none dared to underestimate. Doflamingo coughed, a feeble sound at first, only to erupt into that maniacal laughter. The madman, donned in purple sunglasses, slowly rose from the dust. Indeed, the former Marine Admiral Zifa was a terrifyingly powerful man. Yet Doflamingo laughed even more arrogantly. Just as he had been struck, his counterattack reached its target. Zifa's recently unleashed right arm seemed to be struck by an unseen blade, leaving deep gashes in its wake. "Teacher, be careful, teacher," exclaimed onlookers as Zifa wiped the blood from his mouth and boldly returned to face the elder, unwavering in his defiance. Round 2 for Doflamingo commence. Chapter 71. Deathmatch. With arms raised and fingers fully splayed, Zifa's posture was evidently not one conducive to power. Yet for Doflamingo, who had roamed the seas for years, this was the optimal defensive stance. Doflamingo's laughter never ceased, as if this life-and-death duel was merely a game to him. His unique and bizarre abilities repeatedly ensnared Zifa's movements, and in this ever-shifting battlefield, it was the elder, who had once held the advantage, that was now left bleeding. Like a butterfly trapped in a net, no matter how vigorously it flaps its wings, it only serves to please its predator. "What is happening, Admiral Zifa? Have you truly aged to this extent?" With a sudden swing of his hands, the sense of crisis compelled Zifa to roll to the side, avoiding the onslaught. Swish! The sound of a blade piercing flesh echoed, staining his once pristine white shirt with droplets of crimson. Zifa remained silent, his gaze growing more somber. The pirates intensified their assault. The two ships, now locked in combat, had no room for cannon fire, leaving only their furious roars and sharp steel. The brutality of close combat in the cold weapon era made ordinary souls tremble. The blood-soaked scene was enough to haunt every veteran of the battlefield. Flesh, bone, wails, and roars, compared to the merciless bullets that claim lives. The experience of being bathed in the glow of blades is far more terrifying, showcasing the resilience and fragility of life in stark relief. Here, human emotions were magnified to their utmost, where even the slightest fluctuation could lead to staggering changes. Morale, this term, nearly obsolete in the age of modern warfare, was resurrected here. The commander not only represented overwhelming strength but also served as the spiritual anchor for all soldiers. On this battlefield of tit for tat, the actions of the commander swayed the entire situation. Doflamingo's ability to suppress the opposing commander instilled a sense of security, while the former Marine Admiral's identity filled the pirates with anticipation for what lay ahead. For even an admiral could not halt their advance. The pain of wounds seemed to fade, reckless charges were initiated with simple yet effective fervor, and in an instant, the once well-trained and superiorly powerful navy found themselves on the defensive. Doflamingo's laughter echoed once more. The line of counterattack was drawn as Zifa swiftly moved, employing the moonwalk and shave techniques to vault over Doflamingo. His powerful fists, still shrouded in formidable haki, were poised to strike. Yet just as the decisive blow was about to land, Zifa abruptly halted and retreated swiftly. Another fearsome wound marred his left arm. Had the once great general succumbed to his opponent's ferocity? No, the old warrior's eyes held no trace of confusion. The fresh wounds ignited a spark in his gaze. Doflamingo's fruitability likely resembled threads, adjustable in strength and number, allowing him to bind, sever, and even control in combat. Indeed, a troublesome power, invisible and intangible, presenting an enigma to the untrained. Direct control might be manageable. With haki, one could effectively negate such a unique application. Yet, Zifa was all too aware of the peril posed by those fine threads. Most of his current injuries stemmed from them. Age had diminished his physical capabilities, rendering Zifa unable to rely solely on absolute strength or speed. The razor-like threads enveloping him kept him at bay. However, Zepho was not one to passively await his fate. Even knowing the futility, he relentlessly pressed against Doflamingo's defenses, at times even leaving openings to ensnare himself within the pirate's grasp. Once, twice, thrice. In the blink of an eye, fresh wounds emerged, yet Zepho finally smiled. He abruptly ceased his movements, his gaze fixed intensely upon the self-satisfied pirate before him. "What is it, Admiral Zepho?" Doflamingo queried, his pink feathers enveloping his upper body. Since the battle commenced, aside from his initial blunder, Doflamingo had remained virtually unscathed. His defiant gaze locked onto the elder, though he dared not slacken his vigilance. After all, a man who once held the rank of Marine Admiral would not easily be defeated. 57 threads, Zepho stated confidently, as Doflamingo's expression stiffened momentarily. His eyes behind the sunglasses narrowing sharply. Indeed, up until this moment, Doflamingo could manipulate only 57 threads simultaneously. Had Zepho truly deduced it? A smile crept across Zepho's face. For as a high-ranking officer of the Navy headquarters, he possessed extraordinary battle awareness. He slightly adjusted his posture and resumed his assault. Shave. An instantaneous surge brought them closer. Yet as Doflamingo summoned his threads once more, Zepho vanished from sight. Doflamingo was to his left. A surge of danger coursed through him, prompting Doflamingo to unleash a barrage of sharp-lined blades into the empty air to his left, a reaction so timely it left him breathless. Yet, the Admiral's assault had not concluded. Zepho's iron fist. With a sudden shake of his right arm, the immense force reverberated through the air, and the hockey-imbued fist struck the clown once more. Chapter 72. You are old, Doflamingo. I still wish to survive. Survive? This phrase, Zephyr had heard countless pirates utter before. Some spoke it with madness, others with despair. Zephyr had indeed heard it far too many times. Naturally, he had never executed any of them. Black-Leg Zephyr would always imprison each pirate, but never personally execute them. Rest assured, I will not kill you. Maintaining a battle-ready stance, Zephyr's body was riddled with wounds. Yet none appeared to be fatal. In stark contrast, the proud Doflamingo, though lacking visible injuries, bore a grievous wound to his chest. The notorious Black-Leg Zephyr was indeed as formidable as his reputation suggested. Blood continuously dripped from Doflamingo's mouth. His fist, imbued with hockey, possessed devastating destructive power, capable of shattering waves, and it struck Doflamingo's chest with overwhelming force. Undoubtedly, such an injury heralded the imminent defeat of the Flamingo. Yet he remained blissfully unaware of his impending capture. For the Flamingo, defeating an opponent was never best achieved through direct confrontation, regardless of the opponent's strength. Overt actions often proved to be the least efficient and least effective choices. To the ordinary observer, the might of an admiral might seem insurmountable, devoid of weaknesses. But to him, as long as one possessed sufficient intelligence, an admiral could merely be perceived as an ordinary individual. Pirates are often regarded as embodiments of brutality and savagery, a notion that is difficult to contest. Their personalities, experiences, worldviews, and value systems shape their lives, leading them to disregard these attributes in themselves and their adversaries. They prefer to resolve conflicts in the most straightforward manner. After all, the dead cannot voice dissent. This is not incorrect. Doflamingo too relished such directness. Yet he favored the immediate results it yielded. Unless the situation overwhelmingly favored one side, or one party was wholly resigned to death. The brutal clash of blades and blood could pivot on a mere decision. In the ever-changing chaos of battle, no human could analyze each action with calm deliberation before responding. True masters rely more on instinct. But from where does such instinct arise? As human beings, we instinctively dodge an incoming punch. This is a natural reflex, driven by the desire to avoid harm. However, a combat expert, rigorously trained, might seize the opportunity presented by an opponent's attack to launch a ferocious counteroffensive. This too is instinct, albeit a conditioned reflex honed through training. A benevolent person tends to act kindly, while a domineering individual remains overbearing in all endeavors. A person's character, values, and lifelong experiences subtly shape their approach to life, interactions, and even combat. For Doflamingo, the weaknesses of his opponents were never mere fatal flaws or old wounds. He excelled at unearthing the inherent vulnerabilities of human nature that were defenseless. Doflamingo cackled, extending his hands towards Zephyr once more. In an instant, invisible threads filled the space around them. Yet, to Zephyr's astonishment, his heightened observation hockey failed to detect any malicious intent or lethal sharpness directed at him. Was it an oversight? Or perhaps the severity of his injuries rendered him incapable of maintaining his previous fluidity in combat? No, it was not so simple. Suddenly, Zephyr's eyes widened in alarm as he sensed the gravest possibility. Doflamingo smirked. The first sound to pierce the air was the delicate whisper of a blade entering flesh, a testament to its razor-sharp edge, severing the fragile body with unerring precision. Following that, blood, as if finally liberated, splattered into the wind. Doflamingo's grin grew more sinister. He had never aimed at Zephyr from the outset. The earlier exchange had illuminated the fact that with his current strength, he could not contend with the former admiral in a head-on confrontation, not in this battlefield. Hidden within this aging body lay formidable power, a near unassailable authority even against the New World pirates. Yet, if he were to defeat Zephyr, Doflamingo possessed his own methods. This stern naval instructor, known for his severity, was, in truth, more invested in his disciples than anyone else. Based on intelligence gathered from past investigations, it seemed this ship's purpose was primarily to train new recruits. Zephyr's weakness did not lie within himself, but within the ranks of his soldiers. Doflamingo, the ability to manipulate human bodies through his devil fruit might seem inconsequential to Zephyr, enveloped in haki, impervious to control. However, for the young sailors, such an ability was undeniably lethal. Doflamingo, unleash your fury. How many of your subordinates can you save from my grasp? Doflamingo reveled in exercising his powers, as the young sailors were helplessly drawn to the center of the battlefield, delayed only momentarily by Zephyr's assault before being mercilessly cleaved in two by the Flamingo. Zephyr, stop. Rage surged past its threshold as Zephyr poured all his haki into his right fist, seizing the brief window between Doflamingo's two uses of his abilities. He executed a wild yet terrifyingly swift move, propelling himself towards his opponent. The air split with a sharp sound. Crimson blood flowed as his iron-like arm whirled through the air. Indeed, Doflamingo could not discern the trajectory of the incoming attack. Yet he was acutely aware of its target, his head. Anger clouded the elder's judgment, but his powerful strike successfully sent Doflamingo flying, even shattering the ship's railing and crashing back onto his own pirate vessel. However, that steel-like arm was simultaneously severed by Doflamingo's counter. Doflamingo, you are old. Before the adversary drifted too far away, these were the final words Zephyr heard. Chapter 73, a chance for cooperation with a slight smile curling his lips. The dragon's nest in the sky began to dissipate at a visible rate. The man clad in a green cloak slowly approached the youth, arms outstretched, and spoke. This is where the man stops. Dragon remained unperturbed, as if the cataclysmic attack had not originated from him at all. Indeed, this was a form of compromise. It was not that Dragon had exhausted all measures. He believed firmly in his potential for victory should the conflict escalate to life and death. However, at this moment, it was ill-suited to engage in a battle of such magnitude with an adversary of this caliber. Even if Dragon were to emerge victorious in this war, he would inevitably confront the direct threat posed by the four emperors in the near future. Whether it be the personal combat prowess of Chu Feng or the lethal weapon first employed on the Pluto Islands, both present insurmountable challenges for the current revolutionary forces. Moreover, the youth before him remains in a state of absolute vigilance, the fiery giant, much like its master, gazing coldly at the approaching figure clad in green robes. The crux of the matter is that Dorag does not possess the unwavering confidence to subdue this enigmatic youth. The grotesque four-cornered windmill continues to turn languidly, as if it had yet to unleash its true power. I am Monkey D. Dorag, perhaps you have not heard of me. He proclaims in a voice that is distinctly his own, a voice imbued with an uncanny charisma, suggestive of a man destined to create miracles. It is at this moment that Itachi's eyes narrow, as the intelligence he previously acquired hints that this individual may be formidable. Indeed, it seems you possess some knowledge of my identity. I currently represent the Revolutionary Army, he states. The term Revolutionary Army may seem simple. Yet in this world, and in any realm, it is an audacious declaration that could be deemed the greatest of sins by those in power. This title signifies a complete repudiation of the ruling class, an expression of discontent with the distribution of vested interests, and is a mantle worn only by those who aspire to upend an era. To adopt such a designation is to invite the world's disdain before one has the chance to forge a new reality. While this label may hold little significance for either Chu Feng or Uchiha Itachi, the situation alters dramatically if the other party possesses information capable of influencing the future of many. The deadly flames gradually extinguish. Intelligence suggests that the Revolutionary Army holds a substantial portion of historical records, and if that is indeed the case, forging an agreement and exchanging information with this individual is undoubtedly the most prudent course of action. Yet, Itachi remains silent, fixated coldly on the man before him. Regardless of the circumstances, they are opponents who have recently battled for their lives. The notion of swiftly transitioning to a collaborative partnership seems implausible. Disarming one another represents merely the minimal level of sincerity required, and as a seasoned ninja who has traversed countless shadows, Itachi comprehends well that in such scenarios, the one who speaks first inevitably finds themselves at a disadvantage. He possesses ample resources and time to await the other's capitulation. Dorag, however, does not allow the Uchiha to linger in silence for long. With an air of nonchalance, he articulates, "I believe we both understand that this is not an opportune moment for conflict. Yet," he adds, "it appears that the initial malice today does not originate from me." Dorag shrugs, choosing not to pursue the topic further. As a leader of an organization, he maintains a delicate balance regarding cooperation. It is true that the current revolutionary army lacks the capacity to directly confront the might of the Navy, let alone the entire world government. However, in stark contrast, the world government's resolve to capture them has escalated to a zero-tolerance stance. Upon acquiring any intelligence regarding their activities, they unleash devastating strikes almost instantaneously. Given the present circumstances, merely sustaining the organization's existence and structural integrity has become a monumental challenge. Dorag has underestimated the full might of the world government. It is only when one stands resolutely opposed to them that the powers lurking beneath the surface begin to reveal themselves. Ultimately, the events of today have compounded their difficulties. The newly emerged emperor proves to be even more formidable than anticipated, although he has yet to encounter the individual directly. The combat prowess of their allies suggests a capacity to decisively overpower him. Such a reality is almost unfathomable. When Chu Feng first rose to prominence, Dracul Mihawk had yet to depart from the Navy, at least from the investigation's findings. It was evident that this newly appointed Emperor of the Sea was still in his youth, both in physical prowess and experience, not yet having reached his zenith. However, given the current circumstances, it appears that Chu Feng possesses the foundational strength to contend with the legendary strongest man in the world, Edward Newgate. Perhaps the Five Elders, in their antiquated wisdom, have yet to fully acknowledge this reality or, out of sheer caution, have not reached a definitive conclusion. Nonetheless, as an eyewitness, Dracul Mihawk is increasingly convinced that, in the near future, the sea shall echo with the name of this young emperor, much like the tales of Whitebeard. As for the man, I think, being a fellow criminal sought by the world, we share a mutual need for alliance. With open arms, he sincerely began to delve into the matter. Perhaps you are unaware, but as a sign of allegiance, I can responsibly divulge a piece of information. Dracul deliberately elongated his tone, fixing his gaze unwaveringly upon Itachi's eyes. The weapon you employed on the Pluto Islands was once deemed by the world government to be a leakage of technology from the Vegapunk research facility. I trust you comprehend the implications of this. Itachi has never doubted the power of Genesis. It transcends the realm of conventional might. The implication that the world government possesses similar capabilities is indeed valuable intelligence. Chapter 74. The first transaction for Itachi. The recent departure from the team alongside Kirito was merely a quest for clues to return home. He has never been averse to the wishes of his companions, often willing to sacrifice for the ideals of others. Given the current situation, extracting any information about the historical texts from the world government is akin to chasing phantoms. Thus, the simplest alternative is to seek leads from the Revolutionary Army. Remarkably, this opportunity has presented itself in an unusual manner, and the intelligence that may arise from this collaboration promises unexpected rewards. According to the information recently revealed by Dracul, the world government possesses weapons that can rival Genesis. Whether these weapons are fully developed but not yet deployed for some reason, or merely theoretical constructs lacking practical military value, they convey a clear message. The world government is actively seeking means to restrain, or even obliterate, Chu Feng and his crew. On the surface, they appear to have completely severed ties with the world government after becoming emperors and entering the New World. Despite the unspoken reality, their vigilance towards the world government has seemingly diminished. Yet, the harsh truth remains: those in power, as non-governmental violent factions wielding formidable might, have not yet reached a level of tolerance that allows them to act with impunity. Indeed, this seemingly indulgent attitude may be more akin to a ploy of feigned leniency. Ultimately, the safety of comrades takes precedence. Even if a path home is discovered, it becomes futile if constantly constrained by the world government. Itachi, you must understand that I am not the captain. Itachi's icy tone held a hint of restraint. Of course, I never anticipated reaching an agreement today, Dracul replied, his smile genuine. He had expected this response. Regardless of internal harmony, a collective voice must be presented outwardly. However, I propose we engage in a few preliminary collaborations concerning your personal interests. Consider it a trial period. His reasoning was sound, and Itachi began to appreciate this middle-aged man before him. Unlike many leaders, this individual exhibited flexibility and, more importantly, a decisive yet accommodating approach to his endeavors. This is a paradoxical notion, yet humanity is inherently paradoxical, is it not? He adeptly grasped the shared human vulnerability, whether regarding adversaries, allies, or oneself. The contract is established. The words emerged coldly from Itachi's lips, and at that moment, Dracula genuinely smiled for the first time. The Revolutionary Army did not achieve the anticipated results in Bandle City. Their outcomes far exceeded expectations. Sir. At that moment, a figure cloaked in shadows appeared beside him, arriving unexpectedly, even catching Itachi off guard. Dracula glanced at him discreetly. And the man nodded, whispering a few words into his ear before respectfully stepping back behind Dracula. With a slight furrow of his brow, he soon resumed his smile. Prompted by the man named Uchiha Itachi standing before him. To his surprise, the ideal opportunity for collaboration had arisen so swiftly. Mr. Uchiha Itachi, I believe we have our first chance for cooperation. Itachi? The emergency medical line, Zeph. Why? The ominous sky finally unleashed a torrential downpour. The Navy's uniforms now tattered and drenched, the scent of blood overwhelming the ship. The once indomitable elder was brought to tears. He pondered, for a long time, why his life had been shrouded in misfortune. He had sacrificed his wife and son for justice. Why were even his disciples spared? In a fierce battle, he lost not only his arm but also 109 promising students. The ship that set sail from Marineford now carried only 2 trainee soldiers. Having entrusted everything to the next generation, how could he not harbor resentment? He cried out in anguish, his cries echoing even above the thunder that occasionally split the sky. Until finally, the old man's nerves reached their breaking point, and with a final wail, Zeph lost consciousness. When he awoke, he found himself in an entirely different setting. The prolonged haze of unconsciousness left him dizzy, and after an extended period of inactivity, his limbs were unresponsive. Zeph struggled to open his eyes, only to be astonished by the presence of a pale yellow liquid surrounding him. Where am I? He floated, completely unclothed, in a massive tank. Only vaguely recalling the battle that had rendered him unconscious, a confrontation with the pirate known as Don Quixote da Flamingo, an enemy he would never forget. He had taken his right arm and, with it, his hope. Shortness of breath ensued, a sense of losing control over his body overwhelming him with discomfort. Blood began to circulate more swiftly, the rhythm of his heart gradually returning to normal. His legs, arms, and chest slowly regained some function, at last. The elderly man could perform simple movements. Had the Navy's rescue team found him? How foolish of me to grow old. He clenched his fists in resignation, yet suddenly froze. Indeed, he had tightened his grip. It appears that Chu Feng has already recovered. A light-hearted voice remarked as he approached Zephyr with an elegant stride, adjusting his tailored suit. Though bespectacled and seemingly composed, his eyes, obscured by lenses, hinted at an underlying truth. This was an individual Zephyr was quite familiar with. They had recently endured an encounter that could hardly be deemed pleasant. Shortly before that monumental battle, the 4 emperors, Chu Feng. How could he possibly be here? As Zephyr surveyed his surroundings with newfound awareness, the realization dawned upon him. How could I possibly be here, Zephyr? Chapter 75, The First Customer at the Fishman Island Clinic. Chu Feng, this is but a modest clinic of mine. It seems that he has effortlessly discerned Zifa's thoughts. Chu Feng, with a cheerful flick of his not-so-long hair, offered a thumbs-up to his counterpart. Yet, given the current predicament, it would be impossible to maintain such a buoyant demeanor. Ahem, of course, this does not pertain to the old man appearing before someone in a state of undress, but rather to a far more illogical quandary. How could he, having battled pirates and lost his right arm, possibly find himself in the territory of a Yonko? And why? Pray tell, does his severed right arm appear miraculously restored? Ultimately, the most perplexing aspect is his presence here as a Navy officer amidst pirates, seemingly treated by them, a most unscientific scenario. No one harbors a greater loathing for pirates than he. These vile marauders have snatched away his wife and child, and now they have taken his disciples. Unforgivable, utterly unforgivable. Fury ignited. The resentment he has harbored for years under the weight of his rank as a Navy admiral has taken deep root within Zifa, blossoming into a towering tree of wrath. Release me, you pirates. The elder roared, though the weakness in his voice was unmistakable. After all, he had just endured a dual assault on both body and spirit. Chu Feng paid little heed to Zifa's nearly frenzied state, as the misfortunes of life can lead to such distortions, for the brevity of human existence. Such a reality is not insurmountable. In fact, it is the inability to perceive truth and relinquish obsession that defines humanity. Moreover, there seems to be little cause for concern. Though Zifa had regained consciousness within the life pod, he was evidently far from capable of moving freely, and this contraption was notably sturdy. Let him stir up trouble as he pleases within. Chu Feng smiled faintly and then departed from the place, lost in his own thoughts. Indeed, he had been quite taken aback when Tongren and the others brought the old man before him that day. Though he had long been aware of the unfortunate circumstances that befell this elderly gentleman, the misfortune arrived with an unexpected swiftness. Even the grandiose claims he had uttered while being subdued by Chu Feng had yet to fade into the wind. Is this the capriciousness of fate? Chu Feng shook his head and ultimately closed the door to the treatment room. Zfa's severed hand had long been shattered, and its current state of restoration was undoubtedly due to certain specialized medications crafted by Chu Feng. What is the condition of Blackjack now? Clad in his signature black trench coat, the man's distinctive half-white, half-black hair served as his most prominent hallmark. Blackjack remained seated, gazing intently at Chu Feng as he emerged from the treatment room, and suddenly spoke. Chu Feng is in fairly good condition. His physical functions have nearly returned to normal. The cellular tissue of his severed arm has completely regenerated, and all that remains is for him to gradually acclimate to his post-treatment body. Chu Feng paused momentarily, casting his gaze towards the two young sailors who remained standing beside him. Certainly, Chu Feng also faces psychological barriers that require healing. His voice carries an academic tone, devoid of any emotional inclination, yet for these two individuals, it presents an undeniable spiritual trial, considering that they are the pinnacle figures opposing the Navy. As one of the four emperors, Chu Feng undoubtedly leaves a more profound impression than if he were merely a physician. Naturally, the fact that Teacher Zephyr could experience a rebirth after losing an arm astonished Binns and the others. While the current scenario appears rather incongruous, an admiral of the former Navy and his subordinates receiving treatment on the territory of the four emperors, it is, upon closer inspection, all part of an inevitable arrangement. Indeed, the dealings of Chu Feng are fraught with complications. Shaking his head slightly, he murmured to himself as he departed from the location. For it was the clinic established on Fishman Island that constituted his means of livelihood. Ahem, well, I can see that it was merely a casual remark. Counting Zephyr. The clinic had thus far only received this solitary patient. With a slight furrow of his brow, he soon resumed his smile upon encountering the man before him. Named Uchiha Itachi. Little did he anticipate that a prime opportunity for collaboration would arise so swiftly. Mr. Uchiha Itachi, I believe we have our first opportunity for cooperation, he declared. Though Itachi was not averse to commencing their partnership promptly, he was somewhat taken aback by the rapid formulation of the collaboration specifics. Based on the intelligence provided by my subordinates, former Admiral Zephyr has recently clashed with the pirate Don Quixote Doflamingo, resulting in Doflamingo was gravely injured and managed to escape, yet Zephyr suffered the tragic loss of an arm and appeared to be quite severely affected. So? Itachi inquired, seeking clarity. This can be regarded as a wholly personal collaboration, Doflamingo replied with a smile. I hope you can discreetly attend to Zephyr's injuries. Itachi hesitated. After all, the other party was a naval officer, and there seemed to be little necessity for them to treat an admiral perceived as a pirate by the world. Can you provide me with a reason? He finally asked after much contemplation. Zephyr is, in fact, my mentor, Doflamingo stated. Nodding, Itachi accepted this rationale, and subsequently, he articulated his own demands. We require a substantial quantity of historical texts. Doflamingo paused briefly, then his smile widened with eagerness. I am more than willing. Chapter 76, Humanity, the treatment of Zephyr, of course, remained shrouded in absolute secrecy. Vandal City, having been ravaged beyond recognition, was nonetheless renowned as a hub of intelligence in the New World, and the information brokers here were equally formidable. In a remarkably short span, various intelligence regarding the struggle for control over Vandal City began to permeate throughout the world. Some attributed it to the long-established faction of Chu Feng, while others pointed their fingers at the Revolutionary Army. Yet among the multitude of information flooding in, one particular piece captured the attention of the naval hierarchy. There were reports of sightings of former Admiral Zephyr in the vicinity of Vandal City. Chu Feng, the Revolutionary Army, and General Zephyr. This is truly a script preordained by destiny. From the very moment the curtain rises, this island known as Bandal becomes more terrifying than one could ever imagine. Indeed, no one would dare voice such thoughts, yet subconsciously, all are compelled to ponder, why has General Zephyr appeared in this place? The greatest trait of humanity lies in its inherent skepticism. A mere hint of foreboding can ignite suspicion due to an entirely unrelated event, and once the truth is unveiled, what began as conjecture may well become a veritable chapter of history. General Zephyr. Ah, the dividing line of Fishman Island. The historical narrative has been grasped, and the treatment for Zephyr has officially reached its conclusion. The elder departed aboard his original vessel, accompanied solely by his final two disciples, perhaps for the former admiral. This marks a significant turning point in life, yet for Chu Feng it is merely an ordinary treatment. Life must go on. Rather than expending time and energy concerning the plight of others, it is wiser to contemplate one's own path forward. Choosing to remain on Fishman Island was a decision made by Chu Feng, who subsequently established his clinic on Fishman Street, a plan long in the making. This was not solely for the purpose of pharmaceutical research. Rather, it was also aimed at enhancing the study of medicine from a different perspective. Although lacking the sophisticated equipment of the laboratory and the underworld, this place boasts rare experimental specimens absent from that realm. For an ambitious individual, such resources could be quite valuable. However, compared to their beneficial effects, Chu Feng finds himself more inclined towards their side effects. If Blackjack desires these items so fervently, why not simply request them directly? Faced with a row of countless numbered test tubes, Jack did not even lift his gaze, merely uttering his thoughts aloud. Surely even Neptune would not dare to risk offending you by refusing, would he? Chu Feng, engrossed in his work at the laboratory, did not possess the habit of maintaining eye contact while conversing. Preoccupied with recording data, he appeared even more nonchalant. Chu Feng. I undoubtedly have my own methods for accomplishing tasks. Blackjack? This piqued Jack's curiosity. He removed his protective glasses and gazed towards Chu Feng with a hint of astonishment. Could the world-renowned criminal, Blackjack, truly espouse righteousness? Although the other party had consistently appeared quite amiable, the incessant barrage of news reports compelled people to regard him with a fearful and skeptical perspective. Chu Fu certainly is not. With a hint of distress, he slightly parted his lips and shook his head. Chu Feng is merely a matter of my personal disinclination. The dialogue within the laboratory ceased, while on the opposite side, apart from the forbidden area of Fishman Street in the southwestern corner, the entire lane occupied by the fishmen began to bustle with activity. Whether it be Ji Bei, who has taken up a position in the Dragon Palace, or Arlong, who has long resided in Fishman Island, they all converged here. All of this transpired due to one man. In accordance with human conventions, he should be referred to as a male fishman. The fiery red skin symbolizes seething rage, fisher tiger. The shark man. It is said that communications had been received last month announcing the return of the adventure fisher tiger, who had been on an expedition at sea for 3 years. Regardless of whether it is Fishman Island or Fishman Street, whether fishmen or merfolk, all the denizens of Fishman Island welcomed his return. Yet, upon his recent appearance on Fishman Street, Tiger surprisingly did not linger long. He promptly expressed his intention to journey to Dragon Palace City. His silhouette remained as imposing as ever, though it bore an ungraspable air of sorrow that had quietly seeped in over time. Confronting Neptune's divider, is Neptune truly going to liberate the slaves? The colossal figure of Neptune sat regally upon his throne, speaking with a tone that revealed nothing. As a monarch, Neptune possessed an unapproachable demeanor. Are you serious, Tiger? Tiger, of course, was utterly serious. Without a moment's hesitation, he knelt before Neptune, immediately addressing the king's inquiry. The pain he had endured over the past 2 years was incomprehensible to ordinary folk. Yet he transformed that anguish into the resolve to undertake this noble endeavor. Perhaps he could be deemed a hero. Tiger, the slaves exist in a hellish existence. I have made my decision. He rose, unwavering as he gazed upon the king of Fishman Island. Tiger, I understand that this will cause distress for the king and queen. So I must inform you in advance. Please do not disclose this. Neptune let out a slow sigh. The man before him spoke with utmost seriousness, implying that he had irrevocably resolved to act prior to this encounter. What did you witness during this journey? It was a simple and straightforward inquiry, devoid of any grammatical complexity. Yet, this uncomplicated question rendered the typically boisterous Tiger momentarily silent. His fist clenched tightly, as if a flame burned within his chest. However, ultimately, that fury subsided. Humans. Having uttered those final 2 words, he turned and departed. Chapter 77, Divinity on a Vibrant Afternoon. Mr. Feng found a rare reprieve from the oppressive confines of his research laboratory, languidly reclining in the Mermaid CAF on Fishman Island, accompanied by a small lion. Though he appeared rather frail, he was, in truth, a man of both warmth and humor. Strangely, this almost delicate, artistic figure exuded an undeniable sense of reliability. Oh, of course, none of this was related to the proprietor seated nearby, Miss Shaley. Following their encounter, she refrained from disclosing any truths to the other ladies in the CAF. which, in itself, was a testament to her utmost trust in Chifeng, at least, judging by the recent occurrences. This newly appointed Emperor of the Sea was indeed not as brutal as the tales suggested. Otherwise, Fishman Street would have long since vanished. Miss Chifeng and Miss Shaley? Shaley, please refrain from frequently visiting this establishment without cause. With a glance of utter disdain, Shaley took a drag from her cigarette. What shall we do if the Navy comes knocking on Shaley's door? It's all right, Chifeng. Chifeng shook his hand gently, his face still adorned with a bright smile. How could Chifeng have a navy that tirelessly traveled 10,000 miles? It is evident that he did not take the other party's words to heart. Chifeng merely inquired in a jesting manner. Returning to the topic at hand. Has anything delightful transpired on the island recently? A hint of embarrassment flickered as he shook his head, having been confined in the laboratory for an extended period. Chifeng was evidently more concerned about the happenings on the island. Due to various reasons, Chifeng has recently been unable to leisurely explore this charming island. Naturally, the fisherman would not generously offer a newspaper to a poor doctor like me. You are far too modest, said Shaley, her eyes narrowing with a hint of playful mockery. It is precisely because you have been cooped up in your little sanctuary that there is nothing of note to report here. Chifeng chuckled awkwardly. And it seems indeed that this has been the case. Since arriving in this world, only the initial years spent in Ohara were truly tranquil. Thereafter, he has consistently occupied the role of a news generator. Speaking of which, Sherry mentioned that Tiger seems to have returned recently. Although he is exceedingly reluctant to address Chifeng's concerns, one cannot ignore the fact that the other party holds the title of one of the 4 emperors. And it stands to reason that Tiger's temperament might align well with such a character. Unexpectedly, the usually vibrant individual fell into silence, his coffee suspended mid-air. What is the matter? Sherry, possessing the unsettling ability to foresee misfortune since her childhood, seemed to sense that her previous words may have prompted this. A chill coursed through her body. It was almost unnecessary to predict, for Sherry was certain that someone would undoubtedly face misfortune. Is this the case, Chifeng? The silence did not linger for long. The smile at the corner of the man's mouth had not yet faded before it blossomed anew. Is this truly the case? How fortuitous. I have just bid farewell to Zfa and Carito. Now, it seems the moment is perfect for a visit to that particular place. Is this how Chifeng is? That's wonderful. Before Shaley could ask anything, Chifeng spoke again, joyfully finishing the coffee in his cup and then extending it once more towards Shaley. Please bring me another cup of cappuccino. Thank you. Preparing for outdoor activities. Why did Chifeng engage in such actions? Upon returning to the abode on Fishman Street, after managing to coax Little Saber into bed and persuading himself to retire for the night, it was time for a conversation between Chifeng and Jack. Remarkably, today's discourse deviated from the usual topics of academia and pharmaceuticals. The reason? Chifeng had once again divulged a certain plan for future endeavors. Such a plan, in light of the current circumstances, was undoubtedly superfluous. After more than half a year of arduous effort, they had finally succeeded in reducing the vigilance of the world government towards their side. Additionally, leveraging the innate geographical advantages of Fishman Island had afforded them a precious window of time for drug research and development. In this context, undertaking such actions would render the world government's response exceedingly unpredictable. If Chifeng were to speak of reasons, he would casually lean against the table, propping his head up lazily with his right hand. Chifeng is likely drawn to the research materials of the celestial dragons, which pique my interest, especially considering the significant funding shortfall that has recently emerged. Blackjack speaks deceitfully, offering Chifeng almost no opportunity for rebuttal. With a tone devoid of any emotional nuance, Jack articulates his words as if merely stating a fact. Indeed, Chifeng could not conceal his intentions from you. Upon being discovered, Chifeng displayed no signs of embarrassment. Instead, he smiled and spread his arms wide. I have mentioned Chifeng, haven't I? His face bore an expression of that not uncommon cynicism, along with an indescribable essence. It was merely a fondness for Chifeng. Jack fell silent, not out of concern for the matter at hand regarding the research on the necessary medication for Chifeng, for he was undoubtedly the individual most well-versed in Chifeng's bodily capabilities. It was precisely this understanding that allowed him to appreciate the formidable nature of Chifeng even more. Considering the likes of Mariejoa or Mariford, if it were solely up to this individual, the possibility of being left behind would be utterly non-existent. However, what truly preoccupied Jack's thoughts was the underlying reason for the research into the new medication. Chifeng, in his reckless abandon, would undoubtedly expedite that process. Rising to his feet, he chose not to engage Jack further regarding his preparations for the imminent outdoor extreme sports event. The winds of fate are of no concern. We shall undoubtedly succeed before then. Chapter 78. The Cliffs of Despair. For those dwelling upon the vast ocean, two truths are profoundly understood. First, only the Pirate King has ever traversed the Great Line's second half, the New World. Second, there exists the immense landmass known as the Red Line, which divides the entire world. Both are miraculous creations, much like the mysterious currents that shape the Grand Line, leaving one to ponder how such extraordinary cliffs were formed under the relentless erosion of the sea over countless centuries. It is as if the deities themselves played a game, lifting the once flat terrain and molding it to their whims with their mighty hands. Long ago, the world's aristocrats established their abodes upon this summit, atop the Red Line, a sanctuary of absolute safety, impervious to intrusion. In the face of those terrifying vertical cliffs, it is theoretically impossible for anyone to pose a threat to Mariejoa, the so-called divide of free climbing. For the fishmen, navigating the ocean with freedom is no arduous task. They glide through the currents like ordinary fish, venturing wherever their hearts desire. Heaven has undoubtedly favored them, granting them the ability to breathe underwater and an astonishing speed in the depths of the sea. Yet, if it were merely that, it would be a matter of specialization rather than favoritism. Furthermore, as fishmen, they possess tenfold the strength of their terrestrial brethren. Even so, it is a rare breed of madness for a fishman to entertain such reckless thoughts. Yet, for Tiger, this was a necessity. The brand upon his chest throbbed with a persistent pain, a maddening reminder that tormented his very soul. Each passing day would be a trial, compelling him to act, not solely for his kin but for humanity, for giants, and for all imprisoned beings, including himself. He sought to liberate the slaves confined within Mariejoa. He aimed to free all those shackled souls from the grip of the celestial dragons and the decaying government. The first step in this simple yet audacious plan was to ascend the cliff that humanity called the Red Line. At this moment, the contemplation of life or death fell beyond consideration. Thus commenced an operation that would later astonish the world. His rugged hands grasped the unusually smooth rock face, polished by the relentless currents, while his indomitable gaze betrayed no hesitation, as if he intended to incinerate the very wasteland beneath the cloak of night. For future generations, this marked the dawn of history. Yet, in truth, shortly after Tiger began his ascent, beneath another cliff not far away, a submarine emerged from the depths. After a brief adjustment, the hatch opened, revealing a man clad in a black suit amidst the moonless darkness. He smiled and lifted his gaze, admiring this divine masterpiece. "I shall return shortly." As the words faded, the once gallant figure vanished from the submarine's exterior. This time, he embarked on this mission alone, for ultimately, it was merely his own whim. Apart from Jack, he disclosed nothing to anyone. Indeed, this time-honored combat style, unchanged for millennia. A single warrior against 1,000. The millennium of solitude serves as a dividing line. In our world, nothing holds significance, and our existence here is equally devoid of meaning. Meaningless, we ponder this world. Even the realization of our meaninglessness bears no significance. Those gray fragments, imprinted upon the soul, are flawed and writhing. Born of hunger, we articulate our tongues from pain. We are clad in scales. For survival, we obliterate. The world has always appeared gray to him, which explains the perpetual tears that cascade from his eyes. Once the tears ran dry, the dark green blood surged forth in an endless cycle of pain and silence. After an indeterminate time, 2 sorrowful tear marks were eternally etched upon his pallid cheeks. That eerie, ominous green symbolizes a wound that can never heal. He lifted his gaze, staring at the mundane night sky from the farthest point from the sea, perhaps the closest to the moon. Regrettably, this night was destined to be moonless. He stood alone in the vast center of a grand palace, colossal stone pillars reaching for the heavens. How many such moonlit nights had he endured? Thousands? Tens of thousands? Perhaps millions? Utterly meaningless. Served, worshipped, isolated. The divine treatment rendered him unique, causing people to gradually forget his existence. No, not everyone forgot. At least the noble families residing here had never forgotten, never ceased to honor the master of this temple. Ulquiorra Schiffer, the man who eternally dwells in moonlight. Revered by generations of nobility, relentlessly seeking to fill the void in his heart, even if all of it is devoid of meaning. Chapter 79. Disaster strikes. That was an unscalable precipice that had not been ascended for centuries. Sturdy and towering, it stood guard over Mariejoa, a natural barrier that spared the Navy from deploying forces to encircle the sacred land. The night breeze whispered gently, in this remote place. Even the unchanging briny scent seemed alleviated. Indeed, none of this concerned the celestial dragons, who cocooned themselves in their bubbles. As descendants of royalty, their arrogance was infuriating. How could they care about the scent of the air? Centuries ago, this sea, rich with legendary tales, began its saga from here, and centuries later. The fears of all beings would also emanate from this spot. Even in such darkness, the precipice remained unchanged, silent, dark, striking at the very source of fragility. Yet, due to the prolonged gloom, there arose a desperate yearning for something to appear at the horizon, perhaps the blazing sun. A hue as vibrant as blood could rouse this land, which had not shifted an inch for centuries. Only that vivid color could pierce the darkness and fill the eyes of the onlookers. There, a hand. With webbed fingers, it was the palm of a merman. A bright red hand. Alas, no one witnessed this moment destined to save humanity, which prides itself as the pinnacle of creation. For it would be a merman deemed an outcast. Tigra. With a soft call, Tigra finally ascended to this place known as the Holy Land. From this shadowed perspective, all the magnificent structures unfolded before him, a tremulous opulence, soon to be annihilated. No one noticed that behind him stood a man in a black suit, silently rising. He dusted himself off and revealed a satisfied smile. He lifted his gaze. The moon, which had remained hidden all night, began to quietly bathe the ground in silver light. A beautiful night. The line of roaring flames signaled the commencement of action. The opening of the first celestial dragon's dungeon became the starting point for everything. The towering merman, wielding a machete seized from a guard, initiated his frenzy. He struck down opponents with brute force, igniting panic with flames. No one had anticipated that someone would leap directly across from the Red Earth continent. Nor could anyone fathom such a madman daring to assault the residents of the world nobles. Mariejoa had enjoyed an era of peace for far too long, until today. When the merman led countless slaves, brandishing torches, fiercely charging the city, the guards were immediately engulfed in panic, bewildered by the exact number of foes. Uncertain of their direction of invasion, unsure whether to apprehend the vile criminals or assist the beleaguered celestial dragons, Mariejoa was in chaos. Gilded decorations ignited, transforming into even more resplendent flames. The intense heat forced the world nobles, accustomed to their hearths, to flee in disarray, neglecting even the expensive slaves they had purchased. The turmoil spread. The station navy, comprised mostly of junior officers with only a few generals, could not halt Tigra's advance. The number of fleeing slaves swelled. Having endured hell, they exhibited extreme madness in the face of freedom. Meanwhile, at the not-so-distant Marine headquarters, Sengoku was equally frantic. Why did it have to be at this moment? The three admirals were secretly dispatched, as the strategic genius Sengoku would not remain idle, withdrawing from the New World. A vast territory once belonging to the Navy was undoubtedly appealing to pirates, and Sengoku's focus was not on minor adversaries. The four emperors, Big Mom. Perhaps not as contemplative as Whitebeard, she too thrived during Roger's era, officially rising to prominence shortly after Roger's demise. She occupied a significant territory in the New World, clearly harboring ambitions that exceeded even those of Whitebeard. With Chufeng's entry into the New World as the prologue, the Navy finally resolved to withdraw its forces. Even if Chufeng did not clash with the former four emperors, Big Mom would inevitably target this unclaimed territory due to her ambitions. The Navy required a victory that could be deemed miraculous. Thus, Sengoku set his sights on the singular female emperor. The plan had long been prepared, merely awaiting Big Mom to take the bait. Yet, at such a moment, Mariejoa came under attack. Engaging in battle with the four emperors cannot be treated lightly. The three admirals, including several outstanding vice-admirals, were significantly reduced in numbers. At this critical moment, what could Sengoku muster to support Mariejoa? Sengoku was furious. In a fleeting moment of anger, he swiftly informed the relevant units to proceed with rescue operations and simultaneously ordered the most mobile of the three admirals, Kizaru, to hasten to Mariejoa with all speed. Fortunately, it was merely a merman. At this moment, the warring states retained its last glimmer of hope, yet unbeknownst to him. As he pondered thus, the only temple in Mariejoa untouched by the ravages of war had already been breached by a smiling man who pushed open the door. The first sight that met the eyes was an entire stone platform seemingly untouched by any tools of craftsmanship, encircled by 10 towering rock columns. At the center of this platform stood a slender, pallid figure. His cheeks bore 2 long, dark green streaks resembling tears, and at his waist, he carried a humble sword. She'd in a plain white uniform. I initially believed that the Chu Wind was a treasure. Man, you have come to the wrong place. Chufeng aha. Chufeng gently stepped into the temple, subsequently closing the grand door behind him. The black wings obscured the moonlight, delicate yet instilling an unparalleled dread, reminiscent of bat wings. Consequently, the roaring flames began to gradually extinguish due to the abrupt downpour of black rain. Fortunately, such a calamity did not transpire. It was merely that he had departed with a submarine of his own accord. Most importantly, she had not received any orders prohibiting ascent. Thus, she watched almost helplessly as Chu Feng's submarine slipped away, while she pursued in another vessel, accompanied by the equally concerned knight, G. Regarding Chu Feng's intentions, the intelligence gathered was exceedingly scant, limited to inconsequential tidbits from the black and white-clad doctor, which likely pertained to Mariejoa. While this hint was undeniably insufficient for Ayano and her companions, the crimson-eyed maiden was profoundly troubled by the underlying motives of this occurrence. The Kabbalah tree of life had opened two eyes, a fact Ayano fully grasped, and she understood the gradual transformation that Chu Feng was undergoing. He was on the brink of death, or rather, experiencing a form of evolution. In such a situation, how could one remain docile at the ocean's depths, awaiting his return? Ultimately, the submarine surfaced not far from where Chu Feng was destined to arrive, revealing before them the towering red Earth continent. Unlike the waterway of the upside-down mountain, this place was characterized by terrifyingly steep cliffs, leading her to comprehend what that individual had accomplished. Had he truly ascended from here? A thunderous explosion resounded as a shadow plummeted from the indistinguishable heights, crashing violently upon another submarine nearby. The figure was obscured, yet the subsequent explosion was horrifying, illuminating the night before being swiftly extinguished by the tumultuous waves. Upon the ocean's surface, a solitary figure stood, his arms contorted in a grotesque manner, only to revert to their original state in an instant. Endless black smoke billowed from his form, thickening as it enveloped him entirely, accompanied by a suppressed beastly roar and the flickering red glow of the Kabbalah tree of life, which had now opened a fourth eye. Before the gentle call could be carried away by the wind, another figure pursued the recently fallen shadow with remarkable speed. He bore a pair of peculiar white horns, with most of his limbs and body shrouded in dark, horn-like coverings. Unlike the individual standing upon the water's surface, he unfurled a pair of strange wings, reminiscent of a bat that roams only in the night, or perhaps a demon that appears solely in legends. Saber remained silent, positioning herself protectively before the motionless Ayano, drawing her holy sword and regarding the two figures before her with a sense of impending dread. For the first time, witnessing Chu Feng in such a state, she felt the weight of his suppression, unbeknownst to whether it was an illusion. This incursion into Mariejoa seemed unervingly smooth compared to his previous escape. Not only had they not encountered the fabled guardians of Mariejoa, but even the town's navy appeared significantly diminished. Could it be divine intervention? Tiger had no time to ponder such thoughts. Every additional minute spent here could liberate another slave. Yet it also meant an increased risk to his own life. He raised his torch, unhesitatingly igniting a grand estate, a source of pride for the celestial dragons, and turned a glance back at the path he had traversed, the fierce flames obscuring all vision. It was time. The madness must reach its conclusion. He raised his arm and bellowed skyward, "Tiger, follow me." His resounding voice captured the attention of several nearby Marines, but more importantly, it resonated with countless slaves who heard his call. These unfortunate souls, tormented for far too long, were oblivious to how they might escape. If left unattended, they would soon find themselves returned to captivity once the Navy regained their composure. Tiger had to complete the final step. He was determined to lead everyone out of this hell. Boom. A thunderous sound reverberated through the very heart of Mariejoa as the temple's ceiling shattered. And from the pitch-black night sky, a deluge of dark rain began to fall. The flames gradually extinguished, chaos subsided, and the once arrogant celestial dragons fell to their knees amidst the black rain, trembling as they leaned towards the temple. Chapter 81. The Prelude of God Against God. Why has this man come here? The man with pale skin inquired, his black eyes exuding a faint aura of death. His voice carried a tone of profound weariness, as if he had endured the passage of countless seasons marked by those two tear-stained tracks. Chu Feng, disenchanted with the surroundings, wore an increasingly vibrant smile as he gradually loosened his collar, having long discarded his suit jacket. The man, silent, slowly drew forth the blade sheathed at his waist, a weapon so utterly ordinary that it mirrored the deep green of its scabbard. Encased from hilt to guard in a dark green binding, it was difficult to discern its true nature. The blade itself bore only the most perfunctory of decorations, with a few straight lines adorning its surface. Compared to the illustrious, jagged blades of renown, this knife seemed utterly mundane. Yet, it was the sharpest blade Chu Feng had ever encountered, for it rested in the grip of that man. With a slight tightening of his wrist, the motion, though not particularly swift, exuded an air of suffocating intensity. Under the command of his wrist and fingers, the blade began to rise incrementally from its tip. The wind fell silent as Chu Feng's eyes remained fixed on the man's actions. Indeed, as the blade's tip ascended to a certain height, the man's wrist swiftly executed a reverse angle, causing the blade to arc upward. With a sharp clang, Chifeng stepped back with his left foot, his body spinning rapidly in conjunction with this slight angle. Without any warning, he barely had time to evade the oncoming force, and a portion of his flowing hair was effortlessly severed. The passing moment felt like the gentle caress of an April breeze, soft and casual. The winds of Chu are perilous. With a smile, Chifeng continued his stride toward the man, unperturbed by the sudden crumbling of the temple's walls behind him. The smooth, mirror-like breach evoked a chill deep within. It was not an extraordinary sword technique. Rather, he merely swung the blade in his hand. Yet, the close combat enthusiast Chifeng gradually found himself exhilarated. It was a profound sense of absolute mastery over his own strength, neither a fraction more nor a fraction less, capable of producing such immense destructive power without betraying a hint of its impending eruption. In this world, and even in his previous life, Chifeng had rarely encountered an entity capable of wielding power with such exquisite finesse, except, of course, for himself. This was an opponent who ignited his excitement when he could not afford to lose to. The smile at the corner of his mouth grew more pronounced, a reflection of his uncontainable enthusiasm. Amidst the slightly astonished gaze of his adversary, he opted for a direct charge. His strength emanated from the earth, transmitted through tightly anchored toes to his robust calves. The muscles expanded, as if a hidden explosive within him had been unexpectedly detonated. The formidable force circulated through his body in a small whirl, coalescing in the iron fist he unleashed. Bang! The distance between them was not as great as initially perceived. In the blink of an eye, it seemed he had taken but a single step, yet Chifeng, like a top bow, had already surged before his opponent. With all his might, he struck. The punch, devoid of any wind disturbance, radiated an ominous pressure, as if it were destined to shred its foe into pieces. Swish! The man, his eyes still cold and devoid of emotion, executed a deft slide, as if the impending threat were not directed at him. Boom! The evasive maneuver successfully dodged much of the attack's edge. With a gentle nudge of his left hand, the once-dreaded punch was diverted just enough to create another gaping hole in the opposite side of the temple. The charm of Chifeng is exceedingly captivating. As if he had unearthed a coveted treasure long sought after, his smile became increasingly exaggerated. His restrained right fist showed no intention of retreat. Rather, it lunged forward, securing the opponent's wrist before they could muster their strength. Ulquiorra, familiar with the nature of battle, recognized the stark division in his gaze. As a hollow, he was born into a relentless struggle of survival, where the instinct to consume or be consumed transformed the world into a merciless arena. Those who endured were the victors. Indeed, Ulquiorra had never known defeat. Had he faltered, he would have long been devoured. Long ago, fate granted him an opportunity to escape this cycle of despair. In a single night, he found himself in a realm close to the ocean, pondering the meaning of divine favor. He was revered as if he were a deity, residing within a so-called temple, enduring the folly of repetition for countless years. Ultimately, today marked the conclusion of that desperate cycle. As a man donned in a suit entered his sanctum, the tone of their exchange remained devoid of emotion. Yet he found himself yearning for a genuine confrontation with this individual, so much so that he scarcely listened to the latter's words. Was it due to loneliness? Was it the weight of a guardian's duty? No, those explanations fell short. A relentless, piercing pain radiated from his left wrist, and he could distinctly perceive every texture of the opponent's palm during that fleeting moment of stalemate. His gaze remained fixed on the other's eyes, where he could discern something akin to kinship. It was a form of mutual repulsion, despite their differing personalities, thoughts, and values, the instant they locked eyes. The outcome was inexorably sealed. With a swift crack and a hiss, blood stained the long blade, and crimson talons flew forth. Before onlookers could comprehend the unfolding events, the two combatants had already separated, retreating to a distance. The wounds, deep gashes stretching from the nape to the lower abdomen, were embedded within their very bones. Injuries that would incapacitate an ordinary person when unnoticed. In the blink of an eye, their horrific wounds had healed, and they resumed the next round of their terrifying duel. Perhaps it was due to their shared longevity and the unchanging essence of their existence. Chapter 82. The divine and the profane. The existing landscape could no longer be sustained. The cataclysmic force of their clash surpassed all limits of control, shattering the earth, sea, and sky. Panic ensued as the inhabitants of Mariejoa fled, nobles, navy, and the remaining slaves instinctively distanced themselves from that abyss-like realm. It was as if a divine confrontation unfolded, each collision unleashing suffocating power. The line of resolution appeared abruptly, marked by bizarre, white horns, while the detached gaze remained unchanged, tears transforming to black and widening, as though lamenting the profundity of this world. His left hand grasped the suddenly forceful right hand of his opponent, which, like a blade, could not pierce his pallid skin, enshrouded in ominous smoke. The expression of foam was obscured, yet the adversary across from him maintained an unperturbed demeanor. The Chu wind was indeed formidable, possessing such strength. As his right hand pressed down upon his face, his left hand simultaneously restrained it. The once formidable force of resistance began to seem increasingly trivial in that moment. Power, after all, is a constantly evolving entity. The strong suppress the weak, akin to a hand gently pushing forward in the duel between life and death. This relationship becomes particularly brutal. With a fervent surge, his claw-like right hand exerted force once more. Starting from the most fundamental angle, he unhesitatingly gripped his opponent. The bat-like wings, which had previously been pinned to the ground, suddenly unfurled, utilizing the backlash to hurl the creature shrouded in black smoke far away amidst the sound of cracking earth. The creature, which had once repelled 3 great generals, was indeed commendable from a human perspective. Hovering mid-air, Ohara, with his wings agitated, coldly regarded the cast-off monster, rarely engaging in detailed discourse. But humans can never hope to gain the strength to confront a hollow directly, he stated, reopening his arms. Then allow me to demonstrate, he continued. Devoid of any pride or boastfulness, simply stating a fact. The dome had shattered, and their battlefield had long transcended the confines of the small temple. The entire plaza lay in ruins, save for the 4 stone pillars that stubbornly stood tall. Second release, he uttered lightly, for these words bore little significance. His gaze remained unchanged as the white cloak that had enveloped him completely vanished, replaced by a long tail and limbs cloaked in ominous black. Yet, his chest remained an unfillable void. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, as if the ancient and eternal deities hovered above, exuding an immeasurable pressure unrelated to the physical realm. It was a terror emanating from the very depths of the soul, a fear preserved in the genes of living beings since time immemorial. Behind him, the indistinguishable black smoke remained, yet the 2 blood-red eyes on the branches of the Kabbalah's tree of life were strikingly clear, as if the monstrous figure was slightly subdued, struggling even to merely lift its head and perceive its adversary's movements. Yet the creature did not retreat, whether it was an illusion or not. It appeared to be smiling amid the black smoke. This is better, the man remarked. The sound was akin to sandpaper grinding against itself, an unsettling noise that rendered it difficult to reconcile with the memory of the gentle and cheerful man he once was. Compared to humanity, he was closer to a beast, instinctively expressing his strength. However, from the moment he spoke, the tree of life seemed to stir once more, reminiscent of a fruit tree ripening in autumn. And soon a blood-red phantom began to manifest on its scarlet branches. This was the eye of the 3rd monster. And more terrifying still was the realization that this was not the end. The earth surrounding his body began to collapse, and the black smoke, once vaguely resembling a human form, grew denser, while the faint sound of roars sent chills down spines. The black smoke appeared to come alive, writhing independently, sealing away all within, as if it were a shackle hindering evolution. With hands clasped together, a disquieting energy began to coalesce towards the silhouette in the sky. Such a rare display of rapid evolution, albeit not a reason for the opponent to wait in suspense, would ultimately prove meaningless. Thunder Spear, the man declared, politely elucidating the nature of the sudden weapon in his grasp, though he was uncertain whether Chu Feng could comprehend his words in such a state. No matter. Let him experience it firsthand. He transferred the weapon from a horizontal grip to his right hand, naturally turning his body backward, raising his upper arm while his forearm aimed unwaveringly at the target. Without a hint of hesitation, the weapon, brimming with destructive energy, was ruthlessly discharged at the target. A fleeting calm enveloped the scene before chaos erupted. As danger approached, the black smoke ominously contracted, revealing a pair of arms adorned with black and red patterns. And on the other side, the restless branches finally bore forth a 4th ominous eye. Boom. A colossal fireball erupted, engulfing Mariejoa in a cataclysmic explosion, reducing everything it touched to mere ashes. Chapter 83. God Against God. The finality laughter, akin to a malevolent spirit grinding its teeth, emanated from the black smoke as 2 arms protruded abruptly, as if chasing something or finally breaking free. The man's laughter grew more deranged, devoid of any human joy, instead unreservedly expressing countless resentments, loneliness, and rebelliousness. The sacred land had transformed into a hellscape. The destructive force of the blast inflicted no harm upon the creature before him, yet it utterly incinerated Mariejoa. As the massive mushroom cloud dissipated, it took with it the once magnificent palace. Is this your reliance? Ohara remained suspended in midair, unfazed by his failure to inflict damage, calmly observing the increasingly frenzied creature. Power surged forth from every part of the monster's body, and with each breath, The black smoke grew denser, yet he seemed unconcerned with the impending clash of lives. Is the man devoid of reason? Hidden within the mist was a blurred visage, rendering it impossible to discern what transpired within the black fog. However, the murderous crimson gaze revealed no trace of humanity. Power, after all, is a terrifying force. Great strength can rend enemies asunder, yet an uncontrollable power can equally lead to one's own destruction. Bang! Without answering Ulquiora's query, the bloodthirsty figure concealed within the black smoke stomped heavily upon the ground, its eerie form vanishing abruptly, leaving behind a massive crater that attested to its terrifying destructive capability. Buzz. This time, the wind offered no warning. The uncanny figure seemed to transcend both sensation and sound, moving faster than mere sprinting, more akin to instantaneous teleportation. No trace was left, no forewarning. By the time one comprehended, the overwhelming might of a fist had already struck its mark. Boom. Primal instincts triumphed over the last vestiges of reason, and even the fist was enveloped in a fearsome translucent force field, unreservedly embracing the depths of one's soul. Ancient memories collided with fragments embedded within their genes, explosively manifesting their power to the world. This energy, having breached the protective mechanisms of humanity, was astonishing. As if it sought to pierce through the very fabric of existence itself, it seemed to be the realm of the divine, where all that dared to obstruct the divine presence would ultimately face annihilation. Wings pierced, followed by shoulders, then ribs, and finally the innards. In an instant, the lightning in the right hand coalesced, driven by the instinct of battle, thrusting backward without basis. Perhaps one should be grateful for such a terrifying instinct. Had it not been for this, the previous strike would have been sufficient to devastate the majority of Ulquiora's organs, though not irreparably. It would certainly render him incapable of maintaining such a level of combat prowess in the short term, despite sustaining additional wounds from the close-range explosion of the Thunder Spear. The immense self-recovery he possessed rendered this almost a negligible cost. Thus, the horrific explosion ensued as Ulquiorra unfurled his wings, leaping from the precipice without hesitation. The shockwave undoubtedly propelled his opponent from the heights of their confrontation, yet to assume this would determine the victor would be rather naive. Boom. A tremendous explosion echoed as a shadow plunged rapidly from the indistinguishable heights, crashing heavily onto another submarine not far off. Its visage obscured, yet a dreadful subsequent explosion erupted, illuminating the night with a dazzling blaze, swiftly quelled by the surging waves. Upon the ocean's surface, a figure stood, its arm grotesquely contorted, yet restored to its original form in an instant. Endless black smoke billowed from its body, growing denser, enveloping everything in darkness, accompanied only by a suppressed beastly roar, and the flickering red light of the Kabbalah tree of life, alongside the newly opened fourth eye. The woman, Chifeng. The gentle call of the maiden had yet to disperse in the turbulent winds when another figure, following closely behind the recently descended shadow, surged forth at great speed. This being bore a pair of peculiar white horns, with most of its limbs and body cloaked in black keratin, unlike the individual standing upon the water's surface. This entity possessed a set of strange wings, reminiscent of bats that only roamed the night or demons that appeared solely in legends. Saber unfalteringly raised the sword of promised victory. The previously steadfast barrier of wind surrounding the holy sword was instantly undone. Once the king of Great Britain, she possessed the resolve of a decisive warrior, without the slightest hesitation, ready to unleash her most lethal power. The first shadow to descend could undoubtedly be confirmed as Chifeng, while the one pursuing her was even more astonishing. Saber had indeed witnessed this form of Chifeng before, in fact, during the conflict in the Chambord Islands. Chifeng had been nearly invincible in such a state. Neither the martial arts masters dispatched by the celestial dragons nor the three admirals, renowned for their peak strength, had managed to impede Chufeng's advance, and even in unison, they lacked the assurance to subdue her. This had been the very reason for their retreat. Yet, given the recent circumstances, this previously unseen entity had managed to suppress Chufeng. This was no trivial matter, from a purely combative perspective. Even if she and Gilgamesh were to strike together, Chifeng could still prevail, albeit at a cost. If lethal intent were to be applied, the speed would be even greater. Combat was not merely a matter of one's strongest offensive capabilities, but rather a more intricate process. Thus, if she truly wished to contend with this being before her, it would be wisest to unleash her trump card at the earliest opportunity. Brilliant light began to converge upon her, upon this dark sea, shrouded only by moonlight. It was as though dawn had arrived prematurely. The sword in her hand was raised high above her head, the tiny, flickering points of light coalescing into a miraculous spectacle. As the hero named Artoria bore no trace of confusion in her eyes, the petite figure could not conceal the inherent aura of a sovereign. Excalibur. We have sworn since time immemorial that as long as you call upon the true name of the sword in your hand, we shall clear all obstacles for you. The golden radiance illuminated the sea, leaving a great chasm in the stone walls of the red earth continent. Chapter 84. The shocking event of slave liberation. The sacred brilliance illuminated the night, yet ultimately faded into the depths of the more profound ocean. The demon with black wings vanished in an instant, never to find that opponent who had once enlivened his otherwise tedious existence. Had the man disappeared? He murmured, showing no hint of disappointment, merely harboring an endless void within. Sighing, Ulquiorra unfurled his massive wings once more, soaring toward the palace above the clouds. Perhaps soon they would have the chance to meet again. Thus, the divine confrontation concluded with a somewhat abrupt finale. The call of the true name. The woman, Chifeng. The faintest whisper, even if it were to dissipate immediately into the tempestuous winds, was not wholly incomprehensible, yet the maiden's crimson eyes remained fixated in that direction, locked onto the monstrous figure that was losing its humanity. A colossal force surged through the exposed, bizarre arm, reaching the swan-like neck of the maiden. The intangible force field proved utterly ineffective until she was completely subdued, and then the razor-like wind swept forth. This was an overwhelming power, both in quality and quantity. In her human form, Ayanami stood no chance against this being, whose form was mostly shrouded in darkness, unless another self lay dormant beneath this facade. The black and red patterned arm continued to exert pressure, the lethal sensation of asphyxiation bringing immense agony. The originally pale neck began to bear deepening bruises, and the situation showed no signs of improving, for the maiden ultimately refrained from taking action. The woman, Chifeng. That voice grew even weaker, like a flickering candle in the night wind, endlessly wavering, on the verge of extinguishing in the boundless void. Roar. The monster howled in fury. Even the sudden burst of golden light failed to divert his attention in the slightest. The red markings upon his arm grew ever more vivid, as if about to bleed. The subtle tremors suggested that the power had reached its zenith, and a mere twist would silence that detestable voice forever. Roar. 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 The woman, Chifeng. The monster had finally succumbed to madness. He could endure no longer. A tremendous force surged from his waist to his upper arm, in a mere fraction of a second. That unremarkable blue hair would be engulfed by his wrath. Crack. Sizzle. In the night, the color of the blood was indistinguishable. Yet the high spout of liquid was undoubtedly the precious essence of life, signifying that a life was gradually fading away. The woman, Chifeng. In her crimson eyes, crystalline tears began to fall. The once cold, pale cheeks were now drenched in flowing blood, and the blue hair, in the blink of an eye, had turned a deep crimson. The smoke gradually dissipated, and the arm began to shed its blackened skin and crimson markings. The monster that had roared as if to annihilate the world was fading, while the man, who always bore a cheerful smile, began to collapse. Chifeng, I am truly sorry. He softly uttered this phrase, then donned that distinctive smile once more, warm, gentle, yet heart-wrenching. The following day, regarding the deadly confrontation that transpired in Mariejoa, no mention was made in any reports. Much like historical records, this incident was entirely obscured by the world government. However, this did not hinder the whispers circulating through the streets the next day. The holy land of Mariejoa had been seized by Fisher Tiger, a merman from Fishman Island. Nearly all the slaves in Mariejoa were liberated. Again and again, the previously untouchable dignity of the world nobility seemed to have become a grand joke. Following Chufeng's appearance, the dragon people were repeatedly challenged, inciting unrest among pirates worldwide. The threat posed by the admirals had become mere decoration. Even without mentioning Chufeng's former status as one of the four emperors, the fact that he was now merely a merman was enough to throw Mariejoa into chaos. Undoubtedly, the celestial dragons were among the wealthiest individuals in the world, and in earlier years, no pirate dared to set their sights on them. Yet now, an increasing number of individuals appeared to be contemplating the possibility of robbing a celestial dragon. Meanwhile, the high-ranking Navy officials, cognizant of the entire truth, adopted an unprecedentedly stern stance on the matter. Many pieces of evidence pointed to Chufeng's crew, who had recently docked at Fishman Island, concerning the battle that occurred in Mariejoa. However, the Navy currently lacked the armed forces capable of confronting Chufeng, one of the four emperors, directly. Fortunately, the reports regarding this incident made no mention of Chufeng, which made it simplest to quell public opinion by swiftly apprehending Tiger and his crew. Thus, the next day, a warrant issued personally by Admiral Sengoku spread across the globe, placing a bounty of 30 million berries on Tiger, a first-time offender. Additionally, the Navy headquarters dispatched a formidable team consisting of 2 rear admirals and 6 commodores to apprehend Tiger and his companions. The shocking events that would astonish the world had only just begun. Chapter 85, The Princess Consort Attacking the World Nobility, Liberating Slaves. And wreaking havoc in Mariejoa, each of these acts was punishable by death. Yet, when such accusations were levied against Fisher Tiger, the merman's resistance sentiments reached their zenith. Enslaved, confined, and even reduced to mere commodities, the dark experiences forced the fishmen to abandon the sun and trees, taking refuge in Fishman Island, located 10,000 meters beneath the sea. Embracing a false sky and surviving in solitude under the faint glow of the sun tree, they incessantly emphasized that, compared to humans, they were superior beings capable of thriving in the ocean. In truth, this was merely a lingering shadow of centuries of oppression, a relentless assertion of their strength in the sea. The last bastion protecting them from total subjugation. Vulnerable and sensitive, beneath their cruel exterior lay the deepest fear of humanity. Humans remained oblivious to the fact that, for the fishmen, survival was the most arduous task, and it was human greed that had fostered their deep-seated animosity. The flower of peace blossoming in the depths of the sea, Neptune truly achieved this. Leaning helplessly against his throne, Neptune could only maintain a resigned silence after speaking. He did not reproach Tiger. As a fishman, the hatred and fears stemming from their bloodline were inherited by each of his kin. Countless ancestors had sought to topple humanity from its lofty throne, yet all had ultimately failed. At this moment, however, Tiger, who had rescued countless slaves, was undoubtedly a hero. He stood in defiance of this merciless world from a height greater than hatred itself. Yet, as the king of the Ryugu kingdom, he could not turn a blind eye to the situation. He understood better than anyone the vast power disparity between humans and fishmen, an utterly despairing contrast, an inviolable dignity. He had to issue a merciless warrant for the hero among the fishmen, just as the other nations of the world government would. Lowering his head, he caught sight of the nearly flawless figure of Princess Odoheim standing to the side. She was a person who yearned for peace at any cost, willing to sacrifice everything for the next generation of fishmen to bask in the true sunlight and frolic in lush forests. Tiger's actions undoubtedly cast a shadow over Odoheim's path. Advocating reconciliation with humanity, as the charges of attacking Mariejoa would complicate communications between the Ryugu kingdom and the world government. Even the most basic joint meetings had not invited him as the king of Ryugu. Neptune, Odoheim, you. Odoheim, I understand, your majesty. Odoheim replied with a smile. Seemingly unperturbed by the events, nor did she harbor any reproach toward Tiger. I saw profound sorrow in that man's eyes. He must have endured something. Her gaze gradually fell, as if that misfortune had once afflicted her as well. Indeed, it was this compassion that made her requests impossible to refuse. She sought true peace, not stability founded on violence. She wished for all beings to understand one another, to regard each other as kin. Only then could the plight of the fishmen be truly resolved. Yet, wars and bloodshed stemmed from misunderstanding and hatred, perpetuating grievances through generations, leaving all beings unable to attain divinity, condemned to wander eternally in suffering, at least in the hearts of the majority of humans and fishmen. What Princess Odoheim advocated was merely an impractical fantasy, a dream that could never be realized. However, this was not a reason for the resolute princess consort to abandon her ideals. 7 years, 10 years, 15 years, no matter how long it took, there would eventually come a day when this ideal could be achieved. Until then, she was willing to pay any price. Yet, to remain stagnant would only condemn them to perpetual darkness and confusion. Prejudice had already taken root. The adult mindset was filled with hatred toward humanity, but those who could alter this era were the children who knew nothing. Therefore, no hatred must be imposed upon them. They were the key to reconciliation between fishmen and humans. Feudal appeals Princess Odoheim. Everyone, please sign. In the heart of Fishman Island, the petite Odoheim stood on a platform, fervently waving an application form to passers-by, an application for the fishmen to reside on the surface. Do not harbor disdain for humanity. Do not fear humanity. Let us stand on equal footing and gain a deeper understanding of humans. Let us return to that sunlit place. She cried out loudly, her voice slightly hoarse. Yet the inherently fragile Odoheim showed no signs of retreat. Even if she could not gather a single signature that day, she believed she had shifted her kin's mindset. Even if just a little. If they could change even a fraction each day, there would come a time when the fishmen could once again ascend to the surface. The tenacious charm of Chufeng is palpable. A man, his body enveloped in bandages, sits in a wheelchair, tilting his head to speak, as if attempting to accompany his words with a gentle smile. Regrettably, his grievous injuries contort his features into a grimace. Do not move, woman. Beneath the layers of bandages lies a newly formed arm. The sound of a sudden snap echoes through the air. In Chufeng's crimson eyes, glistening tears begin to fall, cascading down her once cold, pale cheeks, mingling with the torrents of blood that flow with abandon, staining her blue hair a deep scarlet. Her swan-like neck remains unscathed. Yet the monstrous, jagged teeth have torn away at the sinewy arm, causing blood to spray profusely into the atmosphere. As the smoke gradually dissipates, the remaining left arm loses its dark skin and crimson patterns, while the howling beast, seemingly intent on annihilating the world, fades away. Concurrently, the man, who is typically adorned with a bright smile, begins to collapse slowly. "Chufeng, I am truly sorry." He gently uttered these words, then donned that unique smile once more, warm, gentle, yet heartbreakingly poignant. Chapter 86. The history buried beneath the sea. How does one articulate Chufeng's current condition? In a word, it is far from satisfactory. Naturally, those who share his daily life would not be easily appeased by such vacuous remarks. His body was riddled with complex fractures, his right arm had entirely vanished, and the myriad blood vessels within him had ruptured, leading to severe hemorrhaging. Even his internal organs exhibited signs of impending failure. This was, of course, the state in which Chufeng had been returned to Fishman Island. For an ordinary person, this condition would be tantamount to death, and it persisted for a day or two. Yet, the man who sat in a wheelchair began to miraculously recover. Although he could not yet move freely, it appeared that normal communication was entirely feasible. Little Lion Master had a penchant for engaging in worrisome antics, with his tiny mouth pouted and his round body plump. The little lion was evidently discontented with Chufeng's solitary foray. After all, when there is no compelling reason to clash with the other party, such actions ought to be avoided whenever possible. Chufeng, unable to restrain his emotions, finds himself ensnared by his own capriciousness, a fate he rightly deserves. Reflecting on this, the explanation that once lingered on the tip of his tongue dissolves into a series of awkward chuckles. Blackjack remains indifferent. The surplus of energy is truly a privilege of youth. His sharp, glimmering wit is accompanied by a face adorned with malicious glee. Today, Blackjack realizes that youthfulness is not necessarily tied to age. As he feels the peculiar tattoos on his back, Chufeng's smile grows increasingly bittersweet, perhaps indicating a progression from a purely physical standpoint. Blackjack, ever the oracle, tends to aim straight for the heart of the matter with each utterance. Given the current circumstances, he deems it time to unveil certain information regarding Chufeng to all present. He lifts a cup of coffee, speaking with an air of aloofness. In a more palatable phrasing, Blackjack might refer to this as the awakening of ancient genes. Chufeng. It appears that those present do not find this to be a more comprehensible expression. Blackjack asserts that every individual possesses immense potential. However, the degree to which this potential is developed varies significantly among individuals, resulting in the distinctions of strength and weakness. In truth, this development is not boundless as commonly believed. He took a delicate sip of his intensely bitter coffee, furrowing his brow. Blackjack emphasized that nothing is infinite, not even potential, which fundamentally rests upon the limits of both the physical and the mental, mutually constraining one another. Otherwise, one would witness a fragile body on the verge of collapse, unable to retain a powerful spirit, and vice versa. He gazed into Chufeng's eyes, continuing his exposition. Though rare, if the physical strength were enhanced to an unimaginable degree, yet the mental aspect, by which I do not refer to some ethereal spiritual power, but rather to pure consciousness, fails to reach the baseline necessary for sustaining the body's normal function. Death would ensue. Furthermore, if one were to exceed the essential thresholds for survival while remaining below normal standards, it would result in a condition akin to that of this individual at present. Blackjack's gaze swept across each person in attendance. In essence, he suggested that at times, one might perceive him as a child in the conventional sense, capricious, petulant, resistant to advice, rebellious, and so forth. With a subtle twitch of his lips, Chufeng acknowledged that although much of what the other party stated was factual, could they not express it in a more refined manner? Yet, it was evident that no one was particularly interested in his opinion at that moment. When he found himself in a state of rage, it seemed as though the physiological data surrounding such occurrences indicated a form of evolution, one that would typically require millions of years, compressed into mere minutes. Unfortunately, this transcendental evolution was confined solely to the physical realm, leaving the consciousness unchanged. Blackjack's tone shifted to a grave seriousness, rather than an explanation. It resembled a cautionary note. If such an event were to transpire, one must keep their distance from this individual, for at that moment, he would indeed embody a true beast. A rare, wicked smile graced his lips as he revised his perspective, deeming it more appropriate to refer to him as the god of nonconformity. In the ensuing days, a flurry of news from the ocean surfaced, the most pivotal being the recent uproar caused by the Fishman tiger, who had established the Sun Pirates. Surprisingly, after committing such a heinous act. He showed no signs of retreating into obscurity, but rather made a bold appearance in the Grand Line. The Navy, as an official authority, could not tolerate such blatant provocation. Dispatching several vice admirals with orders to pursue Tiger relentlessly, postponing any other operations until this task was accomplished. Nonetheless, these matters bore little relevance to the gradually recuperating Chu Feng. The sovereign residing on Fishman Island could only watch as Princess Odoheim continued her seemingly futile speeches, gathering signatures that would never be fulfilled. Only one confined to a wheelchair could afford such leisure. In fact, Gilgamesh, who had been wandering near the sea forest, finally uncovered the historical document that Chu Feng had previously mentioned. A massive, resilient black stone, inscribed with peculiar characters. All characteristics aligned perfectly. Yet the dilemma lay in the fact that the object discovered by the gleaming-eyed youth was not singular. The rubbings were delivered to Chu Feng that very night. One piece undoubtedly contained the apology letter that had appeared in the original text, but the other remained a mystery. Chu Feng once again found himself lamenting his past decision to neglect a thorough study of ancient scripts. As Chu Feng gazed upon the illusory sky of Fishman Island, a rare moment of leisure afforded him the opportunity to reflect on the events that transpired upon his arrival in this world. Chu Feng was uncertain about how the little lowly was faring. Chapter 87. The unexpected visitor from afar for the celestial dragons. Recent days have been tumultuous. Ever since that despicable pirate, Chu Feng, attacked St. Robold, the once arrogant and imperious celestial dragons have found themselves in unprecedented misfortune. Kidnappings, murders, and adverse sanctions have plagued them, and until recently, even their ancestral Holy Land was reduced to ashes in that unfortunate incident. This is an utter disgrace. It is now imperative for the celestial dragons to uphold their dignity and authority. If they fail to mount any effective countermeasures soon, their safety in the world will plummet. Do not underestimate the intelligence of the celestial dragons. They are acutely aware of how detestable their actions are. However, their overwhelming power has suppressed the public's anger beneath a greater fear, allowing the celestial dragons to act with impunity. But what if this protective power is not as formidable as they believe? A once inconsequential character has rapidly ascended to the status of one of the 4 emperors in the New World, a situation that has reached an alarming low. Even more disheartening is the fact that the forces involved are not lightly dismissed. The celestial dragons' high-ranking officials have conferred with the 5 elders. As descendants of the 20 kings, they are entitled to do so, and the outcome of their negotiations was predictable: an intensified effort to capture Fisher Tiger and bolster the celestial dragon's absolute safety in the future. The matter of the 4 Emperor Chu Feng was tacitly avoided by both parties, much like how no naval high-ranking officer would dare to openly declare intentions to capture Whitebeard. This avoidance was the greatest means of preserving face for both sides. Although it is unpleasant to admit, Chu Feng has now become a phenomenon of unparalleled combat power, akin to how Whitebeard was revered as the strongest after Roger's demise. Sengoku has ample reason to believe that the underworld now possesses the power to annihilate the world. Regrettably, every organization has its share of intellectually challenged individuals. At this extremely sensitive juncture, naval high-ranking officials have inadvertently revealed to the celestial dragons that the 4 Emperor Chu Feng is currently at Fishman Island. Yet, there are always a few delusional celestial dragons who entertain bizarre notions. A ship in distress at Fishman Island. The celestial dragons are loathsome. Those useless wretches have perished. A grand ship, evidently battered by the assault of sea creatures, has docked at Fishman Island's port. The current state indicates that this magnificent vessel suffered an attack in the depths of the ocean, where creatures far larger than the average sea kings reside. Bang! The exquisite pistol roared in fury, unleashing a terrifying tongue of flame. Despite being bloodied and gravely injured, the celestial dragon remained obnoxiously arrogant. Celestial dragon, bring me my mask. Cough, cough. Celestial dragon, do as I say. You wretched fish. The stench of fishmen suffocates me. Oh, indeed, he felt exceedingly unfortunate. The mercenaries originally organized to capture Chu Feng were all dead, though hiring them had only cost 50 million berries. Yet, the most unforgivable sin was that this group failed to ensure his safe arrival at their destination. They deserved to die. Celestial Dragon Doctor. Doctor. Quickly summon a doctor. The feeble celestial dragon clearly lacked the skills to plead for help. The bullets and verbal insults not only frightened the timid residents away from him, but also ignited the fury within certain extremists. Do not forget, not long ago, Tiger had just freed all the slaves in Mariejoa, which certainly included fishmen. Their compatriots remain adrift, homeless, and how could those young fishmen remain indifferent? Celestial dragons are vile. How could I know that the deep sea is more terrifying than the 4 emperors? Muscarudo was evidently oblivious to the impending danger, continually shouting and firing his weapon. Much like in the Sabaody archipelago. However, this was not the Sabaody archipelago. Among the onlookers, several towering figures emerged, disregarding the bullets of the mad celestial dragon. For how could such foolishness harm them? Celestial dragon? From their elevated stance, the fishmen, already significantly taller than ordinary humans, now wielded an overwhelming advantage. Why are you just standing there? Hurry and find a doctor for me. Smack. Before the words could finish, the finely crafted pistol in his hand was kicked away. The strength of the fishmen was the pride of their weaponry. Even well-trained Marines would falter before them, let alone a mere idle fool. Do you know why people on land fear you? The leader's voice was low as he raised his pistol, aiming at the despicable, corpulent figure before him. The onlooker hesitated, knowing that any attack on the celestial dragons would provoke the wrath of a Marine admiral. Yet here, they were 10,000 meters deep in the sea. He paused, loading a deadly bullet into the chamber. What are you doing? Muscarudo finally panicked, truly astonished that someone dared to strike against the Great One. Unless someone reveals it, everyone will assume you perished in a shipwreck. So hurry and beg me. I can make your death a bit easier. Chapter 88. The sun rises, the celestial dragon exclaimed. What a joke. I am a great celestial dragon. Do you know what kind of punishment your actions will provoke? You wretched fish? The arrogant and rotund Muscarudo trembled as he shifted backward. He was a great celestial dragon and absolutely could not perish in such a place. Of course. He could not forsake his dignity. Do you think anyone here will show concern? The muscles in his arm tightened suddenly, and the command from his brain guided his right index finger, which trembled slightly on the trigger before he pressed it down violently in the face of the celestial dragon's despairing gaze. Bang! A barely perceptible flame flared up and extinguished even faster than one could react, akin to the most splendid fireworks of summer. Dazzling in its display yet silently falling into darkness. The bullet was expelled at an astonishing speed. From the moment one became aware of this process, that lethal metal had already carved intricate patterns into the void, a fleeting weapon of death, devoid of any ostentatious brilliance. Puff. That was the sound of shrapnel grinding against muscle tissue. For those living in this brutal sea, such a sound was all too familiar. Those without great strength typically rely on tools to carve out their space for survival, and firearms are among the most commonly used tools. As long as one aims at a target and pulls the trigger, the powerful firearm will resolve the rest. Has the celestial dragon met his demise? Ladies and gentlemen. Princess Odoheim, please cease your actions. The voice that is both delicate and astonishingly resilient stands in stark contrast to the towering and reassuring knight Neptune. This seemingly fragile Princess Odoheim possesses an extraordinary reputation among her people. It is not merely her wisdom or beauty that earns her such admiration, but rather her unparalleled kindness. Her ability to forgive the transgressions of others and to empathize with their sufferings. Yet, this princess harbors a dream that remains incomprehensible to most of the fishmen. Odoheim, why do you? A merciless bullet pierced the princess's arm, crimson blood pooling on the ground, yet this time the benevolent princess chose to shield the detestable celestial dragon. Princess Odoheim, please refrain from such actions. The children are watching. Her dream is for the children of Fishman Island to bask in the warmth of the true sun. The struggle above sea level, in contrast to the confrontation beneath the waves, appears more direct and far more brutal. The chaos unleashed upon Mariejoa was unprecedented. Tiger, burdened with grave sins, never contemplated disappearing without a trace. His mission remained unfulfilled. Among countless slaves, fishmen constituted a significant portion, and unlike their human counterparts, liberated fishmen found themselves with nowhere to go. Even the hope of finding a deserted isle to dwell upon was but an unattainable luxury. Tiger resolved not to let them fall into a state of aimless wandering again. Having chosen to save them, he would see it through to the end. Upon leaving Mariejoa, Tiger gathered all willing fishmen and formed the Sun Pirates. Almost simultaneously with the world learning of the incident at Mariejoa, Tiger proclaimed the name of the Sun Pirates to the world. The red brand could not erase the evidence of their former status as slaves. Yet it could etch upon them a new emblem. This was a mark of blood and fire, symbolizing a departure from their past identities. A sun-patterned banner that proudly announced to the world their origin as the Sun Pirates. He intended for everyone to know that it was he, Fishman Tiger, who instigated the upheaval at Mariejoa, and no one else. Thus, the vibrant flag was hoisted high at the ship's bow. Tiger understood the implications of such actions. He was acutely aware of the formidable foes that awaited him in the near future, whether they be rear admirals, vice admirals, or admirals. As long as this sun flag remained aloft, his fishmen brothers would be safe. As long as this sun flag remained aloft, the escaped slaves from Mariejoa would be secure. The sea breeze gently swayed the vessel, and the waves tenderly guided the grand ship towards the unknown, with no one knowing their next destination, not even Tiger, who silently downed his strong drink. Their future might be shrouded in mist and thorns, but retreat was no longer an option, nor was it desired. To the fishermen following Tiger, as long as that red figure existed, they would know no fear. Tiger, the rugged yet dependable voice resonated. As the red sharkman hurled his bottle to the ground, the crisp sound mingling with the sharp scent of spilled liquor, signaling alarm among the fishmen. They erupted in laughter, rising with an overwhelming battle spirit, even as cruel smiles graced their lips. In the distance, a warship was nearing striking range. Tiger, sink the ship ahead, Tiger commanded. And in response, the fishmen unleashed a roar akin to a mountain wind. With reckless abandon, they leapt into the water, their innate speed as fishmen reaching its zenith. The naval commander barely had time to react before the enraged fishmen nearly breached the ship's hull. Damn it, these bastards! The admiral commanding the warship cursed loudly, his tone betraying unmistakable astonishment and fear. When he raised his gaze again, the ship flying the sun flag had already closed in on their deck. Tiger, attack! And then, a fierce battle ensued, unfolding with a suffocating intensity. Chapter 89, The Trail of the Young Girl. At any moment in life, one may encounter fleeting passersby, whose presence may only amount to a brief glance or a swift turn. Yet, for you, they become unforgettable fragments of your existence. Over the years, Robin, who had grown accustomed to wandering the vast seas, could never erase from her memory that clean, towering figure. The man named Chiffon brought her warmth for the first time, a sense of home, and countless cherished firsts. Even in the final moments, cradled in her mother's embrace, she could still see that reliable, towering silhouette, always shielding her from the storms of life. For as long as she could remember, he had been Robin's omnipotent guardian. Rising to her feet, Robin gently detached herself from her mother's embrace, tucking the blanket around her. With the aid of the giant Admiral Saron, they safely departed Ohara. The Admiral with the strange laughter bid them farewell, for traveling together heightened the risk of capture. Following this, Robin accompanied her mother on a quest to uncover the true history. That coarse giant caused a ruckus at a naval outpost along the Grand Line, and inevitably, he was apprehended by the admirals dispatched from the Navy headquarters. This audacious, almost suicidal act provided Robin and her mother with an opportunity to escape. On the day they received the news, Robin wept profusely, her heart heavy with sorrow. Living under Chufeng's protection, she had begun to emerge from the shadows of her childhood, just as she was starting to believe in the existence of warmth and beauty in the world. Yet, reality delivered a crushing blow. Their home was destroyed. Chufeng, their pillar of strength, was now a wanted man, and even Saron, who had consistently aided their escape, had been captured. Mother and daughter found themselves perpetually fleeing from the pursuit of the world government. Life unveiled its most brutal aspects before her, and she chose to adapt gradually. In just a few short years, the once timid little Robin, who would cling to books and circle around Chufeng, had transformed into a competent outlaw. She stealthily followed Alvia into the caravan bound for the New World. No one would ever suspect that a criminal, wanted by the world government, could brazenly traverse the Holy Land and enter a realm untouched by the Navy. Indeed, Alvia's audacious yet effective strategy did not render Salong's efforts futile. She successfully led her daughter into this enchanting sea. However, trouble soon arose. In this haven of piracy, there was no place that could be deemed utterly safe. The new era, ignited by Roger himself, began to spiral out of control, heading towards an uncertain future. Among the tide of this epic, not all were heirs to Roger's dream. Many were merely driven by the allure of wealth and fame. Consequently, in the ensuing years, Robin faced not only the ferocity of government agents but also, alongside Alvia, navigated each day with caution, evading the pirates entrenched in crime. Yet Robin never contemplated surrender. In a world where many endeavors cannot be simply guaranteed, how could one ascertain the outcome without pursuit? For, as a man once proclaimed, the quest itself is essential. As for Chufeng, the years spent with the little girl named Robin were the most carefree of his time in this world. That purity and beauty were precisely what this ancient creature yearned for. However, due to a series of unfortunate events, after departing from Ohara, he found himself devoid of any opportunity to seek out the little girl who once wept in his embrace. Yet, it now appears that whether for the sake of the little one's safety or the necessity of examining historical truths, the quest for the girl is imperative. It seems that Chufeng ought to reach out to Kirito and the others, although it remains uncertain whether Nico Robin currently resides in the New World. Being bound in bandages leaves her utterly incapable of seeking her own objectives. Moreover, since Kirito's goal is also the true history, the likelihood of encountering Nico Robin would significantly increase. Habitually, he attempts to raise his thumb in self-encouragement, yet the pain from his injuries causes him to grimace in discomfort. The wind of Chu ached painfully. A delicate hand belonging to a blue-haired girl gently rested upon his shoulder, though its owner bore an expressionless visage. There lingered an undercurrent of subtle hostility. Chapter 90. The Grim Tidings. With a whimsical flair, the man twisted his waist, exclaiming 1, 2, 3, 4, in a rather eccentric manner. His exaggerated movements undoubtedly surpassed the limits of ordinary flexibility, and as he continued with a laborious chant of numbers, he exuberantly exercised his arms, which had just regained their freedom. He had completely returned to his former state. Ah, the Chu wind. Behind, the enigmatic tree of life has birthed its fourth magical eye. Moreover, the already terrifying physical strength and regenerative abilities have undergone a transformation that can only be described as a qualitative leap. A solid step has been taken once more towards the realm of the inhuman. This is indeed a headache for Chu Feng. Chu Feng spread his hands in a gesture of resignation, gazing helplessly at the blackjack before him. It seems that Chu Feng's previous estimations were utterly inaccurate. Thus, a reassessment is now imperative. The current state has surpassed the originally anticipated sixth phase. Setting down his pen, he discarded the painstakingly compiled experimental report without a hint of regret. Blackjack felt no remorse over the unexpected turn of events from the inception of this research, which transcended human understanding. He had anticipated the present predicament. Such circumstances were beyond his control, yet fortunately, we had foreseen this scenario from the very beginning, had we not? The breeze of Chu, indeed. Chu Feng maintained his remarkably infectious smile, a demeanor he had cultivated since embarking on the study of this medication. He had endured countless failures. In his previous life, even a millennium had not brought him success. However, should the day arrive when he faced a crisis that rendered him unable to fulfill the meaning of his existence, perhaps this current research would provide him with a means of retreat. Blackjack, do you recall how long this rampage lasted? Blackjack opened a fresh page in his notebook and began to document anew. With a hint of frustration, Chu Feng scratched his head, finding it exceedingly difficult to respond to this question. It seemed somewhat inappropriate for Chu Feng to refer to that state as a frenzy, for even when completely engulfed, I still perceive the ability to retain full awareness. Blackjack? As for Chu Feng, it can be said that as the individual involved, I am completely oblivious to any abnormalities. I do not mean to imply that I lack control over myself, nor am I referring to matters of multiple personalities. Touching his chin, Chu Feng pondered for a moment before continuing, Blackjack, I feel this is akin to a sudden transformation of one's worldview, occurring without any abruptness. The body's actions are entirely obedient to the thoughts of the mind, akin to a sudden transition from the second dimension to the third dimension, where one gains a novel understanding of all that exists, including time. The pen in his hand hesitated for a moment, yet Blackjack still inscribed a question mark upon the paper. As a physician, Chu Feng acknowledged his inability to fully grasp your meaning, yet it was evident that the situation was far from favorable. Uncertain of the events that led to this juncture, he perceived that the outcome bore a striking resemblance to a loss of control. Was this sensation a recent development? With a resigned gesture, Chu Feng spread his hands and nodded. Blackjack, bowing his head, steadied his hand, which had long mastered the surgical knife, resolutely positioned before him. He pondered in silence for a considerable time before finally speaking in a hushed tone. Blackjack appeared almost divine in his demeanor. In the aftermath of the liberation efforts at Mariejoa, a month had silently elapsed since the catastrophic event. The celestial dragon, rescued by Princess Odoheim, had yet to emerge from the perilous phase of recovery. The maritime disaster had inflicted severe injuries upon him, and compounded by overwhelming fear, his condition had deteriorated. The hollow title of a world aristocrat did little to fortify him, especially in the case of the exceptionally foolish Muse Galder, whose entitlement only exacerbated his contemptible behavior. The animosity towards the celestial dragons had reached a boiling point among the inhabitants of Fishman Island due to the incidents at the harbor. In this volatile atmosphere, news arrived with alarming swiftness. Captain Tiger of the Sun Pirates had fallen. The dreadful tidings came so abruptly that there were no forewarnings. Nearly a day prior, the pirates of Fishman Island had celebrated Tiger's heroic deeds, raising their glasses in honor. At that moment, Tiger's reputation surged, drawing near to that of the royal family. However, it was precisely during this time that an unthinkable tragedy unfolded. Reports indicated that Tiger succumbed to excessive blood loss, primarily due to humanity's refusal to provide him with the necessary transfusions. Fishman Island was ignited with fury. Chapter 91. The Wrath of the Sea Muse Galder had been taken from the Fishman Island Clinic to Ryugu Palace. The increasing number of fishmen could no longer endure the reality that Tiger had perished at the hands of humans. Even more intolerable was the knowledge that the source of this calamity was receiving the finest care on Fishman Island. The celestial dragon residing in Ryugu Palace was guarded day and night by the royal guards, for not all within the palace wished for his survival. There was no need for overt poisoning or assassination. A mere puncture of the protective bubble encasing him would suffice. The so-called great and untouchable world aristocrat was, in truth, as fragile as an infant on this remote island. As royalty, they could not permit such an event to transpire. Should a celestial dragon perish on Fishman Island? Despite not being the first in recent times to meet such an end, the plight of the fishmen would descend into unimaginable hardship. Even with the protection of the Whitebeard's name, the world government would likely not stand idly by. The depths of the sea were never an insurmountable barrier. For the colossal entity that is the world government, nothing was beyond their reach, nor was there any action they could not impose, merely a matter of the cost involved. In any case, to be recognized as the governing body of this world implied the possession of unparalleled power in this era. While they might not single-handedly confront all adversaries, they undoubtedly wielded the capacity to suppress any faction. Fishmen were not a dominant force, barely qualifying as sovereign vassals. Thus, provoking the world government was tantamount to inviting one's own demise. Neptune understood this well, while Princess Odoheim contemplated further. If a celestial dragon were to perish here, the reconciliation between humans and fishmen would likely be postponed for another decade or even several decades. The royal family, regardless of their motivations, could not allow such an occurrence. Finally, after a fortnight, the celestial dragon's injuries had fully healed, and it was time to bring matters to a conclusion. The radicals could no longer contain their impatience. This would be their final opportunity. The line of Poseidon at last, even as the royal family sought to conceal the truth. The celestial dragon's movements were revealed at the last moment, drawing nearly all the fishmen of Fishman Island to the harbor. The royal family had prepared a specially designed vessel for the celestial dragon, adorned with the skulls of sea beasts, crafted to evade attacks from the sea kings below. Experienced fishmen soldiers ensured that the ship, destined to sail above the waves, would not encounter despairing maritime disasters. All measures were taken for the safety of the celestial dragon, and it seemed that the only threat to his well-being came from the very residents of Fishman Island. The hatred stemming from race and nature clouded the judgment of the fishmen. No one could guarantee that some madman would not attack this heavily protected vessel during its departure. Finally, amidst the gathered masses, a corpulent figure gradually emerged in the sight of the fishmen. Muse Galder, that detestable celestial dragon, swaggering ungraciously toward the gilded ship that would carry him home. He gazed disdainfully at the fishmen along the way as if he were a victor. The foul stench provoked disgust among the onlookers. The grotesque visage, encased within a bubble, did little to mask the repugnance etched on his face, igniting an uncontrollable fury among the fishmen. Clenched fists tightened, as both soldiers and civilians teetered on the edge of rage, filling the docks. While the suffocating scent of gunpowder went unnoticed by the oblivious glutton, as he staggered onto the grand vessel, he seemed to lament the absence of slaves to command. Honestly, it's infuriating. Surrounded by nothing but brutish fishmen, not a single one to ride upon. The fury reached its zenith as the celestial dragon ascended the final step. In the distance, a marksman finally squeezed the trigger. Princess Odoheim, be careful. Bang. Once again, the formidable and perceptive Princess Odoheim pushed the bewildered celestial dragon aside. And as someone fell heavily to the ground, witnessing the formidable crater left by the bullet, he could no longer maintain his composure. Celestial dragons, do not approach. He drew his exquisite golden pistol once more, gripping tightly the arm of Princess Odoheim, who had just saved his life. Approach again, and I shall kill her. Princess. Your Highness, Princess. The atmosphere in the square reached a taut climax. In a matter of days, would yet another idol of the fishmen fall to the hands of humanity? Mother. The young princes were eager to rush forward, yet the guards timely obstructed their path. To act now would merely provoke the celestial dragon further, ultimately exacerbating the plight of Princess Odoheim. As the youngest child of the royal family, she had grown exceedingly delicate and sensitive, still naive to the concepts of responsibility and sacrifice. However, the little mermaid understood that at this very moment, her mother was facing a life-threatening ordeal. She was old enough to grasp the meaning of death. The resounding cries silenced the entire square, and the previously calm sea suddenly erupted into a terrifying swell. What was that? Chapter 92. A false opportunity, a roar unlike any ordinary beast echoed, resembling more the reverberation of a valley between mountains. Its vastness instilled no fear, yet the sound lingered, deep and unyielding, transforming into a menacing growl, devoid of its earlier ethereal quality. Moreover, at the source of that sound rose monstrous waves. What is that? All eyes at the port were transfixed on the bizarre spectacle emerging from the sea, as the fearsome waves finally revealed their true nature. A sea creature with the head of an ox. Encountering such a monster under normal circumstances would spell inevitable disaster for the sailors. Yet, the astonishment of the residents of Fishman Island extended beyond mere shock. Roars erupted. The colossal waves were not caused by a single beast, but an entire horde. Countless massive heads emerged from the depths, forming an orderly line akin to a welcoming committee for their king. The once steady roar suddenly crescendoed, and the first creature seized the entire stern of a ship with its jaws. Masquerado had already cast aside his weapon, curling up in a corner, his hands nervously pressing against his head. No one understood the terror of that creature better than him. The huge vessel that had brought him to Fishman Island had succumbed to an attack from one of these monsters, leading to its sinking. With the crisis of Princess Odoheim averted, the creatures seemed to receive some command, vanishing back into the ocean simultaneously. Everything transpired so abruptly that few noticed. In a corner of the port, Princess Shirahoshi was wailing in distress, her cries momentarily disrupting the crowd's focus, which was captivated by the perilous scene unfolding at the harbor. Perhaps it was due to the sheer incredibility of the situation that no one could fathom the notion that such a disaster could stem from the princess's tears. A select few who understood the truth stared in disbelief at the still weeping princess. Long ago, there existed a legend. The present Fishman Island was once part of an ancient kingdom, where the fishmen lived in harmony, free from persecution or discrimination. They were treated as equals, enjoying the same status as humans. This was not merely a reflection of the prevailing culture, but was significantly influenced by the presence of a weapon capable of provoking global devastation: Poseidon, the Sea King. It was said that whoever wielded this weapon could command all sea kings dwelling in the abyss. Odoheim Shirahoshi. Could it be that you Princess Odoheim gazed blankly at her beloved daughter amidst the crowd, realizing that this cherished little girl was indeed the one from the legend? Ancestor. From within the throng, a fishman with 4 arms suddenly howled toward the heavens. He celebrated madly, as if he had finally achieved some ultimate dream, believing the world was now within his grasp. Greed and joy intertwined, his almost distorted visage consumed by excitement. I have finally found it. The goal my people have tirelessly pursued is now within my reach. In the eyes of Vandecken burned unquenchable ambition. Transition point thus, a day later. The celestial dragon set out once more, this time with an unexpectedly subdued demeanor. Yet the news that shook the entire Fishman kingdom soon spread. Princess Odoheim was to accompany the celestial dragon to Mariejoa. No, this is far too perilous. Such treacherous seas, inhabited by such barbaric humans, what safety could possibly exist there? What fate awaits our princess? No, absolutely not. The astonished populace surged toward the harbor. Yet they could only watch helplessly as the ship, now submerged, vanished beneath the waves. Thus, Princess Odoheim embarked, carrying the hopes of the entire Fishman Island. Chapter 93. The trace of the young girl once again. Fishman Island was enveloped in immense unease and fear. Since the man known as Whitebeard rescued the fishmen from the dark era of piracy, they experienced, for the first time, an overwhelming sense of helplessness. In this kingdom of fishmen, Princess Odoheim held a more significant place in the hearts of the citizens than King Neptune himself. Her kindness and gentleness had healed many wounded souls. Thus, even as she steadfastly advocated for reconciliation with humanity, the fishmen never harbored any disdain toward her. In their eyes, Princess Odoheim was akin to a compassionate goddess, offering equal love and care to all. Therefore, when she found herself in peril, every individual sincerely worried for her well-being. All they could do was hope that the omnipotent deity would safeguard their beloved princess. The protagonist's long-awaited transition point: the world does not pause for the absence of any individual. Moreover, for the majority, the silence of a world-class criminal like Chu Feng was indeed welcome news. In truth, they secretly wished for the newly minted emperor to meet his demise at sea. Fully aware that such a scenario was implausible, Chu Feng, carefree and unreserved, casually picked up the telephone at the CAF, seemingly devoid of any intention to conceal himself. The recently healed Chu Feng had donned a more relaxed attire, featuring a casual t-shirt and a pair of sunglasses that bore the hallmarks of a tourist. Speak quickly if you have something to say. The voice on the other end of the line was somewhat cacophonous, clearly indicating that it was not a delightful banquet or soiree. Oh dear, it seems I have inadvertently disturbed you all. Chu Feng deliberately elongated his tone, adopting a mocking demeanor. The outcome of this was evident. On the other end of the line, someone named Tong was clearly on the verge of an eruption. "It's fine. I'm hanging up," exclaimed bystander A. "The breeze of the Chu is indeed rather frigid, isn't it? Have there been any leads on the target person that Chu Feng asked you to keep an eye on last time?" There seems to be absolutely no news from the bystander, and inquiries from the informants in the New World have yielded nothing as well. The only certainty is that the world government is also searching for that young girl. Raising his brow slightly, Chu Feng does not seem particularly surprised by this situation. At least from the world government's response, it is quite probable that Nico Robin has indeed entered the New World. Did she manage to do so directly from Mariejoa? Oh, what a bold strategy indeed. As for Chu Feng, I shall not disturb you any further, so please continue to pay attention. The world government has placed a substantial bounty on Nico Robin, akin to historical precedents, while Alvia, who escaped alongside her, has also attained notoriety as a renowned bounty criminal. Over the past few years, the bounty has remained unrevoked, indirectly affirming that their current circumstances are relatively secure. Yet, upon reflection, it prompts deeper contemplation. Chu Feng was uncertain about the current state of little Robin. Leaning against the bar, he set aside his coffee cup, his brow furrowing slightly before quickly relaxing. This subtle shift left Shaylee, who had grown accustomed to Chu Feng's demeanor, bewildered by his thoughts. Reflecting on the myriad events they had encountered along the way, he realized that sending Robin and her mother away back then did not seem to be the most responsible course of action. Given this, it was perhaps time to rectify his past mistakes. Chu Feng has never shied away from acknowledging his mistakes, even when it demands a considerable sacrifice. Miss Chu Feng and Miss Shaylee, the coffee has been rather bitter of late. Almost instinctively, Shaylee cast a glance at Chu Feng and took the entire coffee pot away from him. "Is it Shaylee?" She rose from her seat and poured the entire pot of coffee into the sink. "If it does not suit your taste, you are welcome to visit another establishment." Chu Feng awkwardly scratched the back of his head. In the words of Chu Feng, the child indeed harbors a great fondness for the sister mermaids here. Today, neither Lingbo nor Blackjack has graced us with their presence. Rather, according to the duty roster, it is Chu Feng's turn to attend to the child. Jin Shanshan indulges himself in the treasures of his own collection, while the little lion becomes utterly absorbed in play with the merfolk within the CAF. It is worth noting that due to the recent tensions between merfolk and humans, the business of the mermaid CAF has suffered. Thus, even though the youthful Jin Shanshan maintains such a flamboyant appearance, he need not worry about his identity being revealed. The coffee brewed by Miss Sherry possesses a distinct quality that sets it apart from the sea's essence. Chu Feng helplessly spread his hands, as if it were merely a jest between old friends. Chu Feng mused that perhaps in a couple of days, he might bring back some fresh coffee grounds from the sea. In an instant, Shaylee, who had been rolling her eyes moments before, suddenly focused her gaze with sharp intensity on this Fishman Island. This eccentric new emperor of the sea seemed entirely unguarded when it came to this small establishment. Shaylee, who had been present in the shop throughout Chu Feng's recent injury, was not entirely oblivious to the circumstances. If it were merely an ordinary pirate making such a statement, it might not carry much weight. However, the identity of the speaker imbued the same words with profound significance. "What are you planning to do, Shaylee? For the four emperor who remains peacefully on Fishman Island, the Navy could tolerate his presence, even if this emperor had assisted in the assault on the holy land of Mariejoa. The unique geography of Fishman Island rendered a large-scale naval offensive impossible. Yet, once on the open sea, the scenario would change entirely. Where's the Chu wind? You are overthinking it, Miss Sherry." Chu Feng exaggeratedly waved his hand. "Chu Feng, I merely went to seek out an old friend." Chapter 94, Return Voyage. Following that conversation in the CAF, Chu Feng did not set off immediately. Miss Shaylee had no obligation to divulge any secrets, and similarly, the current circumstances did not permit him to embark on a journey. The essence of Chu Feng can be summarized in this manner. Chu Feng maintained his radiant smile as always, and then proceeded to elaborate in great detail to his fellow crew members the purpose of this voyage. Although Chu Feng felt quite embarrassed, he realized that his actions at that time were indeed somewhat inappropriate. It must have been a difficult journey for both mother and daughter. Chu Feng awkwardly spread his hands. Given the circumstances, it is imperative that we do not disregard the matter at hand, especially as we lack an individual capable of translating the historical texts. Initially, this proposal appeared both reasonable and customary, yet in light of current events, I must express my dissent. Blackjack, who had maintained a stoic silence, immediately asserted his stance. You are undoubtedly aware of your actions in Mariejoa, and following this ascent, we are likely to become adversaries of the world government. Moreover, your primary objective has always been to seek a translator for the historical texts. Pausing momentarily, he pushed the documents aside. Although I did not partake in your previous conflict, I can deduce from the injuries sustained that it was far from a trivial matter. Following this ascent, we may encounter pressures that are exponentially greater than before. Even you, in your incomplete liberation, lack the certainty of overcoming that individual. Gilgamesh, radiating a golden aura, appeared indifferent to the bizarre assertions of the peculiar doctor, remarking that regardless of the numbers, they merely serve to enhance his entertainment. However, such sentiments do not imply his agreement with the proposed plan. The idea that I, a sovereign, should personally greet a mere insect is utterly preposterous. Suddenly, the little lion sprang forth, bouncing with indignation as if driven to the brink of fury. As long as it is what master desires, I shall undoubtedly bring victory. As with every prior discussion, Rei Ayanami remained silent, her crimson gaze fixed upon Chufeng, who comprehended her unspoken thoughts. With a gentle smile, he affectionately tousled the little lion's hair, embracing her as if a once impetuous father had finally relinquished his dreams of maritime commerce to earnestly provide for his family. If I must go, what then? Oh. As expected, Blackjack helplessly tossed aside the pen he held, showing no signs of regret, while Gilgamesh, sitting nearby, merely spat lightly. Hadn't he already sensed it? From the moment they boarded this fellow's vessel, although no one had openly acknowledged it, this man, fond of donning a tailored suit and adorned with a warm smile, had long been the unspoken captain in everyone's eyes. If it is indeed an order from Captain Gilgamesh, then let's contact Kirito and the others. Once they have any news, we shall set sail. Blackjack hesitated for a moment, then, with a peculiar expression, retrieved one of the documents from his folder. Are you certain you didn't make this decision after seeing this? It was likely a newspaper from the sea, and though it was distant, the bold headline still captured Chu Feng's attention. Successful capture of the evil bloodline, personally escorted by the naval admiral. The situation with Chu Feng has indeed become increasingly troublesome. Chu Feng, in a state of vexation, shook his head. However, he harbored no intention of altering his decision. Chu Feng informed Kirito and the others to set sail back. The ordeal of the little girl time seemed to rewind to years past. For Alvia, this sense of confinement and isolation was not unfamiliar. Only this time, the one overseeing her imprisonment held far too high a rank. Vice Admiral Garp, the hero of the Marines. The resolute woman tightened her embrace around the young girl in her arms. She had long accepted that her life would be devoted to Ohara's dreams and glory, a fate she had prepared for years ago. But Robin, she was still just a child. She hadn't yet found someone she loved. Hadn't he experienced enough of the world's joys? Was this truly the end? Through the iron bars, the moonlight spilled in, its silver glow enchanting, yet tonight no one admired its beauty. The small, cold hands in her arms clung tighter. Alvia gently stroked the girl's back, her voice tender yet sorrowful. Don't be afraid, Robin. The girl shook her head, her thin, trembling hands rubbing her mother's back in return. But her voice was warm and steady. Don't be sad, Mama. She tilted her head, eyes crinkling into the warmest, brightest smile. Yes, long ago, she had already decided, no matter how dire, no matter how hopeless things seemed, she would never give up. Because in those cold, gray memories, there had once been a man who, even when faced with raging storms, would always smile in a way that warmed the heart. It's okay, Robin. Yes, he always said that, with such reassuring gentleness. And so, the little Robin, who had grown accustomed to darkness and fear, clumsily comforted the mother who loved her just as deeply. Hot tears welled up instantly in Alvia's eyes. A woman who had endured hardship, pain, and even faced death with composure, yet now, she was undone by her daughter's words. She wept. For the first time, she regretted letting Robin walk the same path as her. Robin, if I could choose, I wouldn't have let you follow this road. No, Mama. Little Robin stared at her mother in surprise. Then how else would I have found you? The moonlight was cool. Outside the iron cell, Garp remained silent for a long time. Chapter 95, The Final Feast. 1. Nico Robin to ordinary people, she was just a little girl in her early teens. But to Fleet Admiral Sengoku, she was far more than that. From the moment he assumed the position of Marine Fleet Admiral, Sengoku had abandoned all personal considerations, morality, law, ideals, limits. Every decision was made solely from the perspective of maximizing the Marines, no, the world government's interests. Nico Robin. From the moment she was born in Ohara, From the moment she chose to become a scholar, from the moment a man named Chu Feng entered her life, everything had been predetermined. A scholar who studied the poneglyphs. For the world government, that crime alone was enough to warrant her execution. But this time, the circumstances were slightly different. Because the man who had suddenly appeared on the seas roughly 4 years ago, he, too, hailed from Ohara. Before the Marines launched the buster call on Ohara, the world had been completely unaware of his existence. Yet the chain of events that followed had thrust this seemingly harmless man to the pinnacle of the era. The Ohara Demon Rampage. The assassination of an admiral on Amazon Lily. The war on Sabaody Archipelago. And the bone-chilling Battle of Pluton. A decade or two from now. If anyone still remembered the name Pluton, it would be because of that horrific battle, one that had erased an entire archipelago under the force of its destruction. Naturally, this man, who had never once called himself a pirate since setting sail, was crowned as one of the 4 emperors. And not long ago, the Marines' patience with Chu Feng had finally reached its limit. The Mariejoa incident. To anyone with even a shred of critical thinking, it was obvious. How could a single fishman, tiger, possibly bring down the entire Holy Land? The Marines, however, possessed more concrete intelligence. And the mastermind behind it all pointed unmistakably to Chu Feng. Chu Feng. Rubbing his temples, Sengoku compelled himself to remain calm. This time, he intended to bring the child known as Nico Robin to Marineford for execution, positioned in the depths of Fishman Island. Chu Feng had undoubtedly evaded the main forces of the Navy, completely abandoning his previous plan to confront Big Mom, one of the 4 emperors. Such a decisive resolution stemmed from Sengoku's unwavering confidence that he could force Chu Feng into a confrontation with the Navy in the most disadvantageous location for him. Sengoku murmured Nico Robin's name once more, as if grappling with its significance, yet the suffocating atmosphere was undeniably beginning to brew. Outside the window, the tumultuous sea breeze howled, battering the ancient stone walls that had withstood the test of time. The waves indeed grew increasingly tumultuous. In a place far removed from conventional shipping lanes, a submarine gradually surfaced. Its entirely metallic exterior and streamlined design rendered it incongruous with the vessels of this era. However, what was even more disconcerting was the manner and speed of its ascent, which emanated a peculiar sense of discord. Boom. Subsequently, even more astonishing events unfolded. These were not isolated peaks, but rather, from their shape, it was undoubtedly a small island emerging from the ocean's depths. On the Grand Line, many had heard tales of sky islands, elevated by updrafts and standing tall among the clouds. Yet none had ever encountered an island capable of controlling its own buoyancy in such a manner. Indeed, perhaps a year ago, all would have paused in awe at such a spectacle, but now, should anyone in the vicinity witness this, they would surely flee at full speed. It is well known that throughout the New World, only one individual possesses an island as their vessel, and only that island can so freely rise and fall upon the sea. The 4 Emperor Chu Feng. For the vast majority of those who traverse these waters, simply uttering his name is enough to send them fleeing in terror. To most. Following the battle at Sabaody Archipelago, Chu Feng had vanished from sight, and now, in this unexpected maritime domain, the underworld had once again resurfaced. After a long separation since their parting at Fishman Island, Chu Feng finally reunites with Kirito. This marks the first gathering of Chu Feng's crew. And much like Black Jack and his companions, despite Kirito's reluctance, he recognizes that Chu Feng is the captain. It is not an act of submission or mere endurance. Rather, it is the most fundamental form of trust. They all believe that Chu Feng, as their captain, is capable of making the most judicious decisions, whether for himself or for everyone aboard the ship. Each time Kirito encounters him, it is inevitably accompanied by misfortune, for the news has already been published. Do you have any plans? Surely you do not intend to charge straight into Mariejoa? Kirito adjusted the interpreter on his back. His words sharp, yet his demeanor betraying that he was indeed prepared for battle. Indeed, Brother Chu, Itachi replied, the reports about Nico Robin have become common knowledge. This may very well lead to a direct confrontation. Itachi wore a calm smile as he gazed at the man before him, dressed in a suit. His tone steady as he merely stated a fact. Chu Feng, with a habitual gesture, touched the back of his head, radiating the same sunny disposition and cheerful demeanor as he did at the very beginning. In summary, as long as one can extract the person, that suffices. Indeed, this is the simplest of plans. Chapter 96, The Final Feast, October 3rd, 7th. The thick, stagnant air, devoid of any breeze, felt suffocating. At one end of the ocean stood the vast island of Marineford, unchanged for centuries, for it is the very epicenter of justice in the world. Kind-hearted yet naive souls believe that as long as Marineford endures, there shall always remain a sanctuary in this world. However, today, the force that makes most pirates tremble has converged here. Rear admirals, vice admirals, admirals, and even a fleet admiral. This formidable assembly is one that no one would dare challenge, a display of power that breeds despair. Yet, standing amidst the battle formation of 100,000 elite soldiers, not a single one could find solace, despite their adversaries numbering fewer than 10. Indeed, those who would confront the Navy headquarters head-on are few and far between. But alas, today they are to face one of those terrifying few for Emperor Chifeng. This name is enough to instill fear, regardless of the outcome today, in the wake of Roger's era. Future generations will name these fleeting years after him. Looking back, there is no doubt that this is the age of Chifeng. The once familiar coastline seemed to shed its mundane guise, suddenly transforming into a restless entity. The sentinels anxiously gazed towards the horizon where sea meets sky, for that faintly undulating boundary could unleash a monstrous predator at any moment. The sailors swallowed hard, quietly waiting, as they attempted to ease the tension of the impending confrontation. There were still 30 minutes until execution. The waves once again erupted into a frothy white crest. Yet this wearisome sight did not fade among its peers as before. It ferociously devoured everything around it, growing larger until the ocean itself could no longer underestimate its presence. Finally rising above the unchanging surface. Here it comes. The sailors trembled as they sounded the alarm with their sweat-drenched hands. Enemy attack. The piercing alarm echoed throughout the island, and everyone steeled their resolve. That small island slowly surfacing from the sea served as a stark reminder that the man who sends tremors through the world had arrived. Chufu had indeed been waiting for a long time. A clear yet abrupt voice resonated, instantly silencing the entire Marineford. Standing at the pinnacle of the small island, Chufu surveyed his dominion like a sovereign ruler. However, his gaze did not linger downward for long. Slightly narrowing his eyes, the man's smile remained radiant as the sun. In that fleeting moment, his vision transcended all obstructions, fixating upon Olivia on the execution platform, and, of course, the petite Robin by her side. The passage of time has been exceedingly lengthy for Chifeng. The underworld beckons. The curtain rises on a grand battle. This is a realm belonging to the strong, indeed. It is an era defined by the powerful. Robin has been aware of this from the very beginning. Thus, after embarking on her journey, she has never hesitated to wield her formidable abilities to survive. Otherwise, her only recourse would be to flee. Yet, the adversaries she and her mother face are overwhelmingly powerful, possessing an insurmountable strength. Consequently, they have resolutely embarked upon this perilous path. The handcuffs of sea stone are heavy and frigid. The lofty execution platform overlooks the entire marine headquarters at Marineford, resembling a colossal fortress in comparison to other islands, exuding an aura of latent menace. This atmosphere has been cultivated over centuries, untouched by pirates, emanating a terrifying presence that commands submission simply by its proximity. However, has the outcome not been evident from the very beginning? Indeed, from the moment she chose to engage in the interpretation of historical texts, Robin understood that she and her mother would eventually be captured by the world government. How could two individuals possibly contend against an entire regime? They lack the power to alter their fate and can only strive to make the most of their remaining time. For the past 4 years, every day has been lived as if it were the last. Perhaps today marks the moment of final resolution. She mused, her eyes filled with tears, shimmering with a bittersweet smile. All of this dissipates like bubbles scattered across the ground as a distant island rises above the horizon. The long-awaited voice of Chifeng had finally graced the air, a familiar sound that had not been heard in ages, rendering him momentarily unable to recognize it. For young Robin, this voice had once been the epitome of warmth, accompanying her through a time of untroubled joy, a period she had once believed would endure forever. The wave shattered, and in that seemingly pristine space, a man clad in a tailored suit faintly emerged. The distance between them was considerable. For at least 100,000 elite naval forces stood as a formidable barrier, separated by the most fearsome military might in the world. Yet, the man appeared to materialize right before her. His silhouette, the contours of his brow, everything felt tantalizingly within reach, even though her hands were now tightly bound. The passage of time felt interminable for Chifeng. As he gazed at her, the vast distance between them could not hinder the warmth of his gaze. Robin reminisced about their initial encounter. The warmth of that embrace had lingered until this very moment. She understood that she knew him too well. And his gentle smile seemed to convey, "Robin, indeed, I have come to take you away. I am Chifeng, and I have been searching for you for a considerable time. He has arrived." Chapter 97, The Final Feast 4. The Chu Wind is preparing for battle. After a long wait, the man with the radiant smile has finally appeared. That iconic grin, for the sailors, is the most lethal emblem. Dear friends of Chu Feng, I am about to embark on a journey to that place. With a gentle smile, Chu Feng raised his hand and tilted his head towards the distant execution platform. Yet his words bore no trace of mirth. This was a battle that was fated to be unavoidable, a truth well understood by both parties. Thus, Chu Feng opted for the most audacious approach, an all-out assault. With a deep inhalation and a slow exhalation, Chu Feng summoned the mystical power of the Dragon King. This enigmatic strength surged through his legs, generating a palpable tension that coursed through his taut calf muscles and into his knees. Unlike before, this exaggerated force seemed to coil within his sinews, a spiraling energy that even his iron-like leg muscles struggled to contain. It twisted slightly before transferring to his more robust thighs. The terrifying spiral showed no signs of abating. Rather, it spun with a ferocity that was almost unnerving. His extraordinary muscle resilience was pushed to its limits, and a visible current of air swirled around his upper body with every slight rotation. As all the energy converged at the tip of his elevated fist, a mysterious smile crept across the man's lips, and then, everything was reversed. That frenzied energy surged back from his fist, retracing its path, ultimately impacting the land suspended above the ocean. Boom! Accompanied by a deep rumble, the underworld, which had merely floated on the ocean's surface due to its immense power, momentarily sank. Meanwhile, Chu Feng had vanished from sight. Boom! 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 The crowd did not have to wait long. The man's figure reemerged as the outer wall of Marineford shattered. With just that one strike, before anyone could react, he charged in a straight line toward the execution platform. Every obstacle in his path was obliterated, be it marine soldiers or rocks, colonels or vice admirals. In the presence of this individual named Chu Feng, the concepts of strength and weakness became utterly insignificant, for he transcended these notions by an extraordinary margin. Of course, there were those who could attempt to halt his advance. Bang! The dull sound of fists colliding echoed as a familiar figure stepped forward, blocking Chu Feng's path with his own formidable hands. Ah, Chu Feng, it has been quite a while, Carp greeted casually, yet his movements remained flawlessly precise. The obstruction in his path did nothing to hinder Chu Feng's relentless assault. His right fist, firmly grasped, showed no intention of breaking free. Instead, it propelled forward with even greater force. To my astonishment, Carp, who previously could contend with Chu Feng and even dominate him, took a step back. This was an entirely different display of strength from before. Can this individual truly grow stronger even at such a stage? Chu Feng must strive even harder. As his right fist rotated inward, he propelled himself with his left foot, which had been propelled by a minuscule distance previously gained. The left fist, imbued with terrifying power, surged forth relentlessly towards Kapu's chest. The forbidden style Ajura. Sengoku, undeterred by futile struggles. A roar, reminiscent of a celestial being, echoed from above, blindingly radiant, rendering it nearly impossible to open one's eyes. The Marine Admiral, Buddha Sengoku, has made his move. The delineation between the two combatants. Sengoku prepares for battle. Is it truly a head-on confrontation? Well, so be it. This outcome was not entirely unforeseen. The strategist Sengoku has always been adept at considering perspectives beyond his own. The opponent, known as the Four Emperors, Chu Feng, though audacious in his actions, is not devoid of intelligence. In a battleground devoid of advantageous terrain, it is wiser to pursue a steady and solid approach rather than seek an unexpected victory. However, upon reflection, Chu Feng found that the explosives buried deep beneath the sea had become entirely irrelevant. As a strategist, he would never consider mere conjectures as foresight into the future. The future remains the future, and the unknown is indeed unknown. To act solely based on speculation without any preparation is a path to inevitable demise. Nevertheless, the audacity and strength of the adversary had surpassed even the most dreadful of predictions. They had surged forward to that position in the blink of an eye. More troubling was the fact that Carp had seemingly been subdued. Thus, it became imperative to eliminate him at this juncture. His already imposing figure soared even higher, the once feared golden radiance once again illuminating Marineford. If one could still grow stronger at the level of the Four Emperors, then this battle necessitated the removal of Chu Feng, even if it meant that he, as the commander-in-chief, would have to take the field personally. Chapter 98, The Final Feast 5. Chu Feng had never entertained the notion of being invincible in this world. Even deities fade into obscurity with the passage of faith and time. Thus, the concept of the strongest is merely a relative term, applicable only to specific moments and places. Yet, at this very moment, standing alone before the execution platform and facing 100,000 Navy personnel, He exuded an almost illusory aura of invincibility. There was only this man who could not be vanquished. The golden light flared brilliantly, and a colossal hand of Buddha materialized above him, possessing the power to bring most pirates of the New World to their knees. Yet, the man confronting that terrifying threat continued to smile. His demeanor a stark contrast to the usual warmth and sunshine. His smile was unrestrained. Chu Feng. The unrelenting force of his punches exudes an overwhelming dominance that is almost suffocating. Before this moment, no one would have anticipated that the formidable naval hero, Carp, renowned for his strength, could be so thoroughly subdued in a direct confrontation. The powerful left fist, accompanied by a slight outward rotation, propelled Carp's towering figure backward over a considerable distance. Following this, the man known as Chu Feng seized the opportunity to close the distance, his strong right hand having mysteriously freed itself from Carp's grasp, now firmly gripping Carp's left wrist. As the winds of Chu rise, a soft chuckle escapes, and with a deft motion, the right foot strikes the opponent's calf, disrupting their balance. The legendary naval hero is swiftly exchanged in position with Chu Feng through a maneuver reminiscent of a shoulder throw. If this momentum persists, there is no doubt that Carp will take the brunt of Sengoku's lethal blow in place of Chu Feng. Suddenly, the force of the palm halts. A strike imbued with tenfold power is halted at the last moment by Sengoku, whose colossal form retreats with the aid of moonwalk. Chu Feng, my lord, has let his guard down. If this were a duel in the traditional sense, he would undoubtedly seize such an excellent opportunity. One of the two combatants, equally adept in physical techniques, has been cornered and is in the midst of retracting a move, lacking sufficient strength, while the other finds himself in a defenseless state due to a brief moment of levitation. Whether through a direct assault or a concentrated breakthrough, substantial damage could be inflicted, potentially incapacitating the target entirely. Initially underestimating his opponent's strength has placed the legendary General Carp in a precarious situation. However, regrettably, the objective of this mission is not to engage in a life-and-death struggle with the Navy. With a smile that is yet to fade, as he passes Carp, the exaggerated spiral energy once again manifests around Chu Feng's left ankle. Bang! A resounding thud reverberates as the entire Mariejoa trembles under the force, no longer requiring the restraint previously employed. At this moment, the Navy soldiers struggle to maintain their footing. Forbidden Dragon King, with a powerful thrust of his left foot. And unlike before, he fully unleashes the spiral energy, bringing his right foot crashing down upon Carp's chest. Carp, infuriated by the relentless suppression, is pushed to the brink of fury and anxiety. Drawing on his observation hockey and battle experience, Carp crosses his arms defensively as the thunderous impact resounds. The devastation wrought by the unleashed spiral power is astonishing. Despite enveloping his arms in hockey, Carp is still propelled backward a considerable distance, with Sengoku behind him unable to evade the force. As all eyes turn to seek the fearsome figure, he charges toward the elevated execution platform. Indeed, this mission is a rescue. The three admirals stationed outside the array have yet to return to provide assistance, seemingly devoid of any intention to mount a defense. Their gaze is fixated on the ominous island. Simultaneously, the two soldiers poised to carry out the execution lower their long guns. Everything seems to hint at a deeper conspiracy. Navy S prepared division date. October 4th location. Navy headquarters, Marineford man. So you have truly made up your mind? Sengoku? The gray-haired figure sits calmly, sipping his tea, offering no further comment. Sengoku paused, then continued, regardless of circumstances, if we cannot eliminate him, the Navy's position in the Grand Line will become exceedingly precarious, rendering our recent withdrawal from the New World to quell the pirate chaos utterly futile. The elder fell silent for a moment before nodding solemnly. Choosing Sengoku as his successor was an act of faith in his capabilities, and now he finds himself in agreement with Sengoku's assessment of the situation. Very well. I shall accompany you. If possible, I will summon him as well. Sengoku, him? Sengoku seemed puzzled by the implication but soon grasped the meaning after a moment of contemplation. Is he already under control? No, he still occasionally loses composure, but he has largely adapted. Thanks to Dr. Vegapunk's research, he has managed to stabilize his release level. As things stand, reaching the second stage of release should pose no issue. Sengoku hesitated for a brief moment, which is entirely understandable. Anyone who witnessed that scene would find it unsettling. Yet, in such times, there is little room for hesitation. Then, I must trouble you to act according to plan, teacher. Chapter 99, The Final Feast. Indeed, it is a power to be reckoned with. Stripping away the executioner Escarp, before Chu Feng stands the Navy's last bastion of hope. The former fleet admiral, Kong, is beside him, accompanied by the one known as the world government's weapon. The man, both charming and repulsive. Draws two specially designed handguns from beneath his military coat, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It is an impulse steeped in bloodlust, an essence that instills terror in the very fabric of humanity. Crimson. The man beside Kong is adorned in a manner that evokes this word alone. It is an inescapable dread, particularly for humanity. Employing a unique propulsion method, Chiffon closes the distance to his target in an instant. At such speed, even his now monster-like reflexes find it exceedingly difficult to cope. Not only is retaliation out of the question, but even a reasonable evasion proves to be a daunting challenge. In this world, none exist who can confront two individuals, each surpassing the typical admiral-level threat, under such circumstances. No one. Yet, Chiffon remains utterly unperturbed in this proximity. Perhaps too swift to feel panic or, fundamentally, devoid of any reason to be anxious. One might say that as humans, we are indeed incapable of navigating such dire straits. Yes, humanity has reached its limits. Chu Feng's liberation. A small vial of green liquid protruded from the sleeve of his suit, which he crushed without a moment's hesitation. Unlike the previous rampage, this instance was not spurred by intense emotional stimuli or mere instinct for battle. This time, Chu Feng actively invoked that transcendent state, that otherworldly condition. The black smoke spread with terrifying rapidity, and as his slightly crimson eyes emerged, the smoke swelled to its utmost. Suddenly, two powerful, sinuous arms, adorned with red patterns against a black backdrop, shot forth from the swirling darkness. The already elevated momentum surged once more, creating a suffocating atmosphere that caused everyone to forget to blink. Speed. Astoundingly swift. His powerful right arm, intercepting an incoming attack, slithered towards the opponent's elbow like a serpent. Just as he was about to connect, he pivoted mid-air, contorting his body into a breathtaking angle, narrowly evading two malevolent bullets. Strength. Unbelievably formidable. With the force generated by merely two finger joints, he shifted the entire balance of the space around him. The veteran admiral, seasoned by countless battles, found no grounds for arrogance before him. The fleeting crimson gaze, accompanied by an icy stare that sent shivers down one's spine, had not yet faded from memory when the man, using the momentum from the right arm, leaped and deftly wrenched another's left wrist. Following this, with a downward kick that surpassed the dynamic visual limits of all present, the execution platform disintegrated in an instant. A monster? No, such a term would be excessively disrespectful. This was nothing short of a deity. As for the partition of the underworld schemes, let us slightly advance the timeline. Before officially entering the range of attack, the denizens of the underworld meticulously arranged for this operation. Blackjack, if possible, I would prefer to minimize the duration of this battle, he stated. Hands crossed before him, his habitual gesture. Clad in his dark robe and possessing a voice imbued with authority, he exuded a compelling presence. Yet, personal charisma alone cannot substantiate a viewpoint. After all, we face a critical disadvantage in numbers. Even with mechanical assistance, a protracted tug-of-war could yield unpredictable variables. Thus, accomplishing our strategic objectives within 10 minutes would be ideal. Indeed, a loosely knit group of experts like Chu Feng's team could easily fall victim to being picked off individually due to their numerical inferiority. Moreover, as the battle prolonged, aside from Chu Feng, whose prowess only intensified with conflict, the combat effectiveness of others would likely wane over time. At such a juncture, they could find themselves ensnared by the very minions they had previously disregarded. It appears I shall take this on, Itachi mused, showing clear agreement with Blackjack's assessment. Through transformation techniques and the hypnotic effects of my Sharingan, I should be able to approach the target with relative ease. Gold Flash, he interjected. Provided the adversary is entirely unprepared. The typically proud Gold Flash rarely engaged in discussions, but this time, the youthful figure was evidently not being frivolous. I admit your abilities are indeed intriguing, but given their uniqueness and prior demonstration before the Navy, if the enemy has devised a counter-strategy, I recall you are not particularly adept at dealing with encirclement, correct? At this juncture, the others instinctively glanced in Chu Feng's direction. When it comes to being besieged, it seems he is the most proficient at navigating such circumstances. After all, for a long time, everyone in the underworld had grown accustomed to this warm-smiling man venturing alone, subsequently turning the tide of battle upside down. Naturally, in this situation, he rose to his feet, fully aware of his role. Despite not possessing the ability to deliver a lethal blow like Itachi, Chu Feng, under conditions of mutual preparedness, could indeed prove more troublesome. For in hand-to-hand combat, there are fundamentally no direct and effective countermeasures. The Navy's best strategy would merely amount to a tactic of sheer numbers. Chu Feng. It seems that this matter should indeed be entrusted to me, he said, elegantly pushing up his glasses. It appeared that this fellow intended to present himself as a remarkably dependable individual, yet for those familiar with his true nature, such an act bore no weight. However, perhaps to those who truly knew him, he was undoubtedly a man of integrity, even in his inaction. Since Blackjack had made up his mind, I happen to possess something for you. Adjusting his tone slightly, Blackjack retrieved a small crystal vial from the drawer, containing approximately 2 milliliters of vibrant green liquid. Although the effects may not be immediately evident, I believe there will be some degree of impact. What do you mean, Chu Feng? Blackjack inquired. After a brief moment of silence, Blackjack fixed his gaze intently upon Chu Feng's eyes and spoke earnestly. Remember, Blackjack, the limit of effect is 5 seconds. With an unwavering smile that had never faltered, Chu Feng casually accepted the breathtakingly beautiful liquid from Blackjack's hand and then waved his hand dismissively. In the final chapter of the Grand Feast, the tempestuous Chu Feng surged forth with the swiftness of a hurricane. The explosive eruption left the Navy with no opportunity to rectify their underestimations. The unveiling of such extraordinary power rendered them utterly speechless. The much-anticipated spectacle, from its inception to its conclusion, unfolded in less than a minute, instilling a profound sense of dread within the onlookers. However, the Navy had no time for lamentation. Should they allow Chu Feng to escape, their reputation would undoubtedly be tarnished in the New World, transforming it into a veritable haven for pirates. Stop him. Almost simultaneously with the injury of the red-clad figure, Kong bellowed. Immediately, the entire naval headquarters surged towards the rapidly advancing man, Akato. His shredded left wrist had already healed, and not a trace of blood stained his white gloves. Understood, my master, came the icy and sinister voice, a smile gradually curling his lips, evoking an ominous sense of foreboding. With a thunderous crash, his towering form collapsed, morphing into a swarm of black bats. Legend has it that this formidable being single-handedly annihilated a rebellious nation overnight, erasing its once thriving existence from the map, and more terrifyingly, it was said that not a single survivor remained. This was not merely a matter of slaughtering efficiency, even the mightiest could not achieve such totality without leaving a trace. Henceforth, the name Akato became a weapon of the world government, a taboo of the world. Rumors of Akato's rampages circulated, yet none were ever confirmed. No one anticipated that this grand conflict, capturing the world's attention, would entangle him as well. 5 seconds. This was not a duration suitable for safely utilizing such a form. It merely allowed Chu Feng to exist in a weakened state, aided by a newly developed potion from Blackjack. Yet, the risks associated with this potion extended far beyond mere weakness. The so-called 5 seconds was not a flexible transformation time. The potion could only help maintain the semblance of human cognition but could not restore him to his usual state. Thus, a momentary lapse could plunge him back into an unmanageable condition. The true peril was more profound. Ultimately, the emerald liquid concocted by Blackjack was nothing short of a lethal toxin, perhaps even deadlier than any poison known to exist. In other words, even if Chu Feng found a way to dispel this dreadful curse, departing too soon would result in the remaining poison swiftly claiming his life. Regardless, this was destined to be a dance upon the edge of a blade. It was a desperate performance suspended above the depths of hell. Flames, frost, and a cascade of bloodbaths enveloped the scene. Cradling 2 figures in his arms, Chu Feng had yet to escape this fatal predicament. And the final barrier loomed before him like an insurmountable chasm, obstructing him from all. Tears began to spill. Robin was acutely aware that her tears did not stem from the impending death but from the rapidly approaching silhouette. If not for her, he could have easily evaded capture. Couldn't he? No, if not for her, he would not have found himself in this perilous situation. Despite reassuring herself to calmly accept this fate, she found herself yearning for the arrival of this man. Indeed, perhaps it was in response to her expectations that he had come. Robin. Chu Feng. The rush of wind filled her senses, making even the simplest act of breathing a challenge. Yet, despite the odds, the girl stubbornly grasped the intangible black smoke and shouted with all her might, "Robin, let go of me and my mother. You must escape." Tears flowed freely. Yet nothing could disperse the thick, inky blackness. However, the relentless figure trembled for a brief moment, and at last, the man lowered his head slightly. Beneath the shroud of darkness, Robin believed she glimpsed that familiar smile from years past. The voice of Chu Feng was a raspy sound, often regarded as unpleasant. Yet, in this very moment, it emanated a tenderness that was profoundly soothing and a warmth that enveloped the heart. Chu Feng will be fine. Indeed, he will be fine. Chapter 101. The Final Feast 8. Time, merely a second remains. For Chu Feng, this fleeting moment is the most perilous of all. The lethal onslaught from the three great generals and Arcado approaches in an instant, and this time, even the boldest defiance is rendered futile. The torrents of magma, frost, beams of light, and the swarming bloodbaths cannot be shielded merely by sacrificing one's own back, regardless of the circumstances. The two individuals in his embrace cannot withstand such a deadly assault. Has defeat befallen him? In a fleeting moment, Chu Feng contemplated the notion of surrendering to this uncontrollable state. After all, for one teetering on the brink, plunging into the abyss is far more effortless than ascending. Robin. Chu Feng. Let go of me and my mother. You must escape. Pain chuckled bitterly within, yet Chu Feng's resolve solidified. Since you have uttered such words, how could I possibly refrain from ensuring your safety? Thus, it seems I must resort to the most desperate of strategies. Chu Feng reassured himself. Yet the Kabbalistic tree of life behind him began to writhe rapidly. Unlike before, it actively stimulated a deeper level of liberation, resulting in far greater pain than anticipated. Chu Feng will be fine. His voice was hoarse and trembling, although he was acutely aware that Robin could not possibly see him at this moment. He still endeavored to lift the corners of his mouth, striving for at least a semblance of a smile. Chu Feng recalled the moment of their first encounter. Ah! Could this be the flag of the sunlit elder brother? The dark red branches surged, and those eyes, tinted with a crimson hue that seemed ready to bleed, appeared to slowly take shape. Breathing. Consciousness began its gradual transformation, while the discomfort brought forth by the lethal toxin swiftly dissipated. Flames, frost, radiance. The definitions of everything seemed to blur, gradually leaving behind new impressions in the mind, substances, particles, waves, once clear, now shrouded in an enigmatic haze that began to shift its form. For Chu Feng, this world seemed imbued with a newfound significance. It felt akin to a dream, or more precisely, like a farcical spectacle existing within the realm of the second dimension. Robin, no. A voice, cool yet undeniably filled with concern, resonated. Indeed. This voice had salvaged him countless times, to the point that, in this moment, his body instinctively relaxed its vigilance. Robin, you mustn't do this. Come back. The voice grew increasingly distant, as if destined to become an unattainable, beautiful dream, a desire to draw near, yet inevitably drifting away, reaching a point of no return. No. It simply could not end this way. He had yet to accomplish what he yearned for, so how could he surrender? Chu Feng moved forward, relentlessly advancing. The sound was somewhat intermittent, yet the body, which had succumbed to silence moments ago, miraculously stirred once more. Forward, uncertain of the destination, yet unyielding in the pursuit of progress. The legs, which had gradually extricated themselves from the clutches of darkness, were once again ensnared, yet charged ahead without hesitation. As if in pursuit of an intoxicating essence, Chu Feng surged forward with renewed vigor. In the midst of chaos, the flames transformed into a terrifying vortex, sweeping through the entirety of one's vision before anyone could react. These were not merely flames, they were devoid of warmth, perhaps better described as chillingly frigid. Lava and ice. Everything was consumed in their wake, and that lethal darkness barreled directly toward the path of Chu Feng. The line of the Sharingan gleamed. And that fellow had dashed into such a perilous location in an instant, with a disdainful curl of his lips. The young boy evidently held Chu Feng's reckless advance in contempt. After all, for a hero king to venture into such a place for the sake of two women was undeniably foolish, much like his former close friend. This indecisiveness would one day be his undoing. Itachi, let us observe the battlefield attentively. I believe Brother Chu will soon require our assistance, spoke the blue-haired girl, her red eyes fixed unwaveringly on the direction of the man's advance. Now is the time, Itachi. Release your flames toward his direction. He is in danger. Danger? Though still unclear about Rei's intent, Itachi realized that in such moments, trusting one's comrades was of utmost importance. I understand, he replied. Three tomos swiftly began to rotate, and in the blink of an eye, they formed an imposing four-pointed windmill. The pitch-black flames surged forth, precisely as anticipated, advancing toward Chu Feng's trajectory. Itachi, Amaterasu. A clear voice once again drew the Navy's attention back to the underworld, and beneath the very eyes of all, the blue-haired girl silently unfurled her at field. At field fully activated. Chapter 102. My little princess could not possibly be so. For a colossal vessel like the underworld, the journey was astonishingly swift. Even amidst beautiful scenery, one might grow weary of it if encountered too frequently. Moreover, for Chu Feng and his companions, this unexpected rescue mission had already consumed an excessive amount of time. If they did not hasten their return, well, I admit, this was merely Chu Feng's capriciousness. Ah. The Chu winds have already brought me to Fishman Island. Though I have only just departed, it is difficult to say whether I am feeling a sense of homesickness. The sentiment I experience is more a reflection of the knowledge that I will inevitably bid farewell to this place once more, no matter the circumstances. Chu Feng must first tidy up the house. If it is excessively dirty, I would certainly find it distasteful myself. As for Kirito, this is hardly my concern. He approached, swaying in his black combat attire, and his words were tinged with a palpable resentment. After all, he had journeyed a great distance from the New World, only to end up as a mere reserve. If he could manage on his own, why trouble others for assistance, you fool? Chu Feng smacked his lips, wearing an expression that conveyed a sense of naivete as he approached Tongren. The sweetness of the breeze is overwhelming, dear Kirito. From this day forth, you must diligently attend to the cleaning that has accumulated over these past few months. Kirito, do exercise some restraint. Chu Feng will undoubtedly evade the attack. There is no need for concern. Even if he cannot escape, it would suffice to eliminate him outright. With a swift breath, the wind whistled past as Chu Feng elegantly pivoted, deftly dodging the thunderous onslaught without a hint of disarray. In a fit of indignation, Chu Feng exclaimed, Kirito, just who are you referring to? It's all right, stop now. Kirito-kun, Itachi interjected, stepping in with the authority of a parent, effectively halting Kirito's reckless display of aggression. Each time Itachi found himself provoked, falling headlong into the fray was hardly a judicious course of action. Meanwhile, the little lion master was not yet finished with the matter at hand. A sly grin adorned Chu Feng's face as the little lion tugged at his clothing. With a soft murmur, the little lion's once perky round ears drooped dejectedly, and even its rotund belly began to protest incessantly. The little lion's large eyes, nearly brimming with tears, took on the shape of fried eggs. It was as if the little creature was about to collapse entirely against Chu Feng's legs. I'm hungry, the little lion lamented. If we don't cook soon, I might just burst into tears. Chu Fu felt at ease, gently stroking the fluffy little head. The tone of his voice was entirely different from the crisp and decisive manner he had employed during his conversation with Kirito. He effortlessly rolled up his sleeves, then bent his right arm inward, pressing his left hand against the opposing bicep. What does little saber wish to eat today, Chu Feng? Suddenly, as if bestowed with boundless energy, the little lion skillfully clambered atop Chu Feng's head, joyfully perching on his shoulder. I desire roasted muffins, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, braised beef, and a large bone with meat. Leave it to me, Chu Feng. At such a moment, Chu Feng would hardly notice the droplet of saliva trickling down just beneath those starry eyes. Who would care? In playful banter and joyous laughter, the realm of the underworld has finally reached Fishman Island once more. Princess Shirahoshi's divider. Since the departure of Princess Otoheim, the atmosphere of Fishman Island has turned somber. The uncertainty of the future instills fear among the fishmen, who dread the day when news of the princess's misfortune might once again arise from the depths of the ocean, a blow too great for Fishman Island to bear. No one, including King Neptune, can assure the safety of this voyage, leaving the citizens in a state of anxiety, especially for the young Princess Shirahoshi. Her mother may now be facing peril, and for a child so innocent, what could be more heartbreaking than this? The passerby, Mother Otohan. The enchanting sea forest has always been the little princess's favorite haven. It is tranquil here, though to others, it may seem merely a graveyard for shipwrecked vessels. Yet for Shirahoshi, since she was first allowed to venture outside, it has been the perfect refuge to alleviate her sorrows, and this moment is no different. However, before her departure, her mother had strictly instructed her, a lady must not cry, Shirahoshi. Yet that salty, bitter liquid inevitably escapes her eyes. As a mermaid, Shirahoshi has inherited her father's formidable physique, and those heart-wrenching tears, akin to exquisite pearls from the ocean floor, cascade forth, glistening and shattering into a myriad of fragments. Mother Otohan, come back quickly, Shirahoshi cries, sobbing uncontrollably. On the journey of seeking ingredients, Chu Feng unexpectedly stumbled upon such an adorable little one. No, rather, a Miss Mermaid. What has befallen you? A man, sporting a mane reminiscent of a lion, abruptly spoke up, though perhaps it wasn't so abrupt, as the princess was too engulfed in her sorrow to notice the presence behind her. Yet, upon seeing this attire, Chu Feng harbored some suspicions, however. My little princess could hardly be so towering, could she? Chapter 103, the eldest daughter. The long-awaited reunion, spanning several years, was not steeped in tears for long. For both Chu Feng and Robin, now reunited, there was no reason to lament the years squandered. After recovering her health, Robin and Alvia temporarily took residence in the opulent mansion of Blackjack on Fishman Island. Even for a well-read historian, the underwater vistas offered an abundance of novelty for this mother-daughter duo, and within this island lay the historical texts they had long pursued. This was an irresistible allure. Regarding this matter, with Chu Feng's personal companionship, It seemed there were no insurmountable issues. The opportunity he awaited had yet to arrive. Yet he believed that in the near future, when that tearful little princess discovered the clinic located in Fishman Street, what Chu Feng anticipated would undoubtedly come to fruition. Thus, before embarking on the quest for historical texts, Chu Feng was more than willing to accompany this mother and daughter on a leisurely exploration of Fishman Island. Strangely, despite Chu Feng's bounty having been disseminated far and wide long ago, people were inclined to believe that such a world-shaking criminal would act with utmost caution, never revealing himself. Therefore, when Chu Feng, rarely seen in athletic wear, frolicked alongside Robin and her mother, who had just escaped from the brink of death on Fishman Island, no one suspected their true identities. Having traversed the years of wandering with her mother, the now teenage Robin had shed her youthful guise. If one were to merely examine her appearance, it would not be far-fetched to mistake her for a slightly shorter adult. Perhaps the only giveaway remained her somewhat youthful voice, tinged with a hint of innocence, and her bright, clear eyes. Chu Feng felt that after a period of absence, little Robin had matured significantly. Much like every outing during their time in Ohara, he naturally took her hand, embodying the role of a father or an elder brother. However, the height he once had to accommodate now seemed effortless, yet it appeared as if they had lost the serene bond typical of a father-daughter relationship. He, of course, remained oblivious to the fleeting blush on little Robin's face, quickly concealed, along with the blissful expression that, while distinctly different from the past, bore an uncanny resemblance to it. Her violet hair had grown longer, perhaps due to her youthful negligence or perhaps because she had begun to understand the art of self-presentation. The flawless profile leaned peacefully against someone's sturdy arm, a privilege she had never enjoyed in her childhood. The once towering figure, akin to a mountain, had somehow become less unattainable, yet this shift did not diminish little Robin's affection in the slightest. On the contrary, as she matured, she found greater contentment in their current relationship. Perhaps from the very first encounter, it was destined that she would never forget that face. Irrespective of how time may change or how the cosmos may shift. Thus, she merely smiled sweetly, offering no response to Chu Feng's inquiry. Matured, have I? So you finally recognize my growth. Little Lion Master. It would be an exaggeration to label the little one as hostile. The small creature, barely reaching Chu Feng's waist, energetically maneuvered between him and Robin, flashing a playful snarl at Robin before seizing Chu Feng's right hand and cradling it triumphantly. Little Lion Master. Shall we go to the mermaid CAF? Yet, today, one would think his duty was to accompany Robin on an outing. At last, he began to grasp the challenges of parenthood. After all, why is it that even a king of Britain cannot escape the fate of a child vying for affection? As the flustered Chu Feng stood there, Olivia stifled a giggle as she approached Robin. The mermaid CAF is indeed a renowned attraction in Fishman Island, she remarked. Bestowing a grateful and endearing glance, Chu Feng effortlessly lifted the little lion cub onto his shoulder, then took Robin's delicate hand once more, setting off toward the mermaid CAF. This marks the division for your eldest daughter. For the mermaid CAF, this man with the cheerful smile was already a regular patron. Although he was not donned in his signature black suit today, his casual athletic attire allowed the waitstaff to recognize him instantly. Welcome back, Mr. Chu. The waitress greeted with a warm smile. It has indeed been a long time since we last met, Miss Charleville. Chu Feng wore his customary smile, while the little lioness perched on his shoulder appeared to have long forgotten the unpleasantness of their journey. With a joyful expression, she extended her hands, her little tail wagging merrily from side to side. Can this thing really move? The sweet voice of the little lioness, Shalvia, was so delightful it was almost intoxicating, leaving no room for Miss Mermaid to refuse. As was her habit, she naturally accepted the little lioness into her embrace. Oh dear, are these two lovely ladies accompanying you, Mr. Chu? The enchanting mermaid finally noticed the two beautiful women who had been following Chu Feng closely. After a moment's hesitation, Shalvia seemed to quickly grasp the situation, especially upon seeing the striking resemblance between Robin and her mother. Her large eyes narrowed into playful slits, and she teasingly exclaimed, Madam, this must be your eldest daughter, correct? Chapter 104. Sniper the songstress remained as dazzling as countless individuals had dreamt, her melodious voice enchanting all who listened. With her long twin tails and hair that shimmered in shades of green and blue, she exuded a refreshing and ethereal charm. Her exquisite features captivated many, despite her tender age of less than 10 years. Yet, the fame and influence of this little girl rivaled that of some kings from allied nations. In this increasingly tumultuous era, while the Great Rout often rendered nations isolated with no means of communication, the news of conflicts involving the Revolutionary Army and pirates never ceased. There was no absolute sanctuary in this world. People gradually began to fret over their futures, losing their sense of security. At such a time, this little girl appeared as if sent by the heavens, a heavenly angel manifesting in this worldly realm. Her adorable and sprightly demeanor, her gentle kindness, and her stunning beauty captured the hearts of all who heard her sing. Humans, merfolk, and giants alike were enchanted by her presence. She was like a refreshing stream in a turbid world, drifting in from realms unknown to humanity. In the subsequent years, Hatsune began her journey of touring the world, performing in both the frigid winter islands and the sweltering summer ones. Despite rumors of her illness occasionally surfacing, the petite girl never faltered in her commitment to her performances. Her slender figure bore an innate resilience. What truly spread the name of Hatsune across the globe was her mission of promoting peace and love. Admittedly, this notion might seem rather insipid, or perhaps even harshly questioned. What could a mere songstress accomplish? Yet she truly succeeded, regardless of location or the tumult of war. Her angelic voice resonated at the appointed hour, cleansing the spirits of every listener. Without seeking any recompense, this stubborn little girl persisted in using her savings to travel the world, and in fact, upon arriving at each island, the local inhabitants would often generously provide her with a stage for her performances. To this day, Hatsune has become a symbol. Wherever she appears, she inevitably draws immense attention. Now, at this sensitive moment when tensions between humans and merfolk were high, the ethereal songstress embarked on an unknown journey into the deep sea. Behold, the world's foremost princess. As she sang out loud, it seemed that the barriers of race were truly shattered. All the merfolk present raised their hands in joyous celebration, cheering fervently for their idol. For the idol of a human, Chu Feng is undoubtedly a flawless diva. Chu Feng stood amidst the crowd, accompanied by the small lion and Robin and her daughter. Although he did not share the fervor of those around him, the radiant smile on his face was undeniably genuine. In any realm, this child holds a remarkable power to heal the hearts of others. As Chu Feng reflected upon this, a flicker of cold light flashed in his bright eyes. Bang! The sound of a bullet being discharged from a flintlock seemed trivial amid the chaos of the celebration. The subsequent small tail flame went unnoticed as, from a concealed corner, a lead bullet roared forth, breaking free from the confines of its barrel, propelled by a malicious grin, heading straight for the center of the stage. Indeed, there, a young girl danced with abandon, a line of demarcation before the impending disaster. Citizen A, do you copy? A low voice resonated from the other end of the communicator, imbued with a caution that most do not possess. Citizen C, Troy 1 received. The young man, clad in casual attire, displayed a tense expression, clearly intimidated by the disparity in status. The voice on the other end had the power to easily determine his fate, a power bestowed upon him by the world government, an embodiment of necessary justice. For the sake of justice, the government was willing to sacrifice a young officer like him without hesitation. Citizen C, the mission directive has been issued. Inform your subordinates to act. Remember, timing is set for after the performance begins. The world government will specifically request a live broadcast. His hands trembled slightly around the communicator. Although he had long prepared for this task, the reality of execution brought forth an undeniable tension. Failure would cost him his life. Success meant ensuring that no one ever connected him to the deed. Citizen C, Troy 1 received. Citizen A, remain composed. The voice on the other end was chillingly calm, a characteristic demeanor of those in power. Citizen A, she is merely a young girl, without anyone's protection. Citizen C, do you wish to lose your life? I understand. The communicator was decisively hung up, and the officer realized there was no turning back. It was a simple choice, to die himself or to eliminate the target. Adjusting his uniform, the trained intelligence officer swiftly readied himself and stepped out of the hidden alley. Indeed, he was currently on Fishman Island. Chapter 105, The Return of the Princess Bang. A large lead bullet rapidly escaped the confines of its barrel, darting through the crowd at an almost imperceptible speed, extending a deathly invitation to the enchanting songstress. Perhaps it was fate. For humanity, witnessing one's own demise is the ultimate obsession. In an inexplicable twist of destiny, the songstress's gaze met the approaching heat of peril. The experience of standing face to face with death is far from delightful. There were still countless desires left unfulfilled. The world was overwhelmingly beautiful, and perhaps it simply stemmed from humanity's innate fear of death. Indeed, death is a terrifying specter, should one perish. All that exists would dissolve into mere illusions, whether love or hatred. Those poignant moments that linger in memory would shatter into meaningless fragments, gradually dispersing into some unknown void. Only by living can one possess everything. Oh. The audience continued to fervently adore the ethereal songstress, blissfully unaware of the imminent crisis. Perhaps In just a fraction of a second, the voices they cherished would vanish forever from this world. The azure tracksuit worn by Chu Feng appears to be an extension of the sky itself. However, the proximity that almost brushes against his cheek momentarily disorients one. Ensnared by the sheer purity and simplicity that captivates the senses, rendering one unable to extricate themselves from its allure. The melodious voice of Chu Feng resonates with a gentle warmth, a revelation for Hatsune, the songstress, who had never imagined her voice could manifest such unique beauty. In his hand, he clutches a modest bouquet of flowers, their wilting petals evoking a sense of mere ornamental presence on stage. In truth, they are but potted plants just recently placed there. The fervor of the fans, the pulsating background music, and the dazzling performance attire all contrast with the slightly dazed little sprite. An unexpected figure suddenly emerges on stage. Indeed, it is Chu Feng. Though his attire diverges from his usual style, and the flowers he uses to obscure his face likely prevent recognition, the ostentatious noble gesture earlier was not without purpose. Unlike his right hand, which presents flowers, his left hand is tightly gripping a bullet devoid of power. Undoubtedly, this is a meticulously planned assassination. Regardless of the motives for the attack in such a sensitive area as Fishman Island, the execution displays the expertise of a seasoned professional. If there are multiple adversaries, any prior efforts would be rendered futile, as one cannot expect another like Chu Feng to intervene on this diminutive stage. Evading a bullet is an entirely different concept than confronting it head-on, and even in the latter half of the Grand Line, those capable of such feats are exceedingly rare. This explains why assassination methods retain significant deterrent power among pirates, though the plan to enjoy a rare concert has been thwarted. Assuming the role of the young girl's protector temporarily seems manageable, perhaps he should verify before she departs. Despite their differing forms, they may hail from the same origins. With such thoughts, Chu Feng harbored no further grievances. After the performance, he resolved to have the young lioness escort her back to the clinic. Reassured that Itachi would likely be guarding the premises, ensuring absolute safety. In truth, following this clandestine crisis, the young girl appeared unaffected, displaying a remarkable ability to conceal any signs of distress. She continued to enchant the audience with her exquisite voice for an uninterrupted 3-hour performance. The next day, news invigorated Fishman Island. Princess Odoheim had returned. More precisely, she returned bearing a letter co-signed by the celestial dragons, granting permission for the fishmen to migrate to the surface. The harbor soon teemed with fishmen, countless eager eyes fixed upon the approaching vessel, the ship that carried their idol and the hope for their future. As the grand ship finally docked, the familiar figure clad in a white kimono reappeared, igniting a fervor throughout Fishman Island. Their princess had returned safely, and more than that, she held the future they longed for. Chapter 106. The final healing to foster friendship between humans and fishmen. Princess Odoheim expressed her agreement with the petitions and opinions presented. As we brought forth numerous signatures at the World Conference, she raised the letter high. This letter could wield tangible influence, and our dream of migration would surely come to fruition. She proclaimed passionately, her face adorned with the same radiant smile as always. However, unlike before, the crowd of fishmen below engaged in fervent whispers. Can it be true that the celestial dragons consented? One murmured, while another retorted, such an impudent group. Princess Odoheim then implored for more signatures, urging everyone to express their willingness to coexist with humans and their determination to relocate to the surface. The square fell into a profound silence, reminiscent of previous occasions. After all, had it not been too soon for the fishmen, having endured such deep wounds inflicted by humans, to accept coexistence? Was this endeavor merely a one-sided wish from the start? Odoheim, I beseech you, please sign. In a moment of vulnerability, she knelt before the signature collection box, her voice trembling, stripped of the strength she typically embodied. Everyone, please sign. With a determined effort, a small hand reached over the edge of the box, placing a thin signature sheet within. Soon after, more hands appeared in Odoheim's lowered field of vision. Elders, children, men, women. 10 signatures, 100, hundreds. The box filled rapidly, while even more fishmen surrounded the square, clutching completed forms. An elder approached Odoheim, trembling as he deposited his form into the box. There are many more. This small box cannot contain them all, he remarked. The right minister generously suggested, let us place a much larger box before everyone. The excitement surged across Fishman Island. Signatures cascaded like falling snow. 1, 2, 10, even more. With each passing moment, more boxes arrived, overflowing with signatures. The courage of the fishmen to ascend to the surface had finally accumulated after centuries, thousands of years of yearning. Odoheim. An invisible barrier seemed destined to obstruct the fishmen's path toward their future. Suddenly, a terrifying flame ignited, kissing the precious signature box. Paper could never withstand fire. And this time was no exception. The very documents symbolizing the fishman's future were consumed by the blazing inferno. Odoheim, quickly save the signatures. A frail figure surged to the forefront, tears glimmering in her eyes, heart-wrenching in their sorrow. Odoheim, the first to extend a hand of friendship to humanity, could not bear this fate. Odoheim, these signatures are vital to the future of Fishman Island. Princess Odoheim sighed. The cacophony of the surroundings easily drowned out the sinister sound until the vibrant crimson bloom of blood erupted from her chest, unnoticed by anyone. The origin of that malevolent bullet shrouded in mystery. Kneeling in a prone position, her noble figure lay helplessly against the ground. The world through Odoheim's eyes had never revealed such a desolate gray, the fluttering paper-like remnants ignited in flames resembling the delicate wings of fading sprites. A manifestation of the courage painstakingly amassed by the Fishman tribe. Blood trickled from her lips. It is unfathomable to comprehend that the eternally vivacious woman could be so utterly drained, seemingly incapable of rising once more. In truth, she had indeed lost the strength to stand again. No one could survive the devastating blow to the heart. The future of the Fishmen, their idols, met a tragic end on the same day at the hands of a nefarious bullet. The clinic became a dividing line as Fishman Island succumbed to profound sorrow. Compared to the revered tiger of the Fishmen, Princess Odoheim represented a more relatable idol for the majority of the ordinary citizens. A stature not easily established in a fleeting moment. When this monumental figure crumbled, the entirety of Fishman Island found it nearly impossible to awaken from such a dreadful blow. However, the pain above compelled the Fishmen to rouse from their slumber. For the perpetrator of Princess Odoheim's demise was none other than a human. Indeed, it was the very being she had desperately sought to connect with who had torn asunder her yet unrealized dreams. The citizens roared in outrage. While King Neptune resorted to coercive measures to restore calm, all attention was diverted, leaving no one to consider the plight of the still young Princess Shirahoshi. In the stillness of the night, the solitary girl, weeping, found herself inexplicably reminded of the man she had encountered not long ago. If Chufeng encounters difficulties in the future, he may seek assistance at the clinic located in Fishman Street. For the little princess residing in Fishman Island, that place is undoubtedly fraught with peril. However, a visit is absolutely necessary. Chapter 107, Arrival. Unfortunately, Chufeng happens to be one of those individuals. Although it is deemed a lawless area, paradoxically, it adheres more faithfully to its own regulations. To put it succinctly, the two cardinal rules in Fishman Street are unwavering loyalty and an absolute prohibition against assaulting the clinic nestled in the corner. In fact, should an unknowing pirate contemplate an attack on that clinic, the Fishmen would undoubtedly resort to violent measures. Indeed, this underwater island, situated 10,000 meters beneath the sea, cannot withstand the wrath of that individual. Consequently, the population density within the small clinic has surged once again, following Robin and Alvia. A lovely songstress with enchanting hair has temporarily taken residence there. Although much has been said, none of this constitutes the true reason for Chufeng's presence here. Naturally cheerful by nature, he is not one to engage in scheming. However, in order to stir up a greater predicament, he has reluctantly opted for this most official and reasonable solution. If one were to say, that day when he encountered the mermaid princess in the sea forest was indeed an extraordinary stroke of luck. Now, the only remaining question is Chufeng pondered whether the little princess would arrive here before her confinement. If not, he would have no choice but to take the initiative and seek her out. He pressed his forehead in frustration, clearly aware that someone as indolent as he was ill-suited for the audacity of seeking others out for medical assistance. Ahem. Suddenly, a series of determined knocks echoed through the air, interrupting his indecision. The arrival of Chufeng was marked by his nonchalant donning of a familiar suit jacket. Setting down his cup, he strode towards the clinic's entrance, a faintly reminiscent smile gracing his lips. Yet, from the sound of it, it seemed that the little princess was not present. Although he had never intended to refuse, did anyone on Fishman Street truly dare to seek his medical expertise? In this realm known as Fishman Street, no one could better embody the essence of benevolence than Jinbei. Throughout his 30-odd years, he had steadfastly adhered to the true meaning of these two words, enduring the scorn of his fellow fishmen while resolutely accepting the title of Warlord of the Sea. This was for his kin with whom he shared life and death, for Arlong, who languished in the depths of the underwater prison, and for the fallen fishman hero, Fisher Tiger. Beyond this, the lawless profession of piracy had stripped him of any further aspirations, unlike his short-sighted kin trapped beneath the sea. He had come to grasp the vastness of the world while adrift upon its boundless waves. Humans, undeniably complex beings, embody both good and evil, defying simple categorization. However, one thing was certain. Jinbei had witnessed with his own eyes that should war ignite, the fishmen would be mercilessly slaughtered, if strategic objectives warranted it. The world government possessed the might to crush Fishman Island without hesitation. Even certain formidable pirates wielded similar power. Once, Whitebeard had merely uttered a word to free Fishman Island from the grasp of marauding pirates, and there were others still residing on the island who commanded respect. Reflecting on the events of that fateful day, Jinbei could not shake the haunting memory, akin to his inability to fathom the strength of his father. He could not comprehend the terrifying power that lay behind the smile of the young man who had fallen. Yet, one thing was indisputable. It was a burden that Fishman Island could not bear. Placing a pipe between his lips, Jinbei inhaled deeply, gazing silently into the distance. There, a cloaked figure came into view. The entire realm was still reeling from the grief of losing Princess Odoheim, and that towering silhouette bore an air of melancholy. More than that, it was a figure that Jinbei, once a royal guard, recognized with an unsettling familiarity. Was it a frail yet tall fishman, or perhaps a mermaid? The wide cloak did little to conceal the pink fishtail, and the cautious, hesitant manner in which it moved hinted at the fact that this was the first foray into the treacherous depths. Could it be? Jinbei's gaze sharpened with sudden realization. What business could she possibly have in such a place? Anxiously and somewhat frantically, he approached the figure, disregarding all else, and called out, "Your Highness, the princess, you Robin." Shoo. The face hidden beneath the cloak peeked out, revealing pink hair and a delicate visage that unmistakably belonged to the little princess. Why would she be here at such a time? "Robin, no matter what, could you please take me to the clinic here?" Her voice trembled with a hint of desperation, nearly causing Jinbei to stop breathing. Was she truly seeking to go there? Chapter 108, Consultation Fee in the Confines of Fishman Street. Few would be foolish enough to provoke Jinbei, a man bestowed with the title of warlord by the world government, known for his formidable power. Yet, unbeknownst to others, Jinbei bore the weight of fear as he led the cloaked stranger. They were about to meet none other than the sovereign ruler of the seas. "Your Highness, I must ask one last time," a bystander inquired with grave seriousness. "Are you truly certain you wish to visit that clinic?" Though he had already confirmed her intentions, the involvement of that man necessitated utmost caution. It was unfathomable to imagine that the little princess, sheltered under the protection of Princess Odoheim, would have any opportunity to encounter such an individual. To speak cruelly, even the royal family of Fishman Island had no equal standing with him. Each of the four emperors was a living legend, and the closer one approached these dazzling narratives, the more likely one was to be crushed by the wheels of history. Neither the princess, nor Jinbei, nor even the entirety of Fishman Island could create ripples in the face of such an overwhelming historical tide. Although Chifeng was rumored to possess remarkable medical skills, the thought caused Jinbei to hesitate. "Robin." "Yes, Lord Jinbei." The little princess's quivering voice interrupted his thoughts, the discernible fear in her tone rendering her utterly pitiable. Yet, the innocence of her youthful voice belied the gravity of her resolve. "I have made my decision. It must be here. However, Your Highness," the bystander cautioned, "if I am not mistaken, the one you seek assistance from is the legendary Four Emperor, known for his unpredictable temperament." "Even so?" the little princess interjected vehemently, drawing closer to her objective. "Yes, even so, regardless of any demands he may make, I must say my mother." With a resigned sigh, the bystander realized that he could no longer deter the little princess. "At the very least, allow me to open this door for you." Thus, amidst the scrutinizing gazes of the fishmen surrounding them, Jinbei approached the forbidden threshold. In that moment, it felt as though the breath of Fishman Street itself had been held in suspense. The door was within reach, just a hand's distance away. Yet the seemingly trivial distance caused Jinbei to hesitate for an eternity. Finally, with a hand capable of splitting stone, he gently rapped upon the door of the only clinic in Fishman Street. Knock, knock. The muscles in his hand tensed as if electrified. Fearing that something monstrous would emerge from the open door at any moment, Chifeng arrived, donning his familiar suit jacket with casual ease. He placed his cup down and strode towards the clinic's entrance, a reminiscent smile still playing on his lips. However, upon listening closely, it seemed that the voice was not that of the little princess. As he pulled open the grand door, he found himself greeted by a somewhat familiar figure waiting outside. "Chifeng, oh," Chifeng exaggeratedly greeted. "Isn't this the same as Saitama?" He squinted his eyes, and his smile became even more radiant. "What has befallen Chifeng? Can someone like you also be unwell?" Like an old friend reunited after many years, Chifeng playfully tapped Jinbei's shoulder. "Ah, passers-by. Ah, Brother Chu." Typically, The affable and composed Jinbei found himself uncharacteristically nervous, as not everyone can readily accept goodwill from one of the four emperors. As the winds of Chu suggest, your arrival is indeed most timely. With a gentle smile, Chu Feng stepped back, extending his hand to usher Shenping into the room. In just a few days, it is possible that I shall have departed from this place. Bystander A? Jinbei's imposing figure momentarily paused, clearly taken aback, before arriving here. He had not anticipated being received with such courtesy, nor could he have fathomed hearing such explosive news. Bystander A, are you leaving? Chu Feng casually tilted his head, his gaze traversing Shenping to behold the timid figure lurking behind him. After completing the charming little princess's commission, Chu Feng, approximately an hour later, witnessed the arrival of the sea hero Jinbei, who, accompanied by two suspicious figures clad in cloaks, approached the royal territory before the Dragon Palace and Fishman Island. No one knew the reason behind Jinbei's actions, nor did anyone foresee the events that would unfold in the Dragon Palace today. Yet, one of the cloaked figures revealed a faint smile beneath their hood. This is indeed a rare experience for Chu Feng, akin to a palace beneath the sea. It is truly regrettable to have visited Fishman Island yet missed this enchanting place. After traversing a lengthy tunnel, the Dragon Palace city looms near. The reason for this arduous journey is certainly not mere tourism. As a physician, Chu Feng has come to heal and save lives. However, this particular situation is somewhat unique, as the one in need of rescue is an individual who has already passed away. Chapter 109. Absolutely do not speak of this if that is the case. Then there is little distinction between this and resorting to outright theft. Although reluctantly uttering such words, Chu Feng has no genuine intention of resorting to force. Otherwise, the preceding preparations would have been in vain. While it is true that violence can resolve many issues, it often invites equivalent troubles. After all, no tangible harm has yet occurred, and we remain within the realm of negotiation. Of course, esteemed King Neptune, I had no genuine intention of forcibly seizing anything. Maintaining his composure, Chu Feng firmly grasped the formidable trident of the valiant knight, his signature smile gradually returning. In this situation, it seems that the most effective course of action is to articulate my intentions directly. Neptune cleared his throat and, in terms everyone could comprehend, stated that if it were now, he could likely summon Princess Iji. He elongated his words, pausing for a few seconds as if indulging in a jest. Neptune was rejuvenated, revived, reawakened. His powerful arm trembled slightly, and as Chu Feng relinquished his grip on the trident's tip, the mighty weapon fell lifelessly to the ground. As the king of a nation, Neptune forced himself to confront the painful reality of his beloved wife's departure. Yet, as a husband deeply in love, what could possibly hold greater significance than the resurrection of his cherished spouse? He must agree. This thought, from the moment it emerged, wrapped around Neptune like a demon, rendering him incapable of contemplating what this man named Chu Feng truly sought to take from Dragon Palace. Of course, my request is rather simple. I merely wish to take one item from the treasury of the Dragon Palace Kingdom. Is that not a straightforward condition? Of course. There are not entirely absent other motivations. After all, if left unattended, that weeping little princess would likely remain sorrowful for an extended period. It is hardly gentlemanly to allow such an innocent young girl to weep. Lord Neptune, what is your response? As one of the four emperors, revered and feared by all upon these seas, you have bowed your noble head before Neptune not once, but twice in a single day. If such humility still leads to rejection, it may inevitably spiral into war. After all, in Neptune's mind, the name Chu Feng conjures an image of eccentricity and terror. He harbors no doubt that the power capable of shattering the entire Pluto archipelago could, in an instant, consign Fishman Island to the annals of history. Neptune, the proud sovereign, sighed deeply. For the Dragon Palace Kingdom, this was no mere compromise for the sake of an individual. It was an unavoidable decision for him. The line of demarcation in the medical process came as the cold storage door slowly creaked open. Within the Dragon Palace, there exists a chamber dedicated to the preservation of corpses. To facilitate the safeguarding of the deceased, the entire room has been emptied of water, lined with bubble corals. Furthermore, an array of desiccants and refrigerants ensures the atmosphere remains perpetually cool and dry. All these measures are to protect the esteemed Princess Odoheim of Fishman Island, even in death. The muscles of Chu Feng had completely stiffened. Gently squeezing the arm of the deceased, he felt a sense of helplessness regarding the degree of rigor mortis, despite having anticipated it beforehand. If this were the case, awakening her would likely require a considerable amount of time for recovery. Indeed, Chu Feng had never harbored any doubts about his ability to save Iji. After a straightforward confirmation of the time of death and the condition of the body, He had no uncertainties regarding the medical process. Healing was undoubtedly achievable. Chu Feng nodded, signaling the commencement of his duties. The treatment process lasted approximately half an hour, during which the attending physician, Chu Feng, displayed no inclination to solicit assistance from his aides, leaving the specifics of the treatment shrouded in mystery. Fortunately, the anxious wait concluded swiftly. With a creak, the heavy door was once again pushed open from within. As he re-emerged into the gaze of the onlookers, Chu Feng was clad solely in a white shirt, cradling Princess Iji, swathed in a suit jacket, in his arms. Chu Feng exclaimed, "If the princess remains in that frigid place, all my efforts in healing shall be in vain." Indeed, this statement implies that the Princess Iji has been entirely revived. Neptune trembled as he approached Chu Feng, receiving the faintly breathing Princess Iji into his arms. Never before had there been a moment so profoundly shocking. "Neptune, Iji," with a quiver of sorrow in his voice. Neptune's tears cascaded from his eyes. With a gentle smile that had not yet faded, Chu Feng waved his hand and, when no one was watching, discreetly nodded towards Bai Xing, who was concealed behind several princes. Chapter 110, Farewell. As Chu Feng bid farewell to Miss Hatsune with a cheerful wave of his right hand at the dock, the familiar harbor of Fishman Island lay behind him, while in the distant horizon, a colossal ship loomed in the haze. The final line of preparation was drawn. Kirito, too, pondered aloud. "Are we truly about to depart from this place?" He nodded in affirmation as he spoke. The essence of Chu Feng is roughly as follows. The objective of Fishman Island has been accomplished. Next, we shall embark on a journey across the 4 seas, in hopes of uncovering any clues related to the historical narrative. Chu Feng naturally spoke up and then brought the little Robin, who was seated beside him, before everyone. Of course, Chu Feng expressed a desire for Robin to accompany him to Dorich. It seemed that Itachi hesitated, as the Revolutionary Army was currently the target of severe suppression by the world government. Allowing these orphans to venture forth unprotected seemed rather inappropriate. "Itachi, my brother, is this truly wise?" Chu Feng inquired. Robin, however, interjected, "I wish to stay," gently pressing his fingers against the upturned lips of young Robin. Chu Feng maintained his warm smile as he turned to face Itachi. Chu Feng suggests that having little Robin accompany us would ensure greater safety. In truth, is it more perilous to align oneself with the most nefarious criminals of the world, or to side with a man who seems to be at odds with nearly the entire globe? In the gentle breeze of Chu, Robin, is it not your aspiration to unveil the secrets of the blank century through the annals of history? Chu Fu tilted his head. If Chu Feng were to visit the person known as Duelage, it would undoubtedly be the place closest to the historical text. Robin, however, understanding her sorrowful expression, Chu Feng gently brushed his hand against her high forehead. "Chu Feng, I promise you, when I next arrive in the New World, I will certainly seek you out." His gentle voice seemed to possess a hypnotic quality, gradually soothing the restless Robin into tranquility. If we are able to discover new historical texts in the future, we shall entrust their translation to little Robin over there. Chu Feng playfully pointed at the side where Tongren stood. The young man from Chu Feng is indeed eager to unravel the secrets of historical texts. The conference room fell into a brief silence, and all of this was punctuated by subtle nods, drawing a conclusion to the discussion. With a gentle touch, Chu Feng tousled her hair, then cast his gaze towards the petite songstress nearby. "I apologize, Miss Hatsune from Chu Feng. I still find it somewhat unfamiliar to call out Ollie Crystal." Nevertheless, the voice of the young girl remains as enchanting and melodious as ever. Truly, no matter how much time passes, it never ceases to delight. It seems inappropriate for Chu Feng to embark on this journey with us. If that is the case, we can only escort you as far as your departure from this island. My dear lady, you are far too gracious. During her stay at the clinic, the young girl has not faced any disturbances, and thus, despite being in the territory of one of the 4 emperors, she feels no apprehension. Coincidentally, I must continue my travels as well. My time spent on this island has been excessively prolonged. She bowed deeply and smiled at everyone, expressing her gratitude for the trouble she has caused during her stay. At the demarcation line of leaving Fishman Island, the port remains as bustling as when Chu Feng first arrived. It serves as the sole passage for pirates traveling to and from the New World, as well as a world-renowned tourist destination, teeming with ships in constant motion. Tiger, Otoheim, Shirahoshi, the Fishman CAF, and Ryugu Palace. All these places, once merely a temporary abode for Chu Feng and his companions, have fostered a sense of attachment over time, as is the nature of humanity. Yet, the moment to bid farewell has finally arrived. With a smile, Chu Feng gazes at the entirety of this little island. silently removing the hat that once obscured him, and with a graceful flourish, he cast it far away. Thank you, Chu Feng, for everything related to Fishman Island. As Chu Feng bid farewell to Miss Hatsune with a cheerful wave of his right hand at the dock, the familiar harbor of Fishman Island lay behind him. In the distance, a blurred ship was approaching, a vessel destined for divergent paths, a journey that would never intersect again. It was as though nothing had ever transpired. Chapter 111. It is not too late to change one's mind now. Is Robin really not leaving with us? The girl curled up, nestled on the deck of the great ship. Before her stretched the unfathomable, pitch-black sea. At this point, no matter how much she looked back, the way they had come was forever lost. The ever-smiling youth, the seemingly indifferent yet warm-hearted elder brother, the playful companion who delighted in their shared laughter, the icy sister. The boy clad in black uniform, the radiant boy shimmering with light, the taciturn doctor, the ever-busy scientist, everything was a blur, yet vividly clear. Suddenly shaking her head. Even her beautiful hair, confined beneath a felt hat, revealed a hint of the present situation. There was no turning back, even if she questioned herself. There was no answer to be found beyond the silent departure. As long as she could continue to dance on stage, to sing on stage, that would suffice. Indeed, for the fairy Wendini Duoli Crystal, nothing held greater significance than singing, even if it meant sacrificing her life. Thus, she would not hesitate to forge ahead, fully aware that continuing down this path would inevitably lead to her demise. With a self-deprecating scoff, Chu Feng mused on the inherent nature of humanity. It is only through missed opportunities that one experiences regret. Had he chosen to embark on the journey with them, he would not find himself perishing in some obscure corner of the world. How could a mere mortal such as himself possibly contend with the celestial dragons? Those aristocrats of a different realm? If there exists any sanctuary in this world, it must surely be in the presence of that man, the youth residing in the unremarkable clinic. The one who perpetually wears a gentle smile, a figure revered and feared by many, known as one of the four emperors, the esteemed healer, Chu Feng. Yet, as a powerless commoner, how could he ever board his island without becoming a burden, perhaps even causing his friends to suffer on his behalf? Having resolved to traverse the world under the guise of Hatsune, to inspire humanity and encourage the laying down of arms for peaceful resolutions, he must brace himself for the inevitable hardships that accompany such a path. He is not a mere girl, he is Hatsune, and thus, he must not look back nor shed tears. Even as crystalline tears shimmer in his eyes, he stubbornly buries his head lower, resolute. A man should not lay his hands on such an adorable girl. This is not the conduct of a soldier. Then, a voice, cold to the brink of cruelty, pierced the air. Unlike the men of the black market, whose murderous intent feels almost tangible, this man's detached demeanor instills an involuntary tremor. One thing is certain, behind this man lies a mountain of corpses. The backlight obscured his features, revealing only his towering figure, a jet-black katana sheathed at his waist. Devoid of any glimmer even in bright light, everything about him seemed meticulously crafted for lethal precision. At last, the faint sound of a blade slicing through the air echoed, an almost suffocating sensation akin to kissing death itself. The girl opened her eyes wide in defiance, determined to witness every moment. Not a second would be squandered. Even in the final instant, she would cherish it. Such is the life of a songstress. A dividing line descended from the heavens, pouring a glass of red wine for himself. The crimson liquid swirled freely within the glass, and before long, its rich aroma began to permeate the air. This was a grand vessel poised to depart from Fishman Island, a location where merchant ships seldom ventured, given the perilous presence of pirates and fishmen, both entities not typically courted by the average person. Yet, for the aristocracy, the enchanting Fishman Island is undoubtedly a destination worthy of hiring a private mercenary for leisure. And it is aboard such a luxurious ship that the man finds himself. While it may be argued that he is not impoverished by any strict definition, even when compared to the average noble, he possesses, or perhaps once possessed, wealth that inspires awe. However, to forego the lavish banquet aboard such a splendid vessel would indeed be a grave misfortune. Casually downing the wine, the man, undeterred by the disdainful gazes of those around him, boldly seized a piece of creamy cake with his hand and leisurely strolled toward the opposite end of the deck. Indeed, while he could present himself with the utmost gentlemanly grace, this man simultaneously harbors a temperament that is utterly incomprehensible to the ordinary person. Although Chu Feng yearned to indulge a little longer in the exquisite delicacies, the man clad in a shirt, exuding an aura reminiscent of a soldier, had already ventured towards the opposite end of the deck. If he failed to attend to the young songstress properly, it could lead to grave consequences. Indeed, from the very beginning, This individual, named Chu Feng, had no intention of abandoning such a delicate girl, especially not one who belonged to the realm of the underworld. Hence, it was unthinkable for a soldier to lay hands on such an adorable child. A voice, cold to the point of cruelty, resonated through the air. It lacked the palpable malice characteristic of those lurking in the black market, yet its indifference and detachment sent shivers down one's spine. Nevertheless, the nameless soldier was destined to fail in fulfilling his mission today. The frail figure that descended abruptly from above ended the executioner's life in an instant. The familiar voice echoed, accompanied by the broad hand that had already reached out before the little girl. Chapter 112. The Song of the Deep Sea and the Passing Deity. The notorious pirate Chu Feng has finally departed from Fishman Island. Having beheld the breathtaking scenery of 10,000 meters, yet he could not halt the relentless march of the four emperors. The colossal island has ascended from the ocean's depths, once again embarking towards the surface. Indeed, Chu Feng has left, but shortly thereafter, harrowing news surged from Fishman Island to the farthest corners of the world. Princess Odoheim was assassinated and then mysteriously resurrected 3 days later. The performance at Fishman Island became a poignant farewell, as the world-renowned diva Hatsune vanished. Reports indicated that the pirate Emperor Chu Feng had been spotted at Fishman Island. The deluge of news swiftly inundated the public's consciousness, leading the uninformed masses to speculate whether these horrifying events were in any way connected to the enigmatic figure known as Chu Feng, and what astonishing acts this notorious criminal might undertake next. Setting aside the tiresome disputes above the sea, today's journey through the realm of the underworld felt remarkably lighter and more vibrant than before. Here, there are no world's most nefarious criminals, only a gathering of contented listeners. Beneath the dancing shadows of the trees, I weep silently, gazing at the unfamiliar me. The guitar plays in homage to the departed, while the shooting stars lament for those who do not return. I call out in desperate longing, yet only receive the gentle sway of orange petals in response. Dressed in exquisite attire, contrasting with the vibrant energy displayed on stage that day, today's songstress appears somber and tranquil. She sits at the expansive control panel, her eyes gently closed, singing softly. The memories etched upon her youthful visage and cradled in her palms have begun to fade, as the chords of eternal farewell resonate through her fingertips, while the childlike heart, once nestled within tender arms, is ruthlessly cast aside by the roaring wheels of fate. She slightly tilts her head, her beautiful long hair dancing freely with the melody, as her haunting voice gradually attempts to transcend the soul, seeking a sanctuary for the heart. The guitar emits a soft sigh for the departed, plucking the strings of her heart that refuse to find peace. Upon the unblemished canvas of innocence, the shadows of summer, swaying with orange petals, linger on, and even as her youthful face may have faded, it will traverse the sun-kissed sands dyed red by the setting sun. With his eyes closed, Chu Feng gently tapped his fingers on the table, the ethereal melody resonating in the air, indeed uplifting the spirit. This celestial song, which had not graced the world for an eternity, emerged once more today, sung solely by the enchanting songstress immersed in her music. The poignant melody of parting consumed all memories, as the earth beneath bore witness to the sprouting of past echoes. Watching the dawn train depart, where the golden flowers sway today, is a mystery, a fragment of that bygone dawn returning to one's grasp. Let not this light be extinguished. As the last notes faded, their lingering resonance captivated even Loy, who vigilantly monitored every movement aboard the ship, swaying to the enchanting tune. No one had ever questioned why a celestial noble, the celestial dragon, pursued such a delicate girl, since she was deemed a companion. The stance was unequivocally established from the outset. If Captain Chu Feng recognized the songstress as a comrade, a worthy ally, then there was no room for hesitation. Any threat to a companion must be eradicated without a second thought. Perhaps, for these travelers from another realm, this was an inviolable principle. Even if the adversary was a colossal behemoth or an incomprehensible natural phenomenon, the resolve remained steadfast. Suddenly, the previously serene bridge erupted into chaos as a red alert blared. An ominous warning triggered by an unlawful target breaching the combat radius of the ship. Unanticipated and unprepared, all advanced detection systems had failed to uncover the intruder's presence. Sonar readings indicated an astonishing total displacement volume exceeding 50,000 cubic meters. This size far surpassed conventional comprehension of sea creatures. It was more akin to a mountain. Yet, what was more terrifying was the storm it heralded. Centered around this colossal entity, a rare underwater tempest began to brew, its expanding reach already surpassing 2 kilometers. This could be classified as a natural disaster. If Loy did not devise a strategy, we might be torn to shreds. With a hint of exasperation, Loy lamented, regrettably. Even with nearly limitless power, the ship could not evade this monster. The entity seemed to have locked onto a specific individual aboard, maintaining a relative stillness despite any alterations in trajectory. It appeared this creature too was entranced by the songstress's voice. With a mischievous glint, the scientist's madness returned to Loy's expression. Indeed, how fortuitous, for I was just eager to conduct an experiment. The crimson button on the control panel was reset to active. Yes, the ship was armed with its mightiest weapon, Genesis. If Loy increased the power beyond 50, it might generate a particle whirlpool. I am keen to discover the extent of its activation range underwater. Wait a moment, bystander. From the epicenter of the event, Hatsune had remained silent until now. Her melodious voice broke the tension. I believe she means no harm. The young girl's voice was soft yet remarkably resolute. She inhaled deeply and continued, her voice resonating with a low timbre. I stepped into the city streets searching for you, wandering through the nocturnal pathways. Your voice echoed through the phone, inexplicably stirring my heart, finally finding you with reddened eyes. As her song filled the air, the enchanting melody captivated all, yet what was most alarming was the immense, silent storm that seemed poised to obliterate the world. Astonishingly, it vanished alongside the colossal entity that had appeared. It appeared to be a deity long dwelling in the ocean's depths, wandering by chance, drawn in by the beautiful melody. Chapter 113. Surging to the surface. Admiral. A frantic marine burst into Sengoku's office, bearing urgent news. Sitting at his desk, Sengoku appeared significantly aged since the last major incident at Marineford, the repercussions of which had left a profound impact on the Navy. Although there were no overt losses, it was undeniably a strategic failure. Abandoning the siege on the Yonko Big Mom had yielded no tangible benefits for the Navy, but had severely tarnished its reputation. This complete debacle had escalated public distrust to unprecedented levels. If any disturbances arose in the near future, Sengoku's position as Fleet Admiral would be in jeopardy. Sengoku held no particular greed for the title of Admiral, yet he bore profound responsibility for the future of the Navy and the world government. He could not tolerate the Navy's disgrace under his command. What is it? What news brings such alarm? While he had his suspicions, the possibility was dire. At such a moment, when the Navy was planning significant moves to restore its prestige, if that man were to take action. Admiral. Reports from Fishman Island indicate that Yonko Chu Feng has recently vanished, likely having departed the island. Sengoku pondered. Had he truly left? Though the reasons for his recent fixation on Fishman Island remained unclear, given the Yonko's capability, there should have been clarity by now. Fishman Island held no entity capable of obstructing Chu Feng. He must have obtained something he sought or accomplished a task he desired on that island. Sengoku, adept at reading human emotions, found himself unable to decipher the intentions of this man named Chu Feng. The inability to comprehend rendered prediction and triumph impossible. This was indeed the most lethal of adversaries. Alert all divisions to remain vigilant in their respective waters. Any information regarding Yonko Chu Feng must be relayed to headquarters immediately. Do not act independently. If possible, I wish to avoid any further conflicts with Chu Feng in the near term. In the wake of a singular pirate crew's successful assault on Marineford, the expectations for Yonko Chu Feng in the New World reached unprecedented heights. Such reckless yet exhilarating endeavors had not been undertaken for far too long. Long ago, the great pirate Shiki had led his fleet against the Navy's headquarters in a fit of rage, only to fall to the combined might of Sengoku and Garp, ultimately imprisoned in the depths of the sea. However, just recently, the new era's Yonko achieved what their predecessor could not. The execution platform had crumbled, alongside the Navy's previously unassailable dignity. Since that day, history has turned a new page. The Navy has truly lost its opportunity to contend with pirates in the New World. Look at Chu Feng's bounty. The esteemed Dr. Chu Feng, with a bounty of 1 billion berries. Before him, only a handful of renowned individuals had surpassed the billion mark. Indeed, today's Chu Feng is no exception. Since Roger's demise, a presence capable of rivaling Whitebeard has emerged upon these seas. The pirates eagerly awaited the arrival of Chu Feng, their spirits lifted with cheers and trembling, whether from excitement or fear. All were anticipating what seemed an inevitable duel, a battle between the four emperors. Who among them, the formidable Whitebeard Edward Newgate or the skilled Dr. Chu Feng, would emerge as the strongest in this world? Should war erupt, who would ultimately ascend the throne? The remnants of the old era or the champions of the new age? One thing is certain, these questions would be answered through a bloody confrontation. As the ship, Mingtian, crafted with meticulous care by Chu Feng, ventured beneath the waves. It defied the limitations that typically constrained pirate vessels to fixed locations. After a considerable time traversing the ocean depths, the monstrous encounters finally ceased, allowing the beautiful songstress to cease her enchanting performance. Although her voice was indeed celestial, it was inhumane to expect a child to sing uninterrupted for such an extended period. Nevertheless, it was time for Mingtian to resurface. Life beneath the sea had lingered long enough that Chu Feng had nearly forgotten the scent of sunlight. Thus, in a tranquil part of the sea, far from the Grand Line, the calm waters suddenly stirred, the usually placid sea becoming tumultuous. Moments later, a small island emerged from the azure depths. After enduring so much, Mingtian finally reached the surface, a place where it would remain for a considerable time. Chapter 114. 2 years' time flies swiftly, like a fleeting shadow. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had slipped through their fingers. Perhaps even the world had grown accustomed to Chu Feng's enigmatic style, rendering his next moves perpetually unpredictable. In the year 1510 of the sea calendar, having arrived in this world, Chu Feng and his companions had unknowingly spent a decade together. This decade had solidified 2 truths. First, the world government harbored considerable hostility toward them. Second, in this world, they appeared to remain ageless. Thus, the small team of 9 embarked on a journey of their own, concerning immortality, returning home, and other aspirations. It is noteworthy that the young songstress, though a renowned figure in the pirate realm, belonged to a race that diverged slightly from humanity. As an elf, she was already over 140 years old at the time of her encounter with Chu Feng, yet in the context of an elf's long lifespan, she was still considered a child. However, this is merely a side note. Having reached the zenith of his renown, Chu Feng did not follow the typical path of pirates, charging into the new world with fervor. Instead, he vanished from the public eye once more. If he had intended to establish a territory in the new world, 2 years prior would have been the optimal time. It is somewhat disheartening to note that Chu Feng had no intention of claiming land there. In truth, he had never planned to establish a domain, but due to certain unavoidable circumstances, he was compelled to make a final choice. The islands where he once roamed freely, where he had witnessed the downfall of naval admirals, could never be permitted to exist by the world government. Even if they resided in the calm belt and lacked the menacing influence of the great pirates of the Grand Line, the name Amazon Lily deserved to fade into obscurity. Yet, how could Chu Feng allow such a thing to transpire? Let us briefly rewind time to observe the final message that the great pirate Chu Feng left for the world in these 2 years. The occupation of Amazon Lily. If Amazon Lily is regarded as Chu Feng's homeland, he could now be considered to have returned triumphantly. From the initial, awkward return of Hancock to the spirited departure from the island, he now returned with an unparalleled reputation. However, at this moment, he could not maintain that healing smile. The island, once tranquil, was now besieged by towering ships, cannon fire, and the cries of warriors, as the once verdant mountains seemed poised to be drenched in blood. Clenching his fists, Chu Feng adjusted his attire and strode forth, his usual cheerfulness replaced by a palpable fury. The entirety of Mingtian fell silent. There was no doubt that the architects of this dire situation were the enemies before him. What reason remained to merely observe? The Nightmare Brigade was deployed, and full-scale defenses were activated. Mingtian, the realm of the Grim Reaper, the territory of the 4 emperors, erupted alongside his wrath. The waves surged violently as the fearsome emperor descended from his throne, launching a personal assault. It had been far too long since Chu Feng had felt such rage. With a resounding thud, he unleashed a devastating kick upon the deck of a warship, utilizing the recoil to alter his trajectory, propelling his monstrous form in a sharp angle toward the highest point of the island. There, the proud queen stood resolute, impervious to the pleas of the fallen swordswoman. As the blade capable of cleaving stone descended mercilessly, death arrived with startling abruptness, unyielding to tears or courage. This was the stark reality of mortality. The defense of Nine Snake, the Navy's ominous flag, now dominated the waters surrounding Amazon Lily. The calm belt, an impenetrable sea king's nest. Fiona stood atop the cliffs of Nine Snake, gazing gravely at the unfolding scene. She had long understood that if the world government were determined, those seemingly insurmountable barriers were mere illusions. Yet the despair of their current predicament left her breathless. Was this truly the end for Amazon Lily? So many ideals remained unfulfilled, so many plans unrealized. After centuries of standing firm in the calm belt, was this island to meet its doom today? Warriors, bows in hand, displayed no fear or confusion. They had already assumed defensive positions, resolute in their gaze upon the approaching enemy. The queen stood behind them. Thus, even in death, they would not allow a single foe to breach their defenses. Fleet versus Amazon Lily. Navy versus Amazon Lily. World government versus Amazon Lily. The outcome seems unmistakable. After today, the name Nine Snake Island will vanish from this world. Chapter 115. The Fierce Battle. Thus, the war has commenced. On one side stands the world government, eager to uphold its dignity, while on the other are the warriors of Nine Snake Island, fighting to protect their homeland. From the very beginning, this battle was not on equal footing. The Navy possesses an overwhelming advantage in both numbers and quality, rendering defeat an impossibility. It is merely a straightforward, fierce advance, and the defenses of Nine Snake Island have begun to falter. The arrows infused with hockey are indeed sharp, yet against the double or even tenfold artillery barrage, the power of the bow and arrow is diminished to its utmost limit. Have they truly reached a point of no return? Under the cover of cannon fire, the three vice admirals leading the fleet have already ascended to the last bastion of Nine Snake Island, where the Queen, Fiona, observes the unfolding battle. You shall perish, pirate. The blade is drawn from its sheath, and the towering man who first scaled the heights launches an unhesitating attack against Fiona. To squander manpower in such a place is utterly futile. If he can sever the head of the opposing leader, a swift collapse is all but assured. Your Majesty, be careful. Clang. The chaotic and intricate blade, known as the spider cut, is unleashed. Its eerie and supernatural edge seems to embody the final struggle of a creature on the brink of death. To evade it is futile, and even the slightest movement of one's body could result in a grievous wound. The harsh sound of metal scraping fills the air, and the wide-brimmed hat obscures her expression. Yet the sharpness of the spider cut holds steady against the Vice Admiral's lethal strike. But it is not over yet. Her wrist tightens, the muscular tension transferring to the blade as she never intended to confront the opponent's strike head-on. Such clumsy combat methods were discarded long ago. Instead, she subtly redirects the opponent's blade upwards, a mere change in direction that requires no considerable effort. Before the opponent can fully comprehend, the bloodthirsty spider cut glides smoothly along the edge of the rival's weapon. The reason the Jin technique can be deemed lethal largely lies in the friction between the sword and its sheath, akin to drawing strength from the ground. Much like how some swordsmen drag their long blades along the earth, this seemingly feeble method can yield unexpected results. Indeed, this process does not necessarily require the sheath. The opponent's blade can serve just as well. The shrill sound of metal scraping suddenly escalates. In a fleeting moment of life and death, the proud bloodblade swordswoman never entertained the thought of failure, for she cannot afford to lose. Jian, Fu Lu Jin, almost brushing against the opponent's hand gripping the sword. This perilous combat style demonstrates to her adversary that this young woman is indeed among the world's finest swordsmen. With a swift slash, the distance closes, and the Vice Admiral finds himself without room to evade. The long blade descends. Yet how can he strike the opponent's blade when he has shifted all his weight forward? With a tiptoe retreat, he still cannot escape the reach of Bailey's assault. Fortunately, the iron block technique, mastered through relentless practice, is executed just in time. The sound of blades sinking into flesh echoes. What could have been a decisive strike now only penetrates a few inches, though it has yet to harm vital organs. It is indeed a grievous wound. Before arriving at Nine Snake Island, no one believed such a formidable female swordsman could be concealed on this small isle. Akron led Bailey. Just as upon their first meeting, she grips the bloodied spider cut, shaking it lightly to let the crimson droplets fall, momentarily halting the subsequent attacks from the other two vice admirals. She remains as noble and untouchable as before, the thorns of a female swordsman hidden beneath her wide-brimmed noble hat. So Bailey wishes to fight, to challenge the dignity of Nine Snake Island? Yes, Bailey. The valiant and fearless female warrior stands resolutely before the Queen, having matured from the unripe fruit of their first acquaintance into a figure ranking among the world's elite swordsmen. As time progresses, the gap between the two sides remains evident. Despite her powerful entrance and inflicting grave injury upon one opponent, Bailey, striving to protect the defenseless Fiona behind her, gradually finds herself at a disadvantage. Yet she is not alone in this struggle. Faced with an assault from over 5 divisions of the Navy, the warriors of Nine Snake Island have been suffering casualties since the outset. The Navy's formidable strength has rendered the Nine Snake warriors, who have long been in a state of stagnation, utterly beleaguered. Bailey stepped back. She draws her longbow. Years have passed, and the once little girl, Boa Hancock, has blossomed into a graceful figure, her beauty enhanced by the air of confidence emanating from her. Young yet remarkably powerful, she has successfully joined the ranks of 9 Snake Island's defenders. However, amidst such chaos on the front lines, she lacks the ability to influence the tide of battle, as do her 2 younger sisters. Possessing a natural haki that surpasses the ordinary, young Hancock releases another arrow, its immense force effortlessly dispatching an approaching Marine. Yet, her delicate fingers are already stained with crimson. The path of the strong is fraught with peril, and countless talents have faded into obscurity before their rise. Curse it! Curse it! The young girl screams in fury, enduring excruciating pain as she draws the bowstring once more, only to be confronted by even more enemies. Is victory truly impossible now? This thought barely surfaces when a powerful bullet strikes her left arm. Lady Sister! From their cover, the girls cry out in panic. Chapter 116. The arrival of the 4 emperors. As the battle commenced, Queen Fiona stood atop the stone cliff. This was not a fitting place for a queen to face the onslaught of her foes. One could even deem it foolish, especially for someone as combat inept as she. Yet, she had no choice but to do so. Fiona understood all too well that the turmoil before her was ultimately the consequence of her own obstinacy. Had she not insisted on accepting Chu Feng at that time, perhaps 9 Snake Island would not be enduring such suffering now. Indeed, if today marks the inevitable destruction of 9 Snake Island, then it is her burden to bear. Yes, Queen Fiona resolved this after receiving news of the Navy's approach. If 9 Snake Island is destined for ruin, then she shall hold steadfast until the very last moment. Yet, miracles did not unfold. The Navy arrived at 9 Snake Island as scheduled, and the Amazon Lily found itself in dire peril. As on every previous day, Queen Fiona meticulously arranged her appearance before descending to the front line under the guidance of the National Protector, Bailey Way. No one impeded the Queen's first, perhaps only, venture into battle. The sole hope for 9 Snake Island may lie in the resolve brought forth by their Queen, a determination to face death head-on. Yet, just as the Navy could not prevent Chu Feng from rescuing people from Marineford, the vast disparity in strength resulted in an almost irreversible causality. The front lines were shattered, and an increasing number of Marines successfully set foot on the small island. Even as they tread upon the corpses of their comrades, they transformed this sorrow into profound wrath, charging against the already beleaguered warriors of the 9 Snakes. The formidable arrows could no longer form a concentrated barrage, and the female warriors, more adept at long-range combat, clearly could not thwart the Marines led by their officers. Once contact was made, it was likely to culminate in a one-sided massacre. Fiona remained standing there, her expression devoid of emotion. Although the noble swordswoman valiantly held on, it was evident that her inherent physical limitations had sealed her fate, especially when faced with 3 peers of equal caliber. The moment she revealed a flaw, the Admiral would easily claim her head as well as that of her elder sister. For the first time since the battle commenced, a trace of fatigue appeared on Believy's face, not because her life was nearing its end, but because she had been acutely aware of her sister's despair throughout. As a ruler, what could be more distressing, more agonizing, than witnessing the downfall of one's own nation, particularly for a wise monarch, to ultimately be met with disaster due to the tides of fate? Who could refrain from lamenting such a fate? A sudden, fierce assault interrupted Believy's reflections. A momentary distraction thrust her into a realm of certain doom. The thrusting spear technique, the deadly fusion of spear and iron, was unleashed. The Admiral's onslaught descended upon Belivy like a tempest. The relentless strikes pierced through, and Believy's movements grew sluggish. Crimson blood splattered as she struggled to maintain her grip on her famed blade. The gale stepped. Without any warning, the pursuit was the Navy's instinctive response. Indifferent to notions of good or evil, in the throes of life and death, this was an inevitable law. Though Belivy valiantly attempted to block with her twin blades, she was ultimately cast aside. The injury she had previously sustained finally erupted amid the frenzy, and the proud swordswoman, using her longsword as a crutch, desperately tried to rise. But her blood-soaked body could only succumb further. This was the end. The proud queen stood unwavering, but regardless of the swordswoman's anguished cries. The blade capable of cleaving through boulders descended mercilessly. Death arrived with such abruptness. It would not hesitate for anyone's tears, nor would it vanish due to anyone's bravery. This was the stark and brutal reality of mortality. Once one dies, nothing remains. All that once was dissipates into the winds like smoke. Regrettably, until the very last moment. As her eyes prepared to close, they continued to replay the remnants of a shattered dream. The smiling visage, the enchanting silhouette that had driven her to madness, lingered on, never truly fading. Crack. Fiona, unskilled in combat, could not discern the sound of shattering bones. The bloodthirsty longsword was destined to drink the bitterness of this place. for a hand, moving with speed far exceeding human reflexes, firmly grasped its head. The line of descent of Chu Feng aside from a few psychological deviants. It is unlikely that anyone would relish the sensation of killing. This holds true for Chu Feng as well, for once tainted by bloodshed. One is inevitably beset by mournful wails and sorrowful laments. Thus, despite being a sovereign among the four emperors, Chu Feng is not a king who revels in slaughter. However, in stark contrast to the fleeting lives of ordinary mortals who return to dust, he does not waver when it comes to taking a life. The millennium of experience has liberated him from certain constraints of perception. When necessary, he can transform into an exceedingly efficient instrument of death. In this very moment, his powerful right hand deftly struck the back of his adversary's head, and with a surge of strength, the bones of the skull were obliterated in an instant. The terrifying vice admiral of the navy appeared as a mere infant, powerless before him. Naturally, Chu Feng's actions did not cease there, being human. He too is influenced by emotions, and at this moment, rage consumed the heart of the king. With a resounding thud, he showed no intent to release his captive. And before anyone could react, an ominous shadow surged toward his next target. His cold, piercing eyes radiated a deadly intent. Yet the flames of fury stripped away the very time his opponent might have had to feel fear. The vice admiral, ensnared in Chu Feng's grasp, transformed into an extension of his will. With a sweeping motion, he sent both the admiral and another assailant, poised to deliver a final blow to Bolivia. Hurtling through the air, the forbidden bone penetration, just as the navy had previously crushed the defenses of Nine Snake Island. The vice admiral found himself utterly defenseless before Chu Feng, being cast aside like a rag doll, motionless upon impact with the ground. Indeed, no one could survive when all their bones had been reduced to dust. Chapter 117. The territory of Chu Feng. Passerby. Chu Feng. No one could fathom the sovereign's strategy, much like the vice admiral could not comprehend why the seemingly vanished Chu Feng would reappear so abruptly on Nine Snake Island. Yet, one thing was certain: the two deceased comrades had already attested to the formidable power possessed by the four emperors, a power they could only aspire to. His legs began to tremble instinctively, not out of courage, but as a primal response of life itself, akin to the weakness of breath, quaking in the presence of greatness. Feeble and crawling around the strong. The object of his terror, however, was momentarily oblivious to his dread. The man gently lifted the unconscious Fiona and carefully placed her beside the equally injured Bolivia. Chu Feng, please watch over her. His voice was deep, yet it emanated a certain authority that had previously gone unnoticed. Compared to our last encounter, his appearance had scarcely altered. The only distinction being the gentle smile that had once graced his countenance, which had mysteriously vanished. He rose to his feet, yet did not turn back. Nevertheless, that frigid tone rendered the general utterly motionless. Rest assured, Chu Feng, I harbor no intention of taking your life. The sovereign did not have the inclination to take him away effortlessly. Rather, he busied himself with tearing down a black curtain from the queen's throne before striding towards the two deceased individuals. Chu Feng, I implore you to convey a message to the warring states, without a hint of consideration for the feelings of others. Chu Feng unhesitatingly plunged his right hand into the pool of blood. Indeed, the most lethal artist commenced his creative endeavor. That very hand, originally meant for the preservation of life, began to glide across the canvas. Below the precipice, the Marines executing the landing operation seemed to have perceived something. The recently erupted explosion from a warship had raised a colossal cloud of smoke, and amidst that obscured expanse of sea, a formidable shadow appeared to be approaching, obscured by the debris of the explosion, rendering it indistinct. Perhaps heaven itself had heeded the Marine's silent plea, for before the smoke could dissipate, a tremendous strike materialized from the depths of the ocean, cleaving through the once orderly formation of the fleet without impediment. Everything that fell within its reach was instantaneously severed in twain. What on earth is that? Exclaimed one bystander in disbelief. How could this happen? The Marines, now engulfed in panic, were left to ponder the source of such an incomprehensible assault. Is this sufficient, Carito? On the netherworld, the dark-clad swordsman silently retracted the expositor from his grip. That ominous sword was the very instrument responsible for shattering the sea. For any soul dwelling in the netherworld, the current scenario required no further elucidation. Even if they had previously held no conflict with the Navy, they would scarcely concern themselves with the annihilation of this contingent, particularly given that the outcome between them and the Navy was one of eternal enmity. There is no issue, Loy. The confident voice of the scientist resonated through the headset. The reason for dispersing the smoke was not due to the obstruction of vision affecting the accuracy of the netherworld strikes. Rather, it was simply because Loy wished to avoid entangling the indigenous people of Nine Snake Island in the chaos. Should that occur, Chifeng would undoubtedly subject them to unspeakable torment thereafter. Then, let the assault commence, Loi declared as her fingers began to dance furiously across the screen. The nightmare troops, having received their orders, began their advance. And from the concealed artillery positions scattered throughout the island, missiles and laser beams were already locked onto their targets. Fire. The display was a breathtaking spectacle of pyrotechnics, heralding the most lethal prelude to death. Yet, this barrage, merely a fraction of their full might, cost the elite navy nearly 80% of their forces. A line of demarcation proclaimed to the world was drawn. Simplistic eyes were sketched upon the black canvas, yet the seemingly casual strokes evoked no mirth. That vivid crimson was rendered from the blood of a naval admiral. The man, resembling a demon in his arrogance, brazenly hung the freshly completed flag upon the cliffs of Nine Snake Island. The blood upon his hands had yet to dry as he surveyed the battlefield with a disdainful gaze. And then he spoke with nonchalance. From today onward, this territory belongs to me, Chifeng. The bloodied banner flutters desperately in the fierce wind, akin to a fragile life still struggling in the midst of a battlefield. Chapter 118, Sleeping Beauty, a Battle, or perhaps more aptly termed a cleanup operation. In the end, aside from the general whom Chifeng intentionally spared, not a single member of the invading navy escaped the treacherous waters. In truth, this seemingly terrifying task was swiftly resolved with the aid of the underworld, and in comparison, the post-battle cleanup consumed far more time. Even after the cleanup, subsequent calamities such as plagues would undoubtedly prove to be quite troublesome. Thus, approximately 3 days later, the entirety of Serpent Island returned to its former state. No, one might say, aside from the small island still lurking not far from the main island, everything appeared normal once more. The gravely injured Believy was evidently fortunate. The skilled healer promptly tended to her wounds, most importantly leaving no scars behind. Indeed, Chifeng's exclusive medicine possessed astonishing efficacy for treating external injuries, though Believy claimed to have lost consciousness during the process. After all, why must wounds be inflicted upon the chest? Contemplating this, Believy clenched her fist in frustration. That bald general deserved his fate. His conduct was utterly lecherous. Of course, if the deceased were to hear such words, he would likely cry out in injustice. For to a master of blades, targeting the most vulnerable spot has become instinctual. To put it more plainly, that strike was clearly aimed at the heart. With a bitter smile, Chifeng rubbed his brow and continued to cautiously add fresh herbs to the incense burner. Indeed, the treatment was far from over. Yet it was not aimed at the grievous physical wounds of Believy. While he could remedy ailments pertaining to bodily functions, the true affliction of Her Majesty stemmed from psychological trauma and emotional upheaval. In Chifeng's understanding of medicine, it is entirely plausible that one's physical health can be influenced by mental states. In fact, one might assert that the human body is far more sensitive than one might presume. Any shift in consciousness or emotion is faithfully reflected by the body. This reaction is not entirely alien to people. Just as sorrowful individuals shed tears and joyful souls erupt in laughter, there exist myriad deeper physiological responses that remain obscure to the general populace. Fiona's current state exemplifies this phenomenon. Her body is not inherently flawed, yet her reluctance to awaken, resembling that of a slumbering beauty, is likely a consequence of emotional distress. Frankly speaking, Chifeng found himself devoid of effective solutions to such dilemmas. The incense vapor was all he could offer to the queen at this moment. This method could sustain her bodily functions for a spell, preventing her from succumbing to weakness and gradually fading away. Nevertheless, in the end, it remains merely a palliative measure rather than a cure. Does Chifeng have any solutions? Exhausted from trying various remedies, Chifeng glanced at the contemplative blackjack seated across from him and suddenly spoke up. After all, their medical expertise differed significantly. Clinging to a mere fraction of hope, Chifeng took the initiative to inquire. "This does not fall within my area of treatment," Blackjack replied, predictably at a loss regarding the situation before them. However, a rare smile unexpectedly graced his usually stoic visage as he added, "But perhaps there is a possibility." The man clad in a black cloak smirked malevolently. "Blackjack, have you ever heard the tale of Sleeping Beauty?" "Chifeng, what has happened to Blackjack? Are you truly unaware?" The renowned physician with contrasting black and white hair clearly had no intention of letting Chifeng off the hook so easily. He continued, "If that is the case, allow me to enlighten you. Chifeng, you have had enough." In the realm of dreams, Fiona appeared to have embarked on an extraordinarily lengthy reverie. Within this dreamscape, she was no longer the queen of the Serpent Island. Instead, she was merely a textile maiden born into an ordinary family. Likewise, he was no longer the formidable fourth emperor reigning atop the world. He was simply a diligent farmer toiling along the ridges of the fields. Having grown up together in the same village, their lives were imbued with toil yet simplicity. Strangely, Fiona felt an overwhelming sense of happiness each day, as if that modest existence and tranquil lifestyle were truly what she yearned for. Eventually, the young boy and girl blossomed into adulthood. She radiated grace and gentility, while he possessed robust strength in his arms. On that fateful day, a gentle drizzle fell from the heavens, resembling playful sprites frolicking in the mortal realm, tenderly kissing their skin. Indeed, on that day, he knocked on her door early in the morning, then took her hand and led her to the verdant hills and serene lakeside. They walked on, until the stars scattered across the night sky. At last, they paused in a vast expanse dominated by a solitary giant tree. He gazed at her with tenderness and then spoke in a voice imbued with deeper emotion. "Will you marry me, Chu Feng?" At long last, the maiden shed tears of joy, a moment she had long awaited. With fervor, she embraced him, responding blissfully, "Fiona, I am willing. Sister Belway? Sister, what is the matter?" Thus, on the 5th day following Chu Feng's declaration of the ownership of Nine Snake Island, after his devoted care, Queen Fiona suddenly clasped the prostrate Belway by her ship's side, gradually awakening. As for the peculiar words spoken by the queen, ahem, that must be mere historical embellishment. Chapter 119 for Nine Snake Island, a nation of pirates, receiving the protection of one of the 4 emperors, Chu Feng, was an unexpected delight. Much like Fishman Island in years past, that coveted land, long coveted by the world, found peace once more by merely a word from Whitebeard. A peace that has endured to this day. Setting that aside, the mere fact that Nine Snake Island was rescued from peril only days prior was ample reason for the warriors of Amazon Lily to express their profound gratitude. Therefore, in every conceivable sense, Chu Feng and his companions now stood as heroic figures upon Nine Snake Island. Ahem, however, exceptions abound, as demonstrated in the opulent chamber of the queen, where 3 individuals found themselves in a brief moment of awkwardness. I am willing. Sister, what is the matter?" Thus, on the 5th day following Chu Feng's declaration, after his attentive care, Queen Fiona suddenly embraced the still groggy Belway, gradually awakening. Fully aware of the circumstances, Chu Feng felt as though he might strike himself in frustration. Standing there, unable to remain or depart, he could only offer an awkward smile. Freshly emerging from her reverie, Fiona momentarily paused upon seeing her sister so near, yet fortunately, her gaze also caught sight of Chu Feng standing further away. As if by some magical illusion, her face, previously pallid from illness, flushed crimson in an instant. If it were possible, Fiona wished only to bury her head beneath the covers. Disregarding her royal status and Belway still at her bedside, she vowed she would do so. Yet, reality seldom accommodates such fantasies. Of course, Belway, who had been in a fog until now, began to comprehend the situation, being adults. She observed her sister's peculiar behavior and the pivotal factor behind it. With a fierce glare, Belway turned her head to scowl at Chu Feng, who stood at the foot of the bed. Indeed, who else could provoke such an uncharacteristic display from her sister but this man? As for the earlier words uttered by the queen that had clearly caused flushed cheeks and racing hearts, it was better to pretend she had never heard them. The silence did not linger long. Naturally, it seemed that the task of breaking this silence had always been entrusted to Chu Feng. "Aha, you are finally awake." He smiled warmly, instinctively rubbing the back of his head. "The medicine has been prepared for quite some time. I shall fetch it for you." Well, in truth, this so-called breaking of silence was merely a diversion, for in such circumstances, even a millennium of accumulated wisdom would be rendered utterly useless. "Mr. Chu Feng." Once the tone is elevated, the voice, typically brimming with presence, reveals a distinct fragility. Fiona nearly musters the strength to sit upright, expressing her gratitude for the rescue. It is exceedingly rare to witness the princess, usually articulate, faltering in her words. Even a fool could discern that Fiona's intended message was far from what she articulated. However, her seemingly innocuous utterance inadvertently stirred Chu Feng's thoughts. In retrospect, it appears that the calamity befalling the 9 serpents is, in fact, a consequence of our reckless actions. No, such events were indeed instigated by us. Chu Feng halted his steps, gazing solemnly at Her Majesty, who remained reclined upon her sickbed. "There is no need for gratitude. If anything, I should extend my apologies." He bowed sincerely. "I regret that your esteemed nation has endured such grievous losses." "Do not be so modest," Fiona replied, shaking her head gently. "You have returned just in time, have you not?" Her voice trembled slightly, as if concealing an unclear anticipation. Taking a deep breath, seemingly resolved, Fiona smiled at her companion, Belway. I wish to speak privately with Mr. Chu. Her smile appeared to restore her former confidence, embodying the regal demeanor befitting a sovereign. Although Beilawei, as the younger sister, felt uneasy at the prospect of leaving her sister alone with this perilous man, she found herself powerless to intervene. If you dare to do anything, I will not let you off easily. In the end, she could only utter this fierce warning as she passed by Chu Feng. The once vibrant room fell into silence once more. Earlier, a servant of the royal family had delivered ginseng chicken soup, now resting on Fiona's bedside. Its steam dissipating into the air, yet the tantalizing aroma of the dish failed to attract anyone. Chu Feng had something to express, yet at that moment. The queen spoke first. Please, sit. She extended her right hand, gesturing towards the very spot where Bailey had just been. Indeed, it was the edge of the grand bed. A wry smile graced his lips. To decline the queen's invitation now would likely invite further complications. Moreover, it would be prudent to spare Fiona from any additional emotional turmoil given her peculiar affliction. Thus, Chu Feng found himself gradually shifting to the side of Fiona's ship, eventually taking a seat with an air of awkwardness. Why have you returned? She inquired. In truth, it is to prevent a recurrence of that day's unfortunate events. Is that truly the case? The queen's voice remained calm and indifferent, devoid of any childlike demeanor. However, the subject matter she broached sent a shiver down Chu Feng's spine. I believe so. You lie, the queen retorted without hesitation, her skepticism palpable. I do not believe you. Fiona's gaze bore into Chu Feng's eyes, causing him, typically so forthright, to falter and look away. Suddenly, the usually serious queen broke into laughter, the pallor that had lingered on her beautiful visage dissipating as if it had never been. Despite lacking any answer, she appeared to possess the entirety of the world. I am hungry. Like a playful young girl, Fiona no longer glanced at Chu Feng. Instead, she pointed to a bowl of chicken soup at the bedside. Momentarily taken aback, Chu Feng quickly comprehended her intent. With a rueful smile, he lifted the delicate bowl and cautiously scooped up a shallow portion of the steaming broth. Given the temperature, it was evident that the soup was unsuitable for a lady like Fiona to consume in one gulp. Thus, Chu Feng naturally brought the spoon to his lips, gently blowing to cool it before offering it to Fiona. She sweetly sipped the chicken soup, as if all her previous pains had vanished without a trace. Chapter 120. The last of the four emperors. There was no clandestine preparation for departure. In fact, before leaving Nine Snake, the citizens held a grand farewell ceremony, akin to the send-offs for the warriors of Nine Snake. Fiona stood at the harbor, waving farewell to Chu Feng and his companions who were about to embark. Bailey remained closely behind her royal sister, not out of concern for potential assassins. There was likely no one bold enough to act recklessly in the territory of the four emperor. Chu Feng. Well, if that were the case, it would certainly be a relief for Bailey. Dealing with assassins was straightforward, eliminate them directly. However, her genuine concern lay with the man standing on the submarine, smiling amiably. Yes, the true threat emanated from this four emperor. Bailey could not ascertain whether her sister would secretly choose to elope with him. After all, given the situation, one could never predict what a love-struck queen might do. Furthermore, Fiona had agreed so readily when Chu Feng took his leave, casting doubt on whether she had long harbored plans of her own. Yet perhaps she was merely overthinking. Until the submarine departed, Fiona displayed no extreme behavior. She returned to her chambers with her enchanting smile, leaving Bailey anxiously trailing behind her. Bailey? A gentle hand shook her shoulder, and the instincts of a swordswoman finally brought her back to reality. What is it, dear sister? Why do you seem so preoccupied today? Indeed, why is that? It should be the elder sister who sits by the window lost in thought. It's nothing, really. I was simply exhausted from practicing my swordsmanship yesterday. The noble swordswoman could never maintain her composure before her sister's penetrating gaze. Could it be that Miss Swordswoman has developed feelings for Mr. Chu Feng? Bailey nearly jumped back in shock. What are you saying? Sister. The queen is unusually playful today, but I must admit, I do rather like him, Fiona replied nonchalantly, as if it were a matter of course. Perhaps it truly was. So, will you accompany him on his voyage? Concern crept into Bailey's heart. Throughout their lives, although she was undoubtedly the stronger fighter, Fiona had never wavered in her decisions. Sister. Fiona shook her head, aware of Bailey's unspoken fears. Rest assured, I shall not leave Nine Snake Island. Her words seemed paradoxical. Yet Fiona exhibited no signs of struggle or sorrow. If that is the case, you shall no longer be troubled, will you? The line of costly medical care. For an ordinary person, losing an arm is an unbearable pain. Yet for a swordsman skilled with the left hand, Losing the left arm equates to the destruction of their entire career. Shanks, known as the Red-Haired, is a rare breed of pirate even in the New World. He is so young, brimming with potential, that many regard him as the most formidable contender among the four emperors. No one would believe that such a man would lose an arm in the weakest sea of this world. Cheers, let us drink. The red-haired pirate ship continued its voyage, celebrating the acquisition of an ideal sharpshooter from the East Sea, as if none were concerned about their captain's loss of limb. For he was their captain, and they were certain he would ascend to the pinnacle of this era. Everyone! On the mast, the lookout Ben Beckman suddenly shouted, "Something big is approaching." Cigar in mouth. He drew his sidearm, clearly indicating that the approaching object was no trivial matter. First came a massive shadow. What had initially appeared to be the size of a ship grew larger as it approached, and by the time its form was discernible, it had long surpassed the definition of a vessel. It was an island. A moving island. Ah, it is an island ship. Shanks, appearing as if intoxicated, stood at the mast, his eyes sparkling with intensity. Prepare for battle, lads. We are about to engage the Four Emperor. Chapter 121. The Fierce Battle Captain Chufeng. At the onset of the journey, few would refer to this fellow as such, however, as time progressed. The denizens of the underworld appeared to grow increasingly fond of this appellation. Lazily perched at the control panel, Luo Yi observed the approaching crimson vessel with no hint of trepidation. According to database analysis, this ship was an old acquaintance encountered in the New World. The vessel ahead appeared to belong to an acquaintance of Chufeng, even without Roy's words. Chufeng observed how the optical imaging faithfully presented everything within the realm of the underworld before him. The crimson dragon head was undeniably a unique embellishment. Perhaps there existed no other ship quite like it throughout the entirety of the New World. Was the man Shanks? He flexed his arm, as Chufeng had always been intrigued by the fact that Shanks seemed unaffected in terms of strength despite having lost an arm. It was conceivable that some formidable warriors, even after losing a limb, could maintain a certain level of combat capability through their exceptional martial prowess. However, it was abundantly clear that no such path to empowerment through one's own physical remnants existed in this world. Yet, this common understanding was shattered by the man known as Shanks. In a remarkably brief period following the loss of his arm, he ascended to the throne of the four emperors of the New World. To outsiders, it seemed as though he had stumbled upon some extraordinary fortune in the East Sea, rapidly elevating his power without reliance on the devil fruit or any opportunity for physical enhancement. So what could possibly account for the remarkable boost in the red-haired pirate's strength? Once doubt began to creep in, the restless feeling within Chufeng became increasingly difficult to quell. After all, even if a fierce battle were to ensue, it would undoubtedly remain within the bounds of his control. So, what was there to hesitate about? Was there a swifter method to uncover the answer to this enigma than by engaging in a direct confrontation? The smile of Chufeng revealed a hint of extra pride. Undeniably, the combative spirit permeated every corner of his being. After 2 years, the pace of his ascension had only intensified, yet due to the absence of life and death circumstances, his progress remained stagnant, trapped before the threshold of the fifth eye. It was precisely this seemingly languid existence that deprived Chufeng of the exhilarating sensation of exerting his full strength. He had scarcely tapped into even 2/10 of his potential. Chufeng decided to greet him, much like a child preparing to step outside. With a sense of excitement, he donned his coat, but at the last moment, he cast a glance towards the optical imaging, pausing in a moment of astonishment for roughly 1/10 of a second before his smile deepened with satisfaction. The man, who bore only a right arm, stood at the bow of the ship. Upon their reunion, he no longer wore that straw hat. Yet this was not what captured Chufeng's interest. The individual at the bow wore a smile distinct from his previous demeanor, alongside his unaltered optimism. He seemed to embody a newfound confidence, his remaining right hand raised high, brandishing a rapier. From a pirate's perspective, this could undoubtedly be seen as a provocation. Yet both parties were acutely aware of the outcome of their impending confrontation. This was an incomplete challenger, delivering an initial blow to authority. A peculiar and imposing division marked the atmosphere. The sound of shoes striking the wooden deck echoed. The red-haired gentleman graciously created ample space for his opponent to land, leaping from a distance of 100 meters. Though he had anticipated this encounter, the opponent's strength surpassed his expectations. Nonetheless, the unsheathed rapier showed no intention of being retracted. The passage of time has seemingly wrought considerable change upon Chufeng, who appears in a bantering dialogue, reminiscent of an old friend, aboard the crimson-haired pirate's vessel. As he draws nearer, the wounds of the other become increasingly discernible. Despite being concealed beneath a cloak and coat, the outlines of the injuries remain faintly visible. From a healer's perspective, it is evident that these are the marks of a ferocious beast. Oh well, this is not the focal point of our journey. Chu Feng appears to have matured considerably. While his tone remains unchanged, the figure clad in a small suit has abruptly vanished from the sight of the crowd. Suddenly, a sound reminiscent of metal clashing reverberates through the air, at the opposite end near the deck. Chu Feng is gripping the blade of the red-haired assailant with his right hand. This is not an extraordinary occurrence. In the fleeting moment of confrontation, Chu Feng has fundamentally ascertained that his adversary is not yet his equal. However, it appears, Chu Feng, that you have indeed made significant progress. Chu Feng generously bestowed his praises. The man, however, now realized that perhaps he had been overly arrogant. In an unexpected clash, the red-haired individual distinctly felt his strength dissipating like mud flowing into the sea, utterly unable to gauge his opponent's limits. Nonetheless, this strike truly merited Chu Feng's commendation. Possessing a speed of ambush and a penetrating force that far exceeded Chu Feng's expectations. Originally intending to inquire about the western sword resting at the first knuckle, it was now grasped firmly in Chu Feng's hand. Crimson blood silently scattered. Had it not been for his astonishing reflexes that allowed him to instantly tense the muscles of his palm, harnessing a force akin to a protective field bestowed by divinity, his entire hand would have likely been severed in two by that strike. This was not a peculiar ability granted by a devil fruit. Chu Feng, having experienced it firsthand, understood this all too well. This was Haki, evolved into an extraordinary manifestation of power. The sharpness of Chu Feng is astonishing. What could be the reason? The man skillfully sheathed his sword, and Shanks smiled under the sunlight. Unbeknownst to the man, Chapter 122, the youngest executive in the world. The task of gathering intelligence has never posed a challenge for Chu Feng and his companions, even without Itachi's complete transformation abilities. Kirito has become quite accustomed to such work after years of traversing the seas. Therefore, information regarding Battleship Island was swiftly acquired by Chu Feng's group. As for the maritime prowess of the Netherworld, possessing a supervessel like the Netherworld pirate crew, they are among the few pirate crews that need not worry about lacking a navigator. Once they determined their course, the operational efficiency of the Netherworld was indeed reassuring. Approximately 3 days after bidding farewell to red-haired Shanks, Chu Feng and his companions arrived in the waters near Battleship Island. Surely, sailing an entire island would present various problems for the residents, right? Although this area is not part of the New World, the reputation of the four emperors remains potent. Moreover, there are no other entities in the world that use an island as a vessel as overtly as they do. Thus, after instructing Jarvis to keep a vigilant watch, Chu Feng and his group approached Battleship Island in a submarine. Despite their peculiar attire, the indigenous people merely regarded them as distant travelers and displayed no signs of hostility, even welcoming them with warmth. Their intention was not to destroy the island. They merely sought traces of the Millennium Dragon. At this moment, it remains uncertain whether the Dragon Lord has set foot on this island. What Chu Feng requires is not the elixir of immortality, but rather, according to the intelligence derived from the original narrative, the Millennium Dragon is simply long-lived, not truly immortal. He merely seeks to study certain biological tissues from the creature. If one were to speak of immortality, he himself stands as the finest example, akin to his previous experience in Fishman Island. What he desires is merely a potion capable of countering deification. So it seems he has no intention of slaying the dragon, after all. Such a massive creature does not need to be killed for research purposes. Merely a few nails, hairs, and some subcutaneous tissue would suffice. However, if they cannot locate any, the existence of such dragons is not widely known, and it is possible their lairs are situated atop some empty island. In that case, Chu Feng may need to explore the sunken ruins. Yet, whether those completely petrified bones still hold research value remains questionable. Nevertheless, before that, hearing that the meat buns on this island are particularly delicious, Chu Feng smiled and suggested to everyone that they should go and give them a try. However, Kirito, with veins subtly throbbing on his forehead, recalled that this man had never been one to execute strategies as he had intended. Kirito, did you not say that your purpose for coming to this island was to seek the dragon? The dark swordsman unsheathed his interpreter from his back and without hesitation aimed it towards the head of the former. Chu Feng, do not be so hasty. With merely 2 fingers, he halted Kirito's sword, though neither had truly engaged in combat. The ease with which he impeded what was expected to be a dodge added a layer of caution in Kirito's gaze. Everyone aboard the ship was acutely aware of Chu Feng's physical condition. Indeed, the extent of his divine transformation was increasingly profound. It was evident that he was on the brink of losing control if not treated promptly. Kirito, he said softly, as he quietly sheathed his long sword behind him and approached Chu Feng with his head bowed. What has happened to Chu Feng? Tilting his head. Chu Feng's smile remained as pure and transparent as ever, as if he would never harbor worries, or perhaps it was simply impossible to discern any concern within him. Bang! A heavy fist struck Chu Feng's abdomen, yet this time he did not resist. From now on, you better keep a low profile, said Tongren, showing no mercy. You must never act recklessly again. Indeed, with even the slightest provocation. The fifth eye of the Kabbalistic tree of life would surely be unleashed, a power that could be deemed divine. Yet, simultaneously, it would also possess the capability to lead to one's utter destruction. As Chu Feng and his companions disembarked on the military ship island, another inconspicuous vessel landed at a port on the opposite side of this small island in the East Sea. Executive officer, sir, a man addressed. How many times must I remind you, Piero? The young man clad in a gray suit reclined on the deck, seemingly basking in the warm sunlight for a moment longer. During the mission, refer to me as Master Powell. He appeared to be only 16 or 17, yet the middle-aged attendant beside him dared not overstep. Bowing respectfully, he humbly replied, Yes, Master Powell. The young man chuckled softly for reasons unknown, finally rising to his feet. For an ordinary person lacking combat prowess, a lengthy sea voyage could hardly be deemed pleasant. Nevertheless, a mission was a mission, and it must be accomplished. Although the young man found it difficult to endorse the actions of the elders, he recognized that he could not simply accept his salary without fulfilling his duties. The attendants around him dared not voice any dissent, for none understood better than they the true extent of his abilities. Unlike typical strong individuals, this young man named Powell possessed unimaginable skills in interpersonal relations and politics. 7 years prior, as a mere youth, he had left a proposal on the wall along a frequented path of one of the 5 elders. And it was precisely for this reason that he was valued and granted entry into the government's ranks. Thus, the true legend began. The originally ordinary boy, devoid of any political foundation, rapidly ascended within a remarkably short span of time, amassing roles and qualifications in a manner unfathomable to ordinary individuals. Ultimately, on a day 7 years later, he became the youngest executive officer in the world, within the direct jurisdiction of the world government. Those employed in these positions would ultimately enter the world parliament, serving as executive officers with administrative authority equivalent to that of kings in various member nations. Chapter 123. The youngster from yesterday. Unlike naval officers, world government executive officers seldom traverse the seas, for their travels pose complications both for the world government itself and for member nations. Thus, since his promotion to executive officer, this marked Powell's first external assignment. It seemed he was directly serving certain individuals at the pinnacle of the world, though whether it was the very elder who had promoted him remained uncertain. Individuals akin to world government executive officers, aside from some overt visits, occasionally bore the burden of undertaking highly confidential tasks, which, strictly speaking, were not entirely legitimate. Yet all their actions lay within the bounds of their respective powers. Indeed, as the largest violent organization in the world, they frequently engaged in such bullying tactics, though it was imperative that the number of those in the know remained minimal. Chu Feng, let us depart, said Piero. The young man adjusted the golden-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, a habit that had inadvertently accompanied him, leaving his lips perpetually adorned with an enigmatic smile. Perhaps a result of the trials of power or merely a reflection of innocent imitation. The middle-aged man bowed slightly, humbly following the youth, while the attendants aboard the same vessel descended the gangway, dispersing silently into the quaint town only when the young man waved his hand. With a graceful adjustment of his suit, he stepped onto the path ahead, pondering that perhaps in this vast ocean, only those endowed with power could possess everything. Yet he recognized that strength, whether in authority or physical prowess, was ultimately transient. Even the formidable celestial dragons could be felled with a single blow, and the mightiest pirates could be effortlessly consumed by the sea. Awakening from the trials of life, the young man resolved to alter this bizarre world through his own means, believing that only a universally respected system could heal wounds, and that a complete transformation of individual worldviews could eradicate discrimination. Indeed, such notions seemed utterly fanciful. A smile graced his lips, more enchanting under the shade of the trees, reminiscent of 7 years prior when none could have fathomed that he, once a mere slave, would ascend to become the youngest executive of the world government. Fate is wondrous. With but a single step towards that direction, who can predict the outcome of the future? In the restaurant, Chu Feng and his companions indulged in a feast, seemingly oblivious to any imminent threat, blissfully unaware that the tentacles of the world government had already reached this island. Yet, in this regard, both parties were on equal footing for thus far. The world government had no intelligence regarding Chufeng's unexpected presence on the island. However, compared to the world government's active infiltration and investigation, Chufeng and his entourage appeared to be merely enjoying a casual dining experience. Ultimately, thanks to the convenience of shadow clones and transformation techniques, their intelligence remained impeccable. Every half hour, Itachi would dispel a shadow clone only to discreetly release two more, creating an illusion of increased interest in the Millennium Dragon among the townsfolk. Of course, for the opposing side, despite being elite operatives of the world government, discerning Itachi's shadow clones proved a formidable challenge, with even those attempting to track him ultimately losing sight of their target. Nevertheless, for Chufeng and his companions, this unexpected turn of events revealed the presence of other forces on the island. Is this the situation? Chufeng pondered, resting his chin on one hand. Given the current circumstances, direct contact could inevitably lead to conflict. If, in truth, the two parties were merely strangers, such an approach would undoubtedly backfire. With numerous matters still to attend to in the East China Sea, Chufeng wished to avoid drawing the world's attention upon himself so soon. Although his whereabouts were not a secret to the higher echelons of the world government, if they became widely known, the original objectives of his mission might become unattainable. It was indeed a vexing predicament. Itachi's report had not intentionally downplayed the situation. Sometimes, being overly secretive could make one a target. He quietly sipped his tea, awaiting Chufeng's final decision. I am truly not adept at matters akin to espionage, much like the actions of Chufeng. Chufeng covered his face with his hand, shaking his head in distress. If Ling Bo were to be categorized as a nervous individual, she would initially seek to ascertain the affiliations of her counterpart. Ayano, as ever, immersed herself quietly in her studies, yet this did not imply a lack of interest in the discussions unfolding around her. Indeed, as a former member of that particular organization, the Executive Council of the Human Instrumentality Committee, she would likely possess considerable experience in such matters. In that case, let us proceed according to the method suggested by Lingbo. Chufeng tilted his head and once again glanced in Itachi's direction without hesitation. With his hands spread wide, Itachi nodded and rose to depart. As a ninja, he possessed a more expedient solution than merely tracking the enemy to their lair. After all, a final illusion would suffice. Thus, unbeknownst to either party regarding the other's true capabilities, an invisible skirmish was ignited, a contest of intelligence and wit. Ultimately, would victory belong to the renowned Lord of the Four Emperors, or to the once insignificant slave? Chapter 124. The lowly kidnapping incident. The silent game of strategy had commenced, yet the gathering of intelligence remained unfinished. Whether it was Chufeng and his companions enjoying delectable cuisine at the barbecue house, or Powell and his associates donned in suits leisurely admiring the island's beauty, each group was immersed in their own pursuits. Sir. A man clad in a black suit bowed respectfully before the youth. According to reports from the agents, it appeared that a formidable force with objectives mirroring their own was also present on this island, with over 50 informants confirmed. The youth smiled as he listened to his subordinate's report, quietly sipping tea beneath the warm sunlight. Have our men tracked the enemy's whereabouts? I apologize, sir. The black-clad man murmured, his head bowed as he trembled slightly, the weight of his superior's presence preventing him from lifting his gaze. Our personnel have not managed to trace any leads. Oh? Powell did not erupt in anger over the unfavorable developments. In fact, he showed no signs of ire. Though he was young, his long tenure in power had endowed him with an uncommon ability to conceal his emotions. After all, volatility, be it rage, fear, or excitement, served only to cloud one's judgment. Thus, during missions, Powell would never allow such feelings to hinder him. This news merely left him somewhat astonished and perplexed. The agents cultivated by the world government were by no means ordinary. Their skills in rapid disguise, infiltration, assassination, and demolition far surpassed those of regular sailors. Even in direct confrontation, they could easily contend against 10 foes. Yet, the fact that not a single adversary had been tracked was a perplexing anomaly. The possibilities for such an occurrence could only be twofold. Either the enemy belonged to a vast and enigmatic organization, thereby outclassing them in overall strength, or possessed some extraordinary capability that rendered tracking and counter-tracking futile. Could it be a devil fruit power? While this was merely one possibility, albeit a rather absurd one, it seemed far more plausible than the first. No organization could rival the world government in size. However, if this were the case, a question arose. How could such abilities affect over 50 individuals simultaneously? Did it originate from a single individual exerting influence over multiple subordinates? Or was there merely one person involved? Shaking his head, Powell amended the scan information at hand. With such limited intelligence, it was impossible to ascertain the true nature of the situation or which scenario was most likely. Report. Another agent returned from his mission. Sir, Williams has located the enemy's hotel. Has it been confirmed? Powell inquired. Is Mr. Williams operating alone? Alone? Why would an enemy, who has evaded detection through multiple encounters, commit such an unforgivable error in a seemingly inconsequential location? And most critically, why now? Is there more? The youth pressed. There is one more matter of note. The black-clad man replied, his tone steady and devoid of fluctuation. Regarding our target, my subordinates have gathered some intelligence. Powell nodded slightly, signaling for him to continue. It appears that signs of large biological activity have been detected in the cliffs to the southwest. Such species should not exist on this island. Is that so? The youth exhibited no surprise, merely a faint smile that seemed unrelated to this revelation. Yet soon, his expression was overshadowed by a furrow of concern. That indeed poses a problem. Earlier investigations seem to have ruled out that area. It appears large quantities of explosives have been placed to prevent the target's escape. Having discovered the enemy's base and identified the target, this outcome should have been optimal. The next steps merely entailed monitoring the enemy's movements while capturing the target. But would events unfold so smoothly? The youth's smile remained unchanged as he rose with a gentlemanly demeanor, donning a white top hat. Then inform Mr. Williams to gather his friends and await at the hotel. We shall notify them once our tasks are complete. It is regrettable that they will not see us, but should the guests show any signs of departure, have them use the usual method to alert us. He strode purposefully toward the cliffs, resolute in his intentions. Now, let us proceed to observe the target those old fellows have long coveted. Powell shook his head with a hint of exasperation. Fortunately, we received prior notice of the location. Otherwise, this could have posed a significant problem. The divider of the Four Emperors Operation Itachi released, with a resounding bang, amidst the white smoke. The figure clad in black had vanished, revealing Itachi in his ceremonial robe. The command from the one referred to as Young Master had been issued to his team, thus eliminating the need for further concealment. Explosive rocks? Having roamed the New World and frequently exchanged intelligence with the Revolutionary Army, they were no strangers to such matters. If detonated, their power would rival that of legendary ancient weaponry. Was the enemy prepared to obliterate the entire island should their plans go awry? Considering this, Itachi swiftly returned to the barbecue house where Chu Feng and the others awaited, organizing the intelligence he had gathered from the enemy for the benefit of all. Chufu Dynamite Rock. Chu Feng shook his head in mild distress. Such a perilous entity as the Chu Feng truly exists. Does this imply that the so-called Williams group has been entirely ensnared by Itachi's hypnotic prowess? Without a trace of hesitation, Itachi exuded unwavering confidence in his illusionary skills. Affirming with a nod, he assured us that regardless of any individual attempting to depart from this location, their presence would go unnoticed, and even during a thorough search, we would be seamlessly overlooked. Thus, does it mean that this place is, paradoxically, an embodiment of absolute safety? Then it is settled. Chu Feng, Saber-chan, and Hatsune-chan will remain here for the time being. Gil, you and Ayanami will take Lloyd back, steering the submarine towards the cliff. Chu Feng helplessly stretched his limbs. Although the is not my desire, we can only wait until the other party eliminates the danger before we forcibly seize it. Chapter 125, Breaking the Deadlock. At times, even risking one's life proves futile. The young man felt himself being lifted by a powerful left hand, while the tall figure's right hand firmly intercepted the oncoming bullets. Handcuffs? Collars? All superfluous constraints had been removed before the events unfolded. However, this was not a reason for the man to falter. He did not glance at Powell again, but instead gazed intently at the auction house in the distance. With this one occasion, I shall assist you. The aspirations of the future rest solely upon your own endeavors. The executive's demarcation line has been drawn. It appears we are nearing our destination. We have traversed most of the rocky terrain, and as we advance further, we shall soon reach the pinnacle of Battleship Island. Just moments ago, a faint roar of a ferocious beast echoed from the higher caverns, its commanding yet feeble tone invigorating. For it signifies the objective of this expedition. The ever-genteel youth, maintaining his gentlemanly demeanor, seems to exhibit a hint of excitement, his handsome visage gradually flushing with color. The man urged his companions to maintain their pace, hoping the clumsy dragon would remain stationary. To stumble upon a misfortune at this juncture would be most regrettable. With a lowered brim of his hat, Powell cheerfully declared that the group should continue onward. The agents from the world government displayed an unparalleled calmness, or perhaps, compared to regular humans, they were honed more as instruments. The pace of their march and their vigilance remained unchanged, as they had not received orders to accelerate their advance. Thus, they would not take an unnecessary step. Consequently, both parties proceeded in silence, the lead agents poised and collected, while the formidable four emperors remained assured in their strategy. The ancient beasts, once the dominant predators within these stone walls, now appeared weakened and powerless. The moment of revelation drew near, and ultimately, which side would claim this legendary creature? The line of the reclaiming operation was set. "Woman, halt!" came a rather childlike cry. Yet not a soul dared to disregard the diminutive armored girl wielding an invisible sword, showcasing its might as they traversed the path. Despite the knightly maiden's efforts to restrain her power, the streets ravaged by their battle lay in disarray. The armor enveloping her hands offered remarkable defense. Even the pointed strikes from the cloaked assailants were thwarted head-on. Though the earlier attack was executed in haste, the robber remained acutely aware of the little girl's formidable prowess. She was undoubtedly of a caliber capable of dominating the New World. Even a typical Navy vice admiral would likely find her a daunting opponent, at best only capable of delaying her. I shall not repeat myself. Despite having uttered those very words countless times, seizing the opportunity to threaten was paramount now that she had positioned herself before the adversary. Were it not for the safety of the surrounding civilians and the defenseless songbird cradled in the assailant's arms, the cloaked figure would have posed no true challenge. Even if we were to concede 1,000 steps, the fledgling's speed was remarkable, and Excalibur's power was sufficient to obliterate her foe instantly. How vexing, she thought, though her benevolent nature prevented her from causing any harm to the innocent, especially to the little songstress. Woman, spear of the volcano. Yet her opponent displayed no intention of surrender. As an elite operative of the world government, he functioned as an efficient machine during missions, and his unwavering loyalty to Executive Powell rendered him an ideal candidate for such tasks. Despicable woman. The knightly maiden possessed an acute battle instinct, perceiving the CP9's intangible strikes merely as a delay tactic. As she danced with her sword, the barrage of strikes, hindered by the Wind King's barrier, lost their intended potency. This did not escape the notice of the nearby cloaked figure, who had anticipated such developments from the outset. Bang, bang, bang. The resounding impacts reverberated as the swiftly launched strikes predominantly targeted the ground and nearby structures rather than the knightly maiden. Dust and the chaos of the fleeing crowd obscured much of the scene, rendering the populace defenseless against such terrifying assaults. Did he intend to utilize smoke as a means of concealment to escape the battlefield? A futile endeavor. With determination, the originally steadfast Wind King's barrier was momentarily relaxed, and the unleashed gusts instantly dispelled the smoke. Almost simultaneously, a sharp blade of wind sliced against the direction of the gale, aimed directly at the saber still poised before the knightly maiden. How vile, you! Just as she managed to break through the encirclement, the knightly maiden was met with an onslaught from the cloaked figure. However, her true ire stemmed not from this encounter. The little girl, once cradled in her adversary's grasp, had vanished without a trace. Are there accomplices? Chapter 126. A smile in passing. Different races and beings possess varying interpretations of dragons. However, in every legend, dragons embody power and mystery. For millennia, tales of dragons have circulated in every corner of the seas, and humanity's fascination with these majestic creatures has only intensified. The creature before us, however, appeared more akin to a dying giant bird, with green feathers and an elongated beak. Its sickly form curled within the cave made it challenging to equate it with the legendary, formidable dragons. Perhaps the only attribute that aligned with the draconic lineage was its immense size. The man clicked his tongue, gently stroking the coarse fur of this creature, whose head was almost equal in size to his own. Powell exhibited no fear, and the cloaked figure beside him showed no intent to deter the youth's curiosity. As an executive of the world government, one could hardly be foolish enough to engage in actions that would endanger their own life. As he observed, the millennium-old dragon seemed to be nearing the end of its existence. Has this creature truly lived for 1,000 years? The youth mused aloud. Yet no one answered his inquiry. The man chuckled self-deprecatingly, shook his head, and then rose to depart from the dragon's side. Now that we have located it, let us take this creature with us. Thus, the cloaked figures sprang into action. Even with a cargo of this size, packing would require a mere 10 minutes. Yet, they would find themselves bereft of that final 10 minutes. Although Chu Feng's words at this moment evoke a sense of villainy, he awkwardly scratched the back of his head. At the entrance of the cave, a man's face, shrouded in mystery, was illuminated against the light. Could you kindly allow me to take that fellow lying there? From the tone, it is evident that the speaker exhibits a remarkable degree of politeness. Perhaps even a hint of embarrassment, reminiscent of a simple-hearted, earnest middle-aged man. However, the actions of this individual are far from those befitting a person of such character. This is nothing short of a blatant challenge to the world government. The black-clad figure raised a hand to obstruct the path of the newcomer. We are affiliated with the administrative department of the world government. Please refrain from interfering with our work. Chu Feng, I have a rough understanding of your identities. The man continued to speak with such ease. However, Chu Feng truly finds himself in dire need of that Millennium Dragon in your possession. This implies that the adversary has come fully prepared, leaving no room for negotiation. With a slight nod from Commander Powell, nearly everyone, save for the final guards, lunged fiercely at the opponent. The technique known as shave, exclusive to espionage agencies, allows for super-speed movement achieved through rapid footfalls. The group of individuals clad in black before him has mastered this technique to perfection, regardless of whether they excel in other skills. Speed is the lifeblood of spies and assassins. Thus, both moonwalk and shave are essential courses for all. After a swift advance, the subsequent spear attacks are executed with precision, and one would be hard-pressed to find anyone capable of evading such a terrifying onslaught in this realm of the weakest seas. A bitter smile emerges, followed by an immediate withdrawal. If Chu Feng wishes to avoid a massacre, he must meticulously regulate the force and accuracy of each strike. In the confines of the cave, where maneuverability is inherently limited, evading the onslaught of arrows proves to be no simple feat yet. It is precisely this challenge that renders the experience intriguing, is it not? His right foot slightly retracts, while the left foot remains grounded, gliding a short distance in the opposite direction. The muscles in his waist begin to contract, and the slight rotation from his foot movements is magnified by the motion of his waist. By the time this momentum transfers to his arms, his entire body is propelled by the formidable inertia. The bowstring, drawn taut, is released in an instant. His powerful physique is effortlessly launched into the air by the potent energy he has generated, a visible spiral of air currents leaving onlookers in awe. The flow of air, the body, and the terrifying spear thrusts capable of piercing steel are all easily dispelled before that astonishing spiral. Yet, the increasing sounds of crumbling rocks and the resultant tremors serve as a stark reminder of the sheer force behind his earlier attack. The forbidden ascending dragon. The terrifying ascent shows no signs of abating. With a deft twist in midair, Chu Feng completes a 180 rotation, landing on the rock face. Utilizing only the minimal bending of his knees to gather strength, he launches himself into the void. The rock wall trembles as if sifting through grain. And as he searches for the silhouette of that man, he is met only with an endless expanse of emptiness. Chu Feng is here, with a hint of pride. That seemingly ever-smiling voice has effortlessly penetrated all defenses, landing directly beside Powell. His powerful hand almost simultaneously clasped around the youth's throat, that neck as exquisite as a swan's. As if with the slightest exertion it could be crushed into fragments. Could Chu Feng now relinquish that individual to me? However, there was not a trace of panic on the young man's face. He wore an enigmatic smile, as he always did. Indeed, the man known as the Four Emperors, Chu Feng, lived up to his reputation. His gaze traversed the man before him, muttering nonsensical words as he peered towards the cave's entrance, where two other figures of modest stature had indeed arrived. I would not mind parting with this fool, the man conceded, albeit with a reluctant glance at the pocket watch he had just extracted from his coat. Your companion is likely in a precarious situation, as there are but 10 minutes remaining until the designated safety confirmation time. The grip around Chu Feng's neck abruptly tightened, and a flicker of menace flashed in his eyes. Although he did not believe that the little lioness and her companions would encounter any mishap, the other party's premeditated reactions were undeniably suspect. Was it not all mere bravado? You may certainly attempt to kill me right now, the youth replied, his tone imbued with an inexplicable calmness. Sometimes, staking one's life achieves nothing. Yet, this is not a reason for a man to falter. His smile remained, yet the pupils of the Four Emperors' eyes constricted once more. Is that the little brat? Chapter 127. A distant escape. It is indeed that little brat. The floodgates of memory swung open, and the nearly forgotten past gradually crystallized like scenes from a film. The initial intervention, more driven by impulse than deliberate assistance, perhaps stemmed from youthful fervor? Before this moment, Chu Feng had never imagined that the timid child from years past could evolve to such an extent. Humanity may indeed possess boundless potential. Powell, upon opening that window, glimpsed an entirely new world, armed with a brush capable of altering the very fabric of existence. When did this awareness begin to manifest? The tremor of standing on stage for the first time had yet to fully dissipate, and the exhilaration of encountering the pinnacle of this world remained fresh. Yet, fate's hand had, unbeknownst to him, propelled the once fledgling into the vanguard of the era's tide. This meeting could hardly be deemed amicable. The man's visage appeared untouched by the passage of time, and that infinitely charming smile. How much of it had he managed to emulate since then? The more he pondered, the more irresistible the excitement surging from his very marrow became. No one understood better than him the terror embodied by this emperor. Yet, the thrill of engaging in this equal contest enchanted him, and he mustered the courage to confront it all. For the true adversary he sought to contend with was far more than merely one of the four emperors. This vast ocean, this multitude of billions, were but pawns on the chessboard, while seated on the opposite side of the game was a deity he had never encountered since time immemorial. "You may certainly attempt to kill me right now," the youth reiterated, his voice laced with an inexplicable calmness. Sometimes, staking one's life achieves nothing. Yet, this is not a reason for a man to falter. Thus he spoke, not merely to affirm his resolve. The hand that had gripped the youth's neck relaxed momentarily, only to suddenly tighten with a more fearsome force. "Do you believe that I lack the courage to take action?" My breath becomes increasingly labored, as the looming threat of the four emperors exerts a pressure so intense that it renders most individuals breathless. Moreover, the youth's throat is firmly grasped, intensifying his predicament. A handsome visage gradually adopts an unsettling flush, while the terrifying sensation of suffocation temporarily halts his cognitive processes. Indeed, the bystander is correct. Despite the slight slurring of his words due to oxygen deprivation, the youth's response remains imbued with unwavering confidence. He does not engage in any unnecessary acts of defiance. The pocket watch in his hand remains tightly clutched, and the nearly embedded nails seem to convey a silent message. "I am certain you will not dare to strike. Where are Chu Feng and the others?" At last, he released his opponent, and Chu Feng's voice took on a somber tone. Once his smile faded, a terrifying aura became increasingly palpable. A passerby coughed twice, struggling to adapt to the suffocating atmosphere, yet the young man quickly rose to his feet. Adjusting his slightly disheveled coat, the passerby reassured them of their safety. Even in this dire moment, he seemed unwilling to lose his composure. The young man picked up his cane and gestured towards the depths of the cave, stating that on the other side of the island, a small boat awaited, where answers could be found. His courteous bow and gentlemanly tone were met with indifference from the other party, who showed no inclination to continue the engagement. With a resounding thud, he stepped forcefully onto the ground, displaying a raw destructive power that astonished all. The solid rocky surface remained intact, but from the point where his toes made contact, a gaping pit emerged, revealing a grotesque irregularity in the ground surrounding it. No one pursued him, for Commander Powell had issued no such orders, nor could they contend with the astounding strength capable of breaching a 50-meter thick rock wall in an instant. Why was the man still lingering? Powell remained unfazed by the spectacle before him. Such a display was merely a fraction of the man's true power. Why had he not collected the scattered feathers and shed nails? The young man's smile persisted, as if all of this were anticipated. It was time for the passerby to flee. With a leap into the abyss, the other side of the cave revealed the anticipated sheer cliffs, and the only path forward seemed to descend from above. His small suit was already unbuttoned, and Chu Feng raised his right arm, effortlessly supporting a colossal creature that seemed entirely disproportionate to his frame. It could not fly, yet at this height, it remained under the watchful gaze of the four emperors. Coiling his body, he followed the momentum of his rapid descent, his toes lightly touching the precipice before him, leaving deep impressions that were alarming to behold. The velocity of his fall raised concerns about whether his body could withstand such pressure. Thud, thud, thud. The successive resounding impacts echoed, and as dust erupted from his final landing, Chu Feng successfully touched down. Behind him awaited the long-anticipated arrival of Kirito and Itachi. Words were no longer necessary. The objective was undoubtedly directed towards the coastline on the opposite side of the island. Despite his suspicions, Chu Feng could not gamble the safety of the little girls on mere conjecture. It felt akin to a loving father, burdened with countless worries for his daughter's well-being. Chapter 128. Wisdom. Like a tiger descending from the mountain, Chu Feng soon encountered the little lion cub, who was sobbing pitifully. The armored knight, lost in the jungle, searched desperately for the songstress, tears streaming down her cheeks like droplets of rain, and her voice quivered with sorrow. Initial sound. She cried, overwhelmed with despair. The knight's duty was to protect the lady, yet this petite knightess was evidently unprepared for the repercussions of failure. Throughout her years of adventuring, she had played the role of one requiring protection and care, as if she had yet to mature into the steadfast knight she aspired to be. The little lion cub whimpered, "Master." The quavering plea tugged at Chu Feng's heartstrings, prompting him to compassionately gather the little knight into his embrace, ensuring at least that she was safe. As long as Chu Feng is safe, all is well. He gently patted the little lion's back, and the magically enchanted armor vanished in an instant, revealing before the crowd the familiar sight of a petite girl adorned in a lion costume. She is the little lion, Hatsune. Leave the gentle breeze to me. His smile, warm and reassuring, resembles the way he used to greet me each day. A smile imbued with a comforting strength that has remained unchanged. Chu Feng gently patted the little lion's head before placing the Millennium Dragon, which he had been cradling in his hands, down. Was this in line with his expectations? In essence, it seemed that only Xiao Chuan had been abducted. This was hardly surprising. Even with her cunning and strategic prowess, Saber could hardly contend with the elite of the world government. However, in terms of sheer power, the little lion undoubtedly possessed a considerable advantage. Furthermore, with the magical manifestation of her noble phantasms and armor, the likelihood of her being disarmed was virtually non-existent, thereby minimizing the chances of her captivity. In contrast, without many formidable and enigmatic skills akin to Itachi's, the little lion's ability to protect the defenseless Chuan appeared to be a daunting task, revealing a sense of helplessness despite noble intentions. How careless. With a resigned smile, Chu Feng lamented the severe flaw that had arisen from their unwavering trust in Itachi's illusionary skills. Continuing onward, he left behind Little Lion and the Millennium Dragon, insisting that Itachi and Kirito remain as guardians. He then embarked on a quest to locate the songstress, feeling fortunate that this time, significant mishaps were unlikely. If his analysis held true, the young songstress should be safe for the time being. The wind of Chu is truly remarkable. Mr. Chu rarely expressed a complaint. Chu Feng is indeed an endearing little rascal. Transitioning perspectives, on the deck, Powell leisurely savors his drink and the sun, much like when he first arrived. A bystander reports, "Sir, has the man escaped?" Without a hint of hesitation, Powell casually sips his orange juice, even neglecting to confirm the inquiry. The bystander affirms, "Yes, sir. He has currently departed the vicinity of Battleship Island, with no signs of pursuing forces above or below the water." As anticipated, Powell had never entertained the notion of abducting the living Millennium Dragon. The analysis had been clear. Regardless of whether the opponent boasted a cadre of highly skilled operatives or possessed extraordinary fruit abilities, the forces at Powell's disposal were evidently insufficient to contend. Moreover, having been closely monitoring the underworld faction, Powell was all too familiar with such capabilities. It was unlikely that two individuals with such peculiar powers would simultaneously exist in these waters. Uchiha Itachi, as per the intelligence, possessed the capacity to completely overpower an admiral. This level of combat prowess had long surpassed the threshold of conventional engagement. In simpler terms, should one opt for a frontal confrontation, it would exceed the maximum potential of strategy. Yet, wisdom derives its value from the ability to avert unnecessary conflicts. Why, then, would the adversary, despite possessing absolute power, choose to act covertly? Simply revealing the identity of the four emperors would likely compel both the island and the world government to relinquish their resistance. The only plausible explanation is that the captain, the man in question, was unwilling to disclose his whereabouts, or perhaps wished to maintain a tacit understanding with the higher echelons of the world government. This presented an opportunity for Powell. Thus, he resolved to become the most astute deceiver. His leverage lay solely in the adversary's desire to downplay the incident, making the explosive rock the perfect pretext. How could such precious resources be carelessly positioned in such a locale? In terms of practical execution, as long as he coordinated effectively with Piero, all would proceed smoothly. Yet, this was merely a starting point. Powell required a more substantial and potent bargaining chip, and hostages emerged as an excellent choice. The sudden report of having captured the adversary's operational trajectory was rather abrupt. Such meticulously executed plans had no reason to falter at the final moment. Even if the informant was not directly disguised by the enemy, it was likely they were under some form of surveillance. Revealing the truth would undoubtedly disrupt the status quo, but it would likely lead to an all-out war, a reckless decision that Powell would never entertain. Instead, he opted for a more circuitous yet effective approach. We will ascend the mountain to locate the Millennium Dragon and eliminate the explosive rock, while you will continue to monitor their movements and report any developments immediately. Ultimately, individuals who had not directly interacted with the adversary would remain unaffected by the so-called illusions. Thus, dispatching operatives who had yet to undertake missions to execute the hostage-taking plan would be straightforward. If direct acquisition of vital items proved impossible, then providing the enemy with a seemingly secure safe would be a far simpler endeavor. Chapter 129. The Ends of the Sea. Naturally, if considerations for maximizing profit were paramount, Powell would not so readily return the hostages. Such a significant bargaining chip deserved to be exchanged for more direct benefits, such as immediate communication with the elders or employing it to directly diminish the adversary's combat strength. However, Powell chose not to pursue this course of action. As an executor of the world government, he had fulfilled his obligations. He might have been capable of more, yet he refrained from doing so. Why would he? Allegiance to an individual, a nation, or even an alliance seemed trivial to Powell. He yearned for a greater, more extraordinary future. The role of an executor for the world government was merely the first step. Thus, to betray his own principles for such ambitions felt grossly unworthy. He had long transcended the frail and powerless boy he once was. He could resolve what appeared to be an imperfect conclusion in his own manner. It was that man who had given him everything, and he would forever remember that fateful encounter on Golden Orange Island. That man, who embodied all that he revered, whom he sought to emulate. This man bore a name known to all, the Four Emperors, Chu Feng. Should the adversary's objective align with what the elders desired, the Millennium Dragon, Powell would not hesitate to relinquish it. However, if such actions led to punishment or suspicion, the cost would be far too great. This would be a foolish course of action. Gratitude need not come at the expense of oneself. Powell had his own methods. He would ensure that Chu Feng obtained what he desired, while simultaneously transforming this operation into a personal triumph. The convoluted and pallid processes were seldom recorded as truths in history. The average person, and often even those in positions of power, focused solely on outcomes. Executor Powell, having successfully retrieved the research samples related to the Millennium Dragon, managed to evade direct conflict with the Four Emperors, Chu Feng, sustaining almost zero losses. A feat substantial enough to solidify his standing at the World Conference. This suffices. For both Powell and Chu Feng, it is the optimal resolution. The drink in the cup remains untouched, yet Powell's smile, reminiscent of another, has grown more content, serving as a reminder that despite possessing world-altering power, one must never underestimate the wisdom of this realm. As anticipated by Chu Feng, Hatsune sat quietly by the shore, and not far from her. A man clad in black first bowed slightly to Chu Feng before handing him a letter and departing peacefully. Indeed, there were no indications of abduction or coercion. The man in black appeared more like a diligent bodyguard. From the outset, there was such an intuition, and this time, the man had unequivocally lost to the young boy. He acquired the sample he desired most, wielding a power capable of tipping the balance of an era, yet for Chu Feng, it was a complete and utter defeat. Thus far, regardless of the dangers faced or the malevolence encountered, even when trapped in a dire predicament from which most would struggle to escape. For Chu Feng and his companions, these were merely external factors subject to their will. However, this time was different. Had the adversary been from the warring states, the underworld pirates would likely no longer exist, returning to their original world, fulfilling their lifelong ideals, maintaining humanity. All of this hinged on the group's ability to survive in this era. The pirates, who were never acknowledged by this time, constantly danced on the brink of life and death. Though the underworld, due to its formidable strength, seemed initially isolated from this era, the closer they drew to their goal, the deeper they became ensnared in the whirlpool of this world. Until today, even the underworld had unknowingly found itself teetering on the edge of a precipice, where a moment's inattention could lead to demise. For Chu Feng and his companions, this incident served as an invaluable reminder. Yet, their journey would not conclude here. The content of the letter had been meticulously scrutinized, every punctuation mark considered. Although it contained nothing unexpected, he read it with great care. The waves continued to rise and fall, seemingly unchanged for millennia. What monstrous entities lie hidden beyond the sea? And what formidable foes await on the other side of the world? Chu Feng had thought he would never again feel perplexed by such matters. nor would he harbor any hesitation regarding these illusions. Yet, he now realized that this self-perception was the true illusion. To live like a human, one must genuinely act like one. Chapter 130. The chef at sea. From a fissure in the earth unknown to humanity, blue hues surged forth, entwined with the rising ocean currents, emerging from the impenetrable darkness and transforming into the familiar waves adorned with white fringes. The azure canvas flaunted its form in the wind, refracting dazzling light into myriad beautiful glimmers, reminiscent of a meteor shower, fleetingly missing countless moments of brilliance and splendor. Indeed, this is the ocean that has consumed countless lives. Storms, malaria, scurvy, and sheer hunger. Those who traverse this vast sea are akin to insignificant ants, compelled to thank nature for each breath under its majesty. This, indeed, is the harsh and unfathomable reality of the sea. For the underworld, possessing absolute power, such tribulations are nearly non-existent. Self-sufficient. The underworld harbors an almost invincible resistance to such calamities, which is precisely why it instills fear in the world. Not everyone possesses the ability to combat nature. Even the underworld, armed with technology surpassing contemporary advancements, must tread cautiously in the adventures of the new world. What of the ordinary folk? Thus, to avert unnecessary losses, nearly all seafaring vessels are equipped with two essential professions: navigators and chefs. Adrift on featureless waters is an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Should any fool dare to recklessly hoard provisions and set sail, it would almost certainly lead to their demise. Chefs exist precisely to mitigate such scenarios. In a sense, a competent chef bears the responsibility for the lives of everyone aboard. They share the camaraderie of typical sailors, yet meticulously attend to seemingly trivial matters. Most crucially, no chef aboard a ship would squander a morsel of food. Hunger signifies death. The chef's presence ensures that no one goes hungry. Amidst this enchanting ocean stands a small restaurant in the East Sea, a modest establishment afloat on the boundless waters, run by two individuals. The chef, a robust elder missing a left foot, boasts golden hair and a beard, seldom speaking yet exuding an air of authority. His exceedingly tall chef's hat adds a touch of whimsy to his demeanor. Alongside him is an unassuming young lad with medium-length hair, naturally obscuring one eye with his bangs. Though youthful, he is capable of preparing simple dishes, often found crouched by the stove, his right hand, which wields the knife, calloused from practice. This simple, tiny restaurant never turns away any weary traveler in need of sustenance. This is the Sea Restaurant, Baratai. The tale of a fearsome being from the New World has recently spread through the tranquil and diminutive East Sea. This ominous presence, unexpected by all, has stealthily descended upon these waters, a threat capable of provoking worldwide tremors, drawing near to this weakest of seas. Naturally, like most legends, this news quickly devolved into mere gossip, with no one paying heed to such an ethereal story. Toiling, living, and enduring the hardships of this tumultuous era remains the paramount concern of ordinary folk. At this moment, Baratai, usually deserted, unexpectedly welcomed several guests. While the restaurant, with a capacity of around 100, is not particularly grand, its emptiness made it seem even more spacious. After all, noon was approaching. Yet adventurers in this region showed no inclination to patronize the establishment. Chu Feng, the proprietor, decided to treat his companions to a meal at the restaurant, seeking to atone for the recent misfortune that befell the young initial sound. It is not a daunting task to spend a little money for a gathering. However, being a pirate adds a different dimension to the matter. Nonetheless, for Chu Feng, this minor inconvenience was surmountable. The seafaring restaurant, Baratai, staffed by chefs comprised of pirates and rogues, would undoubtedly welcome pirate patrons, provided they maintained decorum and did not cause a ruckus. Of course, one must bring sufficient cash. With a smile, Chu Feng extended his right hand, beckoning to the unseen kitchen staff, his cheerful demeanor reminiscent of a benevolent patriarch on an outing with family, exuding warmth and comfort. Chapter 131. The Path of Infinity. Legend has it that long ago, on a small island in the East Sea known as Ionia, there existed a tribe that thrived without advanced technological civilization. Contrary to this lack, they had honed their skills in weaponry to an extraordinary degree, mastering nearly every known form of cold weaponry. However, approximately 800 years ago, this once flourishing civilization faded into obscurity with the passage of time. To this day, some continue to search for their remnants, some in pursuit of the buried truths of history, while others seek the terrifying combat techniques they once wielded. As for Kirito, he may very well be just a legend. In his endeavors to uncover historical truths, Kirito has grown quite accustomed to the task. Whether in the East Sea or the New World, similar legends often turn out to be mere fabrications. And even digging deep into the earth yields no clues related to the historical narrative. Chufeng, are you not planning to go? He quipped, raising an eyebrow in his usual teasing manner. Of course I am going, responded Tongren, without hesitation, as he delivered a decisive punch to Chufeng's abdomen. As if it had been rehearsed in advance, Chufeng's right palm was already poised, firmly intercepting the opponent's stealthy assault. With that, Chufeng decided to embark on a quest to uncover the truth. Thus, the next destination in the realm of the underworld was determined by a treasure map discovered during his morning exercise. The map indicated a small island named Ionia, which, from the nautical charts, appeared to be a sizable landmass. When discussing its precise location, it was likely situated among the series of islands near the village of Kekaxia. Loi pondered whether the geological changes over the past 8 centuries could truly be so dramatic. Having extensively studied the nautical charts, Loi found herself perplexed. The chart she held presented no discrepancies in scale or orientation, yet if the dimensions of the island were accurately depicted, there should be no space within that cluster of islands capable of accommodating such a considerable landmass. As Loi scrutinized the nautical chart in her possession, Blackjack's expression grew increasingly grave. Indeed, compared to contemporary nautical charts, this one inexplicably featured a colossal island, while the current landscape consisted solely of a sprawling archipelago. Although such a hypothesis was rather alarming, it aligned with the present circumstances. Blackjack's voice lowered as he speculated. If some force were to obliterate that island entirely, he left the thought hanging, yet all understood the implication. To shatter an island of such magnitude with mere cold weaponry and personal prowess seemed, upon analysis, the most plausible conjecture. The island known as Ionia appeared to harbor dangers beyond what they had anticipated. Conversely, however, doesn't this further attest to the reliability of the legend? Chu remarked, the realm of the underworld has ultimately not altered its course. They possess an unwavering confidence characteristic of the strong. Thus there exists no reason to turn away under such circumstances. Are you truly intent on departing, Blackjack? On the bridge, Blackjack stood silently behind Chufeng, the holographic projection still illuminating the scene, with the ocean's most resplendent vistas remaining as enchanting as ever. Why does Chufeng not? With a hint of perplexity, Chufeng turned around, yet the smile upon his lips remained undiminished. Blackjack, do you not comprehend? The series of inquiries seemed to elicit no responses from either party, plunging them into a suffocating silence that enveloped the moment. This, Chufeng could not deny. The delineation of the quest for the Lost Island was marked by merely 2 days of navigation, after which the underworld reached its coveted destination. Before him lay an expanse of undulating archipelagos, seemingly whispering unspoken truths. The ascending topography that stretched outward served as an ominous warning. Perhaps the physician's conjectures were indeed accurate? Well, having arrived at this juncture, there was little room for hesitation. The winds of Chu are indeed remarkable, with a slight clearing of his throat. If it were not for the exuberant little lion dancing with delight upon his shoulder, his demeanor might have appeared considerably more imposing. In the familiar routine, Chufeng, accompanied by scientists and the enchanting songstress, took charge of the watch, while the others formed pairs to embark on their respective missions. Ultimately, the only one who clearly responded to Chu's call was the little lowly, who had been perched atop his head all along. Beneath the vast sky and amidst the ocean of clouds, it seemed as though this immense land was suspended in a shroud of mist, floating above the heavens. A simple yet rugged altar stood there, its stones worn by the passage of countless years, intertwined with wild grass, making it increasingly difficult to discern their distinctions. One thing remained certain. This place had once been home to a wondrous civilization that thrived and flourished. There lay a sword, nearly consumed by rust. Yet faint hints of a dark crimson adornment suggested the splendor it once possessed. Alas, time had ensured its obscurity, akin to a civilization long lost. This sword had met its demise. Nevertheless, a large hand, clad in leather armor, still firmly grasped the sword's hilt. Indeed, from a time long past, its master was the man adorned in black and yellow leather armor. He cherished the distinctive helmet, meticulously crafted by the elder, embodying his relentless pursuit of his clan's ultimate path. He wielded only the sword, as did his kin. Other island dwellers had once challenged him, only to be swiftly vanquished. His unyielding victories forged his strength until one fateful day when he forgot his name. The elder then bestowed upon him the title symbolizing the mightiest, along with the helmet. From that moment forth, he was known as the Reaper, traversing the battlefield with ease, instilled terror in his contemporaries, earning him a more resounding moniker, the Sword Saint of Infinite. With a gust of wind, the stone-like man abruptly came to life, tightening his grip on the rusted sword. In that same instant, the rust faded away, revealing a blade as radiant and exquisite as a gemstone. Yi's gaze was sharp and unwavering, fixated on the depths of the temple where a figure, cloaked in a nearly concealing mantle, slowly emerged, gripping a brass lamppost. His steps were deliberate and powerful, reminiscent of centuries past. The man was obstinate. He spoke softly, perhaps without intending for his words to be heard, as his hands clutched the sword, devoid of hesitation. No self, no limits. The approaching figure, undeterred, faced the oppressive aura head-on, seemingly devoid of the nerve known as fear. The man proclaimed, "Let the battle begin." Chapter 132. The final clash in the twisted jungle. Here lies the ancient tribe of Ionia, where countless races reside, establishing their settlements across the expansive land while perpetuating their civilization. Yet, one commonality binds them. They rely solely on cold weapons and physical prowess in combat. Beyond that, they eschew all external aids, devil fruits, technology, rejecting all foreign elements, even regarding those endowed with similar powers with disdain. Despite this insular civilization's unexpected endurance through the ages, regardless of the changing times or the intensity of warfare, Ionia persisted in its own manner until long ago, when a cataclysmic battle shook the very foundations of Ionia. This astonishing power, capable of rending the very skies and earth with mere flesh, emerged from two of the mightiest warriors, each pursuing the zenith of strength along divergent paths. Yet their might was beyond question. Thus commenced a battle that would span millennia. The spirit of Chu is obstinately unyielding. The long sword has yet to be stained with blood, or perhaps the chilling radiance accumulated over millennia has long since eclipsed its original sanguine hue. The sword light, as sharp as the fierce wind, has not yet fully revealed its indomitable prowess, only to be thwarted once more by that familiar brass lamp post. Indeed, the path of the boundless is inherently one of aggressive assault. The Sword Saint's blade employs no defensive maneuvers. The audaciously defiant edge of the sword is perpetually aimed at the adversary's throat. The icy gaze is obscured by the helmet, yet the unmasked intent to kill cannot be concealed. Even without the visibility of his eyes, identifying the focal point of that murderous intent is not a challenge. The aura of death, capable of rendering an ordinary person bereft of combat awareness, is firmly fixed upon the cloaked figure before him. When the sound of clashing weapons resounds, the unremarkable brass lamp post does not shatter as one might envision. Instead, it resonates with a fierce collision against the opponent's weapon. Indeed, the man cloaked in shadows has managed to deflect Yi's assault. Without a doubt, even as adversaries, he acknowledges the formidable prowess of his opponent. This warrior, clad in armor and draped in a cloak, traverses a path starkly divergent from his own. Yet there is no question that Jax is a master of weaponry in every sense of the phrase. The winds of Chu surged forth. The delineation of clues regarding Ionia posed a formidable challenge for Chu Feng and his companions. The difficulty did not stem from the treacherous waters, fraught with hidden reefs that demanded cautious navigation, but rather from the utter absence of any evidence pertaining to the existence of Ionia. The weather was clear, and the visibility over the sea was exceptionally high, allowing for a near-complete view of the small island before them. Yet, regrettably, the size of these islands fell drastically short of the dimensions depicted on the maps of Ionia. Even in its shattered state, it seemed implausible that not a single substantial landmass remained. Chu Feng finds himself at an impasse. Chu Feng helplessly shrugged his shoulders. Since this is the case, we can only proceed to one of the islands to see if we might uncover any discoveries. Undoubtedly, the likelihood of obtaining useful information through this approach is minimal. Yet it seems there are no other viable solutions to our predicament at present. Thus, we shall proceed with this course of action. Yi nodded in agreement, sharing the sentiment. Meanwhile, Lingbo silently leaned against Chu Feng, choosing to remain reticent. Kirito, couldn't shake the feeling that this endeavor would be in vain. Is this what they mean by the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment? Kirito, listen closely. Bang. The iron fist of love struck unhesitatingly against the young boy's forehead. The unexpected pain causing Jin Shanshan to erupt in fury. How dare you, Jin Shanshan? The flames of rage within him could not be quelled. The searing intensity felt as though it would burst forth from his very eyes. Why do you only strike me? Well, I must admit, I was rather inclined to suggest that the King of Heroes had become accustomed to being in the position of the Son of Man. Ahem. No, no, no. Chu Feng certainly had no such intentions. During the meeting, Chu Feng attentively listened, understanding the gravity of the situation. With a gentle smile, he affectionately patted the little lion's head, tilting his neck slightly. Good boy, he exclaimed, eliciting a soft, melodious response from the little lion, who raised his right hand in acknowledgement of his master's affection. Casting a smug glance at a certain gaudily dressed individual adorned in gold and silver. Before the little child could express any indignation, a thunderous sound resonated from the heavens, capturing everyone's attention. The deep, far-reaching resonance, akin to the tolling of a great bell, remained a mystery to all. Yet it conjured a singular word in Chu Feng's mind: Sky Island. Chapter 133. Soaring into the clouds, the reverberating celestial sound was evidently not a mere natural phenomenon. There were no signs of thunderstorms or dragon lairs. The colossal noise, reminiscent of divine drums, could hardly be imagined as the product of human effort. It was monstrous. This was the conclusion drawn from the nearby residents. Indeed, what they referred to as a monster was likely seen as a deity in their eyes. Elders recounted tales of a once mighty island, where, centuries ago, two great deities engaged in a fearsome duel that shattered the island into fragments. Yet, this conflict did not reach a resolution, for a powerful sorcerer had lifted the entire land into the sky. Consequently, the deities could never return to the earth, and the thunderous echoes were the remnants of their eternal strife. Indeed, the legend seemed to perfectly elucidate why Ionia was absent from the map. If it were a sky island, it would naturally be undetectable upon the ground. However, what truly piqued curiosity was the implication that if the resounding noise stemmed from their battle, the combat prowess of these beings was formidable. The ability to level an island and alter terrain signifies a terrifying might, one that is capable of instilling fear in any era. The historical narrative was, of course, what Chu Feng and his companions sought. Yet under such circumstances, choosing to land on that legendary island could mean directly participating in an epic confrontation. Much like the incessant rumblings of thunder, the destructive power and influence of that battle would undoubtedly transcend ordinary definitions of conflict. Even the realm of the underworld would surely hesitate to become entangled in such a perilous vortex, one that seemed poised to obliterate all in its path. Chu Feng is truly fascinating. Chu Fu, somewhat stirred, spread his hands wide. If viewed in this manner, the essence of history likely resides on the island known as Ionia. And that island. He elongated his tone, gesturing towards the distant horizon with his finger. The island, known as Sky Island, likely floats directly above us. It ascended into the heavens due to the rising sea currents, and since then, it has remained suspended in the sky, sustained by a mysterious substance referred to as the foundation cloud. In the minds of pirates, such extraordinary islands are believed to exist only within the Grand Line, leaving many puzzled as to why the Sky Island has materialized in the East Blue. Perhaps, as the legends suggest, this island was elevated into the air by a powerful sorcerer. Chu Feng, let us embark on our journey, akin to exuberant children. With an eagerness that knows no bounds, Chu Feng urged us onward. After extensive transformation, the sky was no longer a constraint of the underworld, if they so desired. This vast expanse of land could soar into the heavens at any moment. Blackjack, however, expressed his reservations. At that moment, Blackjack, the chief physician, reiterated his rare perspective, countering the captain's demands. The line was drawn for ascent. The tranquil sea was poised to witness an extraordinary event. Waves surged forth from the depths, the obsidian waters reluctant to shed their enchanting hues, as beneath the surface, a colossal entity was slowly rising. The astonishing island ship of the underworld. At the unseen base of the island, immense turbine rotors commenced their operation, with 40 disc-shaped blades rotating fervently under the power of 5 main engines. The roar of the engines began to eclipse the sounds of the tides, becoming the dominant melody as the inconceivably massive island ship gradually lifted from the surface. Jarvis confirmed the power check was complete and stability was achieved. Jarvis's familiar mechanical voice resonated again, capturing the interest of all except the scientists, who were enthralled by such a magnificent sight. Jarvis, increase power to 8. Repeat, parallel correction complete. Prepare for maximum power flight. The sea foam surged violently toward the departing underworld, while the underworld itself began to accelerate its ascent. Jarvis elevated the output to its zenith, full-speed mode engaged, engines ignited, and reflective panels unfurled. A metallic substance, resembling liquid, instantly enveloped the island, and soon, the unfathomably large underworld vanished from sight, merging seamlessly with the sky. The underworld ascended. Chapter 134. Traces he wielded no customary weaponry. In contrast to Y.I., who, despite arduous training, was born with extraordinary abilities, Jax's childhood was steeped in gloom. The trolls existed on the periphery of power, relying solely on their remarkable self-healing abilities and the primal strength of their physiques. On the land known as Ionia, most races regarded them with disdain. At that time, Jax was merely an ordinary member of the troll clan. Driven by hunger, he enlisted in the army ruled by the Troll King. Unlike his peers, Jax had no fixed weapon, as items like spiked clubs were exceedingly rare. Like many soldiers with naught to their name, he scavenged for anything that could serve as his weapon: broken blades, remnants of swords, even black bamboo found by the roadside. Perhaps it was then that observers began to notice a peculiar warrior among the trolls, one who wielded a different weapon with each charge, yet always emerged unscathed from the bloodshed. Thus, amid the baptism of blood, the once innocent boy gradually matured. Each piece of armor he donned belonged to his foes, and every weapon he wielded was forged with the intent to take his life. He pressed forward, relentless in battle, until one day, onlookers were astonished to discover that the enigmatic figure, enveloped in armor and cloak, had become an unrivaled force. Wherever he appeared on the battlefield, victory was assured. Any weapon he grasped transformed into a harbinger of death. Even the mighty Ionia could not overlook his existence, and all who fell before him referred to him as the Master of Arms. With a resounding clash, the brass lamppost struck the blade in his opponent's hand without a hint of fracture. Laughter ceased. The weapon imbued with the power of a master indeed held astonishing strength. Jarvis activated the combat sequence. In that moment, Jax embodied the essence of a fearsome berserker, thirsting for battle, yet maintaining the composure of a true warrior. He would not falter. In the realm of dueling, there existed no skill unknown to him. Yet, he still could not swiftly subdue his adversary. Indeed, it was only the man wielding the blade who possessed the qualifications to contend with him. The momentum of the sword shifted, and in Yi's eyes, a brilliant light ignited, while the shimmering sword seemed to intuit the intentions of its master, whispering softly, "Phantom Assault." A streak of light erupted from the sword's tip, exploding instantaneously, enveloping Yi in its brilliance. Swifter still. It was as if dimensions collided in this space, leaving no time for reaction, as the sword saint's blade approached the Master of Arms' throat. Was life and death determined? No, it was too soon to declare such finality. The brass lamp post twirled gracefully, and in the face of the impending strike, Jax merely inclined his body slightly. A nearly imperceptible mark was etched upon his armor. But that was sufficient. With a downward thrust of his right hand, the trajectory of the lamp post shifted, colliding with the sword's spine in an instant, denying his opponent any opportunity to respond. The storm of rotation had merely begun. How could it be halted? In just a half-second of engagement, the relentless blade was redirected toward Jax's head, while the continuously spinning lamppost promised an even graver counterattack. Indeed, this was one of Jax's proudest skills, wherein wielding a staff-like weapon enabled him to unleash the devastating counterattack storm. Bang, bang, bang. A series of collisions echoed from the heart of the tempest. And as the dust settled, the figure of Master Yi, having retreated a half-step, and the half-meter-deep impressions surrounding Jax began to reveal themselves. Beneath the metallic mask, a faint smile graced Jax's lips, an enigmatic, frenzied grin. "Jarvis, I shall face 10 at once." The division line of the four monarchs landing after approximately 40 minutes of steady ascent. The underworld, maintaining its pace, at last beheld the anticipated island. Indeed, though hard to believe, atop the cumulus clouds, a small island had indeed manifested, and judging by its shape and size, it could only be Ionia. Remarkably, outside the Great Sea Route, such a place existed amidst the vast oceans. The wind of Chu has arrived. Mr. Chu first leaped out of the cabin, took a brief run up, and then soared onto the tranquil island. "Chu Feng, please commence the investigative work swiftly." He waved his hand to beckon his companions, and, as before, aside from the trio lacking in combat prowess, all members of the underworld disembarked onto the unfamiliar isle. Although Kirito expressed this sentiment with an air of foreboding, he instinctively touched the accessory on his back, as if poised to draw the interpreter at any moment. However, I do not possess a favorable impression of this place, Kirito remarked. Even Itachi, who typically refrained from voicing opinions, concurred with Kirito's assessment. Particularly in the current circumstances, a single misstep could render Chu Feng the most formidable source of trouble. Indeed, this is quite troublesome. Oh, dear Chu Feng, there is no cause for concern. How could anyone possibly reside on an island that has remained untouched for countless centuries? Chu Feng, seemingly indifferent, waved his hand dismissively. Yet, how could such an incomprehensible consolation hold any merit, if there were no one around? From whence did that terrifying celestial sound emanate? Heightening their vigilance, Chu Feng and his companions delved deeper for over 10 minutes, yet still encountered no signs of life. At that moment, the usually taciturn Lingbo suddenly grasped Chu Feng's arm, halting his advance. Chu Feng, what's wrong? Li asked, shaking her head without elaborating further. She merely pointed towards the left front at 10 o'clock. There lay a vast chasm, obscured by dense foliage, with its source revealing an uneven terrain. Do not misconstrue this. It is not a product of nature's artistry. The numerous imprints of lamp posts clearly indicate the handiwork of someone, a formidable warrior capable of rending the earth asunder. Chapter 135. Berserker. If it had previously been mere speculation, it is now almost certain that this island, suspended in the sky, is indeed home to some peculiar form of life. Undoubtedly, this life is perilous. They have traversed millennia, embroiled in ceaseless struggles and conflicts, with the varied marks etched upon the rock walls serving as irrefutable evidence. Without a hint of hesitation, faced with the remnants of a battle that seems poised to annihilate the earth, Chu Feng shows no inclination to retreat. Having arrived at this juncture, had he not already anticipated encounters with the indigenous Ionian populace? Indeed, they may possess astonishing power, yet in the eyes of the world, the underworld is equally formidable, almost monstrous in its might. Thus, there is nothing to fear. The adversary is but humanity, the most commonplace yet uniquely extraordinary of beings. Chu Feng, proceed forward. He urged himself, stretching his somewhat stiff neck before resuming his stride. However, a delicate, fair hand grasped the sleeve of his garment. Robin, it is not advisable. The girl with crimson eyes replied, shaking her head. Her tone was remarkably calm, exuding an air of authority that seemed devoid of any persuasive force, yet simultaneously left no room for dissent. What has happened to Chu Feng? Despite being hindered, Chu Feng remained unperturbed. He understood that he could never harbor any resentment towards this pure and innocent girl before him, for whatever she did was undoubtedly for his sake. Thus, he merely smiled gently, his hand gliding softly through the girl's sky-blue hair, which was as pristine as the heavens themselves.